There was a special class in the temple, an educational institution that was supposed to nurture talents in the entire empire. The entire class were talented prodigies of the empire. With special skills and outstanding talents, they were the empire's most promising students. In other words, they were in the top 1% of the elite. That's what the class was like. In the classroom, Eppenhauser bowed his head, reading, Class A, number 11, Reinhardt. Suddenly there were whispers around, is it him? That's infinite talent. How can someone enter the royal class with just talent? This is the first case, that's a fairy. Eppenhauser continued, welcome to the royal classroom. Valier Jr. scratched his neck, his face showing confusion, saying, sorry, being in a class full of monsters like that. I have been marked, and I have become the son of the Demon King because of my sins in my previous life. I'm a 30-year-old man, but now I have to enroll in an academy and survive there until I graduate. My destiny is to destroy this world. Among everyone who will stand in my way. Junior thought helplessly, I guess I no longer have a choice, I need to be stronger, and earn more and more titles. No matter how. This is the world inside my novel. Notification system, event initiation, try to survive until the end of the novel. Devil World War is a war that decides the fate of demons and humans. The great hatred between the races, when the hero Artorius defeated the Demon King Valier. After the death of the Demon King, peace finally came, but because the Empire had gone through a long and difficult war, they had spent a great deal of effort to hone their talents, and search for the heroes of many generations of progress. And that led to the formation of an academy for talent across the Empire, the Temple Institute for Special Education. The royal class is a special class that only includes geniuses in a school already full of talented people, and in that class is Ludwig, a fair-tempered and hot-tempered teenager who always ranks first, last. A new fantasy action novel begins in Temple. A comment appeared, boring. This was followed by a series of other negative comments from readers. I had enough and stopped reading. Dear author, you should also stop reading this story. This is so boring and so young. The girls here are all blind. Why do they fall in love with stupid main guys like this? Wow, if you're going to publish a series like this, then just stop the story and go away. Last time, you really didn't know how to write anything. I see that the author didn't follow the most basic rules when writing that story. Let me show you a few paragraphs I rewrote. In the first sentence, that. Another comment appeared, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Have you ever tried writing a novel? I found the story quite fun and interesting. He was in front of the screen with the disparaging comments from earlier. The man collapsed on the table, and in front of the computer screen appeared a comment line that had not yet been sent. Valier Jr. looked at his lost self in utter confusion. And just like that, while reading comments criticizing my own novel, I suddenly died from high blood pressure. Junior still doesn't understand what's going on. Next to him is an employee of the Soul Management Department of Hell, the god of death Kim. She gave him a file and said, this is cardiac arrest due to high blood pressure leading to a sudden heart attack. Please check this file after he has confirmed it. He was gloomy and didn't say a word. He still couldn't believe the truth, so he asked, really? Then he thought to himself, did I die because my blood pressure was too high when reading malicious comments? Death Kim angrily pointed at the body slumped in front of the table and said, seriously, how many more times are you going to ask? You still don't understand anything after looking over there. He thought, it's true that even if I don't want to believe, I have no other choice. Right now I'm looking at my corpse. I remember my vision is fading, but if that was my last memory before I died, it would be a bit much. Junior sadly took the paper from the hand of Death Kim and thought, what a pathetic death. She said, now if you are done considering the current situation, then you should also decide. You know you are also very busy. He read the contents of the paper and panicked. The fact that I suddenly died was quite shocking, but now I also have to be forced to choose a strange choice. This is what the god of death explained to me. When someone dies, in order to go to heaven, they first need to atone for the mistakes they have made. And the mistake I made was, leaving the series unfinished and writing a story with a terrible script. I'm a novelist, only second-rate or third-rate. I'm an author who writes online novels just enough to make a living. An image of Junior's past appeared and he typed on the keyboard and mumbled that, well, this story is all gone until it's time to go away, so it's my fault for being irresponsible and constantly stopping my series, but I still brazenly write new stories using another account. The current problem is that everyone has their own way of redeeming themselves. He asked her, but does this count as my fault? Then he thought, I know this isn't something to be proud of, but still. She explained, well, actually his body is quite small as it only affects one individual. The difficulty is that it affects many people, so it accumulates in a small way, increasing the seriousness of the problem. Junior had a hard time understanding what the heck kind of calculation system was, and so because he was an irresponsible novelist, he had to redeem himself. By choosing one of the novels I have completed, I will be randomly reincarnated into one of a bunch of characters in it, and I need to survive until the end of the story. When I was presented with the situation for the first time, he shouted, "This is a 100% reincarnation story." I wanted to scream like that. Death Kim smiled happily and told him that this kind of handling was quite lax for those who were given a straight ticket to hell, and this was also his novel, so he must have known the whole plot. This sounds more like a reward than a punishment. Junior replied, well, what novel is it based on? He sweated and thought to himself, no matter how hard I try to pretend that my stories are good, all of my stories are far from having a happy ending. First is the series, Zombie City. This is a story about the zombie apocalypse, so I bet a fortune that in less than a day I will turn into food for the zombies. Second, Surviving in a Ruined World. This is a story about survival at the end of the world. Even if I get killed by malicious comments on the internet, I won't be able to survive in it. The third series is, The Hunter Becomes a Manager, is a modern action story based on the hunter motif. There is a high possibility that I will become a superfluous guy trampled to death by monsters instead of being a hunter. Fourth is the series, Somehow the Game Became a Reality but My Job is to Clean It Up. This is a fantasy action story in the style of a dungeon game set in 90% of humanity died when the game system took over reality, and I'm sure I'll be one of them. I just don't have any confidence when it comes to my own survival, even in my novels. Junior scratched his head and thought, so this is my only choice. Number 5, The Demon King is Dead, is a real-life school story with a fantasy setting. This is a fairly light novel that I wrote after getting bored of putting out a bunch of depressive stories. Currently, this is my best choice. Even though I died because of this story. Since this is a sweet, everyday school story after the war, the death rate will be lower. A novel where the final boss dies at the beginning of the story is just a novel created to talk about the sequel. Yes, this is the best choice. Because I will be reincarnated randomly, I don't really want to be the main character. I'll be lucky as long as I'm one of the students at the academy. Then he suddenly remembered something. Wait, why is this part broken? I remember there was something in the last part. Death God Kim spoke up. Hey, if you keep procrastinating then I will choose for you. I like the Zombie City series the most. Junior heard that and returned the file to her, shouting, The Demon King is dead. I will choose the dead Demon King. She replied, you don't need to repeat it. She continued, okay then, we will continue with your choice. Now I wish you luck. You're confused, huh? After the applause of the Angel of Death, Junior was transported to another world in the form of a red-haired young man with horns on his head. He saw himself in the mirror. Then I started to be afraid of my appearance. He silently looked at everything around. I had just finished my room. What a wasteful luxury this is. Then his hands touched around my body. Slowly, I had horns on my head. What with this luxurious outfit? Wait, I'm really in my novel. Come on, you just threw me in here without explaining properly. Before he could finish his thoughts, a golden frame suddenly appeared in front of him. Are you surprised by a status window? He frowned uncomfortably and said, what is this stereotypical development? The status panel displayed character information, 17-year-old Valier Jr., race and other skills. Saw Valier Jr.'s name on the board. He thought to himself, Archdemon Valier Jr. The low-level Demon King. The novel's name is The Dead Demon King and I'm the Demon King. I was shocked. It couldn't be, no, it couldn't be, don't say that. The random character I transform into is. Before I could finish thinking, there was suddenly a loud noise. What are you so scared about? And then the castle suddenly exploded. From there, Junior was thrown out. Fragments of rocks lay on the floor. He lay on the ground stunned. He tried to sit up and wondered, what the heck, an explosion. Then the status panel displays a new message. The event that initiated the fall triggered, described, the Demon King's army is about to be defeated, and you have no strength, try your best to survive. Mission to escape the Demon King's castle. Suddenly something fell next to Junior, causing him to scream. It was the body of an orc. He shouted in panic, a corpse. Then he looked to the other side and saw something. There appeared a bunch of monsters of various shapes that had long since died. In short, I finally moved into the novel The Demon King is Dead, as I wished, and the result of the random selection was Junior ran with all his might trying to escape the castle. He was being targeted to be blown to pieces in the middle of the demon world. Because I turned into a character that has never appeared in the story. 17 years old, no fighting ability. In the story where the Demon King was killed at the beginning of the story, I turned into the Demon King's son. Valier Jr., I have become the prince of the collapsing demon world. The castle is still under fierce attack, explosions still take place continuously. Valier Jr. ran for his life out of breath. He shouted louder as he walked. He ran for his life, trying to get out of this place. Junior screamed that the Angel of Death was a fraud. Then he remembered the image of the Grim Reaper Kim winking at him and saying, "I'm going to turn into a random character in that novel," and because he already knows the whole story, he can consider it a reward. That's okay. He continued crying in tears, but why does it have to be the son of the Demon King? And the reason why the castle is being blown up is obvious. The Demon King and the hero are standing in the middle of the final battle between the two sides. This is the opening scene of the novel I wrote. The Demon King is dead. In the story, the Demon King and the hero both died here and the war ended with humanity winning. And I'm the Demon Prince, Valier, which is what being a Demon Prince means. When I get caught, I will definitely die. Then he stopped breathing heavily, thinking for a moment about how he could survive in such a terrible situation. Junior looked at the status window. This thing has been here with me for a while now. I've never written anything like this in my novel, but according to the stereotype of the status window motif tie then. I'm currently a junior Valier, and these are my stats. I don't know what the standard is, but these stats can't be called good. If I became the final boss, the Demon King would still be better. I could have run away or tried to make peace with anything. It would have been better than this. He continued to think, I don't have any special skills to help me escape or survive. The only thing that's useful right now is that I can read the letters in this world, so choose. His only is. He stood in front of the warehouse and looked for a while. Then he went to the warehouse thinking, hoping that something good would be in here. After a while of searching for usable items in here, he complained, I ran in here and hoped to find something good, but why is this warehouse full of trash? Junior sat in front of a chest with his hands throwing useless items out. Damn, this is why we lost to the Royal Army. He suddenly saw something. This is it. In his hand was a book, a set of magic scrolls. In the novel, I made this so that even someone who can't use magic can use magic by using the magic scroll. Then he quickly turned the pages of the book to search, to see if he remembered it was somewhere around here, a magic that could take him out of here. Junior suddenly said cheerfully, I found it. Scroll of Teleportation, a movement spell that allows the user to teleport to a certain location. This spell scroll has teleportation spells printed on it. Suddenly the ground shook again. He said, well, at this rate I will be buried alive under this pile of debris. Then he shouted, first I should try to escape from here as far as possible, better yet, teleport. The crumbling castle remained as it was without a single change. Junior wondered, am I still here? Why isn't it working? The status window showed a new message. The spell had been cancelled due to a teleportation magic seal. He turned to stone immediately when he saw this news. Then he collapsed in despair and died. I don't even have time to find anything else. He muttered, should I try to beg for his life, when suddenly the page of the book automatically turned to another page. Another idea just popped into my head, a disguise. In a dark alley, someone appeared. A moment later, Valier Jr. disguised himself as a black-haired young man wearing a cloak that looked very ordinary. The user could change his appearance and disguise himself as a man, something else. Then he thought to himself, I don't know if using a magic scroll to disguise myself as a human prisoner would work or not, but I'm scared. I have to try everything I can. I don't know if this will work. Valier Jr.'s plan to escape the Demon King's castle is to first disguise himself as a human with disguise magic, then infiltrate the human prison. Then was rescued by the Royal Army along with other prisoners. Finally found a chance to escape. Valier Jr. was free. The mission was successful. He stood in front of the cell door determined that being saved by the Royal Army was the best way to survive in this situation. Opening the door to the room, he walked slowly step by step in fear. The room was so quiet that it made him fall into thought. What is that? Why is it so quiet? Don't say you're in the wrong cell. Suddenly, a red smoke appeared. A smell so terrible that even just sniffing it makes Junior feel uncomfortable. What the hell is this smell? It smells like fish. No, this smell is more like the smell of blood. Then he took a step forward and felt like his foot was caught on something. He looked down and looked. What is that? I think I just stepped on something. Under the foot he just stepped on was a human hand. The hand had been chopped off and had blood on its head. Junior fell backwards screaming in fear. He looked at the hand under his feet. It was a human hand. His hands were also stained with blood, and this was blood. What the hell was this? He was scared to look ahead. In front of him were corpses lying around. They were all dead. He sat in a corner looking at those corpses for a long time. Junior sweat dropped thinking, I haven't written anything like this in a novel. Clearly this is supposed to be a romantic comedy novel. What should I do? Leave again. But what should I do if I leave? What should I do? Huh? In the distance, a blonde girl with a blood-stained dress gradually appeared. He seemed to get a glimmer of hope. That was a survivor. Junior stepped forward and said, Excuse me, are you okay? He was surprised when he got closer to the girl. There are two blonde girls next to each other. Then he squinted his eyes to see more clearly. It was a girl, still a child. This blonde girl's name was Charlotte. When she heard Junior's voice, she immediately trembled in fear. He knelt down and said, Sorry I scared you, I'm also a prisoner here. He softly asked, Are you okay? Junior looked next to Charlotte. There was another girl's body. She was probably dead. When he saw that, he immediately thought, Are they relatives? Oh no, he told her, Don't worry, someone will come to save us soon. If you think it's okay, do you want to wait together? Seeing that she didn't answer him, he thought, Damn it, am I exaggerating? I think she's being wary of me. Then he smiled wryly and said, Haha, I'm just very scared. After all, this is the Demon King's castle, so it should be better for the two of us to live together, right? Charlotte looked at him expressionlessly. She looked for a long time but still didn't say a word. Then she bent down trembling. When he saw that, he panicked and said, Sorry I asked for too much. What I want to say here is actually. She shook her head and said, No, it's okay, come closer and sit next to me. He replied, Okay. So he quietly sat next to her. Junior felt that the atmosphere was a bit uncomfortable and thought to himself, Well, this is a bit awkward. Charlotte asked first, You're quite calm. He scratched his head and replied, I'm also very scared. He thought, I was really scared. After all, if my plan failed, I would be arrested and executed immediately. But there's no other choice, so if you fail, just leave it to your fate. While stretching, he suddenly felt something tight, open, like there was something in his robe. He took out a cookie from his coat. Oh, that's right, we have this. I found this in the pocket of the original outfit I wore, then I kept it. Junior looked thoughtfully at the piece of cake. I'm not hungry right now, but still. Then he glanced in Charlotte's direction and looked at her. He gave her a piece of cake and said, Hey, I found this just now. Hearing his voice, she turned to look at him. He asked if she wanted to eat with me. He was silent for a long time waiting for her answer. She looked at him with surprise. Then she reached out to take the cake from him and shyly said, Thank you. Junior looked at her eating the cake and wondered, what's wrong? She must have had to deal with it. Why did she only eat a small piece? Or does she not like cookies? I told her, just wait a bit, the royal army will come to save us soon. Suddenly a scream interrupted his words. I saw the cell. Hearing that, he whispered happily, They have arrived. The soldiers followed each other into the cell. In front of Junior and Charlotte appeared the figure of a man, who was Sir Francis. He looked at them and spoke, finally. He was a little scared and immediately put his hand out to block her. Why did they react like this? When it came to encountering a prisoner in the middle of the road, their reaction was a bit. Sir Francis suddenly knelt down and said to Charlotte, Your Highness, please punish me for not coming to save you sooner. Junior heard that and suddenly turned to look at her. What? This old man just now. Call me Your Highness. Guardia's Empire, Royal Princess Charlotte de Guardias. Status window pops up. Opening event, collapse, pass. You have accepted, get 100 achievement points. The sky was clear and cloudy. A war flag was fluttering in the wind. At the Royal Army military base, tents were set up everywhere, and soldiers guarded these tents strictly. In front of a large tent, there were many soldiers gathered to guard the tent. Valier Jr. looked at the princess's hands using a knife and fork very skillfully to cut beefsteak. Then she used her fork to bring the newly cut piece of meat up to her mouth, a very elegant movement. But before the piece of meat was put into her mouth, she let out an ah sound. He silently watched her eat and thought to himself, luckily, I was saved along with the princess, but this situation is truly hopeless. He remembered the noble's respectful expression towards the princess and then thought, he was rescued by the noble and the princess who was somehow also nearby at that time. Then I remembered my true identity and worriedly thought, but in the end, I'm still a devil who deceives others with low-level disguise techniques. He thought of the worst-case scenario again. If, just in case, the princess's magician announced that they might be cursed by the Demon King's curse, and then used the dispelling magic, then they would be ruined. Moreover, the princess is taking care of himself too carefully. That's because he suddenly remembered what the princess said at that time. She told that noble, please take care of this person a little, he is a benefactor, mine. To put it more simply, there were too many eyes talking about me so I couldn't escape without being discovered. He thought inexplicably, one more thing, this Charlotte de Gardia is in front of him. He looked at her eating and thought, this is a character that doesn't appear in the novel, because I've never written about her. A man respectfully said to the princess, I sincerely apologize, princess, since we are at a military base, this is the best I can prepare. She happily replied, say, it's okay Lance, thank you for entertaining me. Lance replied respectfully, thank you for your understanding, as soon as Duke Salarian arrives, we will take you to the royal palace immediately. She happily said again, that's good, thank you. Now she remembered him and looked towards him and said, oh, and. She gratefully said, in prison at that time, thank you very much. He remembered the scene at that time and thought, I didn't do anything. Then he said, I couldn't help you. She heard that and immediately said, even if you feel like that, you still helped me a lot. He reluctantly said, I understand. She raised her glass and said, I will make sure you return home safely as a thank you. Where are you from? He suddenly said, sorry, my hometown. He panicked and thought, how should I answer? He looked at her drinking tea very elegantly and thought, wait, what hometown, or what area, what the heck, how can I remember those things? He seemed to feel something unusual, his eyes suddenly flashed and looked in one direction. He hummed and thought, wait, I feel someone looking. Lance was glaring at him with murderous eyes, his hand on the hilt of the sword as if he was just waiting for him to make any movement and immediately pull it out. He raised his hand and scratched his face, looking for an excuse and said, I can't remember anything. At this moment he thought to himself, he looks at me like that, answering late is a deadly sin, just make up something, stop. When she heard him say that, she was surprised and covered her mouth with both hands. Tears welled up in her eyes. She said with a pitiful expression, how could this be possible? He didn't think she would react like that and thought to herself, does she really believe it? Is she stupid? She spoke again emotionally, saying that, he must have gone through a lot of difficulties. He breathed a sigh of relief thinking, fortunately she was naive. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and told him, don't worry, in the name of the princess, I will help you recover your memory. Hearing that, he immediately stood up, bowed and said, thank you, princess. Lance reminded the princess, it was a bit of a promise, but she calmly replied, I already promised, so I can't take it back anymore. Do you want to make me look like a broken promise? Lance quickly said, no princess. He glanced thoughtfully at the princess. He thought to himself, a broken promise. Her kindness made him think that he appreciated her good intentions, but that promise could not be fulfilled, because the princess would die. In the novel, there is no description about the true state of the prison inside the Demon King's castle. He unconsciously remembered when he wrote this series and thought to himself, a prequel that he didn't even know was probably automatically set up for the construction and possibilities of this world. If the princess's appearance is one of those possibilities, then I don't know what her future will be like. Thinking of Prince Bertus's arrogant appearance, he thought to himself, but I know Prince Bertus, he will never let any surviving opponent stand in the way of his throne. However, he still expressed his gratitude to the princess and said, thank you again, princess. In his heart, he secretly pitied her. He thought this innocent girl certainly did not know about her fate. Myself, even my life is in danger. How can I help you when I don't have any power? Moreover, the princess died and I avoided danger. Thinking about this, his hands on the table were clenched so tightly that they were shaking. He was angry with himself and thought, bastard. He thought of her innocent smiling appearance and blamed himself. What kind of thinking was that? A child's life was in danger. He hesitated and thought, she is in danger, I have to tell her. If I can get her on my side, she will be useful if anything unexpected happens. At this moment, she suddenly put her hand on her chest and let out a breath. Then she smiled brightly and said, I feel a bit indigestion from eating too much. Then she said to Lance, who was looking at her next to her, can you go find the doctor? Lance hesitantly said, "But Princess, I must ensure your safety." Before he finished speaking, her voice called out, "Lance," she interrupted his sentence. Her hands clasped tightly together, she raised her head to look at him, smiled confidently and said, "What else threatens me, after the news of the Demon King's death?" Hearing that, he glanced at her and firmly answered, "No." Then he immediately turned around and lifted the curtain to find the doctor. She waved her hand and said, "Thank you, Lance." As soon as the Lance left the wing, her hand hadn't even had time to lower before her expression instantly changed, full of coldness. Only then did she look towards him and speak, "So, first, I should apologize to you first." He was startled by her sudden change. He stared at her, confused and thinking, what's suddenly going on? She's like a completely different person. She took the handle of that luxurious teacup and said, "Sorry." With sharp eyes and a serious expression, she told him that because of me, he might die. He exclaimed in panic. What, he thought, compared to before, she was completely different. She calmly drank her tea, her movements were skillful, full of nobility. She closed her eyes and said, "I cannot give you exact details about the royal family, but there is a possibility that if this continues I may be about to be arrested, assassinate." Then she suddenly opened her eyes filled with confidence. She said, "The murderer is my half-brother, Berus de Guardias." She looked intently at the cup of tea in her hand and continued, "Most of the people in this barracks are probably enemies, and the fact that they won't let us out and lock them in here shows that they also have no intention of sending the message we are storing." He was startled when he heard her say that. He thought, come to think of it, she was wrapped in a thick cloak when she was saved. Everyone probably didn't expect there to be survivors among the prisoners in the Demon King's castle. He pursed his lips and looked at her, listening attentively to her words. She kept talking, "They must be waiting for the order to kill me. They could poison me and say that they found me dead inside the Demon King's castle." She paused for a moment, put the teacup on the table and continued, "If I die, they will not forgive you. You will be assassinated to silence me, along with me." A scene appeared of the two of them lying on the ground covered in blood. He frowned and asked, "So can we ask the knights for help?" He thought to himself, "She is a princess." She laughed mockingly and said, "I'm just using it, I can't trust anyone." Hearing that, he panicked and thought, "Wait a minute." He held his head in fear. He didn't think the situation would be like this. He thought, even that night from before, damn, the situation was completely checkmated. She saw his bewildered look and immediately spoke in a reassuring voice, "Don't worry." Hearing that, he suddenly looked at her. She smiled triumphantly and said, "I promised on my honor, right, that I would help you restore your memory." She raised her fingertip forward. She told him, "Listen carefully." With a serious expression, she said decisively, "We will get out of here." She talked about her plan again. "I'll try to attract their attention." He heard this and immediately worriedly thought, damn it. A pair of black shoes were stepping on the ground. He thought about what she said earlier, "I don't have much time." He looked around and confusedly thought, what the heck is going on here? Then he immediately started running, her words ringing in his ears, "Remember, our lives depend on you." He gritted his teeth and ran away quickly. He sneaked into the camp and looked around. There seemed to be no one. The more he thought about it, the more he wondered, why the hell did the princess suddenly give him such a difficult task? Earlier when Valier was having tea with Charlotte, he was surprised. The princess wanted to escape from here. She seriously admitted, "Yes, but to get out of here safely there was only one way." He was curious, what was the only way, princess? Charlotte said a name, "Sir Francis, you must bring him here." "I'm stunned, Sir Francis." His hands clasped together, his sharp eyes looked at her and asked, "Who was he?" Charlotte thought he knew but he didn't. Sorry, I should have explained better." To make it easier to understand, she asked, "Do you remember the knight who saved us from the Demon King's castle?" Valor searched his brain. That scary knight." She raised her index finger to her mouth and began to disseminate information to him. "William Francis, one of the rare neutrals who was only loyal to the royal family. I also understand the general idea a bit, so what the princess means is that he can be trusted, but what if he was on the prince's side?" Her face was disappointed. "We would have died in the Demon King's castle a long time ago." Valor was startled, he was sweating. She placed her hand on her chest in full praise, "But Sir Francis saved us. He is an outstanding knight, someone who is loyal to the royal family." Valor observed her expression and thought, okay, if there really is someone from the neutral faction backing Princess Charlotte. He looked gloomy, "So I can escape this time." He clenched his palm and firmly said, "It's clear, I will do as the princess says." Charlotte was happy. She breathed a sigh of relief, thanking him for believing in me, praying for both of them to return safely. She put her hand on the knife in front of her. Now, why don't we? Charlotte held it up with a scary look and continued, opening her own way out of this dense security. Valor paused. He wondered, but how? You are confident about yourself, Charlotte said. Let me explain. First, I will act as bait. He was extremely confused. Slowly, the princess was a decoy. Wouldn't that be more dangerous for people? She glanced at the subordinate next to her and assured her, maybe, but I would be fine, at least until the one who decided my fate appeared. Charlotte stood up and walked towards him. She grabbed Valor's hand and pleaded, please hurry up. She looks very impatient, because we don't have much time left. Valor was a bit awkward, but seeing Charlotte shaking hands, he had to agree. Okay, if it's like this then I have no other choice but to cooperate with the princess. Something that caught the guard's attention. It turned out to be Charlotte. She lifted the cloth and walked out. That guard shouted, Your Highness the Princess. He stood in front of her to stop her, saying, It's very dangerous out here. Please stay inside, Princess, she firmly said. I want to see the barracks. He was confused. That's a bit difficult. Your Highness the Princess, you put on a dignified expression and held back your words. I am the Princess of the Empire, and I want to go to the barracks. What right do you have to dare? Let me go, huh? He quickly explained in fear, Your Highness Princess, that's not what I meant, it's just that, you angrily put your hands on your hips, arrowed me in your division. While Charlotte attracted the two's attention, guard, Valor took the opportunity. Getting out of the hut safely, he said that Twee's only priority was to keep the princess safe. Before he could finish speaking, she immediately stopped him. She folded her arms and criticized, Don't you dare, ignore what I say, you insolent man. He was sweating profusely. I was able to escape, but where was he? Someone's voice spoke. He stopped. Who are you? He was startled and turned around. Valor scratched his head. He did not answer the question but hesitantly said, looking for Sir Francis. Dyrus crossed his arms and thought, Sir Francis just left for the Demon King's castle. Do you have anything to look for him? He was shocked. Wait, did he come to the Demon King's castle? His mind was screaming. His plan was ruined. He remembered that the princess's subordinates had come to the study to meet Sir. Dyrus was sure of that. Indeed, Lance, a member of the army headquarters, had requested him to come there, so Sir Francis had go to the Demon King's castle to deal with the remnants of the army. He was surprised and tried to remember. Wait, Lance, is... He finally recognized this name. It was the knight standing next to the princess. Perhaps he had guessed the princess's plan and should have preempted it. He decided to take a risk, and now that he was done, there was only one solution left. Dyrus has no intention of ignoring Valor. I asked again, is there anything I need to find Sir Francis for? If you answer that there is nothing, I will have to report to you, so answer properly. He clenched his fists and shouted, Sir Knight, this is an emergency. Valor acted like it was real and said, See, Sir Francis is in danger. In his heart he was determined to help the princess. Don't dream of stopping me. Dyrus was immediately convinced. Are you serious? You must immediately go rescue him. Oh well, I was just hallucinating just now. As a sergeant, Dyrus didn't believe it. What do you mean? I already predicted this. I immediately knew he would react like this. Like, why don't you ask back? He was silent for a moment, actually busy thinking about what to say. Valor spoke. I don't know what the bottom line is, but... He tried to explain, something is going on and it involves Her Highness the Princess and Sir Francis, so for the safety of both the Princess and Sir Francis, we must immediately set out to bring Sir Francis returns. He put his hand behind his head and bowed his head. I knew he certainly wouldn't believe the words of an anonymous person like me, but, Dyrus interjected and said, No, I believe you. I'm surprised, huh? He smiled and said more clearly, I said I will believe an unknown person like you. Valor froze. He couldn't believe it. Would he really believe me? I know I shouldn't talk about myself like this, but I don't have anything reputable enough to show that he should trust me. Dyrus laughed. Ha ha, you're right, but I'll tell you why. He said, maybe it's because you're such a hopeless and stupid guy that even someone you don't know at all can tell. Valor felt embarrassed and stupid. He returned to a serious state, and, although it was just a hunch, I think Sir Francis also foresaw that things like this could happen. Dyrus glanced at him and said meaningful words, when he told me to get ready. And Sir Francis also warned us that someone might come looking for us. It was like lightning struck me. What? Don't tell me. Sir Francis realized this already. He remembered that smile. He knew what might happen to the princess. Valor was suspicious, all questions were raised in his mind, so why even leave the princess behind and go to the Demon King's castle, not to mention, he should have tried to always be by the princess's side. His hands on his hips urged Valor, let's go, young man, have you ever ridden a horse before, have you shouted out loud? Dyrus laughed and reassured him, then, no need to worry, my steed is an excellent one, it is more than capable of carrying 2 people at a time. He strode, according to me, we will leave as soon as we reach the horse stall. Valor had to give up, he had no other choice anymore. He suddenly remembered, oh he forgot to introduce himself, my name is Dyrus. Valor followed and replied, oh yes, all the conversations up until now had been silently heard by Lance. The 2 of them sat on the horse and headed straight to the Demon King's castle. He experienced a bit of panic for the first time, whoa. He tried to squint one eye, The guards are taking the demons into prison, some have 2 horns on their heads, some have green skin, open the door, get out, you dirty, scum demons. He was stunned, why was there a devil here? I want to ask, excuse me, Mr. Dyrus, he said, what's the matter? Valor said what he wondered, why were there some demons on the side of the road over there? Dyrus replied that they were prisoners of war. Did you forget that a battle just happened here? If they were imprisoned here, they could only be defeated or completely unarmed. We are still investigating and scouting around the Demon King's castle. Once the investigation team returns to the headquarters, those demons will be executed. He said that there was no need to worry about them. Valor turned around and looked again. Yes, I understand. If it was revealed, it would mean my fate would end up like theirs. After a long distance, the 2 arrived. Dyrus said, this is where the army is investigating, let's go down. 2 people noticed, an uncle and a young man wearing glasses holding a box. Dyrus and Valor approached. The uncle asked who they were. He raised his hand to his chest and introduced himself, seriously, Lieutenant Dyrus, commander of the 11th Cavalry Squad of the 3rd Platoon of the 1st Army of the 4th Cavalry Regiment. The uncle replied, it is clear, what brings you here, Lieutenant Dyrus, he said, this young man has something to report to Sir Francis, so I brought him here. The uncle panicked, you just said Sir Francis, he admitted, yes, because this is an important matter, I personally brought him to inform Sir Francis directly. The uncle interrupted Dyrus, we just received a report that Sir Francis died while fighting the remnants of the demon faction. Both were surprised. Valor was completely shocked. What? Sir Francis was dead in battle? I can't believe it, Sir Francis was killed by the demon race. The uncle was angry, those damn devils, what a shame. At this moment he realized, wait a minute, if that's the case then there's no one next to the princess right now. The uncle wondered if I had the right to know that message. Dyrus refused, I couldn't say, I could only exchange it directly with Sir Francis. He clasped his hands behind him and turned to walk away. Okay, then go home, this is not a place for outsiders. Dyrus stood up straight and greeted, yes, thank you. His mind was confused now, damn it, he knew right away that everything was going so smoothly. He headed towards the Demon King's castle. Had Sir Francis been killed by the rebel demon army? No way. Berus wants to kill Charlotte, he wants to hide the fact that she survived in the Demon King's castle. So like Charlotte said, he wants to erase all the evidence, even if that means killing everyone who knows the truth that she's still alive. And those people include Francis. That's why Sir Francis was lured to the castle, and then murdered. Valor remembered the face that had begged him, Charlotte. He gritted his teeth and told himself, no, I can't give up, think about it, Dyrus's call, hey, kid. His face darkened, I think it's time for you to tell me the truth. Valor looked stunned. He turned around and seriously asked about this incident, the real reason behind him saying Sir Francis was in danger. Just like with the princess, he hesitated. Standing across from Dyrus, his hand shook, this person could, Dyrus, could I trust him? According to Charlotte, most of the army was on Prince Bertus's side, and I couldn't be sure if Bertus would join hands with a low-ranking officer like him. But now, I have no one to trust anymore. After a moment of thinking, Valor said it all, really, I finally told him the truth, about being locked up with the princess, and was saved by Sir Francis. He's a bit awkward, Dyrus scratched his head, so it turned out that way, if it was true as he said, then perhaps Sir Francis was killed by our knights and not the nobles. Valor also agreed with that speculation, yes, I also think that's highly likely. He asked, and now you're trying to rescue the princess, right? He nodded. Dyrus's hand rested on his chin, now he understood, that's it, okay. He put his hand on his chest. With those steady eyes he said to Valor, "From now on I will also help the princess." "You are surprised. What are you saying, Lieutenant?" "Dyrus thinks this is the obvious thing to do. I am Francis's Manuel. Having you join us will be a big milestone." "I'm a bit shy, if you say so, Lieutenant. Even so I still keep a certain distance. I still can't completely trust him, but maybe at least he can still help until we escape." Dyrus has the answer, and now the two of you will return to the camp. "Okay, now we have nothing more to do in this Demon King castle. Let's go back to rescue the princess." Valor looked up, along the Demon King's castle. Suddenly he stopped and looked. Yes, that was the castle. He called Dyrus. "Wait a minute, Lieutenant." He turned his head. What's going on?" Valor put his hand on his chest and hesitantly said, "I have a good plan." And then the two entered the castle. They walked down the bloody hallway. Dyrus raised his voice. The idea of looking through the demon race's warehouse. He frowned. Looking for items that could aid in his escape was really smart. The two entered a room that looked like a workplace. Dyrus looked at this place and immediately recognized it, but it seemed like someone had been here before. A warehouse of this size wasn't quite good in that or that. He whispered, "Answer, it's me," Valor revealed. "However, wouldn't we at least be able to find something useful if we searched around?" He crossed his arms and speculated, could it be that the demon race raided the warehouse as soon as the Demon King died and then ran away? Either way, those demon bastards were all selfish and despicable. He scratched. Mom tickled herself. The warehouse thief was me. He awkwardly pretended to search. Whatever, just go around first. Dyrus picked up a skull and a book to look at. He found a drawing and immediately called out, Lieutenant, look at this." He was surprised. "Where, so fast? Have you already found something useful?" He answered implicitly, "Because before that I've looked through it all." He held it up for Dyrus and said at the same time, it was a teleportation notebook. He picked it up to examine it. Apparently, this teleportation scroll used the magic style of the demon race. He picked up the book and said, "Let's just get a few more scrolls. Maybe later, we will be useful." Valor boasted to Dyrus, "What a coincidence, I also found another book. If we put a few rolls of paper in here, we can easily take it out and use it when needed. It's not a bit fake." Dyrus started to get suspicious. I heard he was a prisoner. While he enjoyed looking at each page of the book, he didn't realize the lieutenant was keeping an eye on him, so how could he know where these scrolls were? The book was already thick and now it's even thicker. Valor was happy. "We got it all." Dyrus said, "Is that so? Let's go quickly then." He hugged the book and urgently replied, "Yes." The two quickly ran. The lieutenant asked, "Do you still remember the way in?" He pointed, "Yes, this direction." Dyrus was skeptical. "Are you sure we're going in this way?" He suddenly stopped. Grab Valor's hand and pull him away. "Be quiet and come over here, kid. I'm confused and don't understand what's going on." Lieutenant." The two hid behind the statue. Dyrus whispered, "Someone is coming." The soldier said, "I clearly saw someone entering the castle." The cloaked man was angry. "Those rats must be hiding inside Demon King's castle." They approached aggressively. Dyrus immediately saw that they were knights of Duke Salrian. "I'm worried, Duke Salrian." He grabbed Valor's shoulder and whispered, "Things are starting to get complicated." Berus's powerful maternal family was one of the strongest families in the Empire. They wanted to make Berus emperor. That's why most of the knights under Duke Salrian were not ordinary knights or had a common starting point with other knights. They were high-ranking knights with noble status. The murder of Berus Francis because he didn't listen. Maybe it's also because of me. He passed by without noticing. If they escaped from this large castle, well, it would be troublesome. The soldier next to him firmly said, "You don't need to worry. We will find them very quickly." Valor wondered if they would quickly find us, but how? He looked around. His eyes suddenly glowed. He gently said, "I have confirmed their location, right behind that stone statue." I listened carefully. "I can clearly hear their breathing around here." "You are surprised. What, can they hear and see us?" He grabbed the sword. "We knew you were there." He pulled out his sword and pointed at the statue. "It's best if you all voluntarily and obediently walk away." The feet protrude. Valor and Dyrus go out. He looked at the two of them contemptuously. The princess was truly a pitiful person, yet she let innocent people die with her like this. Dyrus was furious. "Well, you bastards, don't you humiliate yourself for trying to meddle in the princess's life." He sighed. "That's not something you nameless rats can talk about." The other soldiers also drew their swords. He said meaningful words. Killing the young residents did not feel good at all, but it was all for the future of the Empire. Dyrus reached out and pushed him back. Backing away, Valor looked at him worriedly. "Lieutenant." His heart was not at all comfortable. Damn it, I overcame all the difficulties to escape the Demon King's castle. He gritted his teeth, but now I have to accept going back and being killed. Thinking about having to die like that again, not even a day had passed since he died from high blood pressure. He looked up, The statue's eyes turned red, a stone gargoyle. He remembered that, in novels and games, they often started moving. An idea flashed in his mind. In the midst of these moments, the statue's finger was moving slightly. There was a loud noise. All three people were sweating. They shouted. The stone statue was moving. It crushed a soldier. The remaining soldier shouted loudly, "Commander, what's going on?" The stone statue suddenly moved. Valor was dumbfounded. He gasped, "Why did this happen? I just thought maybe it would move, just move." Dyrus grabbed his hand. "I don't know what happened, but now's our chance, kid. Let's run." The remaining two people are cornered by it. The lieutenant and Valor ran for their lives. Horses galloped fast in the night. Lieutenant Dyrus on horseback asked, "Why is the gargoyle statue moving?" Valor Jr. sitting behind replied, "I don't know either." "You're pensive, you're lying." He remembered the notification screen. This was the status window he saw when entering this body. The table included name, age, strength stats, agility, dexterity, magic power, stamina, race, talents, skills, general ability assessment, and combat level assessment. He thought back. There was a skill here called Demon Control, which assessed the general ability of low-level demon kings. He thought about the fight. "I'm sure I awakened it in my subconscious by controlling the demon. I just hope he doesn't suddenly suspect me because of this." The lieutenant said, "Luckily we were able to escape safely." He stammered, "Honestly, I almost died." The lieutenant looked back and immediately appeared panicked. Damn it, looking at the soldiers chasing after him, he was surprised. Had they already caught up? The leader ordered, "Speed up, we have to catch them before they escape from the forest." Behind them chased vigorously. The lieutenant clicked his tongue. "Damn, why are there so many of them?" Valor immediately suggested, "Lieutenant, please hold my waist tightly." Dyrus wondered, "What are you planning to do?" He searched the book for a way to escape. Please give me something useful. I don't want to die here." He suddenly discovered something. "Wait a minute. I found it, here it is." He raised his hand, concentrated his strength in his hand, then shouted and accelerated, "I'm determined, I won't let things end like this." He looked at the spells in the book and calculated, "First I will use magic to speed up the horse and continue running forward." The horse began to gallop faster thanks to the magic from before. I looked back. Good, we've created some distance. Lieutenant breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect you to know how to use that acceleration magic. At this rate they won't be able to do anything to us at a distance." Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow soared past Dyrus' shoulder, leaving him stunned. Being the one to take the lead, damn it, they're shooting crossbows at us. Holding Valor's shoulder with one hand, the lieutenant advised, "They won't let us escape easily. Stop playing around or wasting time. Kid, Valor is confused. We need a more certain method to escape from the crowd." Salarian's night. More definitely, he thought. Then he used a type of magic that surprised Dyrus. This magic was. He reminded, "Boy, it's useless. That magic is not effective on knights who have been properly trained in horseback riding." Valor thought to himself, "Yes, I know." He recalled, since that was exactly what I had established when writing the novel, since knights dying from a spell sounded extremely ridiculous, I also wrote about the knight's curriculum including even horseback riding. "You keep using it, I won't use it on knights," he pondered. "I can't believe the settings I wrote are now hindering me." He cried out, "The illusion!" The horses were immediately affected by magic causing them to become energetic and uncontrollable. He was relieved, but fortunately there was only one knight trained. The leader was confused, could no longer control the horse. Wait, why did it act like this? He was relieved, but not the horses. The leader fell over with his horse. He was amused. That's right, it worked on the horses. Then he struck again, followed by enchantment magic. A human being was hit, screaming, losing control. The soldier panicked. "What's wrong with you? Calm down." He observed, "Great, now just need to worry about the remaining two guys." He confusedly flipped through the book. "Oh, where's the mind magic scroll? Is it gone?" Unfortunately, the horse gradually slowed down. He was worried. The horse was tired. There were still two men rushing forward. He thought, Salarian's knights would soon catch up with us. What should we do now? He suddenly saw something. His face was shocked. "Oh, they are." Many demons of all kinds walked in a line. He was curious. They were the surviving demons, right? They were handcuffed, their faces sad. He realized they had been captured after the Demon King's army lost. He suddenly felt excited. What was this feeling? There seemed to be a strange connection. It was similar to the feeling when I moved the gargoyle statue. Suddenly one man's eyes lit up. It was the biggest demon. As if empowered, it screamed, its eyes scowled, and used its strength to break the handcuffs. It angrily rushed towards Valier. The lieutenant was terrified. What? That orc is heading towards us. They were both very scared. Dyrus lost his temper. Damn, should we both die like this? But he didn't expect it to run past the two of them. The lieutenant was surprised. It passed us. The other two knights panicked. What is this trash? How do they manage demon prisoners? Why is it rebelling like this? Before he could finish speaking, it made a move, startling him. Hey, hey! The demon stood between the two of them. The knight shouted, stay away from us, get out of here, you filthy scum demon. Seeing the opportunity, Valier said, right now, Lieutenant, we have to quickly leave here. I listen, understand kid. Valier was excited. He was right, controlling the demons was effective on them. He was happy. Okay, I think we have completely gotten rid of them. The lieutenant mused about the time he was saved before and now. It's strange, why do we always suddenly receive help from nobles? When in danger. He held the reins tightly, trying to dispel that thought. It was still too early to doubt. He rode quickly. First he needed to save Her Highness the Princess. Arrive in front of that barracks. The soldier stopped him. Stopped. In front was the Imperial Princess's camp. Quickly identify yourself. He introduced himself. I am Lieutenant Dyrus. I have something to report to Her Highness the Princess. The other guy asked again, what relationship do you have with the princess? Why would a lieutenant like you dare to love and need to see Her Highness the Princess? He warned, do you think you and the kid next to you can come in? I'll let it go this time, so go ahead. The lieutenant glared at him angrily. Kid. He immediately stabbed the other guy in the neck. It was time to implement Plan B. The surrounding soldiers rushed over. Hey, what are you doing? He clicked his tongue. TSK, are we captured? He ordered, go quickly, go save the princess. Valier obeyed and ran away, clearly. He lifted the curtain into a tent. Inside, Princess Charlotte de Gardias was sitting in front of two old mandarins. One man shouted loudly, who are you? I'm sure I told you not to let anyone in here. The princess widened her eyes in surprise. I am, Valier told. Princess, close your eyes quickly. He immediately used magic rays of light to make the other two guys blind. Unable to see, he screamed loudly. I hold out my hand, Your Highness, this way. She reached out her hand to receive it. She hugged him, and he quickly cast teleportation magic. He shouted, arriving at the capital of the Guardian Empire. A ray of light shines straight down. Let's go. The light shines sparklingly. The system announces, you have completed the opening sequence, achieved a special achievement, a turning point in history, an important character who did not exist in Charlotte de Gardias' main timeline survived, the future has been changed significantly, you have received 1000 achievement points. The opening has ended. Imperial Capital Guardium. Valier thought, at the stage when the main storyline of the book The Demon King is Dead was revealed, Guardium was designed based on the soul where I was born. Charlotte and I successfully reached Guardium through teleportation magic. He was hoping, because this is the stage where the story begins to reach its climax, written by me, so I thought that when I got here, I would be very emotional, but I was very wrong. He was amazed at Guardium's capital. There was no way I could describe a city this huge in detail. Who would have thought to describe every brick in the citadel in such detail? He scratched his head. Oh wait, now is not the time to slip into novelist mode. Charlotte sat down on the ground in panic. This is the Imperial capital, but weren't we still at the barracks in the demon world just now? What is going on? He pondered. It seems the princess is still alive. Confused after being suddenly teleported away, it seemed like I should explain to the princess. He came closer. I apologize for not explaining anything and taking the princess to the Imperial capital. He explained, after I arrived at the Demon King's castle, Sir Francis died in battle. She was surprised. Sir Francis died. She asked again, wait, so with just your magic we can reach the capital? He denied, no. He said, someone helped us escape. She was surprised. Helped. A blue light appeared behind them. Lieutenant Dyrus stepped out of that light. He breathed a sigh of relief. He still got here safely. Valier called, Lieutenant Dyrus. He was worried. He was not injured at all. The lieutenant nodded. I was fine, but luckily I still had time or I would have left. As Valier discussed before, Plan B is a backup plan that has been prepared in case the invasion plan fails due to the dense guard system. Dyrus will fight to buy time, and I will hide, enter the tent and escape first with Charlotte. Dyrus will escape with the teleportation spelled scroll. I'm relieved, we're lucky we still have a scroll left, otherwise Dyrus would have died. The princess doesn't know the newcomer, forgive me, but who is this? The lieutenant knelt down to introduce, I am Lieutenant Dyrus, commander of the 11th Cavalry Squad of the 3rd Platoon of the 1st Cavalry Regiment under the 4th Cavalry Regiment. It is my honor to meet Your Highness the Princess. Allow me to explain everything that just happened. Dyrus gave a detailed account of all the events that had happened to Charlotte, and now the three were walking through a crowded market. He reflected, from the death of Sir Francis, to the infiltration of the Demon King's castle, and how they all nearly died when chased by Sailorian knights. He paused, however. He pieced together the events. Coincidentally, a demon jelly flew into the night squad while at the castle. And even more coincidental, a demon prisoner going crazy accidentally bought enough time for them all to escape. And by the way, the three escaped thanks to the invisible scroll available in the Demon King's castle. A whole bunch of coincidences. He was worried, not to mention that the fact that he was always at the center of every solution made him even more suspicious. The princess turned to look at him. Then she turned away. He was helpless. See, the princess thought she was doing something shady. He thought to himself, maybe the fact that the princess believed she was dead was even more strange, because after all, the princess grew up in a hell on earth called Imperial politics. He stopped, putting some distance between him and them, but honestly it was best like this. My identity would eventually be exposed if I kept being around the princess like this. Waiting for them to disappear from sight, he then sneaked away in another direction. This is the opportunity, let's run away. In a small corner between some houses. He hid in the corner and groaned, being poor and still having trouble with his waist. He sat down sullenly, his life hanging by a thread. Even though he had saved the princess, he was still in trouble because he was a devil and about to starve to death, but no one would give him a penny. The rotten world. He regretted that, knowing that he would have to suffer like this. He wrote a more convenient mechanism such that demons only need to supplement their mana to survive. The notification screen appeared. He was startled. Then what was this? Notification system. A new mechanism is being added. A demon can synthesize its own nutrients only through the use of additional mana. The newly added mechanism requires 100,000 achievement points to activate. I repeat, achievement points. It continued to announce, congratulations, you have just obtained the right to intervene in the world of the dead Demon King. Your failed novel has been listed in the disgusting and blasphemous category of word soup. You are upset. What is it? Pour all the criticism on my head. The screen continues. All your actions can change the main plot. In addition, you will receive achievement points as a reward for the events you have gone through. You can also receive achievement points by completing challenges. Please check the available challenge list, which will be periodically refreshed. You read again, the challenge list. He opened the list. Slapping the Emperor's ear got 10,000 points, eating in prison at Guardium got 1,200 points, escaping from prison right after being captured got 2,000 points, not getting caught while pickpocketing a night got 100 points, buying a 100 square meter house with only 1,000 points from begging. He was desperate. What kind of task was more difficult than 10 points like this? Notification system. Rewards for completing the prologue. Special skills that can use achievement points have been unlocked. The next section is the options that can be used through spending achievement points. Modify, can be used to change the world's mechanics, grant yourself additional gifts, change or prevent an event from happening. Preview. Used to examine how one's actions, decisions, or use of modifiers have affected the timeline. Warnings, interference with certain major events, or interference with the main character may be unintentional, feasible or requires a lot of achievement points. Overusing a skill can cause a crash that causes the ability to fail. If you are not aware of the possibility of a crash and continue using skills will result in a penalty. You can't remove a mechanism that has been added before or remove a mechanism that doesn't exist yet. He frowned. It's too complicated. You can't summarize it simply in just 3 sentences. The system is immediately shortened. It is impossible to directly intervene in the world's mechanism through the use of achievement points. Some main events cannot be changed or may but require a very large amount of achievement points. Skills cannot be used to cause a crash. Continuing to stubbornly cause a crash will result in a penalty. This is a summary for idiots who don't like to read even if it's the author. Have a nice day. He angrily cursed, this dog. The screen showed 1,100 achievement points. He decided, whatever, just keep it and use it. This might be a bit complicated, but it seemed like a good enough game to help him survive. Click on Additional Settings. Currently I'm lacking points, so let's see if there's anything I can do right away. I'm surprised, huh? The screen appears. The author's tip requires 150 achievement points. Do you want to see it? The two options are clear and vague. I don't really understand. The author's tip, and what's the difference between clear and open, so I should check both. He clicked confusedly. Why were so many people kidnapped at the Demon King's castle? He was confused. What is this puzzle? Did I just throw 150 points out the window? He pressed it again clearly, went to the magic item shop. He nodded in agreement. That's right, at least this must be called true advice. Until, he picked up the book, it just told me to make money by selling the scrolls I own. I thought the trick suggested that I could make some money with the scrolls I stole from the castle. That's why I think so. In Aligarh District Commercial Area. A tall, muscular guy held out the spell paper and shouted, "Hey kid, who do you think you're fooling? Go away." An old man wearing glasses read the paper and laughed loudly. This is the first time someone tried to cheat with this trick. Go home, young man, before someone punches you to the ground. A young man took the piece of paper and advised, "Hey kid, if you have this talent, investing in art would be better than wasting your time like this." He felt hopeless. Everyone thought I was just some crazy guy trying to trick them with fake scrolls. He was confused. It was strange. Clearly the trick told me to go to the magic item store, so wasn't it asking me to sell these scrolls? He went to another store, put the paper on the table. I want to sell a scroll of license. A middle-aged owner with long hair picked it up and smiled. He silently prayed that because he had to go from one store to another, he was now even more hungry than before. Please, buy it. He returned it and asked, "Hey kid, can you redraw the scroll perfectly?" You were surprised, huh? Looking at the license, he guessed, "What is this?" Judging by the flame symbol, maybe this scroll is enchanted with fireball magic. The other guy suggested, "You have good drawing skills, how about we split it 50-50, I'm giving you a good deal on this bet." He chuckled, "Oh, that's it." He smiled and promised, "If you finish it tomorrow, I will pay you another 5 silver coins. Can you do it?" He thought, "I'm sure he is thinking that my scrolls are all fake." He agreed, "Okay, I will try." He took the piece of paper and left. Heck, who has those 5 silver coins left? I just need to sell this to someone else. He wondered as he walked, I'm not confident enough to copy a scroll. What if the buyer takes it out to use in an emergency? I don't want to do anything that will make my conscience guilty. He considered, but not to mention, it was strange that no one realized that these were scrolls from the Demon King's castle. It was no wonder that these scrolls were rare and few people knew about. He went to another store. If no one recognized these magic scrolls, he would sell them this fireball magic scroll and then go find something to eat, which would be even better, and he wouldn't expect anything more. He opened the door and walked in to see if anyone was home. It's deserted inside. There's no one. He speculated, the store was so messy, they weren't open for business today. A young girl immediately appeared behind him, a customer. He was startled and surprised. She asked, "What brought you here? Do you need a magic scroll or a bottle of magic potion?" You answered, "I came to sell a magic scroll." She was surprised. You came to sell a magic scroll? She smiled crookedly. Daring to prank adults is very bad. He turned pale and scared. She took the piece of paper. Normally, I don't buy magic scrolls, but I can't let a young person like you get involved in something dangerous like this. It costs 2 gold coins. How about that? She picked up the scroll and looked at it. She said, "Hey kid, tell me the truth." He replied, "What do you want to know?" She asked, "Where did you find these scrolls?" She glared, "Here." It was a magic formula only used by the demon race, and he panicked. He was scared and stopped. She grabbed his shoulder tightly and told him. She asked, "How did he have these things?" He panicked and ate them all. Valier thought, magic exists. That's all I know, but how it exists, even I don't know. I've never specifically established how the magic is activated and the method of creating it. He remembered the shop owner's refusal to buy, so he couldn't distinguish human magic formulas from demons with a single glance, because the other merchants were not magicians and did not knowing nothing about demon magic, they just thought it was a transformed version. He was worried, however, the woman in front of him could see through it. The girl touched the book threateningly, giving me a proper answer would be best for him. She shouted loudly, telling him where he got this. She glared, rolled that shaft, where did it come from? He was sweating, damn it. Looking at the woman glaring murderously at him, he panicked. She kept asking about it regardless. What should I do? He whispered, "Hey, notification window, is there any way you can make this girl less concerned about my role?" The screen appears. The setting you need requires 3,000 achievement points to activate. He angrily struggled. This useless thing. Go away. The girl standing here watched in confusion. What are you doing? He turned pale. Do I have to reveal everything? He stammered. Then, well, you see, actually. He hummed. I got it from the Demon King's castle. She frowned. What? The Demon King's castle? She rushed over and screamed. Do you think that can fool me? He leaned against the wall in fear. She ordered, tell me the truth before I crush you into pulp. He awkwardly reassured, wait, I will explain everything. The girl was surprised. What? You tell me to believe what you just said? She countered, lying. If he had rescued the royal princess, he would have received a huge reward or some noble title. He persuaded, I did not lie. He said, there were a few kills with the Knights of the Sailorian Duchy during the escape, which probably ended with Prince Berus taking my life. She looked at him half-trustedly and hummed. She said, that story didn't seem like a complete fabrication. He sighed, fortunately thanks to his acting skills. After all, he was an expert at telling lies. She smiled, so finally, the Demon King is dead. She turned back to comfort him. Whether it was him or the princess, it must have been very difficult for both of them. They were still so young and had to suffer. He smiled wryly. Well. She came closer and hugged him to encourage him. He had worked hard. It was very difficult, right? He blushed deeply. He was embarrassed. Well, actually, I don't remember very well, so it's okay. He thought to himself, I'm glad she's friendly but I'm very hungry. This is also embarrassing to death. I want to leave quickly. She suggested, memories maybe some curse in the Demon King's castle. Let me use it to break your curse. You were surprised, He stopped, broke the curse. She left. Wait here a moment. He panicked. No, wait. He stepped back. She said she would break the curse now. No, if she broke my transformation magic, I would. He faltered. Wait, the girl was still mumbling the spell. She performed magic, neutralized it. He cried out, please wait a moment. He shouted, no. The girl was surprised. She was shocked. What the hell? His hand transformed. He immediately revealed his true form. I'm helpless. I'm done. He smiled awkwardly. What's happening is, she replied, sir. She knelt down and solemnly called, Prince. He was stunned. She asked, Prince, don't you remember me? He thought, who are you? She suddenly recited some spell. Her hand caught fire. He seemed to recognize, that appearance. Slanted red eyes, hands covered in fire, he exclaimed, a vampire. She replied, yes, my prince. Sharp, glowing fangs, she said, Prince, you truly are. She was surprised. Were you really afraid that you wouldn't remember anything? He scratched confusedly. Who are you? She reminded us, we can't leave it like this. We have to start changing locations first. If we stay here we might be discovered by others. She closes the curtain. Let's go to my room on the second floor and continue talking. He agreed. Well, thinking to himself, damn it, I don't know what's going on anymore. She led him in. This is my room. She handed over a plate of sandwiches. You must be hungry, Prince. I don't have much, but please eat this. He replied, thank you. He thought, she kept talking important to me, so I also talk freely. The girl wondered, I'm sorry to ask again, but have you really lost all your memories, Prince? He said while eating, other than the fact that he is a demon prince, I don't remember anything else. She closed the window curtains. This is very fortunate for both of us, that out of many people you chose to bring the scroll to me. Then you kneel, then I will introduce myself to the prince. She introduced, I am a member of the Guardium Exploration Squad of the army under the command of the Demon King, Tuesday Alaris. From now on I will serve you. He wondered, what did she say that sounded so fake? Had I ever written this setting before? It seemed like there was none. He was curious. I just wondered, is there any reason why a vampire would live in a place full of people, sunlight with so many people? Isn't it uncomfortable? She smiled shyly. You see, I have to live in a place attached to the store to save money on rent, so there's no other way. He sympathizes. It's really pitiful. She said, also, there is something you must know. She shared, there were 2 other devils here at the royal castle. He remembered, don't think about it. She mentioned being a member of the exploration squad. A member operating under the code name Count Argon Pontius, Sarkagar, a dreadfiend. The other member has an apartment near Bronzegate in Irene Riverside, a lycanthrope, a demon named Irene. As the devil who kidnapped the princess, Sarkagar excels in transformation, thanks to his ability to change faces, easily penetrating the human world. He pondered, so he was the one who kidnapped Charlotte. We should be careful with him. He asked again, what is the devil's name? Irene, wild dog. She said, she led one of the guilds that ran Guardium's underground citadel, using her fists, no, using her excellent close combat skills. It only took her a short time to build force. I panicked. You guys are an exploration team. What kind of people are you? Delinquents. Just like that, Irene the wild dog has a huge number of juniors, and she is currently in charge of raising funds for the exploration team. He reached for the glass of water and chuckled. At least she was the leader. He was curious, so what did she usually do to make money? You drink water, Alaris hummed, that's it. He spit out all the water when she told him that by selling gum to passers-by, he silently assessed that they were just a bunch of mischief. She scratched her head, so you're real. She still doesn't really believe it. Have you really lost all your memories, Prince? He sighed. She laughed, but I also felt relieved. Since the prince is safe, we can now rebuild the demon. Before he could finish speaking, he interjected, no. You said, I have absolutely no interest in rebuilding the demon world. He explained, if we rebuild the demon world, what will happen? Will we fight with humans again? Although I have only experienced war once, I never want to experience such a terrible thing again. In this situation, gathering the devils again is tantamount to suicide. Alaris was surprised. How could you say that? For the future of the demon race, you must rebuild the demon king in the name of the demon prince. He let out his words. The demon world ended, leaving her stunned. I have no intention of becoming king of a kingdom that doesn't even exist, so you should also stop thinking about the demon kingdom. Both fell into silence. She said, okay. I'm sorry, please forgive me for my shameful behavior. You must be very tired, please rest. She left. He reached out and called after her. Hey. I'm worried, maybe I'm too sensitive. Now, she was sure, just for a brief moment, she looked happy. He was confused. What the hell was going on? What was I thinking? Night was gradually falling in the town. Valier lay on the bed, next to Alaris sitting in a chair. He glanced over slightly. He looked at her, a vampire. Was she royalty of the night, stunningly beautiful? He called, Alaris. She came back. Yes, Prince. He reminded her. I told her not to call her that. She replied, I'm sorry. He was curious. I suddenly wondered what kind of person I was in the past. She was startled. What? Are you talking about yourself, Prince? She was confused. Of course he is great. He is the pride of the entire demon race. He thought helplessly. From her reaction he knew he was not normal. He turned away. Nothing. I'm going to bed. We agreed to meet the 2 remaining members of the exploration team soon. She replied, yes. He still had something he hadn't asked, so he turned back. Oh, that's right. If I sleep here, where will you sleep? He stopped. Oh me. The moonlight shined through the window. He was sweating profusely, pursed his lips. Alaris wrapped her arms around his shoulders. She lay close to him, making his face turn red with embarrassment. He was embarrassed. What was going on? She never said she would sleep in the same bed, and why was she so close to him? He was nervous. I thought every moment since the immigration had not been a moment of hell, but for this single moment. Long live the Demon King. The next morning of Valier, when dawn came, Alaris and I immediately went out to begin our infiltration. The capital seemed to have been in an uproar for a long time. The resurrection of the princess, the sacrifice of the hero, and the death of the demons. So of course, they wouldn't stop shouting with joy. The war had finally ended. People were happily walking up and down the streets. The people cheered loudly, long live the Empire, long live the princess, long live Artorias. He reached the railway station. We turned our backs on the cheering crowd to board the steam train from Aligar district, and started towards the south of the Copper Gate near the banks of the Irene River. The 2 of us got in the car and waited. Thanks to creating the character as an opportunist, we didn't have to walk from Yongsan Station to the area of the regional bus station and Banpo Hongkong Bank. The 2 of them arrived at the place, a gloomy alley, full of mourning, corpses, homeless people, ragged people, and drunkards. He spoke up. So this was the bottom of the slums. He commented, see if it's any different from a den of scoundrels. She said, we have no other choice. We came here to meet the king of those scoundrels. She pointed towards the drain leaking water. Let's go to the drains on the other side. Water murmurs in the sewer. Someone snorted to smell it. Wild dog Irene sat with her knees up next to the fire. This smell. Two people walked on water. Alaris holds the light to lead the way. This place is very good. Please step carefully. Valier follows. It's too scary. Someone spoke up, just as I thought. A stranger appeared. Alaris. Who was here? Valier was scared out of his wits and screamed. Alaris called, Lawyer. She knelt down and introduced herself, respectfully greeting Your Highness, lawyer of the Empire infiltration team, and asked to meet your royal prince. He hummed, nice to meet you. He thought to himself, is it a girl? Well, I never thought she was a man. Lawyer asked, Sarkagar hasn't arrived yet. Alaris replied, yes, he is a busy noble. Well, let me tell you, the prince has lost memory of everything except his identity. Lawyer was surprised, what? She turned to ask, is that true, Your Highness? He nodded, yes. She breathed a sigh of relief, so lucky. He wondered, lucky, why was that? She was embarrassed, because at least he wouldn't order the god to lift his shirt and pretend to be a dog like before. She awkwardly remembered the time when he poked her nose and made her bark. He was confused. Did he do that? Alaris laughed sarcastically. Lawyer, you actually like it, right? Before he could finish his sentence, Lawyer both shyly and angrily shouted, calm down. When did I say that? I can't help it. Valier, you're really rotten, but... He faltered, I'm sorry, but I don't remember. She blushed and turned away. It's okay. He tried to lighten the atmosphere. I guess we can't just let go of the past, but let's try to get along with each other in the future. Lawyer held his index finger. The two silently looked at each other. He said, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this how the puppy caught me? She was startled and pulled her hand back screaming, no. Alaris behind her laughed happily. I guess it's instinctual, right? Lawyer scolded angrily. Shut up, you're shy, Your Highness, that's not what you meant. He cleared his throat. Sorry, next time we will be more careful. From afar there was the scream of a stranger coming. Lawyer recognized this voice. Alaris also guessed. It was an old man in a suit ran while crying and calling, Your Highness. He rushed over and hugged him, causing them both to fall. Your Highness, I was very worried. He was happy. Your Highness is fine. He struggled. I can't breathe. Lawyer said. You're here, Sarkagar. He lamented, Great and powerful Demon Prince Valier Jr., please stop those filthy humans, please, Your Highness, I'm suffocating, I can't breathe. He remembered Alaris's advice, especially Sarkagar, you need to be careful of him, due to his absolute loyalty to the Demon King, so if the goal is to rebuild the demon world, even at the cost of sacrifice, his soul is also willing. He clicked his tongue, this person is. Lawyer got angry and grabbed his head. Stop it, this idiot, he sobbed. Your Highness, I'm helpless, Sarkagar, it's a real headache. Inside the dark sewer, someone coughed. The four of them sat around the fire. Sarkagar advised, Your Highness, you need to rebuild the demon world, it has been destroyed. He shared, and he was forced to avenge the great demon king and build an even greater, stronger demon empire. Lawyer interrupted angrily, Hey, stop saying insinuations, I cut out your tongue now. Valier crossed his arms and nodded, rebuilding the demon world, okay, but right now I'm still just a useless kid. He protested, what do you mean? His Highness the Prince is a great and powerful demon king, ruling over the entire demon race, but he stopped. Okay, stop there. He was bewildered. What was the great demon king that sounded so great? All three people were motionless and speechless. Sarkagar cried, the great demon king is one. Alaris raised her hand to stop him. The dark land we once lived in is a cruel battlefield where blood flows like rivers. She recounted that, a long time ago, humanity began to establish nations to change this, but, as for demons, let alone living in harmony, because we are inherently many different species, so the war between the demon race will never end. Until one day, a noble demon species appeared and ended the seemingly endless war after unifying this dark land. They changed the minds of other species, to express their respecting them. All agreed to bestow upon them the title of a noble race, a title that could only be carried by the demon king's lineage. He asked again, okay, then, what should we do now? Is there any plan? Sarkagar replied, first of all, you need to become stronger. He advised you to return to the demon world and reunite the demon race. He refused. No, that's exactly the only thing we shouldn't do right now. There's too much risk to do it right now. He explained, we are located in the middle of the enemy, right in the heart of the Imperial capital. We will stay here for a while and learn human culture, then from there we can plan the next strategy. Sarkagar sobbed happily. Just as I expected from your highness, your courage made me unable to hold back my tears. He thought to himself, it's actually because here human society is much more advanced in restoring things. Restoring the demon race is very difficult. He suddenly exclaimed, Your Highness, I have an idea. I'm curious, tell me. He asked, what would it be like to join the Empire's Temple Academy? He frowned, what nonsense are you talking about? Lawyer complimented, your idea is not bad at all. He smiled complacently, you and I finally understand each other. He hesitated, wait. He explained that you could become stronger and nurture your revenge in the Empire's training ground for prodigies. He panicked and turned to the side, if this keeps up he will be lost. Help me, Alaris. Unexpectedly, Alaris smiled brightly, oh my god, what a good idea. He was desperate, why did he follow them like that, Alaris? He hesitated, wait, we don't know what will happen there, wouldn't it be very dangerous if our identity was exposed? Sarkagar pulled out a ring from his index finger, please don't worry about it. He put it on you, with the ring of Dreadfiend, you have the ability to change your appearance at will, your highness. He smiled crookedly, restoring the great demon world is within your reach, your highness, I'm sweating in fear. He shouted, no. So they decided, and then, just like that, I was going to the academy. He calculated, I intended to use an identity assumed by Alaris or Sarkagar. There was a possibility that an investigation into Charlotte's kidnapping victim would occur after the princess's return. So to prevent that, lawyer lifted the curtain and walked in. Are you in here, Daibun? The muscular bald young man named Daibun turned around. Oh, sis. She introduced, this is the younger brother I trust the most. Daibun, say hello. Daibun hello. Hey, handsome guy, nice to meet you. The two shook hands. Daibun asked, you will be well taken care of. What is your name? The person opposite, Valier, changed his identity to a young blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, Reinhardt, just now in the sewers. He was surprised. A new name, Alaris warned. There was a possibility that his identity would be revealed if he continued to use the name of the late Demon King. Lawyer suggested, what about Hellscream? Sarkagar suggested, isn't that a bit too evil? How about Rich King? The four of them sat down to discuss. Alaris sighed, then it would be better to keep his real name. Valier scratched his head. All of you, stop, it will take a long time to finish like this. I have an idea, Reinhardt, is it okay, even though it sounds a bit like the main character's name, and I will change my appearance with Dreadfiend's ring, and then, I faked my appearance and identity, and with Lawyer's help, I will enroll in the academy. Lawyer reminded his junior, didn't I tell you, remember to take him to get his identity verified tomorrow, and tour the academy if there's time. Daibun obeyed, okay, but wait, you said you'd take him to the academy, right? She replied while eating the apple, yes, we need to nurture this boy and send him to the academy to study. Daibun hesitated, yes that's fine. He wondered how she planned to pay the tuition. Valier and Lawyer were startled, I'm confused, what's the tuition fee? Lawyer shouted in panic, tuition. Daibun also worriedly said, that's right big sister, with our current income we can't afford to pay Temple's tuition. Valier Jr. immediately thought to himself, I forgot about the poor people, this student absolutely cannot afford to pay a year of Temple tuition. The continent's most prestigious educational institution. Guardia's Temple, where children from famous families come to study. If I convert the value of the Temple's one-year tuition to the current exchange rate of Korea where I lived before, it will be around $100,000. Lawyer sighed and said, hey, can't we Daibun really pay for it with what we earn? Daibun hesitantly replied, that's it. Valier Jr. leisurely drank a jar of tea and listened to what he said. If we subtract the money we got from the gang, big sister, then Valier Jr. suddenly fell into deep thought. How can you call this a gang group while you only sell candy? I'll check this later. He suddenly lowered his voice. I have said many times that if we do that, we will have to close this store. Daibun is helpless, but there is no other way. Valier Jr. shouted loudly, about that. He loudly declared that now he only needs to pay the fee for one semester. Lawyer asked in surprise, what, are you planning to apply for a scholarship? He started to explain, almost the same, now that the hero is dead, the Empire will start looking for a second or third hero, so if anyone can prove their talent, it won't be them, will tuition be waived for that person. In fact, as long as someone has outstanding talent, Temple will be willing to waive tuition for them, and even if I'm the lowest level devil, I'm still a devil. Valier Jr. excitedly continued, as soon as I study there, I'm sure I will have at least one talent. She immediately praised, I have confidence, very good, but inside my heart his mind was still filled with thoughts, if things get worse, I just need to use achievement points to make a talent bloom. Daiban suddenly panicked and said, "But, we still haven't solved the problem that our current budget is not enough to pay for study fees. Besides, these days people don't often cross the Silver Gate Bridge anymore, so our revenue is gradually decreasing because of that." It seems like Valier Jr. just came up with an idea. Wait, why don't we change our way of thinking? Daiban curiously asked again, why did he change his way of thinking? Do you have any ideas? He began to explain his idea. If customers don't come looking for us, then we can go find them, a place where people keep coming. And a place where we can easily escape when trouble occurs. Daiban suddenly shouted loudly, "It's a mana ship." Valier Jr. gave an inhuman smile and continued, "If we sell toys there, parents can only buy toys for their children when they moan, begged and begged regardless of whether the toy was defective or not." Lawyer was shocked to the core when he heard that idea, so damn smart, and Daiban admired it. "Oh, wonderful." He quickly walked to Junior's place and excitedly said, "Big sister, you really have an eye for people. I think our future seems brighter. Hey, Reinhardt, I'm sure you'll come in, okay Temple?" And he was looking at Lawyer with bullet eyes. "Lawyer, you were just about to say I'm so damn smart, right? I can't let this go. Should I discipline her a bit? No." Valier Jr. held out his hand and asked, "So shall we do our best now?" Suddenly a slender hand was placed on it. It turned out that person was Lawyer, but they were in a very odd position. Daiban asked in surprise, "Big sister, why are you acting like a dog?" She quickly withdrew her hand and angrily shouted, "Damn, no, I'm not." A moment later, suddenly there was laughter. "Kuaha, drink it." Everyone was gathering around the fire and drinking happily. Valier Jr. cheerfully said, "Ha ha ha, I'm about to get drunk." Daiban poured wine and said, "Big sister said you are a very promising person." Valier shyly replied, "Ah, don't flatter me too much." He immediately announced in an excited tone, "Everyone, let's raise a glass to our new family member, Reinhardt." Everyone shouted at the same time, "Empty glasses, empty glasses, empty glasses." A few minutes later, they were all drunk and collapsed on the spot. "There's only Valier and Daiban left. Let's drink." "Pua, thank you." Valier asked curiously, "Hey, that gang you mentioned just now, who are they?" He asked again with a puzzled expression. "Huh, what gang? It's us." Valier frowned and replied, "Oh, so it's us," but he still had doubts in his heart. I had gone over it before, but it was completely unreasonable. She makes money with the rather large organization she created through sheer violence. And by operating it, she was able to finance an army to infiltrate a magic and noble tool shop. They were also able to support themselves, but Lawyer was hiding the matter from herself. Something. Daiban suddenly raised his voice and said, "Yes, you are right. Have you seen the intersection over there? There is that roundabout, so we are the roundabout gang." "That's it, he." Valier replied awkwardly, "Got it." So he relied on that, but inside he was still thinking, "I have to find out what they are hiding, and I also have a bad feeling." At that moment, Lawyer suddenly shouted loudly, "You crazy people, why did you give the boy alcohol?" Daiban immediately ran away in fear. She became more and more angry. "Hey, drunkards," he trembled and said, "Big sister, why are you here?" And Valier whispered regretfully, "Ah, damn, what a good time." She suddenly picked up Valier. "Let's go to the interrogation room." He mumbled and called out to his brother, but Daiban had to silently apologize but couldn't do anything to help. The sounds of cursing kept ringing out. "I honestly couldn't take my eyes off your highness." Lawyer coldly threw him to the floor and began questioning, "What do you plan to do if you get drunk and cause trouble?" "If your highness dares to do this again." Valier suddenly lowered his voice, "Lawyer, let me ask you something." He then rambled on and said, "It must be very difficult to have a card to maintain both the operating costs of the infiltration army and Temple's tuition fee, if you only sell candy like this, so are there still other sources of income?" Hearing that, Lawyer was so scared that she was sweating. She falteringly explained, "I didn't tell your highness because I thought you didn't know about this. I absolutely have no intention of hiding it from you." Valier replied indifferently, "Really?" Then he glanced at the girl with bullet eyes. "Are you doing things that harm others?" Lawyer raised his hand to cover his face and replied, "No, but sometimes the result would be like that. To be honest, selling candy was just a facade. Our gang also helped the Guardias thieves gather information by pretending to be beggars." Valier grimaced and asked, "Were they a fictional version of a clan or something?" She finally told the truth. "If your highness asks, I will tell you everything. However, I don't think you need to know too much about this. You just need to forget about the gang after entering Temple." He listened attentively to lawyer's words and fell into deep contemplation. In the end, if I could express my talent and get a scholarship, there would be no need to get involved with this roundabout gang. If I had money anymore, I couldn't do anything but stay silent and go back to bed, because she didn't seem to be planning to reveal anything more. And the next day, Valier went with Daibun to the capital's administrative office to get his ID card. He held the papers in his hand and happily said, "It was easier than I thought." Daibun replied, "Of course, I have something for you." Valier suddenly pointed to the other side of the street. "Oh, that side is Temple's admissions office, right?" He immediately replied, "Yes, it seems like every time I pass by this place it gets bigger and bigger," and Valier is still admiring it. "Wow." Daibun said in a low voice, "Oh, it seems like there are a lot of rich people who want to send their children to Temple." He smiled and replied, "Oh, no, that's not true, that side is the consulting office." Valier continued to explain that if he passed the test and proved that he possessed outstanding talent, he would be accepted into the school without having to pay any fees. He was so surprised that he gasped, "Mouth, oh, it turns out everyone is here to complete their own assessments." Valier quickly changed the subject, "But we have to go this way, let's go." The loudspeaker from the system suddenly rang out, "Number 86, please go to door 3, let me repeat, number 86, please go to door 3. The tour guide spoke up and said hello. The two quickly walked over without saying a word. She was surprised and asked, "Do you two know that this is an admission place?" Daibun hesitantly replied, "Well, that's it, I mean," and Valier replied very confidently, "I came here to pay the school admission fee." She suddenly sighed and said, "There are many people here who only pay tuition for one semester because they really want to go to a school like you." He panicked and asked again, "What, am I not allowed to do that?" The instructor immediately looked disdainful. After enrolling like that, those kids would often try to borrow money from other students to pay for their tuition. To prevent that incident, we no longer accept students enrolling with only one semester's tuition. Junior heard those words and immediately thought to himself, "Oh, those are just despicable cunning words, stop." Then he spoke up and said, "Oh, that's it, let's go home, Mr. Daibun." But Daibun still tried to force himself to ask again, "So can we take the test over there?" He tried to argue further, the kid is really a genius or someone possessing supernatural powers. But just a few seconds later, he worriedly asked, "Do I need to pay a fee to do the test?" She reluctantly replied, "The test evaluation is free." The instructor slapped the table really hard and said, "Okay, anyway you guys are here, let's do the assessment and test." Valier hesitantly said, "Daibun, really, this is just a waste of time." He immediately comforted, "Don't be discouraged, Reinhardt, just do everything we can." Valier suddenly thought, "I thought you're the one who's discouraged here." She began to give instructions. "Put your hand on the scanner." Valier thought to himself, "Don't tell me they will discover that I am an ultimate devil because of my ability to control demons." He put his hand on it and thought, "Well, there's no way, if I'm really caught, I'll immediately use the ring." The instructor suddenly became panicked. Why is it like this?" Valier worriedly thought, "Oh, come on, isn't this overreacting a bit, should I prepare to run?" Daibun asked curiously, what was going on. She immediately explained, "Sorry, but it seems like it's broken, I'll change it for another one." Daibun turned to ask his younger brother, "Do you really have something?" Valier shook his head and replied, "Don't rely on me, it can't be like that." He looked at the notification system and secretly worried, could it be because I disguised myself as a human? I don't think they found out that I was a demon. After all, she just said she was going to change, just a crystal ball. With this I know my own stats better than others. The instructor quickly brought out another item. "This is a new ball, I have checked its function, this time it will definitely work." Valier reluctantly put his hand on the ball. Daibun eagerly asked, "What's the problem? Is it broken again or something?" She was so worried that she was sweating. It was so strange, just now it was apparently still working normally. She raised her voice and said, Could you hold your hand a little longer this time?" Valier silently speculated, "What is it? Do I have a talent for breaking machines or something like that?" The instructor read the information in the system and was so scared that his face turned blue. She exclaimed in panic, "No way, how is this possible?" The talkative Daibun really wanted to know what happened. "What's wrong?" she stammered. "Gifted." That made him even more curious. "How gifted?" The instructor nonchalantly said, "Aptitude is a lower version of talent. Those who possess this are not enough to be called an outstanding genius, but it shows that they will achieve good results if they pay attention. Just try." Although people with only giftedness cannot be admitted, we often tell our students that giftedness in the counseling process is like a form of service. Valier couldn't believe what he just heard. What is it? She quickly continued to explain, based on the test results, you Reinhardt, I'm sure you were born with the gift of being able to do anything in the world. Based on the results, you can use both divine magic and dark magic. In the Empire's history, there had never been anyone like that. Valier Jr. couldn't understand what he had just heard, so what was that? Daibun patted him on the shoulder and smiled and said, ha 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 see. All 5 finger marks were clearly visible on his back. While he was groaning in pain, Daibun was laughing excitedly. Ha ha, it was such a relief. Valier silently complained, damn, this is not what I want. A moment later in the city square, he suddenly exclaimed in panic, what? Lawyer was equally shocked, his potential was limitless. Only Daibun excitedly said, isn't it great, we will have a great man in the future, just thinking about it makes my heart beat so fast. Lawyer angrily punched him in the face and shouted, shut up, mouth. She then turned to look at Valier and smiled slightly. But he is still immersed in thoughts, infinite potential, certainly created by the plot to rationalize everything. I can choose any path with the points I gain. I can choose melee combat with weapons, or choose magic or archery. Not only that, I can possess any talent if I have enough points. Valier suddenly realized the problem, so this is why this world gives me unlimited potential. Suddenly someone gently touched him and called out, hey. It turned out that person was Daibun. He quickly asked enthusiastically, you didn't seem very happy. Valier called out in surprise, Daibun. Then he wryly said, I'm happy, now I'm no longer a burden to the club. Daibun proudly said with his hands on his hips, well, after all, it was all thanks to me. Without me how would you know your potential? He arrogantly continued, haha, you should be grateful to me. Valier immediately thought to himself, the storyline is starting. He suddenly fell into deep thought, I plan to join the main storyline next semester. It gives me a headache. At this rate, I will be placed in the royal class soon. The royal class is a special class in the temple, an elite class that says all students receive permanent scholarships. Valier Jr. suddenly remembered familiar faces, with lavish dormitories and many other financial supports. They were geniuses with the right to attend any class without restrictions, natural talents of the Empire. He leaned back and thought to himself, I was planning on pretending to be a normal person for a semester, then trying to accumulate achievement points, but the plot pushed me into Class A immediately. At the same time, suddenly a voice rang out, are you allowed to enter Class A? Valier sadly replied, yes, I am in Class 1A. Alaris immediately applauded, Class A is the most elite class, even among the royal classes. But he nonchalantly replied, yes, the best. She saw that dazed expression and eagerly asked, what are you worried about? Valier replied hesitantly, worriedly. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind, Class A will probably soon be crushed by the main character. The main character of the Dead Demon King, Ludwig, the transfer student of Class 1B, he bravely fought against Class A for mocking the incompetent Class B. And builds solidarity among classmates as they grow. In other words, the majority of Class A students are arrogant and have huge egos. Valier Jr. muttered, I have unlimited potential, I'm very grateful to be appreciated, but I'm a little pressured. Alaris happily spoke up, I know you can do it, Your Highness. But he's still secretly worried, I can imagine the villains I'll meet in Class A. With just this potential, I'm not sure I'll be able to survive if anything happens. Alaris poured water and said, we will support you as much as possible, Your Highness. The temple allows students to leave the school, right? Valier nodded and replied, yes. He frowned and continued, but Alaris, why do you want to send me to the temple so much? She suddenly remained silent without saying a word. Valier questioned, if I become as strong as Sarkagar wants, what if I change my mind and start a new war? Alaris stirred the jar of water and replied, I believe that if you spend enough time with humans, you will gradually grow to love them. He then asked suspiciously, you don't regret it, do you? She quickly replied confidently, I will deal with it when the problem occurs. Valier was startled when he heard her words, I have prepared some clothes for you. In addition to the uniform, you will need more clothes. Alaris raised her hand to her neck and said, and. Then she put her bracelet on Valier and said, wear this. He stammered and said, this is it. Then he looked intently at that necklace. Alaris suddenly asked, do you remember that I once claimed to be third? Valier nonchalantly asked again, this is my first time coming to the store, right? She then recounted how before, yes, many years ago, there were 7 vampire clans that existed known as the Seven, because the Second and Sunday clans had long since disappeared, so their magic has been forgotten, but 5 other families still exist, their names correspond to the elements, their magic has now been passed down through many generations, what you are holding is their family treasure, Valyer raised the necklace and asked curiously, the symbol for the leader, the third night flame, so that means, she is the third family patriarch, Alaris replied calmly, it could be considered that. He immediately wondered, why did you give me such an important thing? She quickly answered, if Sarkagar's ring gives you terrifying power, then this necklace allows you to use fire magic to the maximum of your ability, do you want to try it? Junior thought to himself, allowing me to use fire magic. He clenched his palms. It seems like he still doesn't believe that I can summon magic myself. Valyer Jr. tried to throw a blow, and immediately created a blazing fire. But that fire seems to be very weak. He frowned and asked, why are you so weak? Valyer kept complaining, it was only the size of the fire fired from the igniter. Alaris quickly reminded, I hope you won't overuse the third night fire, he asked in surprise, isn't it good to use too much? She immediately explained that if the user is stronger, it will cause them to have a more negative attitude, I hope you will understand why I gave you the third night flame. Hearing that, he whispered and thought, the reason she brought him was not only worrying about hurting others, she also worried about his own safety. Valyer smiled slightly and said, thank you, Alaris. He held the bracelet tightly and continued, I remember it well. She listened intently to Valyer's every word, I will try not to use it until graduation day. Alaris gave a small, satisfied smile, thank you, Your Highness. A moment later Lawyer gave him something, here, take this. Valyer felt very surprised when he saw a sack of gold coins, what is that, Lawyer? She quickly answered, your allowance, it's tuition money, but now you have a scholarship so you can use it as you like, unlike other people, all I can give you is money. Valyer immediately said, thank you, I will use it wisely, she suddenly bowed respectfully and said, good night. Lawyer continued rambling instructions that made him feel uncomfortable. After that, Valyer had to cleverly chase her away. Okay, you think I'm a child, you should sleep too, Lawyer helplessly replied, then I'm going, of course you're still a child. Recently, Valyer suddenly remembered an important matter. The Demon King is Dead is one of the stories he wrote, it was supposed to have a good ending to satisfy the fans who were tired of his dark and tragic endings. However, he was not talented at writing a happy story, Valyer Jr. lost his mind quite quickly, and the storyline gradually lost its original purpose, so he did that. Valyer went through many plot deviations without being able to understand where the cause came from. In the middle of the story, a portal connecting to another world is opened. And thousands of monsters poured in. The world will fall into danger of destruction. Valyer muttered, damn it, I'm dead. The world will fall into danger of destruction. Valyer bit his nails and thought to himself, what am I going to do, damn it? He held his head awkwardly, should I run away, should I run away and run until everything is over? Valyer kept muttering to himself, no. Why do they have to pay for my stupid actions, really, I need to find a solution. No matter what the case is, I'm still the cause of this mess, I need to take responsibility. He held the card in his hand and told himself, I need to be stronger, get more points, then I need to use editing to prevent the gate from opening. Or I'll defeat the monsters myself, I need to do that. That's right, even if the world is destroyed or whatever, I need to do something. A little later at school. The loudspeaker from the announcement system suddenly rang out, new students, please prepare your student ID card and acceptance letter. New students of the royal class, please report to the dormitory lobby at 1300 hours, I repeat, new students of the royal class. Valyer heard that and opened his eyes wide in admiration. He was just immersed in his thoughts, it caught my eye as soon as I entered the capital, but when I thought about it, my lazy mode setting would be realized like this, I had a feeling I felt like even the lords hardly lived in a place like this anymore. Valyer suddenly muttered, how much money have they spent on all this? A moment later he entered the building, and the inside was even more splendid. Valyer looked around frantically and muttered, what kind of room will I find in a place this big? He was suddenly startled when he saw Ciri's appearance. She suddenly exclaimed in panic, hey, you're a new student, right? But Valyer coldly replied, yes, hello. Sirius quickly shook his hand and cheerfully greeted, "Nice to meet you, I'm Sirius Van Owen, class president of the royal class." Valier reluctantly replied, "Ah, nice to meet you." Sirius immediately enthusiastically asked, "Are you looking for your room? Let me help you. Can I see your ID card?" He had to show the card. "Okay, here." She read the information in the file and excitedly said, "It turns out your name is Reinhardt, you don't have a last name and you're a member of Class A. You're assigned to room A11, go straight to the Class A lobby over there." Sirius quickly warned carefully, "You heard the announcement, right? There will be a welcoming party for new students at 1 p.m. in the lobby. You must be present because they will inform you about the events, regulations that first years need to follow." "Got it, see you later," Valier replied with a smile. "Yes, thank you for your help." After that, he quickly left, and Sirius loudly asked, "If any students need instructions, please come here." Valier frantically searched around. "Let's see, which room is room A11? He was excited when he saw that room. "Ah, found it, here it is. I was told this is how to use it." Valier slowly inserted the card to unlock the door. He quickly admired, "Oh, this is also magic, this is really strange." Valier walked into the room and spoke with a curious expression, "To see what my room was like, I don't remember writing it in a small place somewhere." He immediately exclaimed in admiration, "Whoa, what is all this? It's even bigger than I imagined. Is this really a student dormitory? First the capital and the academy, and now there's also the dormitory rooms, all of which are gorgeous." Valier turned to look at the box and muttered, "What is it now?" He opened the box, complaining, "Welcome gift, there's no way they could be that thoughtful. Let's see. A map of the academy with dormitory regulations, some simple snacks, a notepad and a pen, so I'm right, it's a welcome gift." Valier lay down on the bed to read that book. "It's good that I have some free time to remember everything." Berus and Ellen, it was in Class A, look who else was there. At that moment the loudspeaker from the system suddenly rang out, "All new students of the royal class, please gather in the center of the hall." I repeat, all new students of the royal class, please gather in the center of the hall. Valier then grimaced and said, "Wait a minute, is it time already? I only remember a few of the characters exactly, but this is a good, basic overview of all of them." A moment later, in the center of the hall, everyone seems to be very excited. Only Harriet was grimacing in discomfort. As for Valier, he was still immersed in thoughts. Whether his memory was accurate or not, even when he was prepared, he could only recognize a few of them. He frowned uncomfortably. He was secretly curious about the people upstairs. Were they senior students of the royal class? In their scary glares, "I'm surprised that there are so many people coming to check. Usually the seniors are not interested in new students, so why do they come here?" The guy next to him suddenly asked, "Are they our seniors?" Because he was engrossed in thinking, someone stepped on his foot. That person exclaimed in panic, Sorry," Valier shouted in pain, "Ah, my foot." He angrily yelled at him. He had to check to see if there was anyone behind him. The boy immediately eagerly asked, "I'm sorry, are you hurt?" "Sorry for stepping on your foot, can you stand?" Valier hesitantly replied, Yes, this guy, is it?" He shyly introduced himself, "My name is Ludwig, how about you?" He coldly replied, "I am Valier." He happily shook his new friend's hand, very happy to meet him, hoping we could get along. Valier said in a low voice, "Yes, sure." At that moment, the announcement system suddenly rang. All the new students were present. Ludwig excitedly said, "I think the welcome party is starting," and Valier suddenly fell into thought. Meeting the main character in my novel, it all seemed like a dream. Sirius happily announced, "Let's start the welcoming party for new students. New students, please go to the chairs prepared in the center of the hall. Please sit down on the chair behind you guys." He suddenly wondered, Class B must have 10 people, but wait, I see there are 11 people. Do they match the numbers because I'm the last person to be separated? But I am the last person in Class A. Valier began to imagine the moment when others were gossiping around him. "Are you the person with limitless talent that we heard about? But how can you have such a weak body? How could someone get into Class A without any talent?" He had to tell himself, "I'm sure this is what will happen. I need to prepare for it." Sirius loudly said, "Why don't we introduce ourselves? Let's start with A1. Valier immediately thought to himself, "That's right, I will find happiness easier to live if I am at number A11. The first person immediately introduced, "I am serial number A1, Bertus de Gardias." Valier suddenly shrank back. Bertus, but normally, he was known to use a fake identity to enter the academy. In the blink of an eye, the fourth person arrived, number A4, Harriet de Saint-Ouen. One by one everyone stood up to introduce themselves. My name is K.A. Voiden, and my number is A10. Valyer reluctantly stood up. Oh, my number is A11, my name is Reinhardt. At that moment, gossip immediately arose. Is it him? He has limitless talents. How can someone get into the royal class with just one talent? I have never seen such a person, anyone like him. He forced himself to end the introduction, asking for it all. Berus was still sitting in his chair, looking like he was very pleased. Ceres quickly spoke up. Next, start introducing herself. B1. Valyer is still timid, everyone is talking too much. What a shame. But his eyes suddenly changed color. He became panicked when he saw the first person standing up. Hey, what? Especially, her. That girl started introducing. Nice to meet you, I'm number B1. Charlotte de Gardias. He was becoming more and more nervous as he listened to the girl's words. Was not supposed to be here. External power rankings do not apply within the academy. Proof of that is that except for Berus and Charlotte, no other royal family is specifically included in the royal class. That means that even royalty can't get into this class unless they prove their talent and skills. If Berus, the first prince, graduates with excellent grades, just for that alone, just gave him a lot of power. And just like that, as the hidden villain of the dead Demon King, Berus de Gardias joining the royal class was the first step in the process of turning his wishes into reality. But, both the first prince and first princess of the empire joined the royal class in the same year. The novel doesn't happen like that. Valyer Jr. continued to immerse himself in thoughts. Perhaps the plot had changed because the princess and I were still alive. Berus should have hidden his true identity, but the prince suddenly let it be known from the beginning. The fact that everything is just an act for him, even if I am the one who created him, still feels so chilling. According to the original, Berus, he awakened 3 talents after Duke Salarian agreed to help him, talents that the Empire, after extensive research, concluded were necessary to acquire in order to reach this level. Master. A talent related to combat, magical sensitivity, and magical control. If just one of these 3 things is missing, it will be impossible for yourself to reach the highest level that a human being can achieve. With that, Berus, after meeting all the necessary conditions, became a sword master. At that moment, there was suddenly a voice calling, "Hello, I'm B6, but Valyer was still immersed in thoughts. This couldn't be any different from a novel. The problem here is Charlotte de Gardias, the first princess. Although it's just a guess, I think both the princess and the prince are in the royal class, but she's in class B as B1. Is it because her talent isn't as good as Berus's, that's why she can't get into class A? But if we only consider skills, that guy can't be A1. It would be quite troublesome if both the princess and the prince were in the same class, perhaps because the academy felt insecure due to the first time many royal family members were in the royal class. At that moment, Ceres suddenly announced loudly, "Okay, since we have finished the introduction, I will now explain the rules of the royal class. In the royal class in particular and the academy in general, everyone is equal except in the case of division between higher class and lower class. Regardless of whether you are a noble or a descendant of the royal family, you are still completely equal to each other. I guess you all know that the academy will not be able to function normally if we are all busy competing, arguing about our family background, right? If any of you intend to cause tension in the academy with your position, you will immediately be warned by the student council president. If you continue to repeat the offense, a faculty leadership meeting will take place. Immediately after that, disciplinary measures will be decided, and I advise you to pack your belongings to prepare for deportation. Besides, we also have a few messages sent from the Gardias Royal Palace." Ceres held a long letter in her hand and cheerfully continued, "Usually this is not allowed, but since this is a special case, I will read it to you. As soon as this letter is published, the following shall apply both inside and outside the academy. Should Charlotte de Gardias or Berus de Gardias be harmed, in any way and regardless of severity, the other side will immediately be disqualified from inheriting the throne. Edict from Emperor Nelia de Gardias." This is not only aimed at Charlotte and Berus but is a message to all of their supporters inside and outside the academy. Valyer immediately thought to himself, in other words, the Emperor was saying, consider the other person's life as your own and compete healthily with each other. It seems that there is a temporary war between Berus and Charlotte, it won't explode. Valyer hurried towards the whispering sound, "But, Your Highness, hey, just tell me, the law says we are all equal, right?" Eric broke his head and stammered as he said, "How could I, with Your Highness?" Berus happily spoke up, "What if you were warned, wouldn't that be much scarier?" He immediately happily replied, yes, that's true. Valier stood from afar observing and silently blaming, that bastard Berus is truly a two-faced scammer. Berus pretended to laugh and said, yes, the northwest of Lafiri is famous for its grapes and wine, right? That guy happily replied, do you know the name Lafiri? What an honor. Valier Jr. thought to himself, look at him, he has successfully tamed a person with just a few words. Suddenly he hurriedly left, please excuse me, Eric. And then he walked up to a girl, hello, are you free? Berus immediately encouraged, you don't need to be so nervous, I just want to greet the others, I'm Berus, I really want to apologize for what happened. He happily said, she should have been A1, but it seems like the board of directors was a bit too cautious. Valier silently wondered, wait, oh, that guy, that's black hair and black eyes. That girl suddenly spoke up in a shy tone, it's okay. It turned out that girl was Ellen, a 2, she said in a low voice, I don't care much about such things. She was originally A1 of the royal class, but was pushed to A2 due to Berus. She kept it a secret. She is a genius with a talent for swordsmanship, also capable of being A1. And her real name, more precisely her last name, Artorias, the hero who single-handedly defeated the Demon King, she is Regan Artorias' younger sister. At that moment, there was suddenly a loud call, oh, everyone is here. He happily introduced himself, nice to meet you, I'm Ludwig, let's come together. Ludwig suddenly became hesitant. But Valier was still immersed in thoughts, the first event had already happened. The main character is looked down upon by others because he carelessly talks to Class A. Ludwig raised his voice and asked, oh, we meet again, Reinhardt, right? Valier had to answer, yes, that's right, you are Ludwig. He excitedly said, let's be nice to each other. He shook his hand and smiled and replied, yes, you too. Valier suddenly smiled mysteriously. Harriet suddenly walked over and said, what a bother, Ludwig asked in surprise, you are. Then he cheerfully said, nice to meet you, you're in Class A4, right? Your name is. Ludwig raised her hand to shake hands, but was brushed away by Harriet. She angrily shouted, if you know how to go away, this is Class A's dormitory. He tearfully replied, oh, shouldn't I be here? And Harriet sighed. Then she quickly continued, I don't know about that. She shouted loudly with an annoyed face, but I knew that I felt bad that a lowly Class B guy suddenly appeared where Class A lived. Ludwig could only mumble but couldn't answer anything. Valier patted his shoulder and said, hey, are you okay? He immediately shouted angrily, Harriet de Saint-Ouen, aren't you overdoing it? She gritted her teeth so bitterly that she stuttered, Your Highness, it was just, Valier suddenly showed a smirk. He immediately thought to himself, Harriet de Saint-Ouen, A4. Harriet was so scared that she was sweating and stammered in response, Your Highness, I mean, and Valier was still attentively observing her and thinking, had magical abilities, was the Duke's daughter Saint-Ouen. She has to show off in front of the prince, it's really tiring. Berus suddenly walked up and cheerfully said, You are Ludwig, right? I'm Berus, Ludwig forcibly replied, Hello Berus. He suddenly glanced at the girl and continued sarcastically, Sorry about that, there are some people here who are very sensitive, I hope you understand. He turned around and walked away, rambling on, If you want to say something, use the pager, if you don't know how to use it, let me show you. Eric suddenly lowered his voice, Hey. He immediately opened his eyes in admiration, Our prince is so kind, truly an angel, with royal aura. As for Valier, he still stood there attentively looking at the notification system. The content in the system is, you have achieved achievements on the first day of studying at the academy, you have received 100 achievement points. He exclaimed in surprise, What, just hearing Ludwig get scolded gave me 100 points. Valier suddenly realized the problem, wait. The system switched to another information, and he muttered, Wait, this bastard. He exclaimed in annoyance, Why are my points so small, what does this mean? Valier quickly lamented, Phew, then I have to choose one, then. He raised his hand and rubbed his head. He continued to immerse himself in thoughts and supernatural powers. I want to use magic, but right now it's a bit beyond my ability. But, when first formed, supernatural powers are very weak, they are difficult to control and require constant practice. I have to contribute more achievement points before buying a supernatural ability, see how it goes and then decide. Although the ceremony to join the royal class is held privately, the rituals are very simple. The principal will introduce us to the homeroom teachers, and we will be taken to private classrooms near the dormitory. The accession ceremony isn't much, the same goes for princes and princesses. At that moment, there was suddenly a loud call, making him jump and concentrate. Valier looked at the man on the podium and continued to think. It was him, the homeroom teacher of Class A. The teacher suddenly introduced himself. I am Mr. Eppenhauser, homeroom of Class A. He immediately said, we have common study time in this room, and on Monday and Thursday, on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, you will study in pre-registered classes. Eppenhauser turned his head to look at Berus and called, A1, to which he obediently replied, yes. The teacher quickly announced his decisions. I will be the temporary class president. Management tasks and opinions will be informed to the teacher by the class president. He also advised that if you want to replace the class president, please discuss and report to the teacher. My announcements will also be transmitted through A1. Eppenhauser suddenly frowned, but there was one exception. If there is a fight, you must notify me immediately. We want to avoid students killing each other as much as possible. The teacher slammed the table hard and said in annoyance, but we can only solve the cases we see, so please be careful, find out the abilities of your classmates. At that moment, suddenly a voice rang out, teacher. It turned out that the owner of that voice was Kono Lint. He raised his hand and asked, what if the teacher didn't intervene? Eppenhauser immediately replied in a low voice, you are a special subject of management. Although you have important value to the empire, you can also be a potential danger. He emphasized every sentence, every word. Didn't you know that when you entered school? Kono Lint stammered and said, what? The teacher suddenly became angry, which means I have the right to punish you all immediately. Specially managed students. Ka also asked, but do you have the ability to do that? Eppenhauser said coldly, that's why I've been doing this for 10 years. Now I hope you all remember my advice to be careful. Valier heard that and was so scared that he started sweating. It's terrible, what kind of teacher is this? The teacher was holding a stack of documents while muttering, that's strange. A11, Valier exclaimed in panic, baby. Eppenhauser said in a low voice, follow me. He stammered and said, me, why me, teacher? A11, Reinhardt. He sat timidly on the chair. Yes, Eppenhauser said seriously, your talents are limitless, your potential is great, but you still have no natural talent. The teacher just gave him the stack of documents and continued, take a look. Valier asked confusedly, this is. Grants A3, has supernatural powers. Clifnum A5, has a natural fighting ability. Grants will take meditation classes and control supernatural powers, and Clifman will take close combat classes. Eppenhauser said nervously, in other words, my friends have special abilities in their own paths. He was so nervous that he was sweating. Oh yes. The teacher gently pushed the glasses up and continued, 11, you have talent in all areas, but there is nothing special. You probably don't know what you should study, right? Valier silently wondered, is he helping me? Eppenhauser kept muttering, a person's talent can be completely different from what he wants to do. I have encountered many cases like that. Compared to them, you can do everything you want. Valier immediately stammered and said, you. He quickly regained his confidence and said, I want to learn a supernatural ability. But the teacher was still hesitant and worried. Eppenhauser asked curiously, I heard that you have many gifts but also supernatural powers. Valier shyly replied, it's an infinite talent, so that must be it. Inside he was still secretly thinking, I said that because supernatural powers are very cheap, but his reaction was so strange. The teacher put the files down on the table and said that according to the law, people without supernatural powers cannot take this class. Royal class is a bit different, but if you can't do anything, you'll be kicked out of class, you understand? He still listened attentively to what the teacher said. Eppenhauser loudly said, then I will try a lesson. This will be your schedule this semester. I will not accept changes. Valier quickly took the stack of documents in his hand and hesitantly said, here it is. The teacher immediately lowered his voice. It was very difficult for supernatural powers to appear just by trying. So you should try other subjects too. He smiled and replied, yes, thank you, teacher. A moment later, in class. Valier slowly walked in, silently thinking about what happened earlier. What is this? He is much better than I thought. He suddenly jumped. Everyone was staring at him. Valier looked at everyone's faces and asked worriedly, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Suddenly there was a call, hey, 11. It turned out that the owner of that voice was Ka. He walked over and mocked, you don't have any talent, do you? Ka Voiden put his hand on the door and asked, are you really that incompetent? Valier looked bored and asked back, yes, then what? He went into the classroom and loudly asked everyone if you were okay with this. This was a royal class. He ignored what he was saying and leisurely walked back to his seat. He was pulling out a chair to sit down when he continued to say that there was no way he could study with someone as incompetent as him. As soon as he sat down in his chair, he walked up to him and asked if our class only recruits outstandingly talented people. How did you get in? Berus also wanted to see his reaction, so he turned back to observe him. That guy still didn't stop talking and even went to Class A, not Class B. He scoffed at him for a while and then asked if that was the reason why he said hello to B10 yesterday. He annoyedly warned him, shut up. Feeling like his warning was insulting him, he got angry and asked, how dare you? He also angrily told me, why are you criticizing me for the manager's decisions? He still couldn't calm down and asked him again if I bribed them or something. They called and I came. Why are you criticizing me now? The anger reached its peak, so Valier angrily stood up and asked him if he was the head of the Academy Management Board or something. Ka's mouth was stiff and he couldn't answer anything. He could only stammer and say, me. Seeing that he didn't answer, he emphasized again the question I asked, were you on the management board or something? He became even more scared and awkwardly replied no, but... Grasping his answer, he repeated it. He walked closer to him and asked, why the hell did you say those words? He was stiffened by your threat and listened to your threat, young Master 10. He then pointed his finger at him and said that he had the ability to store a large amount of mana but had no talent for magic. After releasing his anger, he placed his hand on his head and told him to look at himself before telling someone else. Bastard, Ka could only scream in fear. After dealing with him, he still leisurely sat down in his seat before the horrified eyes of his classmates. Even though he was still sitting there, his classmates gathered together to talk and ask each other questions like, you see, that's really miserable, be quiet, he can hear you. Suddenly he noticed the strange looks in his friend's eyes and then he thought to himself. On the outside he was calm but inside he was wondering if they would now see him as a hot-tempered loser. I'm thinking if I should continue like this. Suddenly he realized Berus was turning down to look at him and smiling incomprehensibly. When their eyes met, Berus turned away and said nothing, making him wonder why that guy was looking at him. Then he wondered why he was smiling. Berus's series of incomprehensible actions made Valier feel uneasy and he told himself that it made him too restless. It's meal time and the students are getting their food and finding each other's friends and eating together. The restaurant is very busy at the moment. Everyone sat with their friends and talked and ate together, while he sat alone while eating, but his eyes never left Berus. While chewing his food, he remembered what happened earlier and grumbled in his heart that that guy looked so distracting. Ignoring Berus, he picked up the sausage and thought, I shouldn't have argued with Ka. He was still very uncomfortable and grumbled in his heart as to why everything was going the way he thought it would. During class time, while taking notes, he got angry and slammed the table on the table, making his friends startled and scared. He radiated a gloomy atmosphere that made his classmates not dare turn to look or approach him to ask about him, but he still didn't understand why everyone was so strange. Outside the classroom are two different atmospheres between classes A and B. Class A has a gloomy atmosphere while Class B has a cheerful atmosphere with lots of laughter, ha ha ha. By the next mealtime, he was still sitting alone thinking that he was being an asshole, and the atmosphere in class was getting worse and worse. Berus and his friends sitting at the table opposite him were chatting when Berus turned to the girl next to him and asked Harriet if he had any magical talent. Being asked suddenly made her startled and then shyly asked again, you have the ability to sense magic and control magic, right? He happily replied her yes. Harriet blushed, coughed lightly, and said we were quite similar. Valier was attracted by another noise so he turned to look just as the other person told Charlotte, try this. She awkwardly waved her hand to show refusal and said sorry, I don't like greasy food. Ludwig didn't understand and asked again. Not letting her respond, he decisively threw a piece of meat onto her plate. Her face turned pale and he only cared about her, saying he had to eat meat to heal faster. She also helplessly picked up each piece and ate it, then told Ludwig, I can't eat it all. Ludwig held his chin and happily told her to eat it all. Valier sitting on the other side saw this scene and thought he was worrying too much. Later, he consoled himself by saying, come on, an introvert like me, why should I worry about extroverts? Once they get used to each other, why should they care about me? At the training ground, everyone was tired of running and kept screaming. The teacher ran while looking at the students gradually becoming exhausted and told them to run, don't stop, straighten up. Grants was exhausted but still tried to run and call for help. The teacher heard her complaints, so he angrily said that this was not an elementary school. If you wanted to complain, just quit school. Valier was also so tired that he couldn't speak but thought. He just finished eating and had to run 20 laps. The teacher still encourages his students' spirit that even if they have fighting, magical or supernatural abilities, they must train physically. Don't be lazy. If they don't meet the Empire's standards, they will be beaten. Slip, remember that. As she ran, Harriet complained that she was going to die. Why did she have to be a magician? Because she was so tired, she didn't have enough strength to finish her sentence. The teacher came up behind her and asked number 3, "Do you really feel like you're about to die?" Suddenly the teacher appeared behind her suddenly, making her startled and not understanding anything. The teacher threatened me that if it was a real battlefield, you would really die. The teacher's threat and terrible expression made her scream in fear. Kya. She didn't dare to be lazy anymore and said, I'm running. The teacher still only replied that he was dead. She still promised me to run away. The teacher did not let go and told him to die. He was running when suddenly a voice called Reinhardt. Looking back, he called Ludwig. Ludwig accelerated to match his speed and asked if you were tired. It was only 20 laps. Then Ludwig sped past him and told him to keep running. He didn't have the strength to speak anymore and thought, it's really strange to play with these energetic people. After a while, he thought to himself that he had to run like this for a whole semester. Suddenly there was a girl running past both him and Ludwig at an amazing speed that made him whoa when he saw her. Looking closely, he realized, oh, it's Ellen, she's so fast. Seeing Ludwig run up to Ellen's level while he fell back behind, looking at the two of them running at equal strength, he thought that it seemed like she was the same in the novel. Ludwig could only compare to Ellen in terms of endurance. After the endurance run, it's time to do crunches. He was angry with a loud scream, "Aaaaaa." The whole class is tired from crunches and groans. The teacher saw them complaining too much, so he scolded them too slowly. Hold your stomach in, don't take your hands off your head. Valet was doing crunches and Harriet was holding her legs and counting to 41. As soon as I met him, I wondered what this was all about. Why did it feel like I was in the army? Harriet also tiredly counted 42. Lowering his head to the ground, he saw someone sitting on the chair and was surprised. Realizing who it was, he thought to himself, it's Charlotte. Looking at her still resting on the chair, he admired her so much, even though she was sick to sit there. The teacher saw that the purple-haired girl next to him was crying and immediately raised her voice to make her cry, using her crying strength to continue bending over. The girl the teacher was talking to also trembled and counted 14. He was also resting inside. Realizing that the teacher had just yelled at his classmate, he felt like he had more strength and persevered in doing more squats, then told himself that if he saw that he was being careless, he would do 10 more repetitions. He continued to crunch with a groan. Suddenly, a scream echoed throughout the training ground. Everyone didn't care and just focused on their work, especially Ludwig and Ellen's group. Ludwig quickly crunched his energy and asked, "Hey, 80 is too little." Ellen, who was holding his feet, was also pulled along by the speed, saying, "No, it's too much, slow down a bit." Harriet found it quite difficult for Valier to do sit-ups, but she still counted 43 for him. After practice, in the men's locker room, Kono was exhausted and dragged himself to his locker with a groan. Eric was drinking water after changing clothes and accidentally heard Kono's tired voice. He turned to look at Kono and said, "But why is this class so tiring?" Kono opened the locker with shaking hands and feet and said it wasn't a big deal. "It'll be fine once you get used to it," ignoring the two of them talking behind their backs while Valier was changing clothes behind him with a haggard look on his face due to exhaustion. Kono said while crying that she had to continue taking this class on Thursday. Hearing Kono say that, he was startled and wondered if it was true. He was helpless but had to accept the truth, so he went back to change clothes and consoled himself that he would be tired again on Thursday. Ka opened the locker next to him and said he didn't seem very healthy just now. He still calmly dressed and then asked why he cared so much. He explained the reason as, "I mean, you look like you're not very good at fighting." After speaking, he turned around and smiled contemptuously, asking why he acted like that in class. He glanced at him uncomfortably and said, "You caused trouble first." He angrily pushed him and shouted, asking, "Why is it that a vile guy like you argues with me if I don't show off?" The whole locker room suddenly became strangely silent after that move of his. Berus and Ludwig also seemed to be about to say something but stopped. He tried to control his anger and said, "Come on, don't make a big deal out of it here." Thinking he had threatened him, he appeared and said to try and argue with me again. He smiled complacently and continued to say that it was nonsense that a guy like him could get into Class A, an incompetent guy. While feeling proud, a hand reached out and suddenly strangled him, causing him to cry out, "Orc." He angrily waved his fist at him and asked if he was deaf or something. He swung that punch right into his chubby face. When people around witnessed that scene, they panicked and ran to stop them. Then someone said there was a fight and quickly stopped them. Ludwig hugged Valyer's arm and told the boys not to fight anymore. Berus hugged his other arm, but he struggled so hard that he also cried out. He struggled to escape but couldn't, so he threatened Ka that if you want to die, try saying it again. Ka was grabbed by Kono and shouted, let go, today I have to kill this son of a bitch. Kono tried to hold him back and said, hey, calm down. The two of them started fighting again and then someone told them to do something, separate them quickly. Someone called the teacher. In Mr. Eppenhauser's office, he was observing two students. Valyer sat seriously waiting for his punishment, but Ka turned away uncomfortably and called TSCH. The teacher raised his hand to push the glasses and said that it was just the first day and they were already fighting. Without letting the teacher finish his sentence, he interrupted the teacher and argued that he hit me first, and this morning he even cursed me. He was thinking to himself that there was a real fight, but why did the teacher show up so quickly? It was definitely because of that devil Louis from Class B2. The teacher seriously told me to be quiet. A 10, I'm not asking you. He was angry when his teacher scolded him, so he only dared to groan. The teacher glanced at him and asked if it was true that I made the first move. He still calmly replied to the teacher that yes. As if gaining momentum, Ka stepped forward and pointed at him, then smiled and said, see, he hit me. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted again because Ka had said something inappropriate about the authority of Temple Academy. He glanced at him in surprise and asked what. He angrily raised his hand and asked what. When did I say that? The teacher doesn't like noise, so he interrupts and tells A11 to explain more specifically. He said that Ka said that my admission to Class A was unfair and fraudulent. Seeing him hesitate, the teacher asked. Then he went on to say that you told Ka that students should not question Temple's decisions. He pretended to be emotional, clenched his fist, then repented and continued, I admit that I used harsh words when I was angry because the academy was criticized because of me, but... The next second he admitted that I was provoked by Ka and therefore I couldn't control myself. He angrily criticized me saying you said that, but that's all he did. Mr. Eppenhauser cleared his throat and said that was enough. He turned to look at Valyer and asked A11, what do you mean when you say A10 is ruining Temple's reputation? He was secretly happy, thinking that he knew right away. He looked down and said number 10. He was still secretly happy because he knew how to make every character happy or angry. Later he cried and told Ka Voiden, in front of other students. His face showed confusion and concern as he looked at him, but he didn't care and continued to declare that he used tricks to get into Class A. His heart was thinking because this is the world he created. He fearfully glanced in the teacher's direction to observe his expression, then Valyer said it was okay if he was the only one who was slandered. Valyer reaffirmed in his heart that he was the author of this novel. He trembled in fear when he saw his teacher's veins on his temples when he heard what he said, but Ka's words defamed Temple's honor. His words were like a knife continuously declaring his guilt, making him just hold his head and tremble. I did not let him go and continued to say that it was an insult to the great Guardia's empire. I could not control my anger. After expressing himself, he immediately stood up and bowed his head and told me to apologize for my haste. Teacher, he clearly understood each character's characteristics, so he thought Mr. Eppenhauser had a characteristic he could take advantage of. Ka was holding his head in fear when the teacher called number 10. Mr. Eppenhauser's characteristic is patriotism. The teacher used a fierce face to ask if it was true. He cried and stammered and said, it was, you. The teacher angrily reminded me that I asked you for the last time, is it true? His face was fierce and he asked me if I was defaming Temple Academy. He was still trembling and speaking without making a sound but just stammering. He looked at him with pitiful eyes without saying anything. He did not accept stuttering answers but repeated the answer I wanted to hear, yes or no. Eppenhauser, a patriot with the utmost pride in the Empire and Temple Academy, he is extremely sensitive to anything that defames the Empire. But, at the same time, C is also a fair teacher with all students. He will realize that Ka spoke thoughtlessly. And I overdid everything. Suddenly the teacher said number 10, you stay here. Then turned around to look at him and said number 11, go back to class. He also obediently stood up and replied yes. As soon as the classroom door opened, everyone looked at him without saying anything. He quietly walked back to his seat. Sitting down on the chair, he guessed that rumors would spread throughout classes A and B, about a certain guy with no talent but a petty personality. He looked bored out the window and thought about it. Suddenly the system pops up with a notification that you have completed the fighting challenge and you will receive 200 achievement points. I'm tired of wondering what this is. The next second you thought that means you don't have to slap the prince anymore. The system again offers different task suggestions such as achieving first place in a 4,000-point integrated physical examination. Seeing this mission, he immediately thought that if he broke Ludwig or Ellen's ankles, he would be lucky. The system again suggested being in the top 10 of the 3,000-point midterm test. He angrily admitted that he couldn't even do it on Earth. The system told me to confess my love for 1,000 points. This time he thoroughly scolded me for 1,000 points because it wouldn't happen. What if I could do it? The system gave him a series of tasks such as writing a love letter to his classmate and being denied 200 points, skipping class all day for 100 points, being fined 100 points, and drawing graffiti on the wall of Temple Academy after curfew, 100 points. He was fed up with the missions. They were all tasks that he couldn't do or he could be expelled from school. Suddenly, Mr. Eppenhauser opened the door and came in and told everyone to be quiet. Kaye sadly walked quietly back to his seat. He looked at him and thought that based on his expression, maybe he doesn't need to worry about being punished anymore. I'm better at arguments or fists than you, kid. The teacher stood on the podium and asked everyone if they had taken their seats yet. Everyone was silent and didn't respond, so the teacher looked at Berus at the head of the table and said, "Number 1, collect the registration forms." He saw that the teacher asked him to help, so he naturally replied, "Yes." The teacher stood on the podium looking down and asked everyone to submit their registration form for number 1. Berus went from table to table and asked if he had finished filling out the form. After collecting a few papers, the teacher told those who couldn't decide to stay, and those who had already submitted them should return to the dormitory. Remember to ask permission from the homeroom or housekeeper if you go out. Everyone rushed out of the classroom with loud chatter like, "Oh my god, that gym session made me exhausted," or yawning, "I'm so tired, I heard there are some delicious dishes in front of school, I won't go no." Suddenly there was a step that stopped. About half are still deciding. Valor frowned and glanced at the place where some noise came from. There was the sound of someone shouting, "Go to hell, you devil!" He wondered in surprise. This voice, was it Eric? He frowned angrily and thought, there was only one reason why he reacted like that, it was so annoying. He peeked out to see Eric cursing at Scarlet lying on the floor. "You incompetent girl, didn't I tell you to stay away from me?" Valor looked thoughtfully at Scarlet's face. The girl had bright red hair and eyes that stood out anywhere. Red, a symbol of bad omen. Eric turned around to walk away but still glanced back and shouted a warning to her, "Get out of my sight, you know." Valor thought to himself, I wrote that she was bullied because of her red hair. Ludwig ran over and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" The two young men passing by saw such a scene and both frowned and gritted their teeth in contempt. Pathetic, it also makes me itchy. According to Alaris, red is a symbol of bravery and courage, but for humans, it is a symbol of bad omen because red belongs to the devil. He remembered the image of Scarlet as a child, poor with torn and dirty clothes, hungry and having to peel food from the trash, and thought to herself, that's why she was abandoned by her parents and wandered around the streets, unlike me. She can only endure this bullying because she has nowhere else to go but Temple. Valor gritted his teeth and silently scolded, being abandoned and bullied because of his hair color, what nonsense. She just wasn't bullied after becoming friends with Ludwig, but I have to watch this scene until then. Besides that, the system board just appeared in front of him. Achievements 1,000 talent points, swordsmanship 1,000 points, archery 1,000 points, magic 1,000 points, weapons 10,000 points, supernatural abilities, see more. He looked and thought, it seems like it's time for me to have my first natural talent. He raised his hand to his chin and thought, to see which profile he should choose. Suddenly he discovered something. He gasped in surprise and shouted, "Wait, didn't I leave this out because it was too strong?" Return to the dormitory. Valor was lying on the bed and looking at the skill table suggested by the system. He pondered for a moment and then thought that it was true that when he was in class, he was shocked and self-suggested that a talent that he had dismissed was also on the list. The reason I dismissed it was only one. He admitted that this was too much like cheating. Basically, you can make the impossible possible by hypnotizing yourself. In his previous life, he himself threw that self-suggestion skill into the trash. An installation exists, but is not being used. He suddenly realized in this life that he said, wait, isn't this the self-suggestion that I got rid of? They recycle discarded materials. His hand quickly clicked by and secretly rejoiced that it required few points, because it was a fictional ability. After buying it, he realized there was something strange, so he unconsciously The system displayed a statistics table of his skills, making him confused and wondering what this was. What icon was next to it? The display board reads Valier Jr., age 17, strength stat 3 points 4F, agility 4 points 3F+, dexterity 5 points 2D-, magic 9 points 9C-, endurance 5 points 9D-, race archdemon, talent NA, skill locked, demon control level 4D, self-suggestion level 0 locked, overall ability assessment of demon lord downgraded, combat ability F. Finish reading the display board, he angrily shouted, "What the hell is this?" He immediately wondered why it was locked, and why it was level 0. He angrily picked up the pillow and threw it at the system board and cursed, "No wonder it's so cheap, you're being led by the nose, your mother is a scammer." The system showed a happy smiley face and he scratched his head and thought that most people with natural supernatural abilities had already awakened their own powers, but occasionally, extremely rare, there were still incompetent people. He was still immersed in the thought that, in other words, he had acquired an incompetent supernatural power. The system again displays a list of talents: swordsmanship -2,000 points, archery -2,000 points, magic perception -2,000 points, weapons -20,000 points, magic -40,000 points, supernatural abilities. He looked at the list and realized that the price had increased. To awaken it, he needed to actively experience an extreme scenario and force that ability to awaken. He remembered when he was at the Demon King's castle and wondered why the standard for awakening wasn't just psychological trauma. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. His achievement points are now 0. He looked at the achievement scoreboard and thought he couldn't buy other abilities right now. The system again presents two options. One is to lock yourself into an extreme scenario to awaken your abilities as quickly as possible. The other is to increase your achievement points to have more talents. He chose the second option and then thought that now he can only do option 2, increasing his achievement points. He thought carefully and thought adding achievement points was very important so he could preserve his talents for immediate use. After reading the assigned task to increase his achievements, he immediately told him to add 200 points if he was rejected after writing a love letter to his classmate. This is a problem with people's faces. They want me to confess and then be rejected. If I refuse right in the middle of the schoolyard, I'll die of embarrassment. Suddenly he realized something and said, "Wait, this." After a while, he smiled sinisterly and thought this to himself. Okay, he is smiling evilly because he found a satisfactory task, which is to confess his love -1,000 points. Temple's main street, in a large and complex educational facility like Temple, is not just a school. It's a large residential community living together with students, so the existence of a trading district is natural. Restaurants, coffee shops, clothing stores, arcades, a bustling area with everything you can imagine. That's why Temple Academy students often choose this place as a place to hang out and date. Kono ate very well and immediately asked Ka and Eric how it tasted. Was it delicious? Eric calmly replied, "For now." Kono saw that Ka looked uncomfortable, so he pushed the plate of cake towards him and said, "What I told you, everything here is delicious. You too, rest a little, eat something." Kono and Ka are commoners, while Eric is a noble. Eric picked up a piece of cake and brought it to his mouth to prepare to eat it when he said he was right. There was no need to get involved with a crazy person. Ka didn't like Kono's current actions, so he was annoyed and said no, "Thank you." Kono was pampering, holding out a piece of cake in front of Ka and telling the plane to come. "Don't be so cold, take a bite." Ka was helpless with his friend, so he took the cake and ate it while groaning. These three people technically didn't become friends that quickly, but they became close very quickly on the first day, and the reason is because temporarily incompetent hot-blooded guy, Class A11, Reinhardt, who started the new semester by cursing and punching his classmates in the face. One of Kono and Eric asked curiously, "Why were you the one being scolded?" The rest followed suit and asked, "What was going on?" Ka looked annoyed and said, "I didn't know. That guy kept complaining about something that I couldn't understand. Anyway, that guy said I was ungrateful to Temple." Eric angrily expressed what he meant by that. Wasn't he the one who upset the royal class because he joined the academy without any talent? These three guys are close because they talk bad about Reinhardt. Ka frowned angrily and declared that anyway, "Just wait, I'll kill that guy." Kono was attracted to the girls passing by outside. The girls were happily talking to each other about the fact that I was only in my first year, so I was in a mess when registering for remedial classes, and then someone replied that I was the same. "I wish I had a day off." Another pair of friends asked him if he wanted to go to the newly opened clothing store. The other girl also excitedly replied that it sounded good, right when I needed new clothes. Kono still looked outside intently and forced her mouth to ask, "Do you guys think the girls in our class are so pretty?" Eric was enjoying tea when he suddenly choked on the water and spat out PBBT. He wiped his mouth and said, "But don't say that in front of them. It's not okay to judge people based on their appearance." Kono observantly said yes, but we are classmates now. Ka pointed the fork at Kono and said not everyone is as kind as the prince. Kono didn't care at all about what Ka said but said I wanted to hear the boys' opinions. Who do you think is the prettiest in our class? One of the 3 people who told me thought she was a princess. Hearing that, one person said stop it, moldy chopsticks also want to use lipstick trays. The other person said I thought it was number 2. Someone was startled and asked her, yes, she is beautiful, but isn't she a bit scary? Another guy said I thought we were talking about appearance. Ka confidently told me that Miss Grants was the right person. Suddenly a girl approached shyly and said please. Eric was startled and thought damn it, did anyone hear that? A girl with blue hair and yellow eyes looked at Kono shyly and asked, can we talk for a moment? Kono asked me back with a shy, red face. The girl replied yes, can we go out and talk? Eric and Ka looked bewildered as their friend was invited out to talk privately by a beautiful girl. Kono lost her composure so she stammered and replied, of course, let's go out. Both of them looked at Kono proudly and walked out, smiling hey. The girl gave something to Kono and he asked for a piece of paper. What was in it? She told him to keep reading. The note was sent to a boy from Temple Academy whose name I didn't know. I liked you at first sight. I wanted to know more about you and could you date me? Waiting for him to finish reading the letter, she asked him if he had a girlfriend. He shyly replied no, still single. She shyly asked what he thought of her. Kono replied with a dazed mind that I also liked you at first sight. Having gotten the answer she wanted, she smirked and said, if that's the case. See you next time. Then she turned around and left. Kono quickly waved goodbye and said loudly yes, I can wait for you all my life, I love you very much. Kono was still immersed in love and smiled unconsciously hee. Eric and Ka pressed their faces against the glass window to look out, making the oncoming passengers a bit startled. Seconds later, the two of them turned around and checked themselves. Eric took off his shirt to check his muscles and wondered if he needed to train more, but at least he still looked better than him. Ka took the mirror and took care of his hair and thought why did he get a girl to confess to him but I didn't, I swear I'm more handsome than that idiot. In a small alley in the heart of the commercial district, there was a person struggling with the clothes and cried out "Aaaaa." He grabbed the shirt that was stuck on his head and scolded Ga, pulling it off immediately. After struggling for a while with the shirt, he finally managed to escape. Valier sat down in the corner and wondered how things had turned out like this. The system screen appeared while he was thinking that he had already sold his life for points. The system notifies you that you have completed a challenge and received a confession from your classmate. You have achieved 1000 achievement points. After reading the notice board, he smiled and said hee. Fortunately he escaped quickly. He smiled contemptuously and told the system that there was no rule that said you had to confess your love as Reinhardt. The system seemed to be stuck, so it was silent for a while. A moment later, the system angrily displayed an updated list of challenges. From now on, unless you encounter special situations, you will have to perform challenges as Reinhardt and receive a confession from him. Classmate minus 1000 points for completion, writing a love letter to a classmate and being rejected minus 200 points, being reprimanded by the teacher minus 100 points, drawing graffiti on the wall of Temple Academy after curfew minus 100 points. Are you annoying and scolding each other? You even changed the conditions. That's dirty play. Later, the system gave him a mission to go on a date with Kono Lint as a beautiful girl haha minus 1000 points. He got angry and his eyes turned red, cursing you're so excited, don't you, do you want to die? He remembered Kono and wondered if it was okay to break a tender young man's heart like this. Although Kono made him a bit angry, he wasn't a bad person. Thinking for a moment, he slapped himself in the face and thought that now was not the time to think nonsense. He only needed 1000 more points to buy another talent. Sitting attentively reading the mission and then analyzing it, he thought that the remaining challenges like dropping out of school would lead to unpredictable consequences of being punished, a challenge that would only be humiliating, not punished. The task he aimed for was to write a love letter to his classmate and was rejected, deducting 200 points. In the end, he decided that if he sold his life once, why not sell it a second time? Late afternoon at the practice site. He stood in front of the practice room door. Then he hesitated and thought it was crazy. Should I do that? The first time I threw away gender because of achievement points, the second time I had to throw away my integrity. He held a letter in his hand and consoled himself that he had to quickly accumulate 1000 more points to buy talent. He had chosen very carefully, so it would be a little less humiliating. Finally, he mustered up the courage to enter the door, but he still thought that being rejected wouldn't cause any rumors, right? Inside the room was a girl with black hair practicing her sword. Because I'm pretty sure this girl won't pay any attention to me later, A2 Eleanor Torius. Valier Jr. exclaimed helplessly. Well, in his mind he thought, achievement points, these are all investments for his future. He then held out a pink letter and said with an unpleasant expression, this is how I feel, please read it. Eleanor Torius took it from him. She read for a while then answered, no, Valier calmly replied, okay. He pushed the door. Then walking out with a triumphant smile, he thought to himself, I knew it would be like that, should I give up and take sick leave? The next day, a woman with a scarred face pointed her finger and shouted seriously, swinging even faster. Fighting with a sword in hand means having to fight in close combat with the enemy, a bearded man standing near her said, turning his wrist out a little more, do you think you can cut a turtle, move so slow? Valier's sweat dropped and silently scolded, damn it. He was practicing but his mind kept thinking, honestly, I'm going crazy. He didn't seem to mind at all. Even in the sword theory lecture just now. I said I only did all this to complete the challenge, so what, I'm going crazy because I keep feeling like Valier's painful past is appearing. Even worse, because the theory of swordsmanship and practice were a combined lecture, suddenly the scar-faced woman suddenly appeared next to him. She asked with an extremely scary face, are you thinking about something else, isn't it, comfortable? Then she shouted, that's so obnoxious, stretch your arms out more, steady your body, okay, your posture is wobbling. Meanwhile, the bearded man is smiling contentedly, it's perfect isn't it, as expected of a royal class student. Even after swinging the sword dozens of times, her posture was still almost perfect, just like I was seeing myself when I was younger, but the scarred woman was still scolding Valier Jr., stand up straight, stretch your arms out, if this were a battlefield, you would be dead already. It was so annoying, I had to stretch my arms even harder. The bearded man kept praising Eleanor Torius, I like you very much. He then thought for a while and exclaimed, that's right, come to think of it, isn't there another royal class student in this class? Then he turned over the class list, let's see, 11, Reinhardt, Valier quickly replied, yes, present. The scar-faced woman asked him vaguely, are you in the royal class? He sprayed glue and thought to himself, what, you took attendance just now, your brain is full of muscles, that's why you don't remember. The bearded man shouted loudly, great, so how about the royal class students sparring today? He asked the two of them, is that okay, you two, are you okay? Ellen calmly replied, yes, and Valier was petrified and laughed it off. The practice match between the two quickly took place. Everyone outside is talking, this is an elite match, we should feel honored to be able to watch, I will remember this day for the rest of my life, who do you think will win? However, Valier Jr. I thought, you guys are placing a burden on me, I will be cut down in a second, so what's there to look forward to? The scarred woman spoke up, I'll stop you two when it's appropriate, so feel free to give it your all, then okay, let's begin. The two people's eyes were completely opposite, Valier was scared. As for Ellen, it was as if nothing had happened. The scar-faced woman said, ready. Fighting. As soon as the words ended, Valier also prepared himself. In his mind he still thought, damn, why do they expect so much from me? That's too much. But not long after, Ellen quickly ran away, making Valier surprised. What? Where, at the same time, was the image of her with bright red face standing next to him. She rushed forward without Valier even having time to prepare. A wooden sword strike suddenly hit him in the head, making him quickly fall backwards to the ground, and Ellen exclaimed, oops. Around Valier's eyes gradually darkened, leaving only Ellen's silhouette looking at him. He thought to himself, Ellen, girl, if you feel angry about the love letter, just say so. He then lost consciousness. A moment later, he woke up with a start and exclaimed, Arg. Valier thought in panic, this is, that's right. During the duel, suddenly a voice rang out, you're awake. He suddenly jumped up. Arg, Eleanor Torius sat by the bed and said, when the lecture ended you still didn't wake up, so I brought you to the infirmary. It's lunch time. Valier glanced at her and replied, is that so? Then I should go eat something. He tried to get up. But he exclaimed in surprise when he saw Ellen so close to him, It turned out that she wanted to help him go. Valier saw that and immediately refused, hey, you don't need to do that, but Ellen didn't care much, just now. She said, if you can block my sword, I will let it slide and point it at your neck to finish. I didn't expect you to be so bad at swordsmanship. Valier thought to himself, is he doing this because he feels guilty? But on the outside he said, I understand. Then he gently pushed himself away and said, I can go by myself. So, you said it's lunchtime, right? Do you want to eat something with me? Valier thought to himself, it's not my fault. No matter how I look at it, it's not my fault, Eleanor Torius replied, okay. He gave a sinister smile and thought, so should I take revenge on him for hitting my head? You fall into the trap. The scene is transferred to another place, with students from all over the continent coming to temple. There are all kinds of traditional restaurants. There is also an area called Oriental in a world setting that I don't know yet. And it is similar to the East in the world, and one of the typical traditional dishes is soybean soup, a very unique dish, Valier Jr. happily said. Yes, that's it. He licked his lips, his mouth was watering. He even thought, luckily I remembered this place after going out to earn achievement points last time. Valier suggested, hey, Ellen, you should try it, she replied with a dark face, it smells like something you shouldn't eat. On the outside, he held the spoon and said smilingly, am I going to give you something you can't eat? Open your mouth, take a bite, but inside he thought, I'm asking for something. Again the debt was hit on the head. Oh come on, open your mouth. Ellen also opened her mouth helplessly. Yeah. Suddenly an extremely horrible scent rushed straight to her nose, surprising her. She lay down on the table and moaned, Urge, Uek, Ugu. Ellen trembled all over. Valier was proud. How delicious, isn't he? He thought to himself, a beautiful 17-year-old student who is cold and aloof. There is never such a thing as forever style, kid. Valier exclaimed, and she slammed her hand on the table. Ellen quickly took a sip of detox water. She asked, why does this smell like that? Valier replied, trying to control his strength a little. Then he turned to enjoy his food. After taking revenge, I should eat it, right? It's been a while since my hometown's food. I need more soju, and kimchi is fine. While eating, he suddenly looked up at Ellen. She is preparing to put food in her mouth. She took a bite and tears flowed endlessly. Valier covered his mouth and looked at him with a smile. He thought, is he trying to eat with that expression because he's hungry? Look at his face, a masterpiece. The sound echoed throughout the room. Pua. Oh, what kind of child is good at eating bean paste soup? Eat this too. Eleanor Torius sighed. I won't eat that anymore. Valier Jr. suddenly thought, he won't eat it anymore. On a sunny day, a voice rang out, here, take this magic formula. In the theoretical magic class, a teacher held a piece of white chalk while teaching, applying that formula here. And then try it and see how it goes. It can't be like that, it's not too difficult, right? Don't be too disappointed, next time it will be twice as difficult. That person's words were like water off a duck's back to Valier, Jr. He confidently walked out and thought to himself, I don't understand this, let's skip class. The teacher panicked and asked, hey, where are you going? At the magic perception training class, the teacher with the catfish beard was instructing Valier. He said, okay, relax your entire body. Now, the entire universe is inside you. Your bodies and minds are becoming one with the universe. His words sound so sublime and profound, yet Valier can still sleep soundly on the carpet. The teacher continued, okay, today's lesson is over. He suddenly woke up. He clasped his hands, wishing everyone a magical day. Valier sat up and thought to himself, I feel comfortable. What happened? When did I fall asleep? Did everyone fall asleep? Why this class? Rated well. In the supernatural control class, the teacher said, okay, let's take attendance. A3, Liana de Grants, she replied, resting her chin. Present. A6, Heinrich von Schwartz, he replied, present. A8, Kono Lint, he also just woke up and replied, present. Valier Jr. was sitting above with his head raised to the sky, whispering to himself. Both his body and mind were exhausted after this class. 11, Reinhardt, he exclaimed listlessly, is present. Valier glanced this way and thought, and there was someone I didn't think of. The teacher exclaimed, B1, Charlotte de Gardias, she replied, yes. The scene shifted to a hand using lightning magic. The teacher cheered and applauded. Very good, Grants, you have the best control in this whole class. I'm concentrating my strength but still responding to the teacher, thank you. The teacher continued, try increasing the force while maintaining that state. Grants replied, yes. Valier was sitting in a corner and thinking, Charlotte de Gardias has awakened her supernatural powers. And only a few teachers knew what it was. She even went with her own teacher as soon as class started. Why is that? Is it an ability that others cannot see? He wondered. While Heinrich was practicing with the fire, he exclaimed. The teacher praised, very good, now try to keep it as long as possible. Valier thought it was possible that she lied about her abilities to be accepted into temple. Does Berus know about the princess's ability? Suddenly a person with short blonde hair asked, "You want crepes from the main street for lunch today, right?" The other person answered, "Yes." She pointed to the front and said, "Try teleporting to the other side." The gray-haired student named Lynette quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am." Valier Jr. continued to think, it could be one of two, or either Berus knew about the princess's supernatural powers, or he didn't know that she didn't have them. After all, it was far from impossible for Berus to do nothing if he knew that the princess had no supernatural powers, and as for that student named Lynette, he teleported extremely successfully, but the suit was left behind. Behind him, his smooth body appeared before my eyes. He shouted embarrassedly, "Kia, don't look, close your eyes." The teacher calmly replied, "I'm not looking, get dressed, Mr. Lynette." Lolandria propped her chin and called out his name, Reinhardt. Valier quickly responded, "Oh, yes, ma'am." Then she asked, "What do you think we should do?" "There isn't much," he cried, "ma'am. You try pushing my spirit to the limit." Lolandria was extremely surprised. "What?" Valier continued, "It's possible that my supernatural powers only awaken in dangerous situations, so I need you to put me in a similar situation without killing me." She refused. "Don't ask for help, such nonsense. If what you say is true, this world is already full of people using supernatural powers." Valier Jr. was speechless. And Lolandria sighed, "Ha, Mr. Reinhardt, I am still allowing you to study in class. But remember that if this continues, you will fail." The sound echoed in the air. "If so, then I guess I have no other choice, really." The scene changes to when Valier is walking down the school hallway. Suddenly a voice called out, making him pay attention, "Hey, number 11. He turned his head emotionally. It turned out to be Heinrich. He asked, "Do you think temple is a joke?" Valier replied in surprise, "No." Heinrich pointed his finger straight at him and said, "Then why do you have supernatural powers when you yourself have no powers?" He helplessly replied, "Is it that difficult to understand? Is it to awaken supernatural powers?" Heinrich frowned, "What? Do you think you can do anything with that infinite talent of yours?" The two of them started arguing, drawing everyone's attention. Valier Jr. continued his words, "I'm doing this because I think I will awaken to something." Heinrich turned around and left. "Ha, whatever, don't show your face to the supernatural class again. I will burn you alive if you appear again, you hear me?" Valier grinned, "Cooking my ass, you can't even roast a potato." Heinrich's veins popped out. "What?" I continued, "What kind of ability makes you so arrogant? Even the ignition can destroy you." "Boy," Heinrich cursed me, "you bastard, you lowly person, do you know that you just insulted a royal family, of the First Dry Dynasty?" Before he could finish his sentence, Valier jumped in, then, "Excuse me, you can't rely on your family background in the temple, have you forgotten the rules? I will report this to the student council if you don't ask when we count to 3. People around were talking, "Oh my god, that crazy guy." He started counting, 1, 2, Dad. Heinrich couldn't bear it anymore and gritted his teeth. Then he used the power of fire and shouted, "How dare you, you arrogant bastard." Valier was surprised. He took another step and said, "You! What are you doing?" He slapped Heinrich's forehead so hard that he exclaimed, "Ah!" He said angrily, rubbing his lumpy forehead, "Why, how dare you touch me?" Valier Jr. replied despondently, "It's called self-defense, weren't you just trying to burn me alive?" But Heinrich was still very resilient and didn't give up. "Ugh, I'll kill you damn guy." However, there was still no harm to Valier. He said, "Do you think I'll just stand there waiting for you, you idiot?" he said and then hit him again. Everyone was extremely shocked by the current situation. Valier added, "If you keep lying to me with that supernatural power, I will knock your forehead again, but because I am a good person, I will keep it a secret for you about you using your powers on your classmates." Heinrich fell to the ground, planted his hands on the floor and cried out, "You!" He intended to take revenge on Valier and raised his fist, "Son of a bitch, and you calmly stood above, jeez." Heinrich once again hit his face on the floor. Valier laughed heartily, "Do you really think that would work?" Heinrich raised his head and scolded, you loincloth." But Valier crushed him under his feet. He continued, "Who told you that I would avoid you? I just want to study in peace, so why do you bully innocent people? Frankly speaking, you should be grateful that I ranked last in the class due to my lack of supernatural powers." Heinrich below was extremely surprised. Valier added, "Your current ability has a range of only 5 meters and takes 10 seconds to activate, and the heat is not even as hot as a campfire. He used 2 fingers to put down on Heinrich's body. Try using that pathetic ability on me again. Instead of tapping your forehead for 10 seconds of exertion, I'll gouge your eyes out. Don't you remember what our homeroom teacher said? Valier smiled and replied, we must be careful with each other. Dinner time, everyone is eating very well. Harriet and Adelia were standing and looking at Valier sitting behind them with very strange eyes. Suddenly someone spoke up and reminded him, don't make eye contact with him, be careful, he will bite you if he doesn't like you. Then Valier Jr. and Heinrich suddenly looked at each other. Heinrich immediately got angry and turned away. And Valier secretly thought, it's because of me that the atmosphere here is a mess, this is a bit too serious. Could it be that the author in his 30s really entered his own novel as a novelist? What a villain. I won't be beaten by retribution and punished by the main character in the future, okay? Suddenly, a blonde person called his name, Reinhardt. Can we chat a bit? That person is none other than Berus de Gardias. He continued asking, do you have time? 2 people sat on a luxurious balcony. Valier Jr. also had nothing to say. Suddenly Berus de Gardias spoke up, Reinhardt, would you like some tea? Valier replied, okay. In his mind, he also thought, I don't think he has any ill will towards me, and I don't mind if I act on equal terms with him anymore. No, I can't know what Berus is thinking, I can't be careless, okay. I don't know what he's going to do to me. He's planning to use physical magic to control me thanks to his powerful swordsmanship ability, but that smile he often uses to deceive others, I don't know. Thinking it was malicious, looking at Berus calmly pouring tea, Valier said, thank you. He replied, nothing. He continued to stir the tea. I called you here because everyone told me to do something to you. So I decided to act as a representative. Valier was surprised, to do something with me, but what did I do? Berus replied, they were afraid of him. He began to explain, of course, I understand where you are coming from. One thing that cannot be denied is that Ka was also at fault, for saying thoughtless words. He took a sip of tea and added, I heard, you didn't do it because he insulted you, but because he insulted Temple. As a student at Temple, I should consider everyone in the academy as equal, but it is true that I still side with Temple because of my loyalty. Hearing these harsh words, Valier thought, what, like this? This is so strange. Suddenly Berus smiled brightly, Reinhardt, I like you very much. Valier sat still in his chair, unable to hold back his thoughts. This is getting very strange. He trembled as he thought, it's even scarier than being threatened with death. What does he want to do? Did my loyal speech move Berus? Of course the prince must be loyal to his country, married, but still. Berus said with a smile, but I think you've gone too far, of course, not because you got into a fight with a noble or anything like that. He couldn't take on the Schwartz royal family without his back. After all, his classmates with rich imaginations would think so. Valier suddenly exclaimed, Berus de Gardias continued to say that, well, maybe he didn't want to attract attention, or maybe he was hiding his family's identity and background, but no matter the strength or talent of his family, it all belongs to you. How many people are strong enough not to be afraid of the Schwartz family? Valier Jr. continued, let alone. Before he could finish his sentence, Berus continued, it seemed that everyone believed that he was a member of a mysterious noble family. Even Heinrich gradually believed it. Of course I knew it wasn't true. Really, Valier hummed in thought. These children's imagination, it's true, those guys should be writing that novel, not me. Berus is gradually becoming more mysterious, so let me ask you a question, Reinhardt. Do you have someone to back you up? Hearing this silly question, he quickly replied, of course not. He crossed his arms and looked away. Besides, I don't want to be that disgusting coward who only dares to swing his fist because he knows he is my back. That answer made Berus extremely surprised. He stroked his chin and asked, oh, I mean, you don't have anything worth mentioning, so you're just angry. Valier replied, that's right. But inside, he secretly thought that, as you can see, he didn't believe that he had mysterious noble blood or some such nonsense, but was still curious about what he was hiding. He thought about a very bad scene. The moment he knew he was a devil, he would surely die, so, the only way to escape was to act like an empty-headed lunatic, he figured. Berus was speechless. He started laughing, ha, laughing so much that tears even came out. He complimented you. Answering honestly like that is smart, Reinhardt. If you claim to have a secret backer then I won't care about you anymore. Valier replied, I could also lie I don't have anyone. Berus continued, maybe that's the case, but still. There is no such thing as a person who doesn't even know how to hold a cup of tea and is a noble. Valier smiled awkwardly. He read my taste by the way he held the teacup. I could feel it too. He was a scary bastard. Berus said, "You should have spoken more forcefully, Reinhardt." He wondered, why. He explained, "Have you ever thought that the moment you were no longer in the temple, you could disappear without a trace because you had beaten a member of the Schwartz royal family?" Valier immediately replied, "Of course, but the lying to the Prince of the Empire won't bring anything good. And in my opinion, Heinrich couldn't touch me, even outside the temple. Killing a student attending a class reserved for royalty in the capital is unacceptable, and if I died, it wouldn't be too obvious of a murderer, is it clear?" Berus de Guardias smiled. He could use the name of the Schwartz family to cover up everything. In his heart, Valier thought, "I didn't even think about it because Heinrich was abandoned by the Schwartz family, but if I told him I knew about it, it would be very troublesome." But on the outside he said, "Of course, he could. But I think this empire can be dominated by just one country. Moreover, he will have to pay the price of defaming Temple's reputation." Berus replied, "Okay. This is the first time I'm talking to a flamboyant person like you. Life at Temple will be very interesting," Valier thought, unable to believe that the first person to like him was the villain of the novel. Berus suddenly put his hand on the railing. "Reinhardt, do you love the Empire?" Valier, sitting inside, immediately replied, "Of course yes." He looked up at the crescent moon. "If so, why?" He replied, "Because of money. They let a poor man live in a palace like this because they think he is something. There's no reason not to love him." Berus asked again, "A poor man?" He calmly said, "Oh, I am a wanderer." "If that's enough to make you hate me, then that's too bad," he countered. "No, I like you even more. Your loyalty has cleared everything up." Then there was a conversation between the two. Berus asked, "Reinhardt, do you know ants?" Valier replied, "Of course." He asked again, "Do you know the status hierarchy of ants?" He replied, "Ants, God, Sioux workers, that kind of thing, right?" He said, "Well, maybe it comes down to queen, warrior, and worker, but it could also be more complex, and there could be other positions as well." He ended up saying, "But I don't care." Valier sighed. So what? In his mind, he secretly thought, what's there to be proud of? Berus asked him back, "Why should we know? They are just ants." He added, "Poor people or commoners, nobles or a leading country, royal blood, grand dukes, earls, marquis or baron, why should I care about such things?" The scenery suddenly became strange with a red color. But then Berus smiled again. "So it doesn't matter if you or Heinrich treat me as equals, everything is the same, Reinhardt." Valier spoke up confused, "You have the right idea, but I'm quite impressed that you said that." In his mind he also thought, "Look at this crazy guy." Berus de Guardias proudly replied, "It's called power, Reinhardt. People with power are free to be assholes." Then he changed 360 degrees, but he was a powerless bastard. His words were different from those of a street kid. "That's not to say you're smart enough to be a poor guy," Valier Jr. continued with a frown. "The world has many types of people." But Berus still tried to squeeze in his words, making him speechless. "Okay, gradually we will discover your secret." Valier spoke up, "But it's true that I don't have that ability. I don't think there's any benefit to you being friends with me, don't you think so? Talented people with empty heads have no value to me, and talent is not everything," he replied. "A person with brains will be 100 times more useful. Of course, to your mind your recklessness is a problem. After all, I can understand because I know how you lived before," Valier thought with a pale face, "but I really am not a poor person. Frankly, my background is similar to yours." Suddenly Berus put his hand on his shoulder and said, "In the end, my words won't change anything." He reminded, "Try to control your temper a little." Valier Jr. replied, "I'll try, but it's just to fit in with those kids." He laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, well, that's fine for now. Reinhardt, he called your name. We will discuss more important matters once I am sure of your loyalty." He smiled, "So, have a good evening." Saying that, Berus left, leaving Valier sitting alone in the middle of the balcony. He thought to himself, "Crazy guy." The scene changed to a bloody one. Valier thought, "That's right, Berus told me to control my temper. He definitely said so." On the surface, he was breathing heavily. "Ha." Mayarten walked up and said, "You don't even have any ability or anything to back you up." To the excitement of Eppenhauser and everyone, Valier cursed, "Damn it, and Mayarten is still arrogant. Why are you acting so arrogant?" With a tired mind and blood flowing from his mouth, he exclaimed, "FCK life, I should have listened to him," he thought. Dusk fell at the academy. Valier Jr. thought, "Today is Saturday, the first weekend at Temple." The conversation with Berus passed 2 days ago. He put his hands in his pockets and thought as he walked, Berus didn't tell the truth about his rumor. Perhaps he intended to find out and then resolve it. Even if we weren't friends, we could still talk freely. He remembered when he passed by and heard rumors from people. He thought unpleasantly. There were rumors that Berus was such a good person, that he was good at treating crazy dogs, that genius. He remembered the time when he saw Ludwig greeting him. Oh, Reinhardt. His friend pulled him into the classroom and shouted, "Are you crazy? Let's go quickly before I punch you." Valor Jr. thought that because of rumors, besides Ludwig, Class B was everyone avoided their eyes. He walked around the academy thinking to himself, there's nothing to do in the dormitory on the weekend, and auto-suggestions aren't possible. Should I report for the first week of admission? He didn't know 2 people were following him. Loyal asked him, "Your Highness, are you satisfied with Temple Academy?" He replied, normal. She stood leaning against the table and said, "I heard that the Emperor and Princess of the Empire both entered Temple." He replied, yes, that's fast news. She asked again, "How are you feeling? Do you think it's dangerous?" He took a sip of tea and replied, "Up until now it's been normal. I can see that the prince likes me." She put her hand to her mouth thoughtfully and said, "This is quite dangerous." Valor Jr. looked at the ring in his hand and replied, "If the situation doesn't go well, I will use the ring to run away." He placed the teacup on the table and ordered, "And, if possible, you must go find out something. Sarsker must act." She wondered, "May I ask what it is?" He remembered Charlotte de Gardia's face. He speculated, the princess seemed to have superpowers. It seemed that superpowers were considered a secret. Lawyer asked again, the princess had superpowers. He said, "This is not urgent, you know, mysteries are always scary." She nodded to obey. "I will give orders to Sarsker." She said again, "As for this matter, don't go to Alaris or Sarkagir yourself." He was surprised and asked why. Was it because meeting people who were not related to him would not be natural? It was already like that. She replied uncomfortably, "That's right, I was just being followed." He banged the table and stood up, shouting loudly, "What, being followed?" Lawyer said it seemed like he was a student in the same class as His Majesty, and had not done anything special. She added that you should pay attention to your actions in the future. It was dark. Valor Jr. returned. He thought, was he carelessly followed? The reason for being followed could be roughly guessed. He thought as he walked, maybe to see how good I am, I will limit going to clubs from now on. It's possible that the prince ordered someone to follow me. A voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, the beggar is here." He saw 4 guys standing in the hallway. Kr. Voiden said, "You fit the pile of trash at your feet very well." A black-haired man asked contemptuously, "You're not a civilian, you're a beggar, right?" Valor Jr. sighed and said, "That's right, I'm the trash that came out of the landfill." Those 2 guys looked at him speechless. He continued, "I came from the landfill, so if you play with me, you will get infected." The orange-haired guy angrily asked, "How dare he?" He turned a black face and looked down on them. "I'm tired of hearing you guys talk nonsense, it's so annoying." He continued, "If I were you, I wouldn't interact with people like me." He asked his accomplices, "What the hell is he talking about?" He put his hands in his pockets, walking and talking. "Now, in front of you is a guy who has tasted all the flavors of life on the streets." Kr. Voiden scolded him, "A dirty bastard living with beggars, don't come near here." He walked in front of that guy, calmly asked, "What do you think those guys will do when they get crazy in front of you?" He shouted loudly, "Stand there, don't come closer." He looked at him threateningly, suddenly rolled his eyes and itched. He felt scared, right? He grabbed his shoulder and warned him, "Don't touch people who have nothing to lose." "I don't know. If he answers you like that, what will you do?" He turned pale and hesitantly said, No. He turned to the black-haired guy again and shouted, "You are also trash. Do you want me to curse you?" "I will curse you." That guy panicked and asked again, "What did you say?" That guy angrily shouted, "You bastard, where did you come from? What can you do?" Before he could finish his sentence, he grabbed his collar and shouted, "Ah!" He put his hand near his eyes and threatened, "Do you want me to take out your left and right eyes for you to see?" He threw him to the ground straight. He said, "You guys think you are more talented than me and come from better families, so you think I don't dare to do anything." Valor Jr. smiled evilly and said, "Next time if you guys want to follow me, just do it, then I promise I'll gouge your eyes out." He patted the black-haired guy's head, then said, "Hey, I'm jealous of you. The last thing you can see is this body." He yelled in panic, "Arg!" He walked past them, waved goodbye. He kindly suggested, "If you're full of energy on the weekend, go wash the blankets and go out and play football or something. You bastards, do something age-appropriate." He smiled and continued, "Let's spend the rest of the weekend thinking about your precious eyes." He closed the door, leaving the students watching in bewilderment. Harriet de Saint Juan gritted her teeth and cursed him, "You crazy bastard." Around the room, Valor Jr. sighed and said, Eerie and Kyre were following him. He changed his clothes, lay on the bed. He thought, the rumor of being a beggar because of his appearance will spread everywhere. Bardas said not to get angry, I better not meet them, that bastard. He continued to think, more importantly, to solve the autosuggestion, how to solve it. He was so busy thinking that he didn't pay attention to the knocking on the door. Now he was angry when the knocking didn't stop but got louder and louder. He jumped off the bed, angrily asked, Why, what do you want to see? You can't help it, so you want to cause trouble. He opened the door and shouted loudly, Someone, do you want your eyes gouged out? He stopped when he saw Eleanor Torius. He shouted, Ellen, why suddenly, do you want to invite him out for bean soup? She looked at him silently. Then she said go to the martial arts training platform. He asked again, who said to come? She replied that I didn't know. It seemed like she was a senior. Right now at the martial arts training platform, a long line of students were doing push-ups following the command of a blonde girl. The door opened and she looked back. She saw Eleanor Torius with Valor Jr. She asked, Is it finally here? She put her hands on her hips and ordered, Why did she just stand there, lying face down? She frowned and asked if she wouldn't do it. Both were silent and said nothing. Eleanor Torius then walked over to the row of students doing push-ups. While Valor Jr. was still standing still, the blonde girl asked, What are you doing standing there blankly? She looked at the students contemptuously and said, Guys, your friend seems to be deaf. Harriet de Saint Juan trembled and wondered, Oh my God, what was that crazy guy doing? The blonde girl shouted loudly, Quickly lie face down, don't you listen to your senior. Valor Jr. turned his neck and looked at her silently. He rudely said, What the hell senior? The blonde girl turned to stone and screamed loudly, What the hell senior? Harriet de Saint Juan trembled and wondered, Oh my God, what was that crazy guy doing? The blonde girl shouted loudly, Quickly lie face down, don't you listen to your senior. Valor Jr. turned his neck and looked at her silently. He rudely said, What the hell senior? The blonde girl turned to stone and screamed loudly, What the hell senior? The blonde girl turned to stone and screamed loudly, What the hell senior? Valor Jr. asked again, That's right, what the hell senior? He asked again. His body was as small as a bean. I punched him firmly, and raised my voice there. The girl clenched her hands and trembled and said, You. She trembled and asked, Do you know who I am? He calmly replied, So do you know who I am? I don't know you either. He raised his hand and pretended to flick her forehead. He gritted his teeth and threatened, If you don't want my brains blown out, then get away quickly. She used her hand to cover her forehead and shouted, Ah. As if she was about to cry, she hesitantly said, Are you treating your senior like that? He replied, If you want me to treat you like a senior, then act like a senior. Go to bed, good children go to bed early. The girl cried and screamed, Remember that, just wait. She ran towards the door, crying as she ran, He sighed, Ha. Then he looked at the students and asked, Aren't you guys going to stand up? One person shouted loudly, Ha. He asked, Explain to me, what is this? One person hesitated, No, because. K.A. Voyden stood up, clicked his tongue and said, TSK, this. After hearing the story, he laughed and exclaimed, What's so funny, is this a tradition in Class A? He remembered the time when the blonde girl bullied the students. He thought to himself, even though the inside of Temple was the same as the status on the outside, in Class A, the seniors who were born as ordinary people would represent the education of the lower years. Even the person who took responsibility this year was Ladina, a girl who had passed the grade level. She warned her not to lose to Class B. If she lost, she would be beaten. He continued to remember, Class A's will to not lose was also under pressure from their seniors. Was it like this, while Class B didn't care at all and even ate snacks with their seniors? He still stood still. Harriet de Saint Juan called to him, Hey, let's go. She crossed her arms uncomfortably and asked him, If anything goes wrong, you are responsible. He asked again, What responsibility? What's wrong with this? What's wrong? She replied, Don't you think our seniors hate us? He asked, What's wrong with hating? She suddenly shouted loudly, What? He calmly exposed them and embarrassed them, went to class and didn't listen to lectures, yelled at them not to let them sleep. If they harassed us, go tell the teacher. If they beat us, report it to the teacher. But, why are you silently suffering here? You have no dignity. He added, I don't even have the self-esteem of a beggar like me. She shouted angrily, It's all your responsibility. I just followed suit. I didn't do anything wrong. You know that. If anything goes wrong here I will kill you. He asked again, what, kill me? He threatened, you can say whatever you want in a low voice, you think I won't hit you, what are you surprised about? Valor Jr. raised his hand as if he wanted to hit her. He said, at Temple, which prioritizes equality over talent, there will be discrimination between high and low status between men and women. If you keep behaving like that, your cheeks will printed a picture of my 5 fingers all week, you know. He put his hand down and smiled and said, only stupid people do those things. Knowing how scared you are is so aggressive. Why do you want to kill me? What is Harriet de Saint Juan shouting angrily? Stupid. She was embarrassed and asked again, don't you dare call me stupid. He replied, that's right, stupid. She screamed, you're the stupid one. At this moment a group of people opened the doors of the training area. A guy with spiky hair walked with Lydia and other students. He squeezed his hand, gritted his teeth and screamed, who just touched my sister? Lydia pointed at Valor Jr. She accused, it was him, the bastard. He looked at her and wondered, what is this? The sister caused trouble and then went to tell on the brother. The guy with the spiky hair asked him, what's your name? He replied Reinhardt. The guy with the spiky hair said arrogantly, okay Reinhardt, I don't know how noble your background is, but I see you don't know how to behave in a noble class. Valor Jr. replied, no. His hair stood up and he asked again, what? He replied, making everyone laugh, I'm not a noble, am I deaf? He continued asking, but he was a member of the royal family. He replied that he was not. Meanwhile, the students following him were bullying the A-class students. Why did he like it? Wasn't it funny to laugh? His hair stood up, asked again that you are a member of the royal family. Valor Jr. looked down on him. What the hell is the royal family? He confidently said, no aristocrats, royalty or anything else. I am a street beggar. Is there anything dissatisfied with me? He asked, street beggar, if you weren't a noble or royal family, what do you mean you wouldn't do it? He calmly replied, if I didn't like it then I wouldn't do it. What's the importance of my status? Either you have no self-respect. He clenched his hands into fists and replied, is that so? Then he punched him in the stomach. He groaned, felt angry, thinking in his heart, you bastard, you. He held his stomach and stepped back, braiding his hair and twirling his arms, saying, I want to hit you now, go ahead, boy. He punched him in the face again. While beating and teaching, he entered the royal classroom. He kicked him and continued, following the tradition of the royal classroom. He punched him in the chin and continued, if it were my time, you would be dead, you know that. He knocked him away, blood coming out of his mouth. Valor Jr. gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Then he swung his fist at him but he dodged it. He exclaimed, oh. He grabbed my head and asked, are you planning to hit my senior? I gritted my teeth and glared at him. Then he got on the pillow and shouted loudly, you damned beggar. He moaned loudly, frustrated. He continuously beat him, making everyone afraid to look at him. He beat and screamed, making the younger brother lose his manners. You want to die so crazy, don't you? He kept moaning, frustrated. He shouted, stop here today. He stopped and asked, what? When did Valor Jr. bend down, his hand placed right on his lower body? He said, you. He continued, he would definitely die. Then he used his hand to squeeze hard. He cursed, you bastard senior. He screamed loudly in pain. My hair stood up and kept asking for forgiveness. Let it go, let it go. When I was still talking softly, he smiled sinisterly and said, don't bother. He squeezed and estimated, the size of your penis is not good, a bit small. He is still screaming Seeing him keep shouting, an accomplice ran over to stop him. He pointed straight at them, then shouted loudly, don't come here, you bastards, stop. He squeezed again, threatening, do you believe me if I twist it? If you take another step and I'll spin it around. If you want to see this guy become a eunuch for life, then keep going. Your hair will stand up and scream He spoke loudly again. He didn't even move away quickly. Did he really want me to twist him? Wanted to take him to Beck Hospital, right? One guy hesitantly asked, where is Beck Hospital? His hair stood up in pain and ordered, stay away, brisket, He begged, please forgive me. He corrected me, saying please forgive me. The male students clutched their crotch in panic, and Harriet de Saint Juan frowned and mumbled, he is crazy, it hurts, to that extent. My hair stands up begging, please forgive me, He smiled and said, fuck, then squeezed his crotch. He screamed Then he stopped and said, it seems like this is enough. He stood up and looked at him trembling. He threatened, I know you will hit me again but next time if you get caught by me, say goodbye to your goods. He continued, I will turn it one full turn until it breaks. Then he kicked him in the face and ordered, "Take your people away." He groaned, frustrated. He looked at Ladia, pointed at him and ordered him to stand there, "Take care of him." She carried him and shouted loudly, "Crazy guy, pervert." He waved his hand and replied, "Yes, thank you for the compliment." A girl suddenly called out, "Hey Junior." He looked back and asked, "Why aren't you going?" She advised, "Don't make the situation worse." He responded, "They beat me, I have to fight back, I can't just sit still." The girl advised again, "Junior, I'm trying to talk nicely to you, there's no one here, can't you act respectfully?" Valor Jr. thought, if that's the case then it's okay to talk nicely. Then he agreed, "Yeah, is there anything wrong?" The girl introduced herself, "I'm Adriana, Class A2 of the Noble Class, your name is Reinhardt, right?" He replied yes. Ladia was now crying while helping the guy with the spiky hair back. Adriana said, "We don't want to do that either, because this is tradition. We were also forced from the previous class to speed up the process. Ladina is a girl, weak girl, she didn't mean to harm anyone, she'll be hurt after this. The seniors made an appointment so she was forced to do it." He asked, "It's okay not to do it, why are you doing this, while all will be hurt?" She explained, "If we don't do it, the third year will visit us. The higher the grade level, the more unable to control the power, then you will do this." She continued, "If this matter becomes big, the seniors will get angry with us and it will be more troublesome for you." He arrogantly replied, "Just tell the third years to come here." She asked again, "What?" He rubbed his neck and replied, "Aren't you saying that someone ordered the seniors to do these things?" He continued to surprise her, "Not today, not tomorrow." He said, "Tell them to come on Tuesday, to be exact, Monday night, at this time, in a certain room." The cup of tea on the table was picked up. A man sitting in the room smiled and looked out. Valor Jr. said, "I want to see if those third years can order Berus the Guardians to lie face down." Berus the Guardians put down his cup of tea and asked, "Taking advantage of my name?" Valor Jr. replied, "Yes." He heard him say that and wondered why he was so arrogant by using his name. He raised his teacup and said, "I know there is such a culture in the royal class, I was wondering why you didn't show up but you already had my eye on him." He drank tea, then asked, "So if the seniors come on Monday, what will you do?" "To be fair, the one who makes me lie down on my hands is you, not them." He smiled and said, "There was a high probability that they wouldn't come, but if they did, there would be something fun to see." He asked again, "Is this fun?" The prince replied sinisterly, "If he didn't lie down, he would be beaten. If that happened, it would be fun. If it didn't happen, it would be fun." He imagined him raising his face and saying contemptuously, "If you don't do it, what are you going to do?" The student hesitated, "That." He imagined another scenario. He put his hands on the floor while the student tried to stop him. Prince." Then he said, "If you obediently lay down with your hands on your hands, I don't know if they would still have a heart attack." Berus the Guardians propped his chin on his hand and continued smiling, "Okay, but taking advantage of the Imperial Prince's name is a heinous crime. I'm not a student in the same year as you, but a prince." He asked, "Is that what you said?" In his heart he was thinking, "Damn it, are you crazy? Just put on the ring and run away." He poured more tea into his cup and made a condition for him. If it was like before, he would banish the 3 clans. "Honestly, I don't want it either. Since you've taken advantage of me, I have to take advantage of you too. That's it, fair?" He questioned, He said, "I know you shared a few classes with my half-brother." He suddenly remembered Charlotte de Guardias. He ordered, "Follow her. If there is anything mysterious, let me know." He remained silent, then agree, "That's it." Valor Jr. returned. He walked down the long hallway, remembering the time he told them, "Also be nice to them. At that time you responded according to my standards to be good. After all, I saved them today." He clicked his tongue, TSK. He remembered what he said, calling Princess Saint Awana a fool didn't seem very good. He remembered when talking to Harriet, he said, "I will take responsibility, you fool." She gritted her teeth and replied, "I did, don't call me stupid." He thought uncomfortably, that little Harriet, she already told Bertus. He passed by a person, wondering, Harriet de Saint Awan is sitting drinking tea and reading the newspaper. She turned her face away and snorted coldly. He felt uncomfortable thinking that she had just said something to him. He blushed and thought, "Hey, what is it, noble high school girl, if you behave like that, you'll be even cuter." He stammered, You. He thought immediately, that reaction of hers made me spit out a word. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You idiot." She stopped and asked, "What?" She shyly shouted, "What do you say? I told you not to call." He pretended to reply, "I just said that." "Oh, your name is stupid." He continued, "I was just talking aimlessly, just laughing at myself." She asked bewilderedly, "What?" He continued to tease. She said she was very smart, but why was she so stupid, really stupid? She got angry. Harriet de Saint Ouen placed the teacup firmly on the table and shouted, "This is just right." She stood up, pointed at his face and screamed, "Why do you keep provoking me like that? You want to defame my identity so I can receive penalty points, so you did that." He calmly replied, "No, what do I think, where?" She angrily shouted, "Then why do you keep doing this to me? I'm not stupid, I'm not stupid, why do you keep provoking?" He used his hands to cover his ears and said, "It's so loud, it's really fun to tease her." He waited for a long time, then walked away while provoking, just saying something stupid. She reacted like that. If it were her, wouldn't she do it? She angrily clenched her fist and asked again, "Tease." He added, "Very cute." She shyly shouted, "What?" She shouted loudly and questioned, "What are you talking about?" He waved his hand and continued teasing, "I said it's cute, I don't care if it's smart or not, if it's a child then it's okay to be cute." He continued, "You are like a child, I really like it, now go to sleep, otherwise you won't be able to grow tall." She blushed and asked, "What?" He didn't even close the door to his room, leaving her alone in the hallway, wondering what the hell was going on. On the second day of the test, a group of students stood in front of the door of Class 1A, waiting for someone to call, Reinhardt. A pair of white gloves were thrown on the table. The person introduced himself, "Last time you tarnished the honor of Arte Gritties and I, the heir of the Grittis family." The guy with the spiky hair the other day challenged Valor Jr., "So I demand a fight to reclaim my damaged honor." He asked boredly, "The fight?" Ardney Grittis said, "Decide on a place and time, the viewers there will be witnesses to the duel." He hummed, Then he exposed himself. So he was beating his junior when he was beaten. He felt embarrassed when he was beaten, so he wanted to decide the winner with a fierce match. "Is that so?" Ladina angrily pointed at him and shouted, "It's you who broke the law, you bad guy, you pervert. It's illegal for you to ask. I think I've forgiven a lot for someone who doesn't care about my body size and wants to beat me to a pulp." Ardney Grittis replied, "It's too long. If you want to refuse the match and embrace the humiliation, then just do it like this, recognizing you as someone who can only win with that dirty method." Both of them looked at each other, their eyes seemed to be emitting electric rays. Valor Jr. compromises, "Okay, I agree." Ladina is surprised, "Huh." Ardney Grittis is black-faced and threatening, "But remember," he continued, making Valor Jr. smirk, "I won't let myself get hit by a vile attack like last time." Everyone in the class looked at the two of them with worried eyes. Ardney Grittis continued, "I will not give in to you because you are smaller than me." He looked at Valor Jr. and continued, "I will make you remember carefully why seniors exist and what it means to challenge seniors." A moment later, on the stairs, Ladia called, "Hey, talk to me a bit." Valor Jr. asked, "What's going on?" He said, "I have to go to homeroom before the next class starts." She shouted in panic, "This is not the time to relax, are you crazy? Art is a member of Class A3, second year, I don't know what I'm talking about, do you want to die?" He calmly replied, "How could he die?" She shouted again, "You said you have no ability or talent, what are you planning on fighting?" She advised him to quickly go to Ard and apologize. Ard was also planning to forgive him if he was truly sorry. He walked away, laughing and saying, "What's the point in life? If you want to fight, then fight." She called after him, "Wait, you." He didn't pay attention, thinking as he walked, the fact that I accepted this duel like playing with fire was not because I was crazy, because it required an extreme psychological situation. He recalls that, among his current talents, one of his skills to solve is autosuggestion. He glanced at the system panel disappearing, thinking again, "I'm scared but I can't let that skill be a decoration." The notice board pops up, "There is a battle event with Ardney Grittis challenging him to a duel for ruining his honor. You have almost no chance of winning. Purpose, let's proceed with the battle. Victory reward 600 points, loser reward 200 points. Valor Jr. thought that even if this event fails, he will still receive compensation. Because there is almost no chance of winning, he can refuse the match, but just going through with the match will receive compensation. He wondered why he was beaten, even if he was the one who did it, he felt a little sad. 2 weeks after the duel, he looked at the teacher's face and thought to himself, "I've decided to work at the practice room in the first-year Class A dormitory." Valor Jr. continued to think, "I had said before about choosing a Finhauser to be the match observer." The teacher wrote the minutes and said, "There is no problem if it is a match agreed between the litigants. Write down the location, scores and dates." Then left. I sat still and looked at him, trembling, thinking that just standing in front of him would make my whole body tremble. I reported that to the teacher. He remembered, the rumor naturally spread from Class A to Class B. Ludwig ran with him and asked, Reinhardt, what happened? Fighting with the second-year student, is it okay? Class A's seniors seem to have a lot of scary people. Besides, if it's a duel then there's nothing wrong with skipping it, isn't that so? Valor Jr. replied, that's it. I don't want to explain, he recalls, although during physical education class there was sports training. Ludwig continued to ask, wouldn't it be better if he could end with an apology? What if he got seriously injured? He replied, if it was that easy then stop breathing, stop talking. High people don't notice that someone is watching. Charlotte DeGardia's face fell when she heard that. After a while, Valor Jr. dragged his feet. He groaned, ugh. He lamented, the world is spinning. Ludwig keeps talking so he gets more tired. Someone called, hey wait. He turned around and asked, huh, me? Charlotte DeGardias replied, yes, you are Reinhardt. He replied, yes, so what? She gave him a piece of paper and said, check it out. He asked, huh, what is it? Before she could say anything more, she turned around and left. He called back, oh, what's going on? Tell me. He held the paper and thought, even though Berus told him to follow Charlotte. He opened the piece of paper and kept thinking, he gave me this, could it be possible? What should I write? He read the paper, eyes wide open. The note said, I will go to your classroom, stay in the classroom after class. He wondered, he mumbled, what's going on? At the end of class, Valor Jr. sat in the classroom thinking. He sat waiting in the classroom, silently asking, I was waiting in the classroom, what's going on? After Mara, this is the first proper conversation. He remembered Charlotte DeGardias's face, wondering in his heart, that cold gaze, was that her original appearance? The door suddenly opened, he looked towards the door. He said, ah, here it is. Charlotte DeGardias looked at him silently. She walked into the classroom. He immediately asked what to do, just gave me the paper and then left. He continued asking, what's wrong? She coldly ordered him to shut up. She announced to his surprise, I know your true identity. I know your identity. Her words startled Valor. He forced a forced smile, Princess. What are you talking about, Princess? Charlotte sat up on the table next to her, sighed and said, I originally didn't want to hang out with people like you. She turned to look at Valor with disgust. She heard that he was originally a beggar, so I asked someone to investigate. She boldly asked where he came from, what kind of people the place he grew up in, and where that organization was related to. This question made Valor pause for a few seconds. Memories of the place where he used to live suddenly came back and the gang turned around. He monologued to himself, I didn't know they were demons, but I knew, the Carousel Gang. The truth is they were supported by the Thieves Guild. I didn't expect to be able to grasp that much information with those things. Such trivial evidence, as expected of the princess. I feel that nothing can escape her power. At this time, Charlotte stood up and walked closer to him. Don't think about how to justify the criminal organization like those dirty insects. We'll move the city guards before cleaning up the drainage system. Her words made Valor a bit startled. He avoided her eyes and asked what the princess wanted. She held out a piece of paper in front of him, this baby. He was a bit surprised when he looked at the picture she gave him. Charlotte looked at him, looking for this baby. He realized, this is it. Charlotte said, if it's alive, find out where it is. If it's dead, find out where it died, who killed it and why. He recognized the person in the picture, it was him. She said, please periodically report the status of the investigation to me. This is not something like the test at Temple Academy but your top priority test. Don't have the slightest thought about giving this child to Berus. If you do so, of course you will have to destroy your organization yourself, and you must find it. That evening, Valor sat alone, absent-mindedly thinking, I have to find myself. What a wonderful feeling. It seemed that Charlotte thought she had become a beggar wandering the streets, because she studied at the Temple Academy and was originally a beggar, so the princess thought she was the best choice to find that child. At first glance, Charlotte seems to be a very rational person, but in reality, she is not rational at all. Charlotte's eyes just now showed that she has a lot of love for her. He tilted his head up to look into the distance. Charlotte had quickly and meticulously investigated behind her, but it seemed like she couldn't make an accurate judgment. Obviously, when I heard Drew's story, I had to be skeptical about this, but seeing that appearance, it felt like she just wanted to find someone very important, so I ignored it. Because I was so excited to look for Valor, I didn't doubt at all that the person she was looking for was me. I was completely immersed in finding Valor, but if I were more rational and thought more carefully, I might discover it. Present. After meeting and saving Princess Aura into a demon king, the boy suddenly disappeared, and a beggar of unknown origin suddenly appeared at the same time the boy disappeared. Luckily, the princess didn't suspect me, but I'm sorry for making the princess have to find me to that extent. If this continues over and over again, the lie will one day come. It will become a giant sickle that will squeeze your neck, not only you but it will also have a negative effect on Alaris and Valier. But if I clumsily clarified my identity, I had already discussed this matter with Alaris, Valier, and Sarkagar, when suddenly Harriet opened the door and walked in. Seeing Valier looking bewildered, she raised her voice and called out, "Hey beggar." He asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Harriet frowned arrogantly and didn't answer. She raised her hand and laughed, "It's not like I called you, are you a beggar?" But Valier replied, "Oh yes," so calmly, making her not know how to respond. He added another sentence, "I'm really a beggar, why?" She tried to respond, "It's not interesting, are you going to fight? I heard that senior is very scary, I'm sure you'll get beaten up a lot. I heard that senior is very scary, I'm sure you'll get beaten up a lot." Really, Valier didn't care about her and just responded normally, "What if it's true, will I die?" Harriet asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid?" He replied, "Not afraid, but afraid of peeing his pants." She put her hands on her hands and looked dissatisfied, so why did she accept the invitation? She was afraid she would still do it. Valier could only sigh, "How would I know, I just took it around." She turned to scold him, "You crazy person, so I have to come and see you get beaten." He even casually invited, "Yes, remember to come there." Harriet left, still muttering unknown words, and Valier, who was still thinking about 2 words, was beaten. He looked at his palm and realized, yes, whether it was Charlotte or whatever, the most important moment was the match 2 weeks later. He went into the gym. If this continues before he awakens his superpowers, he will be beaten to death. He looked at the other practitioners. After all, he had to get stronger in case he found the gate. From today he had to start practicing swordplay at the gym. He looked attentively at the people practicing and admired, exemplary students who went to the practice room every day and practiced their swords there all day, leaving only the A5 wooden pole, and Ellen. He walked over and grabbed a wooden sword for himself. These people, with 100% certainty, had never talked to each other. Such extremely introverted friends probably wouldn't tell. It wasn't like he had practiced the sword. After all, he had done it well as the book said. He walked up to the wooden stake and was ready to practice, not swinging his arms haphazardly, but learning how to use the sword and being familiar with it. I suddenly remembered the swordsmanship I learned last week, as if my memories were being recreated. He firmly grasped the wooden sword in his hand and rushed to practice with the wooden stake. But his weak body did not allow him to stand. But also knocked back and knocked down. Looking back at the people practicing, they all have high strength and ability to practice. You compare yourself to everyone, probably going too far. Valier just kept practicing. Practice until one person returns. The last person has returned. Since when has it turned dark? The wooden sword still bounced off. And he fell to the ground. Valier looked at his hands, they were all scratched. How could Ellen swing her sword at wooden stakes every day, so patient? His hand was scratched to the point of bleeding. Even if it wasn't because of the first battle, I still have to get used to this training, because I can't always just believe in ideas and be arrogant. He sighed, thinking back, the third-year students didn't come today. They didn't want to touch the prince and yet they forced the second-year students to do that. Trash. Suddenly there was a sound of the door opening. He forced his mouth to speak. Could it be that I appeared right away as soon as I said that? He turned to look. Seeing Adriana walk in, "Hello Junior, so it's you here," he shouted. She gradually walked towards him. "Redine asked me to come," he politely asked. "Yes, what did that kid say to his senior?" She told Redine that he must have prepared in advance. If he kept going like that, he would be crushed into powder. "Please, thanks to Adriana," Redine cried and begged her. Having said that, Valier smiled shyly, such a gentle child that he felt guilty for saying cruel words. She asked curiously, "But what are you going to do? Do you know that within the first 2 weeks you cannot win against him?" Suddenly he said, "I will lose very miserably." Adriana gave advice, "If you apologize now then this thoughtless fight will end. Art is not as bad a person as you think." Valier looked up and said, "I don't think he is a bad person, it's just me. Must have been beaten a bit." His words surprised Adriana. "What?" He still said optimistically, "That's all." She remained silent and said nothing. Suddenly she bent down to pick up the wooden sword, making him wonder, what's wrong? Adriana held her sword in a ready position. Quick, smooth movements without any flaws. Valyer wondered, what is it, why is he suddenly dancing with his sword? Come on, follow me, Junior. Adriana raised the sword before Valyer's eyes and made this suggestion. He wondered and told me to try it. Adriana replied frankly, yes. His hand took the wooden sword from her hand. Nothing was impossible but. He firmly grasped the sword in his hand and took a deep breath. Then he rushed to attack again but was still thrown away. Seeing him fall like that, Adriana asked, "Are you joking?" Valyer lay down and said, "It's better that way." She went to grab the wrist of Valyer, her junior, give her hand. He wondered about her action. Yes. She used strong force to pull his hand, even complaining. There was no strength at all. If so, then there was no point, only the wrist was injured. Valyer begged, "Stop, doing this hurts. I love my pride so much." Suddenly he saw a white light appear. It came from Adriana and Valyer's hands. "This is," she replied, "I don't know." She smiled and told him, "I am a holy knight. I helped you recover from muscle pain and fatigue with divine power. How about?" Valyer looked at his body. It was clearly much better. Adriana said, "Let's try again. It will be much better than before." He was a bit shy but still replied politely to her, "Yes, thank you, senior." You reached out and picked up the wooden sword. "Then I'll try again." He raised the sword in front of him. Valyer frowned at the piece of wood in front of him. "Just like that, I practiced all night. I was so tired." Adriana said, "Your basic physical strength is very bad. Early tomorrow morning, wait for me in the dormitory lobby. I will help you practice your physical strength." The next morning, at 6 o'clock, he was already waiting and yawning. Valyer propped himself up with his hands in his head, thinking, because he woke up earlier than usual, he was so tired. At this time, Adriana also went to Valyer's place. "Wait a long time." "Good morning, Junior. Today you are wearing a t-shirt, long pants and a pair of comfortable boots for training." Valyer stood up to greet you. "Yes, good morning," Adriana said warmly. "We will run now, so let's start first." Valyer started up and asked, "Helping me like this, will I be embarrassed in front of the other seniors?" Adriana wondered, "What are you thinking? And now is not the time to worry about me. We should worry about you." Now his condition is very pathetic. If we use the word weak to describe him, it would be a mistake to use the word weak. Her words are like a knife piercing Valyer's heart. He said, "Have you ever heard violence equal to the truth?" "Not yet." Adriana said, "I don't know what you're talking about, but try your best anyway. If you've warmed up, then let's get started." The two started running to improve their health. Adriana ran ahead and turned down to look at Valyer, who was running and breathing heavily, and called out, "Junior, your condition is really serious. Hurry up, I'm also practicing. My juniors are getting in my way." Valyer asked as he ran. The atmosphere was really strange. Adriana ran and used magic on him. "If you think about it, you definitely broke the law." Valyer said with difficulty, "If all the Paladin students participated in the marathon, they would all win." Adriana said helplessly, out of breath but still talking nonsense. Ludwig, his junior, ran with all his might around the temple. He said while breathing heavily, "That guy was originally like that. His physical strength was like a locomotive rushing towards its destination." For 3 hours, we worked together to build the physical strength and strength needed to practice swordplay. Valyer was so tired that he was nauseous, but Adriana always helped him use magic in time. If I was tired or fainted, Ariana would help me recover with holy magic. And before returning, Adriana reminded him that now if you want to endure the intense training sessions, you must increase the amount of food you eat, so eat often and eat a lot, Valyer said while breathing heavily. His body was normal but his mind was tired. The senior said that and ended the training session. He went home with a tired mind. He still had to wait a little longer before it was time to eat, but there were ingredients in the kitchen and the students could use them and find something to eat. The Royal Class Specialized Cafeteria is responsible for the meals and nutrition of all students in the Royal Class. There are many delicious dishes and a senior chef in charge. There are all kinds of simple dishes for late-night snacks and breaks. There are cooking ingredients available and students can ask the chefs to cook dishes according to their own needs. And, there was a girl sitting there devouring food. That is, Ellen is here. Valyer looked at her greedily eating and thought to himself, "It's not that I didn't know about this, but every morning after exercising he was hungry so he just found something to eat. It was so reasonable, but I remember he also eats more breakfast than others. He also exercises but consumes so much energy." He went to wonder to Ellen, could it be that there were only so many snacks left? She only replied yes, it was only beef jerky. She said there were no more cakes and other things. Valyer asked if that was delicious. She simply replied that was fine. Valier saw that she didn't talk much but seemed to ignore him, so he only left one sentence, "Okay, eat more," then turned around and left, thinking to himself, I don't want to steal his food. He walked to the kitchen and had to admire the inside area. The kitchen was also neat and tidy. With enough cooking ingredients, he was tired of doing something simple, so he opened the egg tray, lighter. Then show off your skills in frying eggs for yourself to eat. As he cooked, he suddenly felt inspired to cook. Once you've learned it, you should take advantage of it. The scent of fried eggs already makes Ellen drool. He walked out, holding the pan that had just fried eggs, approaching Ellen's place and calling her, "Hey." He put the pan in front of her and honestly told her, "Stop nibbling on that and eat this with me." He sat down on a chair nearby and warmly said, "Hey, the kitchen is full of eggs and meat, because there's no chef here, and you don't know how to use the kitchen, so that's why you eat that," he said, handing the plate over to you. She gently took it and also replied to his question, "I have never tried it." He put his hand on his chin and teased her. It's true that he's never done it before, so he shouldn't do it right away. He's already finished it without even trying. Ellen quietly listened to what he said without saying anything back. Valier is impotent. If you don't know, you have to learn, but these days the kids are really mean, and Ellen is already drooling over the pan of food. Valier just sat there talking endlessly. "Anyway, eat, I made this myself for you to taste." There's no need for him to nod. She immediately took the fork and put it in her mouth to devour it, grinding. Valier turned to look at her eating speed and wondered, why did he eat so fast? He carefully reminded her, "Hey, eat slowly, eat at a human speed, don't just talk and not do anything." "What should I do? Stab me with a plate?" She simply let it go. Story. "Look at you eating greedily like you're hungrier than a beggar." Valier said, "Hey look, you eat like a pig, just taste it and eat it all." Ellen was a little embarrassed and turned away, because I was so hungry. He stood up and asked her, "Do you know if you have a class with me today?" She simply said yes. Valier reminded her, "Then go have lunch, I'll stand up first." Valier left, his smiling mouth wide open almost to his ears. He thought, "You ate 2 servings of bean sauce soup, your mouth was full of soy sauce. Sorry, I will pray for you." While Ellen looked innocently, Valier's figure left. He went back to his room and stood in front of the mirror. In just one day, the obvious change was unbelievable. Strength increased by 0,5, physical strength increased by 0,6, reflexes increased by 0,3. He is now a beginner hero. He clenched his fist. Although he did not know exactly what happened, his magic power was definitely gone, increased by 0,1. The duel 2 weeks later was just a turning point, because I had no talent, so I was just an empty piece of land. Only his body can develop according to what he believes in. He told himself, he must try to at some point become a person with real power, not just a dirty guy. The duel 2 weeks later involves Berus, Charlotte, and the state of the gate. I don't have time to be lazy, I have to quickly wake up to self-suggestion. At the restaurant, Ellen took a spoonful of food and her face turned red and her hands shook. Valier looked at the way she ate the food and had to admire it. It was true that the food tasted much better than before. If you didn't like it, you could not eat it, but determined to come here to eat, it was truly magical. He looked at her intently eating and thought, could it be because I bought it that she was like that, as if she had the attribute of super liking free food. It's truly legendary. Valier grumbled to Ellen, "This morning you ate more than half of the food I cooked alone, and at lunch you also ate the food I brought. You're more than a beggar, you know." Suddenly being told that, Ellen felt a bit sad but kept stirring the bowl of food with a spoon. She spoke softly, "Then, next time I will buy." Valier was also surprised when she talked to him. The two of them went out to pay. The boss warmly called, "Come again next time." Valier thought to himself, why did he answer as if he was going to have dinner with me for the last time? Actually, aren't I quite good? The gate situation at this time was very chaotic because of the monsters. He realized, the disaster happened because he developed too quickly. Valier took a shower and felt a little sad. The reason he worked so hard to practice was not to annoy his seniors, but to live in case the portal appeared and countless people had to die because of it. He looked down at his shaking hands, but practicing made him so tired that he couldn't breathe and his fingers trembled, so every day the thoughts of cowardice and giving up appeared dozens of times in his head. Then he clenched his hand. The more he did that, the more he had to try to swing his sword one more time and run one more round. He had no right to regret being weak. Now I'm just a hideous person, but I will definitely become a hideous and cruel person. He entered the dock. Seeing Ellen still greedily eating, even Valier was surprised. Wow. It's you again, just after eating my part. What caught his eye right now was Ellen eating a giant plate of sausages. Valier looked around. I had to find something to eat. Let's see if yesterday's food had been replenished yet. He opened the cupboard and saw it was empty. He suddenly screamed, "Why don't you add more?" He turned to Ellen and thought, then, maybe what Ellen is eating. Thinking of doing so, he ran to her and asked, "Could you just eat it like that? Those are sausages stored in cold storage." Ellen simply said, "Sausages can't be eaten right away." He propped himself up and said, "No, it's okay to eat, but you can grill it and eat it." Ellen simply said, "It's too troublesome." He kept trying to say, "Could it be that you don't know how to use the oven?" Lonely, Simple replied, "I have never tried it." Valier helplessly put his hand on it and sighed, "If I grilled that sausage, it would definitely be too salty and inedible. How come I don't have any strength to cook now? My fingers are tired, like it wants to fall off." He called her, "This is not possible. From now on you will do what I say." She wondered, "How?" He taught her how to slice the sausage thinly. "Yes, very well." Valier looked at her and wondered, "Hey, why do you use a professional knife? Do you know how to cook?" She replied, "No, this is the first time." Valier was also surprised with her cooking ability. If she became a chef at this level, she would probably be a famous chef. Next, she did the same with carrots. She agreed and did as he said. Valier taught her step by step, along with words of encouragement. "Now add the rice. That's right, that's right. Now add that. Now stir well so it doesn't stick." Ellen successfully cooked a pot of food. She asked, "Is this okay?" Valier replied, "Yes, it looks a bit strange but the smell is not bad." The two of them sat at the dining table. Valier reminded her, "Remember that when she's alone, cook it later, and if she's around, cook it as I say." Ellen immediately complained, "It's too troublesome." Without hesitation, she grabbed a spoon and put it in her mouth to eat. He panicked, "Don't expect too much, it's still hot." Ellen's face turned red after trying the first bite of food she made with her own hands. Valier also saw this from you. Ellen was so hot that her face turned pink. I had to remind her that as soon as she finished cooking, she didn't care if it burned her or not, but she ate it right away. Because she was so hot, she slammed her hand on the table and cracked it. Valier immediately stood up and wondered, didn't she spit it out or swallow it? Why did she break the table? Wait a minute so I can get you a glass of water. Ellen took the glass of water and immediately poured it down. He asked, "How is it better?" She just said yes. "Even so, it's still much better than eating it raw." "Right, show some respect for me." Ellen turned and said, "I cooked it." Valier talked to Ellen. "Oh my God, you just moved your arm according to my words." She said again, "In fact I cooked it." Valier immediately darkened his face, cursing in his heart, "What are you arguing with me? Do you want to cause trouble? If it's a one-on-one fight, I'll lose and have to endure it." Ellen suddenly raised her voice and said, We're doing it together." After speaking, she pulled out a little of her hair to enjoy the delicious taste of the broth. Her words suddenly made Valier feel a bit depressed. As a compliment, he turned around to show shyness. When he got back to his room, he thought to himself, "Oh my God, little Jenny. Once again, I appeared to be narrow-minded in front of her." He sighed, feeling so tired. Suddenly he noticed in the room. A maid appeared in his room. He wondered, what is it? Why is this servant still in my room so late at night? Could it be that Berus and Charlotte sent this person to investigate me? Suddenly the girl walked closer to him. Valier suddenly saw that and called out, "Hey, what are you doing?" This girl walked past him to the door. Valier called out to her, "Hey." Suddenly she raised her voice, "It's been a long time since we last met, Your Highness." He looked at the maid in front of him, the way she spoke, and realized, could it be that she was the maid carrying her dress to the palace to greet her? "Yes, Your Highness. I am Sarkagar, but right now he is using the identity of a maid to come to you." Valier asked him, "How did you get into my room?" He replied, "It's not complicated at all. Later I will come directly to find Your Highness. The money is information about the princess's superpowers that Her Highness asked about." Valier said, "Is that so? Did you find out? Decide first and then decide whether to conduct an investigation or not." Regarding the princess's superpowers, even within the royal family, there are many rumors, especially the prince's forces are suspecting that it is a lie that the princess has superpowers. Valier put his hand to his chin and thought, having said that, even the prince doesn't know what the princess's superpower is. If so, it's highly likely that only the emperor knows about the princess's superpowers. The homeroom teacher of Class B is also the teacher responsible for teaching the princess about superpowers. He crossed his arms and legs away from him. "So what do you mean by taking a big risk?" Sarkagar replied, "If someone shares a secret then I can disguise myself as one of them. If it is a secret that is only extreme, if few people know, it's very difficult for me to know." Valier put his hand on his chin and thought, whether the superpowers were real or fake, the current situation was very strange. If the princess really has a superpower and doesn't want others to know what it is, then that power is very ominous. Sarkagar also agrees with this. I think so too. Okay, if it's dangerous, don't dig it up anymore. One day the truth will be revealed. He bowed respectfully to Valier. Yes, Your Highness, that is indeed an extremely wise judgment. Suddenly he said, we also have something to ask. This made him a bit startled. Did something happen? Valier replied, well, it's still about the princess. He replied, yes, Your Highness. He was also helpless when he said, the princess is looking for me. This immediately confused Sarkagar. At a building, a voice spoke up, is there such a thing? He said he was extremely surprised because he didn't believe that such a thing would happen. At this moment, someone spoke up, Temple Academy seemed like a dangerous place for Your Highness. Sarkagar was so worried that his face was sweating. He hurriedly said, you'd better avoid it. In complete contrast to him, Valier Jr. was extremely calm. He put his hand on his chin and calmly said, so even if I survive, the club will fly. Hearing him say that, he seemed to calm down again. It was ironic that the debt to the princess had now become a big problem for us. Seeing that he was a bit pensive, he let out a depressed sigh. In his mind he had another idea. A kidnapper like you cannot say something like this. He was visibly upset and said, I know I have to do something crazy to find myself, but I don't know exactly what to do. His face was both wrinkled and showing discomfort all over. Your face, or just fabricate evidence of my death and report it. The two of them continued to discuss with each other. The princess was satisfied with the best answer, but then, not knowing how the princess would appear, he calmly sat on the mattress, crossing his legs in a very innocent way. Say, that's right. At this moment on Charlotte de Gardiaz's side, she seriously folded her hands behind her back. Her eyes were serious and thought to herself, if I handle this, I will likely be executed later, but if I don't do it, I will likely be executed. I was also considered useless and then dealt with. In front of her was a man wearing a white vest and yellowish hair. Suddenly his face became serious again and he said, okay, then do it little by little. He was a bit confused and didn't understand what he meant, so he asked again. Little by little, he said with a firm affirmative tone, right. At this moment he seemed quite scared about something. His expression showed a chilling coldness. He said, they will definitely not do anything to us when they see us working. Other than that, saying that, but inside he thought to himself, damn it, I don't want to become Charlotte's enemy. The pair of royal brothers that make everyone look at them in fear and retreat are Berus and Charlotte. Berus thinks he is useful so he can see his concern for him. If Charlotte sees that she is making progress in her search, Valier will leave me alone. Because of this pair of hypocritical royal brothers, I'm having to endure such damned glory. To me, it's the same for either of them to become emperor. He still kept that cold, serious face and told him, as long as they see us taking action, they will protect us, will not let us disappear. This time he continued, sinking into that line of thinking, even though it's not a good situation, just think positively, at least you won't be stuck between Bertus and Charlotte. He continued speaking, thinking a little more clearly, I am now in a position to take advantage of those two people. When he heard me say that, he sighed a little helplessly, ah. Suddenly Sarkagar's face appeared extremely strange, his eyes turned purple, his eye sockets became darker, from his pupils emanated a terrifying aura, his mouth grinned almost to his ears and spoke in a low voice, I really admire your highness's wisdom. Seeing that he was being teased like that, he showed a helpless attitude and thought to himself, don't use that dignified face to laugh evilly like that. At this time outside, Adriana put her hands on one hip, sighed and said, I didn't expect you to improve after a day. Her face was covered in sweat because she had just finished practicing. But really, that's serious, Junior. He put his hands on the ground and breathed, cough, cough, cough. His breathing became stronger and stronger because practicing was really tiring. Sweat poured down on his handsome face. Under the bright sunlight, he looked up with those cold eyes. Suddenly she came forward and used her body to shade him from the sun. She raised her hand to block the sunlight, then smiled gently and said, come on, rest for another minute and then continue running. Seeing her seem so enthusiastic, he whispered, thinking in his heart, the person who devoted himself to training the next Demon King was an ambitious knight. If Adriana had to go to hell, was it my fault? He blamed himself a bit. He used his strength to put his hands on his knees and slowly stand up. He looked at her and thought to himself, but using supernatural powers would be more effective. Why didn't Adriana use it? I thought about it later. He decided to tell her. As he spoke he interrupted because he was tired. The reason, Senior, didn't train me. What is the use of superpowers? Seeing him suddenly ask, she said a little surprised, huh? After that, she seriously placed her hand on her chin, looking extremely cautious, and said, I don't know if saying this will be considered disrespectful, but using supernatural powers to support development is not natural. It doesn't feel natural. It's like taking a dose of awakening medicine to the point of harming that body. As she spoke, she imagined him practicing and eating for food. Even though his supernatural ability could restore his body, it could not replenish the nutrients consumed during exercise. So I always tell you to pay attention to eating a lot after exercising with the help of superpowers. Hearing her say that, his face was visibly upset. He thought to himself, it's just a stem pea, nothing more. She looked at him seriously and said, if you want to progress, you need to try with your own strength, juniors, sir. After saying that, she put her hands on her hips, her face calm and said, come on, now keep running. His whole body felt sluggish. He walked sideways and said, yes, from afar there are two people laughing at each other, very fresh. He suddenly noticed something saying, huh. He looked at the three of them looking at each other and laughing and thinking, Ludwig. He went to practice early in the morning. Next to him was musical talent Lannian Cesar and archery talent Delphine Itzadra. He imagined him as a front and thought, according to the initial developments, there would be conflict scenes with the Class A guys, who always quarrel about everything. A guy with no talent would dare, what's wrong with being a scavenger? Because I've suffered all the aggression from Class A, so our main character, Ludwig, has become a front. He stood from afar watching them jogging and practicing together, but his thoughts kept coming, looking at the changed developments, such as Ludwig's actions and Charlotte's survival. I found it very interesting, but on the other hand, I also feel quite scared, because I don't know how these things will lead to the butterfly effect. Suddenly Adriana asked him, Junior, what are you thinking about? Are you not going yet? Hearing her question, he quickly replied, I'm going now. Arriving at the restaurant, he was extremely surprised and said, what, you're making food today? His face showed immense doubt. He didn't believe that he could make food today. Eleanor Torius calmly picked up the spice jar, put it in the pot and calmly said, yes. He walked closer and looked in. With a suspicious look on his face, he said, are you tired of me showing off so much? What is today's menu, miss? Picked up a spoon to taste and said, beef stew. I often eat this dish at home. Hearing that, he suddenly raised his voice and spoke with a disdainful tone. He heard that but he had never cooked for himself before. Her face was still the same, always calm and answered, not really. She scooped a spoonful of seasoning and put it in the pot of soup. Just as she was about to put it in, he suddenly asked, what is it? Do you want it in? Seeing that he didn't seem to believe in her cooking skills, she turned to glance at him without saying anything, making him feel a bit chilled as he turned away, sighed and said, I didn't say anything, just do it. At this time, she was annoyed and said, clearly something was missing but I didn't know what. He heard her say that and said loudly, this is overcooked. Will eating this meat make you sick? Square jaw is always not like that. The dish was almost done cooking. She reminded him, wow, it's almost done. Slow cooking is just right for breakfast. He and she scooped a plate of food onto the table and enjoyed it. She scooped a spoonful of soup and put it in her mouth to eat. He leaned back and asked with a look on his face, okay, it's okay to eat, right? She looked at him, said, yes. He sighed and said, of course, who am I? At this moment, he suddenly wondered, but could it be that you can eat all of this? She frankly said, yes, I can eat it all. His face was a bit unhappy and said sarcastically, okay, you good. At the dining table, the two of them sat facing each other to talk. He looked at her and said, you're really lucky to be able to go to Temple Academy. She heard him say that and was confused and asked why. He placed the spoon on the pot of soup and said loudly, otherwise, if you don't eat it alone, the house will collapse. After hearing his answer, she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Suddenly, her mood dropped and she said, I didn't come because I wanted to come. Hearing her say that, he was a little confused and said, She calmly picked up the soup spoon and said, Temple called me. Hearing her say that, he blamed himself a bit and thought to himself, hearing him confide in his own story made me feel a bit surprised. Perhaps, he made a happy face and asked, are you angry? I heard you ask. She shook her head and said, no. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand and thought to himself, no monkey, talking with his forehead wrinkled all over there, making the Buddha statue angry. I admire him so much, I definitely have blood. Just thinking that his face he turned red like a tomato. Suddenly, he couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, seeing him suppress his anger was so funny. Seeing him like that made her extremely uncomfortable. On the outside, she was so calm, but on the inside, she was shocked by his teasing words. She didn't expect him to be such a crazy, stupid person. That's not what he did. He suddenly sweated all over his face and said inexplicably, what is the price to pay for angering Ellen? She and he started practicing with swords. For some reason she told him not to do that. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, saying, "Come on, let's do it again." Ellen had begun to take revenge for the times when she was arrogant and taught others in the past. Ellen began to correct each of his movements. She reviewed each move he made and made her do it again and again until it was correct. Wrong, completely wrong. The position of force was all wrong. "Okay, let's do it again." He seemed extremely upset, but because he had accidentally offended the vindictive girl Ellen, he had to endure it. Hearing a good student tell him to be happy, why was he so angry? I mess with the fire pit. The two of them started sparring with each other. Ellen not only corrected her movements but also practiced together. It was clear that training with a real person would help a lot. He observed her whole body. When they practice together, they don't just practice swordsmanship, they also practice their arms and legs. Whatever can be used must be used. As soon as she finished thinking, she gave him a blow to the knee, leaving him unable to defend himself. Attacking below has a terrible impact on victory. The importance of the arm not holding the sword. I learned many sword moves, attacks and suppression moves. After kicking his knee, she continued to use her elbow to punch him directly in the chin, of course learning in a self-sacrificing way. Then she used the tail of the sword to hit the right side of his face. She pointed the tip of the sword at his chin, her face strangely calm, and said, "You're definitely dead." He was beaten to the point where he couldn't even recognize himself. She said, "I'm about to die. This is so bad." Time passed. Friday, 2 days before the duel. The surrounding scenery was very beautiful. The sunlight gently shone down in the slightly pink sky. At the practice room, Ellen taught her a very strange exercise, which was to hit the side of the sword she was holding. She knocked all the swords in his hand out. She calmly stood there and said, "Every move is everyone will be useless if they don't have a sword in hand, and they will be beaten to the point of crying out." She raised the sword to her face and said, "The exercise just now will strengthen your hand strength to help you hold the sword more firmly. Your hand strength is very weak. This exercise will be practiced over and over again until the day of the duel." As soon as he held the sword up in front of him, she hit it down with a very strong force. She still calmly said that she must not let go of the sword. In complete contrast to her, he seemed extremely miserable and tried hard, trying to hold on to the wooden sword in his hand. He screamed, "My palm was torn." She still calmly said, "It's okay. I've been training for so long that I don't know what time it is anymore." The wooden sword was beaten by her until it broke in half. The sword he was holding in his hand was broken into many pieces. He looked at the sword in his hand and couldn't help but stammer in surprise. What? It was broken, but I didn't feel any pain in my hand. I just felt quite shocked." She held the sword in her hand and walked towards him. As she walked towards him, she said, "Practice swords are very weak and break easily. If the practice sword is too good, it can easily become blunt." He still hasn't recovered when he saw the broken sword. "It broke in half, but my hand didn't feel any pain. It seemed like it was broken several times. Oh my God, my palm was torn apart." She still stood there, encouraging him, "Never let go of the sword." He turned around and walked away, holding the broken sword in his hand and waving it up and down, saying, "It's easier said than done. Let me go get a new sword." She suddenly called him, "Reinhardt, you." Finally, the words that should be said were said and he would lose. Hearing her say that, he was about to say something but then stopped. He reached for another wooden sword and calmly said, "I know I will lose." She suddenly asked, "Do you want to win?" He answered frankly without hiding anything, "Of course. Are there people in the world who want to lose?" He looked at her with confusion. But why did he suddenly ask that? She calmly said, "Yes." She turned to look at him. He was also a bit confused, so he turned to her. The two of them faced each other. She said, "The way for you to win." He looked into her eyes. In her eyes was his surprised look when she said, "There is indeed a way to help you win." At this time there was a sound. "Come on, here's water." "Thank you, Senior." Adriana stood in front of him, still with that look. She said, "Junior, you've worked hard. Maintain your state. From now until tomorrow's match it's best not to do anything else." He held a bottle of water to drink, hurriedly. Phew, yes. He wiped his mouth with his hand and couldn't help but think, finally tomorrow will be the duel. Ellen told him, "Yes, there is indeed a way to help you win," she said while looking straight into his eyes to show that it was certain. He urgently asked, "What was that way?" She turned around and left without saying anything. She turned around and said, He thought carefully about what a duel was. He sat on the ground thinking about the words she said to him. He put his hand on his chin thinking. Then Ellen closed her mouth as if she didn't want to speak. "Let me know that." At this moment he suddenly spoke up, "Senior, I have something to ask you." She was a little surprised and said, "Huh, what is it?" He sat on the ground and said seriously, my classmate said there was a way to help me win the duel. Do you know what that way is? Hearing his question, she was a little confused and raised her hand. He raised his chin to think and then said, how to win? She said leisurely, I'm actually not sure about that. He thought with some discomfort, the way to help me win that even Adriana doesn't know. He suddenly raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, thinking, okay, if you lose you lose, there's nothing serious about it, it's time for the duel. He thought to himself, at the end of 2 weeks of training, his condition was clearly much better than before, thanks to Ellen and Adriana. He had improved significantly. On the yellow board, the information about Valyer Jr., 17 years old, was displayed. Strength 8, F+, to 0.8 has breaking power 5.0, D, to 0.3, dexterity is 5.9, D, to 0.7, has magic power 10.1, C, to 0.1 and physical strength 8.1, C, to 1.6, belonging to the Archdemon race with no talent, capable of dominating level 4 demons, D, level 0 auto-suggestion and swordsmanship. The overall ability assessment is the lowest Demon King level, the combat ability is F+. He read the information on the board and thought to himself, what is the bottom category? What is the assessment of the combat ability to be graded F+, looking even more pathetic? He held the sword on his shoulder, looked into the room and thought to himself, the vague advancement or the suddenly acquired abilities made me more nervous. He entered the room with a wooden sword in hand. He looked around and thought to himself, there are more people coming than I thought. Are the first years sitting over there? Ellen sat alone in a corner, her face looking quite sad. Adelia sat next to Harriet de Saint-Ouen, looking extremely frightened. Everyone sitting around also started cheering. Reinhardt tried his best. At this moment, Ludwig shouted loudly, Vamos Reinhardt. The other guy said calmly, I have the melody in my head. Charlotte sat silently observing her surroundings. He looked at everything around him and the thoughts kept flowing in his head. Except for Berus and Rihanna, all of Class A had arrived. There were also a few people in Class B, and there were people he didn't expect to come, but more than that, there was also Charlotte sitting there staring, really scared. At this moment suddenly Harriet de Saint-Ouen spoke up, Hey, over there. He heard a call and turned around to look. Seeing that, she turned to Adelia and said, Yeah, just know that today you will be beaten to a pulp. Adelia panicked and said, Don't do that, Harriet. He was annoyed and said, Is that so? Thank you very much, she said in surprise. What, thank you. At this moment, Ardney stepped in front of him as if to show a challenge. He thought, it seems like the second-year Class S seniors all came. Looking at the number of people there seemed to be more than 10 people. Could it be that Class B also came? I only know Arde, Adriana, and Redina. The host of the contest spoke up, It seems you're ready, so let's get started. Before the match starts, I would like to confirm the content of the match as follows. Eppenhauser continued to say, In the case of Reinhardt insulting the honor of Arde de Gritties, I will read exactly what is written in the report. He began to read, On Saturday 2 weeks ago, first-year Reinhardt A11, held tightly and squeezed the crotch of second-year Arde de Gritties A3. The teacher had just read this to the participants, they all laughed on the spot. He continued reading, Arde de Gritties thought that action caused mental damage as well as an act of self-humiliation, and wanted to ask first-year Reinhardt A11 to apologize, so he signed up for a duel. Everyone agreed on this, right? When the teacher finished reading, he couldn't help but want to laugh but tried to hold it back. Arde answered him, Yes, because you were too funny. Your words were a bit incomplete, yes. The teacher now spoke up, Each of you should state your own wishes if you win. Hearing him say that, I immediately spoke up and said, I want Reinhardt to kneel in front of his seniors and admit himself was disrespectful, and swore that he would respect and honor his seniors in the future. He continued, And you? Valyer looked bored and said, I hope my seniors will not force me or my classmates to perform unreasonable acts anymore. Apologizing is a matter of course. He continued to say, Okay, the god of war Ares will side with the right people. Suddenly Ardney spoke up in annoyance, Teacher. He raised his hand and said, I want to use the legitimate rights of combatants, I will use my soldiers. Hearing that, he looked towards Valyer and said, Then you choose. I was a little surprised and thought to myself, What is this all about? What soldiers are here? Ardney continued to say, My soldier is third year A7. You say that person's name, Myarton. He walked out and said, Are you the one the prince called when he was there? As he walked out, he took the sword in Ardney's hand. His smiling face looked extremely cunning. Your junior must have a lot of strength, right? He stood in front of him, he looked at him and thought to himself, there are many people here, not because there is also Class B of second year, but Class A of third year is also here. The third years must have been attacked by him. You provoked me and hurt my self-esteem, so I wanted to personally take care of you. He remembered what Ellen said to him. He thought carefully about what the duel was, maybe what Ellen said at that time. He looked at her and a line of thought appeared. The legitimate right of those participating in the duel was to use soldiers, in other words as representative soldiers. Did Ellen mean at that time that she would be her soldier? She saw his eyes looking at her, so she moved a little. He continued to think, but this is the way that can really help me win. With Ellen's level it is really difficult to lose in the hands of these guys. At this moment he was about to say something. Adriana was furious. She couldn't help but think, what's wrong with this person? Did she not like the way her seniors acted from the beginning? Her eyes looked like she wanted to fight for her. Why? There were two people who wanted to fight for me. The teacher began to say, if there are no more opinions, then prepare for a duel. The match will end when a clear result is seen or one side admits defeat. At this time, Reinhardt spoke up. Teacher, I have a suggestion. He asked again, wondering what it was. He said, we will only end the match when one side admits defeat. Okay, he asked in confusion, why is that so? Then he pointed the sword at my face and said, because I have seen the results before, I just want to teach manners to disrespectful juniors. Hearing that, the teacher turned to ask him if Reinhardt agreed to that condition. He calmly said, yes, but I also have a condition. He thought of two people, soldiers on the ground, with the rights of those participating in war. Who would he call, between Ellen and Adriana, both of whom wanted to fight for him? He spoke up and said, I asked the other person to be in a disabled state, and in the end, I still didn't call anyone. He laughed contemptuously when he heard him say that. Junior, are you really planning to fight with me? Adriana sat in the stands and said a little nervously, Junior. Ellen sitting on the side also felt worried. He waved the sword. The teacher agreed to his request. Yes, during the competition Reinhardt would be forbidden to use his left hand. He calmly said, yes. He looked at him and thought to himself, sealing with one hand is truly a disability. If it were me in the past, I wouldn't think of this. He remembered the scene when he practiced with her, but after practicing with Ellen, he realized how important the role of holding the sword in the bare hand was. Realizing this, it proved that all the time spent practicing was not in vain. He started to get ready. He continued to think, even if he did that, the possibility of overcoming the class difference would still be very slim. At this time, the teacher began to speak, so if both sides are ready. When the teacher finishes speaking, let's start the match. The two of them begin to duel. He pointed the sword at his face and said gloatingly, are you scared? He thought to himself, this monkey is completely unaware of him. He decided to take advantage of this good opportunity. While he was being subjective, should I give him a surprise blow? As soon as he rushed forward, he was hit and sent flying away. He was surprised and thought, how can one hand still be so strong? I almost accidentally let go of the sword. He smiled cunningly and said, you are in a weak position. He rushed towards him and started to counterattack. He tried to fight back. While fighting him, he suddenly realized that he was only hitting the sword on purpose. I already knew why Ellen taught me this exercise. He knew he would be like this. He was sent flying away. He began to attack strongly and fiercely. The sharp pain came. I was excited. He was so beaten by him that he couldn't hold the sword in his hand. He landed on the ground with a strong blow. Wah! His whole body trembled non-stop. He stood in front of him and said, what should I do if the sword falls out, juniors? He stepped forward and stepped on the wooden sword. Then he forced the boy to pick it up from under his feet and pick it up. He tried to sit up. The wooden sword flew up from below. He was about to pick up the sword when he kicked him hard in the chest. The kick sent him flying far outside. A sharp pain came. He walked over pretending to care and asked, what are you doing, Junior? That weird smile of his is getting more and more weird. Pick it up. He was joking with him, unable to understand. He tried to reach out to grab the sword. He said as he swung his sword at him, which had no strength or support like him. Luckily, he got the sword back in time so he was able to block his blow. He said annoyedly, why are you so arrogant? Seeing that his attack was broken, he was visibly upset and said, what a bastard. His eyes looked like a genius swordsman. Blood splattered from his hands onto his face. He angrily swung his sword down from above as hard as he could. If he had any reason to aim, he cried out in pain and frustration. He felt comfortable with his achievements. Yes, very good. His moans were full of pain and frustration. He stood from the outside looking in without saying a word. He quickly said, "Say you've lost, say it and you'll be at ease." Your moans were full of pain, pain, pain. The whole audience felt like they were sweating because of the scene in front of them. Harriet wondered why he hadn't told her to stop yet. Adriana cried out in worry. Her juniors and girls next to her covered their faces in fear and gasped. He beat him until his nose bled, but he still maintained that arrogant attitude and said, "Great, he didn't even give up." He felt very hurt right now. He insulted him and said, he wanted to prolong the time to train his spirit. Junior, he was also diligent. Both his limbs and body felt like they were about to break. There was no way he could win. He held the sword firmly in his hand and exclaimed, "Hey, bastard. Even though I couldn't win, I was looking forward to it." He propped the sword against the floor and slowly stood up. "For this uneducated, violent bastard, you stand there with blood all over your face, huh, even if you are beaten and trampled on." He shouted strongly and rushed at him. "Rush at him, you damn trash, no matter what, you have to hit him." He said in confusion, "Ha, this guy is crazy." As he rushed towards him, he thought, the plan to activate superpowers in an extreme state or a situation where he was sure to lose, that plan was completely forgotten in his anger. He thought, I originally had no intention of using the self-awareness skill, but so what, I was beaten by him too much. He thought as he raised the sword high, this is crazy. The moment his sword collided with his blow was blocked by him. His expression was extremely gleeful, taking away his crazy state. Shattered into pieces, nearly 20 achievement points to create the right situation, he cried out, used. A bright light appeared. His sword hit the top of his head. A direct kick to his lower body. The pain made him cry out and gasp. Ardney stood to one side and could only cover his face, not daring to look straight. He remembered the time when he was training. As Ellen said, the power of the training sword was very weak. The possibility of it happening was high, so he didn't use too many achievements, self-aware of success. The pain from his lower body made his whole body tremble. His hands clasped in that area and he cried out, "Damn, you bastard." Both of them stood in the middle of the match and looked at each other. He was about to go pick up the sword, but he ran out from behind him and approached. He thought, absolutely don't let him pick up the sword. If he recovers from the shock, I will die. He used his elbow to hit him hard in the back, causing him pain and his face to darken. He was beaten so much that he lay flat on the ground. He continued to use the sword to hit the top of his head. Valier repeatedly kicked his head with his foot, making him angrily shout, bastard. He couldn't help but think, damn it, just faint, if this keeps up he will recover. He suddenly turned around and kicked him so hard that he was thrown far away. He started to get mad, blood flowed from his nose and mouth. He said indignantly, "Very well, you worthy junior, it's best if you don't beg to surrender." You stood in front of him and said, "Surrender, of course not, I will never surrender," he said in surprise. "What?" He stood there firmly affirming, "I will win, I want to win." He was annoyed, gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think you can win with just that attack? I don't want to be beaten and lose again." The people watching the match at this time felt scared and everyone was sweating. No one dared to say anything. He slowly said, "Okay, losing is sad but kneeling down to apologize is even more uncomfortable, but I have no way to win, and can't think of any way to hit him again." He walked in front of me and said, "What are you planning to do to win against me?" "But I want to win." He walked over and held up the wooden sword. His tone was a bit annoyed and said, "Hurry up and show it to me. No matter what happens, I have to see him lying face down at my feet." No, that's not a wish. It's still not to the point of wishing. In a situation where it's impossible to win, the will to win now appears in him, the determination to win against him, and must firmly believe. Only now have I realized what I have to do. You know what I should do for this match? I have realized how to operate my power. He spoke up. Anyway, he asked again, "What?" My strength has absolutely nothing to do with being forced into any extreme emotional situations. My strength is self-suggestion. He started to take an offensive stance and said, "No matter what, I will win. You have to convince yourself. You have to believe in it yourself." Everyone in the audience was now admiring and saying, "He is crazy, really crazy." Adriana said worriedly, "Junior. Even in an impossible situation, you have to believe." Charlotte watched the match attentively. Ellen was the same. From the beginning until now she had never said a word. She had to do it. "Your own strength, like a child, like a stubborn idiot." He said, looked away and took an attack stance. He rushed towards him as fast as the wind. He said, me. He quickly raised his sword and Lena blocked it, no matter what. We'll also win, he was sure of what he said, awakening self-suggestion. At this moment, he swung his sword so hard at him that he didn't have time to react and was hit by that attack. This was his strength. His blow made him unable to react in time. Being beaten vigorously, he knelt down on the floor and said, "Cough, cough, how could this be possible?" He did not answer him but directly grabbed his head. Wait, 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 he delivered a powerful blow to Myarton's head, making him unable to resist. At that time, everyone in the audience was visibly panicked. The teacher sat watching the match still keeping that face. Adriana and the girl next to her also gasped in surprise. He grabbed his hair and said, "Surrender." He was not convinced and stammered, "What, how is that possible?" Seeing that he wasn't convinced, he grabbed his head and slammed it on the floor and leisurely said, "Okay, if you faint anyway, it's still a loss." Everyone watching the match turned pale. One of them exclaimed, "Whoa," he suddenly said, "I told you so." After saying that, he came close to his ear and said in a provocative tone, "No matter what, I will win against you." Forced realization, he thought to himself, the greater my belief, the stronger I became, because I believed I would win, so I really became stronger. After saying that, he grabbed his hair and pulled him up, his other hand squeezed his mouth, and said in a cheerful tone, "Come on, say it, senior, self-suggestion is such an ability." He pulled his head closer to where everyone was sitting and said, "Even though he had studied at Temple 2 years earlier than me, even though both his physical strength and swordsmanship were better than mine. Let's say, as a third-year student, you lost to a first-year like me, say it." As you said it you laughed cheerfully. He was beaten so much that he couldn't speak. When he saw that he hadn't spoken yet, he turned to look. "What's wrong, don't you want to say anything?" Seeing that he didn't seem to want to talk, he pulled his hair harder and said frantically, "Then let me leave you bedridden." When he heard that, he spoke up, I've lost," he screamed pitifully. Seeing that, he let go of his hand and made him lie flat on the ground. He said with a trembling voice, I was wrong." At this point, the teacher shouted, ending the match. He grabbed his hand and raised it and said, "I declare, Reinhardt wins." Completing the event, dueling with Arte, receiving an additional 600 achievement points after winning, he thought in his heart, "Ha." His thoughts still haven't stopped, wanting him to be bedridden. When Adriana saw this scene, she was extremely surprised. She shouted loudly at him and her junior when she saw him fall hard to the floor. He silently cursed, "Damn it." Valier lay on the bed with an uncomfortable expression on his face. He thought to himself, "It turns out the person lying in bed was me, even though we both fainted, at least after declaring victory, the results probably wouldn't be cancelled." Suddenly he felt someone coming, so he glanced over. It was Adriana. She walked in, pulled the curtain aside and said, "Are you awake?" I was a bit surprised. "Ah, senior." She walked closer to him, placed one hand on his forehead, the other on her forehead, she said. Luckily it wasn't too heavy. He blushed a bit and said, "Ah, yes." After saying that, she sat down on the chair next to him. He wondered and asked her what happened. She calmly told him that he won the duel but suddenly fainted. Hearing her say that, he quickly looked around. Seeing him like that, she immediately explained that this was the recovery room in the dormitory. He looked outside and thought to himself, well, in addition to being in the training room in the house, he was in the dormitory. The dormitory also has a recovery room. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Myarton. Ah, could it be that he is also here? Thinking about it, his face became even more unsightly. She seemed to read his thoughts and immediately said, "That senior is in another recovery room. Could it be that they put the two of them in the same room?" He was a bit surprised but still tried to stay calm. Ah. At this time, Adriana angrily approached his bed, her hands on her hips and said, "But don't talk about that anymore. You just made eye contact with me. You know I will fight for you, right?" The situation was awkward. He shyly turned his face away and avoided it. So what? She continued to say, "Could it be that you just recklessly rushed into the duel in the hope of awakening your superpowers at the right time? I didn't expect that you would have such a silly thought." Listened to her question, he still calmly sat on the bed and said, "The result was good anyway, so didn't I win the lottery?" Hearing him say that made her even angrier. "No." She shouted loudly at him. He really didn't know how to consider anything. She said while imagining his reckless image, this time he accidentally used superpowers. Is it possible that in the next 6 years he plans to continue doing such reckless things to awaken his talent? Listening to her complaining, he felt a bit angry and lay down on the bed, turned away and said, "Sigh, I won't do that." After he finished speaking, he thought, superpowers are special things and in the future I will live on the achievements of other talents. Adriana sat on the side, looking annoyed and said, "In short, don't do that again in the future, and don't be rude to your seniors because of winning this match. I'm afraid you'll continue to do that." After saying that, she turned to look at him with an angry and worried expression and said, "If you do that, I will really scold you." Listening to her, he pulled up the blanket and told her, "I know, I will restrain myself." Even though he was a bit unwilling to be scolded by her, he still spoke, but whatever he said, "Thank her very much." At this time, she calmly said, "I like juniors who get along with everyone better than someone I like, must come out and fight for them." Hearing her say that, he said something teasing, "I'm done with this life so she should give up too." She got mad when she heard him say that, "Oh my god, really?" Then she gave him a punch. Punching him in the head made him scream, "Ah!" As soon as he was beaten to a swollen lump on his head, he also lay down to sleep. Adriana sat down at the same time after he woke up. Afterwards, I was treated by the teachers and as soon as I left the recovery room, I had a consultation with Mr. Eppenhauser. When he heard him talk about the superpowers that appeared during the fight, he was a little surprised. Autosuggestion. Interesting. Number 11. He sat across from me and said, "Although your gift has superpowers, I didn't expect you to be able to awaken that ability on your own, even though your punishment in the duel was still a bit childish." He continued to talk, but this result proves that I was right. Hearing Mr. Eppenhauser say that, he raised his hand to rub his head and said, "Actually, I just thought I had to do it at all costs and I didn't expect it, okay." He praised but also scolded, even though it's not talent or effort, having luck is also a kind of ability, but you can't use that ability to attack others in the future, okay, he said with a bright face, "I won't do anything childish." After the conversation with the teacher, he walked out of the room, thinking about what the teacher said earlier. "Yes, your ability is still unclear so I can't evaluate it, but I think even if you are a violent person is not a stupid person." He continued to think about what the teacher said. If Rolandria heard it, he would be very startled. Go home. He walked out of the consulting room. Wherever he went he attracted everyone's attention. Some people whispered to each other that Reinhardt had awakened superpowers during that duel. This rumor spread widely among his classmates as well as his seniors. He thought as he walked, just the duel alone became a topic of discussion for the entire royal class. No one even bothered to mention that the first year was the winner. He walked past them. He felt something hidden in their eyes. The eyes of those who hated him also changed. Maybe since I awakened my superpowers, or since I started the duel. He was walking when he suddenly met Harriet, which surprised him and made him say, "Huh." He looked at her and thought, "What is that? You're an idiot." He thought she had something to say, but no, she passed by his face, making him think, "Very nice." He turned around, raised his hand to scratch his chin and thought to himself, "Oh, now is not the time for him to tease you guys like, you should be beaten up more, ah." It was a bit strange. He loudly called her, "Hey, kid." Seeing that she was being called like that, she angrily turned around and shouted, What? Seeing her turn around, he asked, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Hearing him say that, her face turned a little red. She looked at him uncomfortably and said, "After all, with a beggar like him, he should have been beaten more severely, but he cowardly used his superpower to win." Seeing his reaction, filled with her strength, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, as expected, he reacted exactly as he wanted. He didn't stop there. He suddenly asked her. He said that but when I was beaten, I saw that he was very nervous. Seeing that he was being said to her heart, her red face became even redder. She stammered and said, What? He continued to expose her. His face turned white and he couldn't even stand still. Having said too much, she blushed and shouted loudly, No, absolutely no such thing." The scream was so loud that he had to cover his ears with both hands. Her trembling finger pointed at him and said, I really, why should I have to worry about a beggar like you? God, it's so damn satisfying, yes." Suddenly he put his hands on her face, making her extremely surprised. Then he let go of his hand. She shouted angrily. While screaming she used her hand to hit him. "What? Something. Don't touch me." Seeing her reaction as expected, he whispered, "Thought, Keck, because at times like this, you're the cutest." He suddenly told her, Hey, wait a minute." He continued to say, "Could it be you?" Before he finished speaking, she screamed, tears running out of the corners of her eyes, "This evil beggar, why are you bullying me?" She cried and said, "Don't tease me." He didn't think she would be teased by him to the point of crying like that. "Leave her, why?" she cried and said with a trembling voice, I told you to stop joking. Wanting to comfort her, he immediately took out a piece of cake and gave it to her. Calm down, eat the macaron to calm down. Feeling humiliated, she screamed, didn't eat, the food he gave you was dirty, didn't eat. At this moment, he suddenly thought, that's it, it's just like uncles who find children cute and tease them. He put his hand behind his head and scratched it, then said, I was wrong, I was too much, I'm sorry. She covered her face and cried, her voice trembling slightly and said, it's too loud, you keep calling me a dickhead. She started blaming him, my parents and brother didn't say that to me, you don't know anything, but you said that, why did you do that to me? Seeing her say that, he retorted, hey, she also called me a beggar. Feeling humiliated, she continued to shout loudly, you are a beggar, aren't you? She angrily shouted louder, beggar speaking test beggar, what's wrong? His eardrums were tortured. In his thoughts at this moment, he wanted to hit this girl so much. But then he calmly explained to her, I wasn't really teasing her, it was because she was cute that I was joking. Hearing him say that, she stopped crying. He tried to explain to her, think about it, I didn't call her a dickhead just now, I just said she was cute, I was complimenting her, why was she teasing her? She was still sobbing as she said, he pinched my cheek and laughed at me. He started to talk casually, it's even cuter, a lot of it. She crossed her arms, her face turned red and said, I know, don't touch me with that dirty hand in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he came closer to her and gave her the piece of cake from before. I know, eat it to calm down. She panicked and used her hands to support herself and said in panic, I know, don't do things like that old man, my grandfather, I also like to do this a lot. No matter what, she still ate the piece of cake he gave her. She wondered and asked him, did it hurt a lot during the fight? Hearing her question, he replied bluntly, it hurts a lot, I told you. Harriet continued to say, if it hurts then why fight, just have fun, if you don't awaken your superpowers then you can't win. He calmly said, that's life. Thinking back to the scene when I fought with Myarton, I thought that I could never lose to that bastard. Thinking of him crawling on the floor, the bastard I wanted to win at all costs, was that damn senior. At this time, she said with some concern that at that time he was already dead. He looked at her and raised his eyebrows and said, it could be like that but not this time. She looked at him in surprise as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. Her eyes were now looking aimlessly into nothingness. A sound came out, the two of them stood by the window and talked. At this time, there was a sound of discussion, have you heard the news? It's pretty good, Reinhardt. Berus stood in front of him and complimented him, you really won against the third-year senior, that's terrible, he calmly said, I'm lucky to have developed superpowers. Suddenly there was a call from Reinhardt, causing the two of them to turn their attention and look. It was Ardney. He approached and asked Valier with concern, the wound seemed to have completely recovered. He wondered again, what's wrong? As soon as he finished asking, Ardney bowed his head and apologized. This action made the two extremely surprised. He earnestly said, since I lost the match, I will admit my mistake, and in the future I will not make any demands, be violent or bully the juniors anymore. He looked at him and thought to himself, he, as Adriana said, is not a bad guy by nature, perhaps he himself has no other choice but to become a champion under duress, by Myarton. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Ladina, that girl too, a second-year Class A student who received a lot of love from everyone. He continued to think about Ladina. She was very miserable when she received orders from her seniors to keep her juniors disciplined. The third-year student obviously knew that Ladina couldn't say rude things, so she tried to love request. He remembered the moment when the three of him, he, Ladina and Ardney, came to do something they didn't want to do and were scolded by their juniors. Ardney's dark face appeared in his thoughts. As a friend, it was a mistake to see that situation. He stood up and thought, I'm a bit too much. He also sincerely bowed down 90 degrees and said, I also sincerely apologize. This action of his surprised Ardney and the two friends behind him. At this moment, he smiled gently and said, thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. Then he kept that smile and left, standing behind him and watching his back. He crossed his arms and looked at the window next to him and thought to himself, I'll have to apologize to Redina later too. At this time, the teacher held the paper and said that the triumphal event would begin next week. He continued to say, as you all know, defeating the demon world is one of the most celebrated victories in history, so during the festival, the temple also had to close for a month. Heard everyone here is happy and cheering. But the joy didn't last long before he continued talking. However, considering the tuition and curriculum, the school will only close for about 5 days from next week. Hearing this, everyone is sad. Residue. Everyone in the class quickly discussed with each other, where should they go for 5 days? Oh yeah, just thinking about running every morning is killing me. At this time, he sat in a corner thinking about Alaris. It's been a long time since I went to see Alaris, it's been a long time. Suddenly there was a call, number A11. Now that sound rang out again. You were different, he wondered and said, yes. Teacher Eppenhauser told him to follow me. At this moment he felt extremely surprised, not understanding why he asked him to follow. I followed him to a place. What's going on? Did I cause trouble? He sat and looked at the things in front of him, bewildered. You and he sat on a wooden chair. He said seriously, he will definitely come, so please wait. He sat still looking at the ground, probably because it was still cold. There wasn't any water in the pool. Come to think of it, why can't the pool water be heated using a universal magic stone? Is it also due to an error? He suddenly turned to him and said, Teacher, there is hot water in temple. If we build an indoor swimming pool and fill it with hot water, can we learn to swim in the winter? As he spoke, he looked at the swimming pool that was running out of water. It was possible, however, if you wanted to operate the heated swimming pool throughout the year, it would require maintenance costs, so when it rained, you had to keep the water in. Actually, this is difficult because no one wants to swim in that kind of water for a year. After that, he wondered why he was curious about this. He suddenly said, well, I'm just curious, why is the swimming pool outdoors and can't be used in the winter? That's what he heard. He immediately asked again, do you want to learn swimming in the winter? Although he was a bit surprised by his question, he still answered, if that's the case then that's good. He calmly said, is that so? It seems like that thought is not very pure. Hearing him say that, he wondered and thought, not pure. Suddenly he realized something. Then he glanced at Mr. Eppenhauser and thought, that guy, you thought I wanted to see the girls in swimsuits, so that's why. Feeling your gaze, he said, He continued to say, anyway, we're almost there, I'll go first. He now asked the teacher, no, teacher, where are you suddenly going? There seems to be a misunderstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound. It had been a long time since he had seen Reinhardt again. She is Lollandria, the teacher in charge of superpowers. She walked over and said, superpowers have been awakened. This is the first time you see it. He said a little calmly, yes, that is something worth mentioning. I'm surprised you. She went on to say, this case is extremely rare, so today is more likely to be a test than a lecture. Come on, Reinhardt, then, let's get started. Having said that, she began to test him. His running speed was 8 seconds short of the record. Seeing that, she praised him. Very good, normally 8.3 seconds. Exactly 8 seconds after using her own suggestion, it turned out to be effective. He had just finished running and was tired and gasping for air. She continued to speak. At first, she was worried that his strength would be affected by external factors. In the current situation, it seemed like the main limit is enhancing health. She wrote something down and said, this is the first time I've seen such an ability, a superpower that affects reality by self-suggestion. He was uncomfortable, sweat was pouring down his face. So crazy, the autistic suggestion. Self-suggestion is an ability that has practical effects. When running, if you think of yourself as a runner, when your superpower exceeds a certain level, you can actually be a runner, and you can use all your strength. Even though he was tired, he still thought to himself, that was also the premise that I believed in. In the end it was a spiritual victory. What if my dad is the president? Anyway, that's right, that's the standard. What else? Lollandria asked in confusion. What's wrong? He said out of breath. What do you say yourself? I can't stand it. Hearing him say that, she encouraged him. There's no need to be discouraged. Your ability is amazing, Reinhardt. He humbly said, as far as I can see, it's nothing special. She smiled and said, it's true that this is not a significant standard at the present time, but the remarkable thing lies elsewhere. She continued to say, Reinhardt is very good at using superpowers. Even if it's a little bit, he can still use it immediately. It can be seen that he already knows how to use it before realizing the superpower. This ability, as he listened to her, he looked at his hand. Suddenly she happily shouted at him. It could be said that her autosuggestion was her innate talent. Hearing her say that made him a little surprised. He gritted his teeth and thought, it clearly sounded like a compliment, but why was it so obnoxious? Finally, the exam is over, the test is over, next time please join the regular class. After that, he returned to the dormitory and lay exhausted on the bed. Lying on the bed, he still couldn't help but think, this ability is no different from puberty paranoia syndrome. He thought as he stood up and looked to the side, what is life? Then go ahead and pick up the phone. He put the phone to his ear and asked, who is it? The person on the other end said, go to the main lobby. He didn't know who was on the other end of the line, but he was extremely shocked when he heard that suggestion. The other end of the line turned out to be Charlotte. She said, "I have something to confirm with you." The evening scene outside looks so romantic. The lighted lamp hangs high, creating a more cozy atmosphere than ever. Charlotte asked Valier to go out to talk. She spoke first. How did it feel to become a person with superpowers? Hearing her ask that, he showed an annoyed face and answered, which was good. The two of you sat on the bench together and chatted. I heard that your superpower is autosuggestion. If you believe in yourself, it will turn into a superpower. That's sort of the feeling, there. Having said this, she turned to ask him, so where is he? If he believes he knows, then shouldn't he know? He was a bit surprised to see her ask that. However, he still answered her. Before answering, he took a long, tired breath and said, "It's impossible, try it once." She asked him, "Do you need it?" Then slowly took out a piece of paper from her pocket. He wondered, what is that? Looking at the piece of paper he thought to himself, the person folding is Charlotte. If she does it well she can expanding relationships with noble associations. His eyes were now glued to the paper she was holding in her hand. Turns out it was a picture of him as a child. He held the photo in his hand but his face didn't look very happy. While looking at the photo, he thought, this girl still keeps this photo in her heart. After looking at it, he slowly put the photo down and thought to himself, now I have to lie to this girl. Then he spoke up and said to her, I see the citadel collapsing. Hearing him talk about the citadel, she angrily turned to look at him, her face angry and said, "Citadel, what nonsense are you talking about?" He still sat looking at that picture and said, "There is a very large citadel. I saw him running, seemingly riding a horse." He continued to speak. There were many people on horseback chasing after him. It seemed like he was running away desperately. The more he spoke, the more unsightly Charlotte's face became. As soon as he finished speaking, there seemed to be demons around. Her eyes suddenly opened wide in surprise. He continued to speak, roughly seeing that. Suddenly she grabbed his hand forcefully, making him a bit shy. She started to become more fragile. She grabbed his arm and begged pitifully, "Let's see more." Looking at her appearance now was really sincere. The more she talked, the more tearful her eyes became. She begged him endlessly, "Please watch more, please." He opened his mouth to say something but it seemed like he didn't want to say anything. One small lie becomes a bigger lie. Many small lies add up to become a bigger lie, and that lie becomes painful for Charlotte. What terrible thing am I doing to this child? He imagined the scene where she collapsed in the worst mental state. Under her insistence, he could only pretend to continue. He continued to look at the picture and said, "I don't know clearly, I just see that image over and over again. My ability is still weak, so that's all." Her voice trembled as she told him, "Is he alive or not? Just tell me if he's alive or not. I just need to know that, please." The more she spoke, the more tears flowed like a stream. Anyone looking at this scene feels extremely pitiful. He calmly said that he was still alive. Hearing that, she stopped, her eyes shining with surprise. He turned around and said, "I don't really know what situation he is in, who he is with, or where he is currently living." Then he looked closer at the photo and said firmly, "But I'm sure he's alive." Her eyes were filled with tears, her pupils sparkling as she looked at him. Then suddenly she burst into tears, tears flowing freely. Her sincere tone told him, "Thank you." That voice continued to echo, "Thank you, so lucky, thank you." She kept thanking him. With her two children on the bench, she covered her face and sobbed. He sat next to her and didn't know what else to do. A moment later, it seemed she was gradually calmer than before. She suddenly asked him, "Please don't tell this to anyone. You know why I said this?" He calmly responded to her, "Knowing, because Berus will definitely take advantage of him." Hearing the answer, she raised her face to the night sky and smiled happily. He glanced over and saw this scene. She happily told him, "He saved me. If it weren't for him, let alone getting out of there, I would have generated electricity long ago." She remembered that scary scene, maybe immediately going crazy, when I was collapsing in a place where there was only death and the smell of blood. At that time she was sitting on the floor next to someone. The woman was lying down. All over her body were traces of blood. In front of her a boy appeared. That person was like her savior. He appeared. She continued to tell the story of the past. He said we would be fine, humanity would win. He kept comforting me. That boy reached out to her, right when she was most desperate. He tried to comfort and reassure me in every way. He said he didn't remember anything. He didn't know who he was or why he was being held there. He looked calm, but it was clear that he was also afraid of this situation. The boy knelt down. He reached down and reached out to her, feeling at that moment that only that person could save her from this hellish place. But because I was scared, he tried to comfort me. In her hand, she was holding something that looked like a bag of cookies. She opened the picture of that boy, just because someone was crying in that hellish place. He also wanted to reassure her. She crossed her arms over her chest and continued, so at that time I promised to find his memories. To fulfill that promise I had to find him. At this moment he suddenly spoke up, must I find that memory? Then he suddenly asked her, becoming a demon king is a scary place, wouldn't it be even more miserable if you found out those memories? Of course it's good to know who you are. She stood aside and looked at him as he presented his opinion, but there was sadness in his eyes. He continued to speak, but it's okay to have that memory or not. Hearing him say that made her sad even more. Yes, it was possible, but it wasn't too late to find out and say something. Having said that, she turned to ask for help from him. Reinhardt, please help me find him. She continued to say, in that case, I will help you as long as you ask. He looked at her with a happy expression and said, promising to a vile person like me is a bit dangerous. In the end, the cows and buffaloes fought and the flies and mosquitoes died. He sat there alone for a while. The light shines through the iron fence. He came in from outside exhausted. At this moment, I don't know when Berus stood with his back against the wall and asked, brother, who are you looking for? Hearing that voice, he was a bit surprised. His head turned slightly to look at him and thought to himself, Berus, why at this hour? Could he have heard everything Charlotte and I said? He turned to tell him, yes, she was looking for me and asked me to find her. It seems you know who I was looking for. He stood with his back against the wall, his face a bit cunning and said, basic outline, good well, it seems like I haven't found it yet. He continued to say, not directly telling him to look for it, but rather the noble association. Why has there been any progress lately? He looked at him with an annoyed expression. He thought to himself, has he been investigating about me for a while? So he pretended to be in the spotlight. He suddenly moved closer to him and said, it's not just a photo. He didn't even know the name. He leaned back against the wall and leisurely asked, so do you know who it is yet? He calmly said, no, she didn't say. He continued to say, well, I'll look for him too. If you find any clues, please let me know. Saying this, he turned around and left. As he left, he said, in fact, if you let it go, she would destroy herself, but since you were involved, perhaps she would have destroyed herself. Suddenly he stopped, looked up and said, I have something to confirm with you. He asked him, are you the next master to be supported by the Thieves Guild? Hearing that question, he answered in annoyance, you know it's a misunderstanding, there's absolutely no such thing. Actually, I've never seen them and I also want to cut ties. Hearing him say that, he closed his eyes, put his hand on his chin to show he was thinking and said, you're more suited to the aristocratic society than the Thieves Guild, what a pity. At this moment, a line of thoughts appeared in his mind. I'm sorry, what nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly there was a voice calling, Reinhardt. He stood behind the bushes and told him, I think having the right to choose to make a crime is inevitable, even if that crime can be eliminated. In the end there will still be someone sitting in that position. He plucked a leaf and said, it is impossible to completely remove it. He looked at him and thought to himself, this bastard. He turned his back on him and said, instead if you possess the power to give up, then at least you can still control it. At this moment, his eyes became extremely sharp and he called his name, Reinhardt. He turned back to look at him and smiled. His face now looked extremely scary. He calmly stood there and asked him, will you be the master of the guild? At this moment there was a sound, what? At the schoolyard right now everyone is saying goodbye to each other, it's over, everyone has worked hard, take a rest. Valère walked behind Adriana. Next to her there was a guy who said, after returning, let's meet in the Central Park. At this time, Adriana turned around, a happy face said to him, tomorrow you will go home, right? Practice hard. If you intend to come to the meeting, you must tell me. There, he stood in front of her and said, please stop talking, tomorrow you will also stay home and rest. After saying that, he said goodbye to her and then turned away. I'm going to practice, see you later. She happily said goodbye to him, see you later. He turned away and walked back. Suddenly he discovered something that surprised him and stopped him. My thoughts suddenly flashed, will I become a master or a thieves' guild? He remembered the scene between him and Berus at that time. He said, wouldn't it be better to install someone I know? It would be more convenient because I can help you. He looked at him as he continued, I found this proposal not unreasonable. His condition at that time was not really good. He thought to himself, could a person with such thinking be able to become emperor? He came closer to his face and said, I'm simply saying that, don't think too much, it's too big a vision to do right now. Then he turned away, smiled cunningly and said, "Have a nice evening, Reinhardt." His name being called by him haunts him to this day. Reinhardt, 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 someone called you and you woke up. It was Ellen. She stood in front of him and said, "Stop thinking, focus." He shyly scratched his head, thinking to himself, "Damn, that Berus's words keep wandering in my head, I can't concentrate, middle okay." At the gym, he sat on the floor waving his hands and said, "I'm just here for today, I'm tired." The girl standing next to me said with a slightly red face, "Okay, I know." At this moment he suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, you." He continued to say, "Isn't it a bit too much to sweat so much today? Stop and rest a bit." But she didn't stop and continued to practice like crazy. "I will continue to practice." Seeing that, he stood up and turned away. As he left, he said, "Is there something wrong? Why is it so intense today?" He waved his hand in greeting and said, "I'm going, rest early." He leisurely walked down the school hallway. At this moment he saw something that was speechless. An attractive burger. He held the plate of food in his hand and thought to himself, "What a pity, what the hell am I doing? This girl keeps making others worry. Could it be that she has real feelings? So scared, so scared." He took the plate of food back to the practice room. In his head he thought, "I did a bit too much, it's okay to give it to her." He opened the door, walked inside and said, "I made some dinner this evening." When she opened the door, she was lying on the ground unconscious. He saw this scene and immediately ran to call her name, Ellen. In the starry night sky, in the past, young Eleanor Torius looked forward, pleading, "Please don't go." In front of the girl was a brave man wearing a blue cloak. He knelt down and gently held his sister's hands. She sadly asked him, "Why do I have to be the one to sacrifice? What about you? What should I do?" But he didn't answer her question and simply walked away, a smile appearing on his face. She urgently begged him, "Please don't go, don't leave me behind." Suddenly the space suddenly changed. She was lying on the hospital bed with a blank face. It turned out it was just a dream. Valor Jr. crossed his arms and looked at her, coldly asking if he was awake. She looked around and asked him what this was. He replied, "The medical room. Do you know if you sleep there your mouth will become distorted? You're still so young, what if you have a stroke?" The nurse standing opposite heard that and burst out laughing. The nurse turned back to look at her on the hospital bed and said, "If you want a little, it's very dangerous, Ellen." She continued, "That's all she said. Uncle Reinhardt was the one who carried me here and there," immediately receiving a glare from Valor. The nurse didn't care about that glare and kept talking. She was scared and called out, Miss, look at him, you know." I quickly interrupted her, "Hey, why do you say that?" The nurse walked out of the room, not forgetting to tell Ellen that you were exercising too hard. "Don't practice like that again." She politely replied, "Yes, thank you," and he glanced at her, looking as if he really wanted to scold her. He crossed his arms and seriously asked, "What were you doing there to faint?" She replied, "While practicing, I was playing the puppet and lost momentum. It seemed like I hit the puppet's head." He heard that. I was a bit worried and asked again if I ever had a brain freeze. "I don't often make mistakes, it's not like him at all." After saying that, he bowed his head, cunningly boasting that I saved you. Seeing Ellen still lying motionless without responding, he immediately urged her, "Right, answer." She could only say, "Yes." Valor calmly ordered her, "So slowly wake up." This request really made her confused because she had only just rested for a short while. He didn't care about her thoughts and just turned around and walked away, explaining one more sentence, "You received the spell so you've recovered. Eat a sandwich, I make a lot. I did it for you, thank you." She flipped the blanket, got out of bed and said, "Yes." Before leaving the room, she told him, "I want to take a shower." He was a bit worried so he asked, "If I take a shower, it's past bedtime." She continued, "But I don't like being covered in sweat." Her answer made him frown, thinking to himself, not following curfew is no big deal. In the original work Ludwig also often wandered around. After thinking about it, he nonchalantly said, "I know, so let's go to the cafeteria first." She was also scared and asked back, "What if I meet the supervisor?" He asked her again, "What do you want?" She responded with a question, making him a bit stunned, "Can't I eat in my room? Right now it is pouring rain outside." Valor entered Ellen's room. Everything here is very clean, furniture is arranged neatly. He sat down at the dining table, but his eyes still roamed around the room, thinking, this is Ellen's room. It's not unusual to go into the room of the opposite sex in this temple dormitory. When writing this novel, I created a mixed-sex dormitory to make everyone feel more comfortable, an all-male dormitory. There's nothing fun about having a machete. At best you get up early and invite each other to play football or something. That said, entering a child's room is a bit strange. Little Ellen probably felt the same way. Anyway, the room is as simple as mine, the only difference is the scent. Other than some sports items, it's also simple. Suddenly he noticed a brown bag in the corner of the room and realized that the bag was in that corner. That bag is clear. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Ellen's sweet voice. She came out wearing comfortable pajamas with a towel still draped around her neck, saying, "I'm done showering." The tiny drops of water still lingering on her hair made her face even more attractive. He turned back and squinted at her, nagging her to hurry up and go eat, adding a grumble that she was really tired. The sky was now covered with black night, the rain still hadn't stopped. The two of them sat on the balcony, sipping sandwiches he made himself. Their eyes turned towards the sky outside, the atmosphere became strangely quiet. Her eyes showed sadness, perhaps she had a lot of thoughts in her heart. He gnawed a piece of cake and spoke humanly. Sometimes the feeling is like being bitten by a dog, whether there is a reason or not, it can be like that. If you don't talk about it, it will become sick. Hearing that, she froze, as if she had just realized something. After thinking about it, she spoke. If she said it out loud. She asked him, if he could save the world with your life, would you do it? He looked at her silently for a moment, thinking to himself, Ellen thinks death means death. Even though he saved the world, it was still only one life. Everyone admired the warrior Artorius. Finally, in the original novel, Ellen was sad because of her brother's death. So, Ellen just remembered that her brother also hated that person very much. After a moment of hesitation, he answered, "Sure, I think you have to face that situation to know." She continued his words, but her eyes looked to a faraway place. "Yes, but I absolutely will not die like that." He also replied, "Yes, that could be the case." Her pupils became even darker. She stood up and went straight into the room, telling him, "I have something to show you." She brought out the bag that had attracted Valyer's attention earlier, her hand slowly opening each lock. He looked at the item inside and exclaimed, it was a sword. There was a line engraved on that sword. Seeing that, he immediately guessed that this sword was not ordinary. In his mind, he began to translate that line, trying with tears, not knowing what this sentence meant. But I know this sword is called Lament. How could I not know? The two magic swords used by the warrior Artorius, the mirror sword of the god of war Als, Allspringer, and the Lament of Mensis, the moon god. One of the two mirrors is here. No one knows Lament, except those who know about Ellen's existence. Before her brother, Artorius, joined the Great Demon World War, this is the sword that person left for Ellen. Then he smiled and complimented her that no wonder he was so strong. She received compliments from him, so her expression softened a bit, a smile appeared on her lips. Suddenly she called his name, Reinhardt. She looked at him with eyes of affection, along with gratitude. Her sweet voice makes the cold rainy night warmer than ever. Thank you. At this time, the system displays a notification line. Complete the task. Ellen Artorius's identity has been revealed earlier than expected. You receive 500 achievement points. The next morning, the sky after the rain was truly blue. Everything is dressed in the bright yellow color of the morning rays of sunlight. Life begins to go into full swing. Everyone starts a new day full of vitality. Valyer Jr. appeared wearing a hoodie and a backpack on his shoulder. He smiled happily, his face showing satisfaction. In Alaligar Commercial District. In the room, Alaris was busy with her work, heard someone's voice, so she reflexively said, "Hello, please come in." But she did not expect that guest was Valyer. She was startled and exclaimed, "Your Highness." She shouted loudly and asked him, "Why did you come here?" He waved a friendly hello to her, politely replied, "Long time no see, Alaris. I'm on summer break, so I came here." She hurriedly ran towards him and worriedly said, "Your Highness, why are you here? It would be very dangerous for you to come here directly." He calmly reassured her, "It's okay. To avoid being followed, let's go back and forth a few times. Ring." It was just a short break. She asked him curiously, "Were you uncomfortable at Temple Academy? Why did you come here?" His answer made her blush. Her heart beat a few beats faster. "Because you are here, Alaris," she said shyly. "Thank you." Alaris guessed that it must not be a simple matter for you to come here. Hearing that, he immediately frowned and asked, "What's wrong? What's going on since then?" It seemed she was somewhat hesitant to speak her mind. She started telling the story with a question. "When you first came here, to sell that scroll, do you remember?" He replied, "Yes, because I couldn't sell it, I went everywhere and came here." She continued to explain. After all, it was a clue, making him raise his eyebrows in question. Alaris mysteriously revealed that the last place His Highness saw, I knew where it was. He was not surprised by that statement, just leisurely asked again, so the stalkers had also come here. Contrary to his calm expression, her face was a bit worried. Yes, it seemed like you don't suspect me, but the only clue was discovered in this place, so I'm keeping an eye on this place. And sir, can I ask something? I heard that you stole a fireball from a trading post. Hearing this, Junior broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "What?" she said. I heard that it was Borden's store. It seems like she received a specific clue from that side. Hearing that, he silently thought to himself, could it be that guy, that old man without a conscience? Then he sighed and continued, it wasn't stealing, it was that bastard who gave it to me. He probably thought that I sold that fake scroll at such a reasonable price. He said he would pay me to draw a fake scroll exactly like the real one. She frowned and told him, the buyer believed in that fake scroll and might die. How could this be done? Then she turned to a tough voice and said, you did well, Your Highness. He deserves to suffer from the things he caused. Junior interrupted, because he was so excited that I gave him. It's for him. During the vacation, I planned to rest comfortably, but so are the guys in the group okay? Let's see, if it's not a serious matter. Royer doesn't contact us often. Well then, maybe it's time to gather and talk. He thought it made sense, so he nodded and replied, yes, let's try going to Rotary's group tomorrow and see. Late at night. At this time, Alaris sat on the chair and absent-mindedly looked out the window. After a while, she asked, Your Highness, are you asleep? Hearing that, he turned around and replied, no, I'm not asleep yet. Why, do you have something to say? She hummed and said, I don't think humans are better existences than demons. I absolutely don't think they are more gentle than demons. Humanity is a race that knows what prosperity is, but if you look at how humanity causes racial wars and killings for prosperity, there are moments when the cruelty of humanity makes me shudder. When I heard these words, I was a little confused and sat up. Alaris. What's wrong? Did something happen? But Alaris just told him, tomorrow he will know. The next morning, Valier Jr. and Alaris were going somewhere. He happily said, everyone is doing well. In front of the two people were Sarkagar and Lawyer. As soon as he saw you, he shouted happily like a child, Junior. Then he jumped up and hugged Junior. I heard from Alaris that he had awakened his supernatural powers. I had no doubt that he would become the owner of a powerful ability. Seeing him do these three unsightly things made him uncomfortable. Extremely said, this is too noisy. My ears are about to bleed. Please leave me. At the same time, Lawyer spoke up. What should I do? Is life at the temple worth it? He slapped Sarkagar's hand away and replied, of course it's worth it, there's no time to get bored every day. Alaris heard that and immediately turned around to look. What are you talking about? And Junior is explaining the match with Mayadin. After hearing it, the two girls were shocked and faced with the infatuated eyes of Sarkagar. Alaris helplessly lamented, I clearly said not to rely on violence. I don't know what to do with your hot head. Sarkagar alone is interested in that. That is cruel. Self-esteem, fighting spirit, perfection, Your Majesty, indeed the temperament of a king. Lawyer on the side complained, Your Highness, I clearly told you to behave calmly when entering temple already. He confidently took out the necklace and smiled and said to everyone, anyway, I haven't used this yet, don't worry. She sighed sadly, but fortunately. Junior rubbed it for a while then continued, now I have to let everyone know. Lawyer wondered, yes, what's going on? Yesterday Alaris said to gather everyone together because he had something to say. Hearing that, the two of them widened their eyes in surprise. She frowned and asked, didn't she have anything else to say? Hearing Lawyer's love so completely, Alaris felt a bit sad. Junior said again, what's going on? Why are you guys so serious? What's wrong with everyone? Sarkagar said a little urgently, this time I heard, in Huangdu Black Market. We'll trade demon prisoners. The moment he heard it, it was like lightning struck his ears. What, weren't most demons executed after the battle? Why were demon prisoners initially traded on the black market? After all, what do those people intend to use them for? It could also be for the purpose of collecting, but if the transaction category is prisoners, isn't it too blatant, too obvious? They buy demons like orcs and goblins to collect. Suddenly he seemed to have a bad feeling. Wait, could it be? Succubus is the most actively traded demon on the black market this time. They are traded at high prices because their appearance is most similar to humanity. No, although it's not clear, if it's a succubus, is it dangerous? They are a race that sucks the vitality of humans, do they want to die? The man next to them continued, it's obvious that they drain human vitality but, to prevent that they have ways to brainwash them. In addition, it is possible that they were also forced to have surgery on their appearance, the same goes for incubus. Junior does not dare to believe the truth. I thought the vast majority of demons had been murdered but, could it be that only demons with human forms were traded in the following days? They are their harmless toys. And eventually they were sold in the slave market. If so, then all you want to talk about is saving the demon prisoners. Sarkagar said indignantly, I can't stand the evil behavior of those people. If we fail to save the prisoners, of course your highness may also be in danger. That's true, currently there are only 3 of us demons who can help your highness. If one of the 3 is lost, because your highness's foundation is quite weak, it will lead to big problems. Alaris has been silent until now, but now she also speaks up. I also agree with their opinion, your highness. I understand, if it weren't for me, these 3 people would have caused the demon world to collapse, because they couldn't bear to see humanity's attitude, they rushed forward like moths. But we were an unexpected variable, and as a result, safety became their top priority. If that was the case then anything could happen now. Ludwig kidnapped Delp and Izafor while attending the festival with his friends, that's why I rescued Ludwig by all means. This made him a bit confused. He sat down on the chair and thought, but we have to find our people, those who have become prisoners of war. From any angle we are the same as prisoners of war. The main character gets caught up in this story. Honestly, I am not a demon but just an ordinary uncle. Is there any reason for me to brave all dangers and rush to rescue prisoners? I don't know why I rebuilt the demon world. From the beginning I was not such a great man that I would risk my life for others. I'm not that kind of person. Looking at the person in front of him, Junior silently prayed, please help me. Seeing him in such a difficult situation, Alaris spoke up, Your Highness, I'm sorry for making you hesitate. As expected, it's because of Your Highness that we will ignore this matter. From my life I have realized. He immediately said that fatigue is the cause of all diseases, and lack of sleep is the biggest cause of chronic fatigue. Yes, Your Highness, what are you suddenly saying? I still continue to say what I said. As expected, I am someone who likes to stretch my legs when sleeping. Let's do that. Hearing that, he was a little confused. Alaris was even more confused. What did His Highness say just now? Can't you hear clearly? Junior said with a serious expression, let's find a way to save the prisoners. Just try it. As soon as the 3 people heard that, they didn't react at all. Later, Alaris said, if we want to rescue them, we need to know 3 things. First, the location of the black market, the number of prisoners, and the density of guards. Sarkagar also continued, the information of the black market is high-class information only for the nobles. It is difficult to know. I am the one who has this information so I will take care of this. It's a mysterious black market. If you want to enter you need a ticket, he immediately said. Right now we don't even know who sells the tickets. If we verify the rumors from the nobles we will know. At this point, he asked, then will we face those who open the black market? Hearing that, he replied, it's not too difficult to deduce, Your Majesty, being able to lead prisoners of war who were being controlled by allied troops, surely the person in charge of mobilizing the prisoners was involved. At this point, Junior thought to himself, it meant they had discussed something with the prisoner management side of the Imperial Army. He said again, in addition, surely not all commanding officers know, but if it is someone with a rank close to someone who holds military power, Alaris next to him interrupted, he will definitely know. Brother, said, they must have discussed it with the commander or army leader in advance. At this point his face became gloomy, he rubbed his forehead and thought, damn, this is so troublesome. A high-ranking commander could take prisoners away. If this story reached the ears of the nobles, the royal family would surely have known about this. If so, then this must have something to do with the royal family, she said urgently. We cannot rule out that possibility. He thought again, surely Berus and Charlotte also knew about this. The scale of this case is not simple for a gang to touch, including a gang of thieves. This incident could be a plan behind the royal family, or some other force. If so, it is somewhat possible to guess the level of security, to penetrate the tight layer of security forces, and rescue some people. Number of demonic prisoners whose number we do not know. Even after rescuing them, I still had to find a place to hide for them. Too reckless. This case is too dangerous. Can we use magic? There are probably magicians of the same level as me. They will definitely use barrier magic. The more I think about it, the more headache I get. Maybe this case was completely impossible from the beginning. Alaris now asked, Your Highness, do we have to rescue them when the black market is opened? Junior asked a bit naively, What do you mean? The day the black market opens is not the best time to rescue prisoners of war. We can rescue them before the black market opens or after the purchases are completed. Before opening the sale, the security force will be sparser. After giving power to individuals, the buyer will have to manage their own prisoners, so we can rescue them more easily. Listening to her words, all three felt enlightened. Oh right. Those participating in the auction will bid very high, they will suffer but will definitely not be killed, it seems more feasible. After that, all four people sat down at the table to discuss. He continued to say, if we have a transaction list, we can save each name one by one, although it will take a long time. Lawyer nodded, clearly, it will be less dangerous. But if he did that, rumors of slaves disappearing or being stolen would spread, he replied, then others would tighten security or hide them, if so then. Here he pondered again. If Alaris's method succeeded, then they would think that a criminal organization robbing demon slaves had appeared, and if so, it would cause a huge commotion throughout the capital. Just knowing the truth that there are demons lurking throughout the capital is enough to threaten the safety of the capital. If so, there will be a large number of police searching throughout the capital, and rumors will spread to the temple. But we never know any details related to that. Alaris would still come up with this method even without me. Both Sarkagar and Lawyer would react positively, they would definitely still proceed with this method. Everything will still happen even without me. I don't know how the story will turn out, but I know very well the outcome. This battle will definitely only end in failure, unless there is a new method of proceeding. Only then will you have luck and success. But we have no way to move the POWs at the same time, that problem remains unresolved. Wait, did they move en masse? Suddenly Junior had an idea. Yes, we have this. Alaris, you can use teleportation skill. I can, but it takes time to execute. About how long? After about 30 minutes, hearing the answer again made him fall into despair. As expected, teleportation was extremely difficult. I don't think they can set up. There aren't many locations where a barrier can block magic like teleportation, she replied. Not sure, we just said there's a high possibility they will deploy a barrier to block it. Magic. If it wasn't just at the auction site then maybe, huh? Alaris, how many people can you move? About 20 people, if it's at night then 50 people. Hearing that, Junior thought to himself, succubus, incubus and other humanoid demon races, the number of prisoners must not be many. When they escaped, the prisoners all had human shapes or large bodies. Lawyer spoke up, are you thinking of another way? He flicked a coin and frowned, saying, somehow, just pulling the prisoners out would be enough to escape, but our strength alone is not enough. If so, which way is the most effective? The black market is a difficult problem. Isn't that an illegal place? This has never happened before so I don't know. He also added, just the sale of demons that should be destroyed is enough to be charged. Lawyer continued, that's why they secretly took advantage of the black market. What a bunch of bastards. Junior said with a serious voice, demon smuggling deals were obviously illegal. What if there were rumors that the nobles themselves were the masterminds? Lawyer was surprised. Rumor? The demon slave trade was clearly something that discredited the empire, certainly enough to fool the people into outrage. Are you talking about people getting angry and attacking the black market? If they knew the location of the black market, more accurately, if people rushed in, they would certainly quickly retreat. Hearing this, he said, but the Imperial army might be disguising itself as soldiers, they would use violence to stop the riot. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. It is true that the Emperor's power is very great now, but the trade in demon prisoners not only angered the people, but also went against the faith of another important force. Alaris is skeptical. The more important force is. That is the religious force. Trading demon prisoners is a great insult to the Holy Temple. They will receive a backlash from all religious forces across the continent. In addition, the Temple Knight Force is also the armed force of believers who do not obey the Empire's control. If the Temple Knight Force begins to interfere, a major riot will begin. They had absolutely no reason to stop the intervention of the Temple Knights. In the end, they had no choice but to hand over the demon slaves to the Temple Knight Force. They certainly wouldn't oppose the Temple Knight Force just for a few coins. At the same time, he thought to himself, the Temple Knight Force had a sacred duty in the Great War of the Demon World. The Empire's actions were a huge betrayal to them. Religion is the force that dominates human hearts. Opposing them is a choice that the Empire will never choose. Sarkagar said with some difficulty, Your Highness, we can use that method to stop the sale of prisoners on the black market. Alaris was uneasy, but if we do that, then all prisoners will be executed. His face suddenly became gloomy. That's right. He slammed the table and said, Then we will aim for the time when the temple knights take over the prisoners. The prisoners of war are living witnesses of the Empire's betrayal. They will not execute them immediately, they will use them to force the royal family to apologize. It is possible that they will change the location, which is better. If the location changed, then they wouldn't be able to set up countermeasures against magic early on. Then what we will do, it's stealing prisoners of war by teleportation. Junior knew in his heart that this was not a good plan, although the remaining prisoners who could not be moved would die, but for now it was the best way. Lawyer suddenly suggested, Your Majesty, instead of using mass teleportation, why don't we use teleportation gates? When I heard that, I was a little surprised. The teleportation portal, yes, in the situation we just talked about it would be very suitable. If we use the portal just once, we can save everyone. But that can only be done when there is a teleportation gate on the way of escorting the temple knight. The man next to him said, Not slowly or quickly, Your Majesty, there are many teleportation gates in the capital, and surely there will also be a teleportation gate in front of the temple. Alaris replied, They would definitely have to go through a few portals on the way. Sarkagar continued to say, When the convoy approaches the temple, we just need to cause a commotion, and signal the prisoners to run to the teleportation gate. On the way to pursue, when passing through Alaris's teleportation gate, we will immediately destroy it. Junior thought for a moment, yes, the teleportation gate is a two-way portal. If one of the two portals is destroyed, the other end cannot move anymore. Suddenly the corner of his lips curled up. Good, the puzzle pieces are gradually being filled in correctly. Lawyer put his hand on his chest and said, I will cause chaos. I will also help Lawyer create a distraction. And I will disguise myself as a gate guard. He quietly looked at the three people, calculating in his heart, there were too many prerequisites here, a perfect battle on paper. If an incident occurs, then we will use modifiers. It's been a long day. He and Alaris returned to the castle. Lying on the bed together, she gently turned and reached out to hug him, softly saying, Your Majesty, thank you. You guys are the ones doing most of the work. Why are you thanking me? She replied with a smile, Thank you for allowing us to take the risk, I really appreciate it. But do you think it's really okay? On the way to liberation, someone will definitely be injured, be it the temple knights or anyone. Your Majesty, I have taken the lives of many people. Many, many things, perhaps Your Majesty cannot imagine. I am so used to it, that I feel sick and tired. Your Majesty, thank you. You don't need to worry about us. He grabbed the blanket tightly, then turned around and pulled the blanket up for her. Time passed by. The Victory Celebration Festival had opened. The festival made everyone feel nervous. The day of the prisoner rescue event was also approaching. There were people everywhere. The streets were bustling and crowded. Junior also started taking action with the three of them, standing from above observing the situation below the Merchant Guild's headquarters. He squatted down, quietly looked down, and said softly, The headquarters of the Merchant Guild, they will keep prisoners here. Our goal is to rescue prisoners, not capture nobles. Even if they succeed, they will only be able to rescue prisoners from the black market. If so, there is no need to wait until the day of the auction. It would be better to proceed quickly. According to information from Lawyer and Sarkagar, the number of prisoners was 100. The location of the black market is at the Bottles Gate, the headquarters of the Merchant Guild in the Mapo district. How will the location of the black market be launched? There are two things that we have discussed. Anonymous letters, very difficult to trust. Rumors are difficult to verify, but can spur action. In the end, an anonymous letter, although less likely, is still better. We sent a letter to the Temple Knights. Luckily they responded to that letter. Lawyer now smelled the ghostly aura from below. Thanks to that, she also discovered that they were heading to the black market. Because of using invisibility magic, no one could see the three people. Having finished speaking, she jumped over to the roof next door to observe. This invisibility magic is really convenient. We're on the roof like this and still no one notices. That's true, but if you encounter forbidden magic, the effect will disappear. He thought to himself, if anyone with the ability to detect discovered him, he would be lost. The scent of the temple's night force became more and more dense, thinking they would not take action today. Looks like they read the anonymous letter. Below at this time, the knights of the temple had just come here. The guard looked a bit panicked. What are you talking about? The knight spoke up. If the accusation is not true, then in the future the priest will issue an official apology, so please open the way and cooperate. Lawyer spoke up. The temple guards and knights were arguing continuously. But it seems the guards won't be able to open the way easily. At this time, the knight was a little impatient. He slowly pulled out his sword and threatened, but he couldn't use words to solve the problem. Immediately the swords of the temple knights were all pointed at the guard, making him extremely scared and did not dare to do anything but obey. She informed him and Alaris that the guards had opened the way. The temple knights were entering the headquarters where the prisoners were. Junior thought to himself, good, now it's our turn. If the temple knights executed the prisoners immediately, it would become a great disaster. That's what we're worried about. We have to use the ability to modify if we don't want bad things to happen, but in times of emergency, the system likes to tease people. A red system panel appears in front of the notification. The system cannot use the editing ability. At this point, his mind was a bit tense. He broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself that he couldn't use his editing ability. He pressed repeatedly on the system panel, but it still reported an error, unable to use the editing ability. Junior looked surprised. In his heart he clearly understood that the temple knights would execute the prisoners on the spot, meaning that even if they made changes, they couldn't stop it. The Knight Order will have no other choice other than executing all the prisoners. If so, all the prisoners would. While thinking, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Alaris saw his face and was a little worried. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Your expression is uncomfortable. Junior tried to act like he was fine, smiling and saying, no, me, it's just them. What if they come back and want to kill all the prisoners? At the same time, Lawyer spoke, Your Highness, the knights of the temple have come out. He looked down and thought to himself, it seemed they had prepared very carefully for this battle. Evidence can definitely capture the Imperialists. And the evidence here is the prisoners. It is impossible to kill them. This choice cannot go wrong. She observed the situation and said, they are taking the prisoners out. The number of prisoners is equal to what we found. The external condition was very good. It seemed that no one was injured. He was surprised and couldn't say anything. When she saw that, she was immediately happy. Your Highness, everything is going as I predicted, so you can breathe a sigh of relief. He looked up at the sky, doubting life in his heart. Could it be that the content of the amendment and the content of future implementation were exactly the same? After all, it would happen in the future, so it could not be changed. At this point, he happily clasped his hands to the sky. God, thank you. Alaris was stunned, looking at his actions without understanding what was going on. Lawyer spoke, we have verified the prisoner's status. Let's begin the teleportation portal plan. We have to go to the place in front of the Night Temple. Having said that, the three of us should immediately run there. Sarkagar is probably at the entrance to the gate, so it's easier to divide. Below there are two knights talking to each other. What if others see and cause trouble? Let's just say we use them to research demons. The insolent merchants wanted to monopolize and secretly sell them. Even the allied countries and empires had this excuse. Even if they were robbed, they couldn't say anything. He walked closer to Lawyer, his face darkened, he frowned and said, this way it will be easier to divide. At this point, he thought to himself, from the beginning, the entire Temple Knight force was also involved in this matter. Then I understand why the Temple Knights move at night. The Knights of the Holy Temple absolutely cannot do these things, it's because I overestimated their sincerity. He remembered what the religious people said to him but was not embarrassed at all. We can live in such prosperity thanks to God's grace and belief, and our juniors will see that too, along with let's pray. This made him really disappointed. Junior closed his eyes in contemplation, even though the results were the same, but the process is extremely dirty. At this time, the teleportation gate was also opened in front of the Temple Knights. Alaris told him, Your Highness, the gate is gradually appearing, the Temple Knights are approaching, we must quickly prepare, let's contact Sarkagar. But suddenly, one of the Temple Knights walking below suddenly shouted loudly, and everyone stopped. There is someone using invisibility magic around, so the whole team must determine the location of the strangers. Knowing that the story was about to be revealed, the three of them quickly ran towards the gate. He wondered, could it be that we were discovered by magic detection? Alaris looked after Junior. His Highness, quickly moved to the gate. Stop. At this time, the entire night team had also discovered the traces of the three people. He shouted loudly, over there. Whoever it is, please appear quickly. Seeing that, he immediately opened the system panel, thinking to himself, since it has been discovered, why hesitate, just use the modification. He told her. Alaris quickly used teleportation. But she didn't say a word. Her hands immediately used fire magic, releasing fire with high heat energy. Immediately the entire space burst into fierce flames. Alaris looked down at them with murderous eyes. Seeing this, the knights stopped. Surrounded by a sea of fire, everyone couldn't stand the flames burning their skin, screaming, "What's going on? Who is using magic on such a large scale?" Even Junior was stunned. He thought in shock, wasn't the plan to minimize damage and create a riot so the prisoners could escape? Prisoners or temple knights or something, is she planning to blow away their evil? But it seems that's true. From now on I will never anger Alaris again, it's scary. The captain of the knights gave the order, everyone calm down and prepare quickly. Suddenly, a loud howl rang out from somewhere, making them even more panicked. Behind them, suddenly, a werewolf aggressively rushed towards them and roared. Everyone looked restless. It turned out that the enemy was not just one person. They are werewolves and demons, they are attacking. The chained slaves saw this and were scared. Who are the demons? But right at this moment Alaris stood in front of the teleportation gate calling for the slaves. Why are you all still standing there? Run quickly, this side, the gate. Seeing that, they just said yes and quickly ran to that place. At this moment, the knights also discovered that the prisoners were running away. The captain ordered them to stop quickly. So the knights of the temple all raised their swords high in their hands, a bright light radiated, they all shouted in unison, "For the god of war Als, for our victory, the god Ares will protect our swords and lives." As soon as he saw that, he immediately thought, indeed, experienced people can regain stability and adjust ranks in the midst of chaos. Both Alaris and Lawyer are strong men. But the two of them couldn't fight against those hounds. Suddenly the ground shook violently. What's going on? The ground is shaking, hold your position. Everyone looked at each other confused. What happened just now? It turned out that the aftershock just now was caused by a giant black dragon flying in the sky. It flew down and stopped the temple knights. This is the border of Kernstadt Kingdom, Diratani Forest. The night sky is dark, occasionally a few stars emit weak light. In the middle of the dark forest there is an arched stone gate that has been broken. Broken rocks fell everywhere on the ground. Under the night sky, in the forest where the prisoners were rescued, an exhausted person was sitting on the grass. Someone came to help her. Sarkegar put his hand on his left chest, smiled and looked at the people who had just been rescued and said, "Good, many of the prisoners on this side have finished checking and are still alive." Valyer stood next to him with his hands on his hips and said, "Sarkegar, I thought you had turned into a dragon. Thanks to that everything was okay. Well done." A prisoner Ari happily said that she thought she had been sold. Ari helped her walk and said, "It's okay, you've worked hard." After taking care of everyone, Ari glanced at Valyer and smiled and said, "Everyone has been saved." Valyer closed his eyes and said, "Good, now you can rest assured." The system in Valyer's head rang with an orange notification. The demon slave rescue event was completed. The number of slaves saved was 107, and 5,350 achievement points were achieved. Valyer crossed his arms and said seriously to everyone, "People, great, everyone's worked hard. Now I'll introduce myself. I am Valyer Jr., but because the previous king was killed, now I am Valyer." As soon as I finished speaking, all the prisoners were so surprised that their eyes widened and their mouths opened. Valyer stood solemnly, his hands clenched tightly. All the prisoners simultaneously knelt at his feet, joyfully shouting, "Your Highness is still alive! Your Highness is still alive!" While all the prisoners were kneeling in front of Valyer, a girl stood looking at him and choked up and said, "Valyer, you are Valyer." Sarkegar asked in surprise, "Could it be a princess?" Valyer heard Sarkegar say that and was a bit surprised and asked, "Huh?" In the dim light of the night, Ari placed her hand on her chest and stared at Valyer. There was a bit of unspeakable sadness in her eyes. Valyer wanted to confirm once again. He asked, "Princess?" The two sat next to each other on a rock on the edge of the forest. Ari turned to look at Valyer and asked, "Do you not remember anything?" Facing Ari's worried eyes, Valyer glanced at her and said, "I don't remember anything, please forgive me, I really don't remember anything." Ari was surprised and looked at him with wide eyes. Then she turned away to avoid looking straight at Valyer. Her hands confusedly pulled the corner of her shirt on her leg. Ari said to him, "Thank you for saving us. I didn't expect you to still be alive." Valyer was also a little worried, confused. He clasped his hands together. Valyer tilted his head to look at Ari. She lowered her eyes and said, "Fortunately you are still alive, fortunately." While Eri turned her head away, her eyes seemed to be avoiding him. Valier squinted his eyes thinking, what's with her eyes? It seems like the relationship between me and her is not very good. Valier clasped his hands together and said sincerely, I have no memories of the demon world, and I don't want to remember anything. Valier looked at Eri and said, I'm sorry if I did anything rude in the past. Eri was blushed by his words. She looked at him and mumbled and said, no, you don't need to apologize to me, on the contrary. Valier didn't hear her clearly and asked again, what did you just say? Eri confusedly turned her head and said, oh that. Valier's face turned serious, his eyes sharpened, could it be that she having bullied me? As soon as the words fell, Eri's face changed slightly, she opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at him. Then Eri felt guilty, her cheeks were red, she kept turning her head and trying to force a smile and said, that thing that thing. Looking at Eri's attitude, Valier's face turned pale, his heart became even more certain, it seemed that it was that's right. According to Eri's confession, the memory goes back to when Eri and Valier were young. Both of them did not like each other, standing next to each other, but everyone's faces were upset. Little Eri crossed her arms across her chest and glanced at Valier. Little Valier had a heavy face, wearing lead. He turned his head and looked away, not bothering to look at Eri. But no matter how much we hate each other, according to Eri, we are like childhood friends. The atmosphere surrounding the castle of the demon world is gloomy and dark. A beautiful pink-haired woman looks very similar to Eri. Her figure behind little Eri made a small smile appear on little Eri's face. Eri is the daughter of Queen Succubus, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon world, and the daughter of the 6th most powerful person in the world, 3 in the demon world. That's why she has the right to teach me. Every time I mess with my fellow tribesmen, she has such a high status that she is very capable of doing that. Valier remembered the image of little Eri holding a stick in her hand. With a fierce face, he was chasing and fighting little Valier. Little Valier was covered in sweat, opening his mouth and screaming as he ran. He remembered the scene again. Little Valier hid behind a person wearing a cloak who was trying to tease little Eri. Eri was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Every time she saw Eri she ran away. But when if there is a demon king, I will tease and be arrogant. It can be said that we extremely dislike each other. Then memories appeared one day. The entire demon castle was engulfed in blood and fire. Eri was injured and helpless as she watched someone else kill her mother. Before she died, she still looked back at Eri, but the 4 heavenly kings were all killed in battle, and Eri was taken prisoner after the defeat of war. Returning to the present, Valier's eyes were a bit thoughtful, continuing his thoughts, and then she was rescued by the son of the Devil King, who should have died, so she would find it very unbelievable. Valier looked at Eri seriously and said, let it be in the past, let it go. Listening to you, I am the one who deserves to be beaten. Hearing him say that, Eri was surprised and opened her eyes wide to look at him. She confusedly poked her index fingers together, her eyes averted. She awkwardly said, oh that. He saw her expression like that and he was a little devastated. Damn, after all, we were once one person. How crazy is that guy? Valier changed the subject. He said seriously, how is her strength and magic? I heard humans did something. Hearing him mention magic, Eri was startled, frozen for a few seconds. Her face changed, her eyes filled with sadness. Under Valier's concerned look, she lifted her long pink hair, revealing the sawed-off horn. Valier was startled and his eyes widened. He couldn't help but scream, what is that wound? Eri covered the wound with her hair, tears silently falling from her eyes. Eri put her hands on the rock she was sitting on. She tried to smile but tears were still in her eyes. She calmly said, humans cut off all of our horns and tails, and they also experimented with something. Man, I've lost my magic. Eri tightened her grip on the corner of her shirt, tears falling uncontrollably. Now I'm nothing. I can't do anything in the future. In the darkness, the 2 people's backs gave a feeling of loneliness. Valier silently listened to Eri continue to reveal, Valier, I'm sorry, you saved us, we will never forget. Eri clenched her hands, tears pouring down like rain. She said both helplessly and heartbroken, to thank you, I will really do everything to repay, but I am now useless. Now I am a useless person, can do anything. Valier looked forward. He sat silently next to Eri to vent. Eri bowed her head and covered her face with her hands, tears falling one after another. She sobbed, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Valier gently said, I didn't save you to ask you to repay the favor. Hearing that, Eri opened her eyes wide and suddenly stopped crying. Eri stopped crying. She opened her eyes wide and gratefully looked at him. Valier said seriously, I didn't save you because I wanted to take advantage of you. I saved you because it was something I could do. You don't have to apologize to me. Valier tilted his head to look at her. In a warm voice he said, you guys should return to the land of darkness or do whatever you want. From now on, you don't need to listen to my orders. Hearing him say that, Aerie stared at him, a tear of emotion falling from her eyes. Valyer rubbed her head with his hand. Aerie was moved to tears. The starry night sky. In the deserted forest, two people sat together. Aerie's back was small. She bowed her head. Valyer stroked her head, gently saying, "You guys have suffered." After calming down, the prisoners made a decision. The girls stood facing Valyer. He asked them again for their opinions. Besides the 10 of them, they all decided to return. Shadowland. The girls firmly replied, "Yes." Valyer told the girls, "I told you to forget all about the war here and return. Why are you here?" The group of girls surrounded Valyer, led by Aerie. She said, "We will stay in the Empire." Aerie put her hand on her chest, her face serious, and said to Valyer, "We are of no use in the battle, but after all I am royalty. I cannot return to the land of darkness. Forget everything and live comfortably, Roof." The two female demon prisoners looked at each other and nodded, their eyes filled with determination. Valyer stood beside Alaris with his arms crossed, both seriously looking at Aerie. Aerie continued to say, "Although we no longer have strength, we still have this body." Valyer asked, "So what are you going to do?" The scene of the human world appears. The division is very clear. On the rich side, boys and girls are dressed splendidly. They happily look at each other and smile under the bright lights. On the poor side they are sitting huddled together. In the dark, they huddled in tattered old clothes, surrounded by many bright windows, but their place was only gray. Aerie said, "He needed money to live in the human world. People, I know that possessing a large amount of money will cause trouble in this world." The image of a big, bulging bag with many gold coins next to it. Aerie came up with the idea, "Valyer, you will use the money we earn to do business." As soon as Aerie finished speaking, both Valyer and Elaric were surprised. Mouth open, Valyer widened his eyes. "What business?" Elaric opened his eyes wide and asked again. "The princess has no idea what you think." While both Valyer and Elaric were not understanding it all, Aerie enthusiastically continued, "If I succeed commercially, and hold a large amount of the Empire's gold coins, it will be of great help in restoring the Empire, rise in the demon world, and can even cause chaos and divide the Empire." Aerie seriously looked straight at Valyer. He raised his hand to scratch his head, closed his eyes and replied confidently, "You're right, but I don't have that talent. I'm even studying at Temple, so where can we get it, out that amount?" Aerie bowed her head and said with sad eyes, "You don't need to worry about that, because I have a solution." Valyer scratched his head and looked at her with wide eyes in disbelief. Aerie held her chest with her hands, pursed her lips. The darkness surrounding her seemed to be about to swallow her. Several prisoner girls stood behind Aerie. She placed her hands on her chest, her eyes wide open. She gathered all her courage and determination. Aerie said, "Sell us." There was an orange light like a fire of determination shining on Aerie's back. She said decisively, "If you sell us as slaves, you will make a lot of money." Valyer was shocked beyond words. Aerie calmly said that that amount of money was enough for him to start a business. Valyer heard this and was extremely angry. He widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. Valyer shouted angrily, "What the hell are you talking about?" Aerie and the girls were startled by the scream. Aerie held her chest with both hands, her face full of panic and confusion. Valyer quickly stepped forward. He used his hand to firmly grab Aerie's shoulder and angrily shouted at her, "You were almost a slave. I used my life to save you, but now you tell me to sell you to make money." Aerie being shouted at by Valyer, he staggered back and looked at him in panic. Valyer was extremely angry. His voice, carrying a dangerous and violent voice, shouted loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Aerie trembled with tears in her eyes and weakly said, "This is what I can do to revive the demon world." She used her hand to wipe away the tears on her cheeks. She cried and said, "If a useless person like me can help you, then I must help too. This is the only way." Her words made him less angry. His hand still on her shoulder, Valyer stopped for a few seconds and looked at her dumbfounded. Tears welled up in Aerie's eyes. She shouted at him, if she could throw away her pride, to take revenge on humans, then I. Valyer's anger flared up again because of Aerie's blindness. He glared loudly, "Shut up, mouth." Ignoring Aerie standing there with her stupid words, Valyer turned around to walk away. The female demon prisoners suddenly bowed down and knelt on the ground, begging loudly, "Your Highness, please, you give us permission." Aerie's sharp eyes were full of determination. She reached out and patted her chest, shedding tears of pain and begging, "If you don't want us to be slaves, then let us go to the brothel and send you money." Valyer was so shocked that his eyes widened and his jaw dropped at Aerie's extreme thinking. He shouted, "Why is that all in your head?" He placed his hand on Aerie's shoulder, looked straight at her, his left hand spread out to express body language combined with serious words to explain to her. "She thought I would be happy to take your money later, when I do those things. On the contrary, it makes me hate it even more and want to die." Valier frowned seriously and shouted loudly, "The demons are still there, the demon world is still there, you don't have to sacrifice in vain." Valier looked straight into Ari's eyes. He said seriously, "Just work properly and make money." Ari looked at him blankly and asked, "Can we work properly?" Valier was helpless with the brain circuits of Ari and the female prisoners. He was speechless as he looked at Ari, wondering what was wrong with these girls. He stood next to Elric facing the group of female prisoners and Ari, holding out his arms. Valier explained to them, as long as she didn't think about that direction, she could work at a pub, an inn, or go to a restaurant, any village can work. Elric gave a suggestion. There was an island called Edina. Valier turned to look at Elric and listened attentively to her. A busy street appeared under the sunlight, many high-rise buildings with ancient architecture close together. A few people were hurrying on the road. Elric explained, it was an island country outside the region, sea south of Kernstadt. There is a large mobile population, so economic activities such as trading can be carried out without being noticed. Elric finished speaking and smiled sincerely at Ari. After listening, Valier breathed a sigh of relief. He crossed his arms and glanced at Ari, smiling and asking, "It's okay, what do you think?" Valier frowned and said sternly to Ari, "If it was that place, she could live in peace." Ari placed her hand on her chest and promised Valier, "I know, I won't do anything you don't want." She patted her chest, her eyes filled with determination. She looked straight at Ari and seriously told him, "I will try to become useful to you at all costs." Valier silently looked at Ari with serious eyes. Ari placed her hand on her chest and looked back at him with determined eyes. Valier patted her shoulder gently, looked at her encouragingly. "No matter what you do, remember to keep in touch." Ari looked at him attentively. "I knew." Elric looked at Valier and reminded him that His Highness should return to temple. Listened to her reminder. Valier glanced at her. "The moon has risen, the stars have thinned out, the city at night is still glowing in lights," Valier told Elric. "The atmosphere of the capital, now after this, will be much more tense than before." Valier remembered that when he was in the temple, Eppenhauser appeared in a neat outfit and made an announcement. He had something to announce throughout the temple. He stood in front of all the students. In everyone's surprise, he said, "From now on all the students will not be able to leave here." On the street with high-rise buildings on both sides, many people poured out to witness a giant fire burning into the sky. According to Eppenhauser, it was a terrorist attack by demons, took place in the capital right in the middle of the Victory Festival. There were no casualties, but when the temple knights were attacked, many people saw the sky that night dyed red like in a furnace. The woman and two men raised their heads to look at the fire. There was worry and horror in their eyes. The people gathered in the square during the festival were all frightened. Valier's eyes were a little dark. He thought, thanks to that, a victory festival predicted to be held for a whole month in the original work, ended in just a few days, because of me. In the dark night, the temple knights were standing under the broken arched stone gate, observing something. There was news that they were suddenly attacked by demons in the middle of the festival celebrating the destruction of God, demon race. Remembering the past image of Ari with chains locked around her neck, several temple knights standing around guarding her, the news continuing to talk, prisoners being robbed in the middle of the road. The news page was neatly stacked on the table. Valier smiled contentedly with a cup of tea in his hand. The end of the news in the newspaper said, "The Empire said they had to destroy the demons but their friends were slaves, and the one who tragically crushed the entire Empire's honor." Valier appeared with the lower half of his face in shadow, creating an extremely dangerous image. He emphasized, "It was me." Valier remembered the time before. He crossed his arms and was thinking thoughtfully. The system notification appeared right next to him, achieving an achievement that was different from the original. Due to your actions, the original story had changed, is changed. You have received 500 achievement points, he thought, and the event I predicted happened because of me. The image at that time of Valier coldly glancing at the two classmates who were chatting in front. The girl said, she didn't expect the demon to do that right in the middle of the capital. Valier turned around and walked in the opposite direction but still silently turned his head to look at the two people who were discussing. The boy worriedly said, "Could it be that the war with the demons hasn't ended yet?" The girl opened her eyes wide and frowned slightly. "So scary." The image of the girl slightly frowning, her eyes wide open but her face full of worry. Valier thought about the kidnapping of Delphine Isdra. It didn't happen. A book was opened. On the page there was a bottle of ink spilled out, blurring a few words. One beautiful day, sunlight shines down on a building with many trees around. Ellen held the wooden sword high in her hand and asked innocently, "What's wrong, huh?" She swung her sword back to a ready standing position. The sword was lowered. She told the demon Valier that I don't understand why they fought with the knights of the temple. Valier was lying on the floor, with blood on his face, a red bump. He asked dejectedly, "Hey, can't you be more gentle with me?" Ellen continued to say, if it was for revenge, if they could infiltrate the capital, then shouldn't they attack somewhere else? Valier, lying on the floor, was a bit startled hearing her say that. Because demons are an evil race. Valier slightly squinted his sharp eyes and thought, most people would think like that and just let it go. Ellen stroked her chin and continued, I think there's something we don't know. Valier sat up with his hands on the floor and his hands on his knees looking at her. He thought, but she sees them as intelligent creatures like humans. Valier thought, this girl doesn't have that prejudice at all. He stood up, bent down, brushed off the dust and said to Ellen, if there was something, it would soon be revealed. Ellen stroked her hand as if thinking about his words. Suddenly a thought flashed through. Valier was startled. He immediately closed his mouth and widened his eyes. Suddenly a thought flashed through. Valier was startled. He immediately closed his mouth and widened his eyes. Valier was confused as if standing between two extremes. On one side was the bright red Eller representing fire. On the other side was the cold blue Ellen, like ice. He thought, I am not qualified to call myself human because I am a human. Having led the demons to terrorize the capital, I am also not qualified to be a demon because I am witnessing the strongest hero in the human world becoming more and more dangerous. Valier was about to turn to stone because of his thoughts. His face was blank. What the hell am I doing? Then Ellen was filled with curiosity when she saw Valier with his back turned to her. He was looking at his hands and mumbling. She told him, pick up the sword and continue fighting. Valier got angry and glanced at his grumpy brother. You told me to continue practicing here. Valier glared and opened his mouth to say loudly, I have been practicing all the time after filming, back to temple, and now you're still telling me to keep practicing until the last day of vacation. Today I'm just playing here. Feeling in a bad mood, he frowned angrily and said to Ellen, you should exercise to stop your bone pain. Ellen wondered, why do your bones hurt? Valier got angry and pointed at Ellen. He shouted, you know, but you're still trying. Let's go play. Ellen coldly glanced at him and asked, do you think I will listen to you? Valier ignored Ellen's words and reached out to hold her hand. Valier pulled Ellen to follow him. His face was extremely uncomfortable as he pulled her away. He said, no more practice, follow me. Suddenly pulled, she asked again, huh? Ellen's face suddenly turned red. She remained silent and said nothing. Olivier turned his head to look at her and smiled and said, I will buy you food, his hand still holding her arm tightly. Ellen raised her head and said seriously, I won't eat bean soup. Faced with Ellen's unexpected seriousness, Valier turned his head to look at her in surprise. Valier raised his eyebrows and said, I thought you liked to eat bean soup. Ellen calmly said, I ate because it was available. Valier took a step forward. Standing next to Ellen, he asked her with concern, if you don't eat bean soup, can you eat anything? Ellen looked at him and asked again, anything? Ellen thought about how as she stood staring at the durian, the air around her became gloomy, feeling like the whole air was filled with the smell of durian. Ellen's face turned pale as she imagined it. She shook her hands, picked up a spoon, scooped a piece on the plate and put it in her mouth. Before she could reach her mouth, she stuck out her tongue and was about to vomit. Valier pointed at her in panic, covering his mouth with his hand and vomiting. She said briefly, eat meat. The sky is clear blue. The sunlight shines on the spacious two-story house. Someone's voice is heard. Thank you, come back next time. Looking at the deflated wallet in his hand, there were only a few bills left. Valier trembled as he looked at the wallet. He rolled his eyes. Ellen stood cold-faced next to him, not caring. Valier gritted his teeth, glaring at her. How could that girl eat all 5 pieces of special steak? What was in that stomach? Ellen saw Valier's hostile eyes. She innocently turned to look at him. Valier frowned at her and said, if you have any conscience, please invite me for dessert. I'm poor. Ellen calmly looked at him. Yes. The two of them walked together, walking parallel to each other. Valier raised his eyebrows and said, if you go this way, there will be a shop selling delicious desserts. Ellen said without emotion, I know. An arrow shot into the black ring on the target, then another arrow tore through the wind 3 feet but stuck in the white ring. The girl pulled the rope taut and shouted angrily, it was wrong but it didn't hit. Valier was now leading Ellen around a corner. He told her, just go around this corner. When the two passed the corner of the wall, they saw Ladina pulling the bow and shooting arrows at the target. Ladina saw someone coming, still pulling the bowstring, and turned her head in bewilderment to look at Valier and Ellen who had just appeared. Ladina took an arrow and put it on the bow, pulled the string, her eyes focused on the target. Valier stared at her bow-drawing posture. Ellen standing next to him also looked intently at her. Ladina was stared at by others like that. She felt extremely embarrassed. Ladina's face turned red. She turned her bow and arrow and pointed it straight at Valier's face. Ladina shouted at him, Valier did not dodge. He calmly said, as for you, you can't use it to shoot people. Adrian crossed his arms in front of him, standing seriously next to Valier looking at her with blue eyes. Valier put his hands in his pockets and looked down from above asking Ladina, "What are you doing here alone? Where are you and your brothers?" Ladina lowered the bow and arrow in her hand. She shouted angrily, "It's not you, they are my friends." The target behind Ladina only had 2 arrows hitting it, but one was black and one was white. Ladina's face was extremely ugly, her eyes were full of hate. She angrily asked Valier, "Why are you here? Position." Valier glanced at Ladina with sarcastic eyes. He smiled sarcastically. "It seems like you want to shoot to get the gift. Why are you so angry? That target is quite far. If you keep shooting for another year you will probably get it." Valier laughing. Ladina angrily glared, clenched her teeth and shouted at him, "It has nothing to do with you. Don't hinder me. Go away." Valier took out a bill, stopped and placed it firmly on the counter. He said, "Let me go, as an apology for what I did the other day." Ladina looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Are you good at archery?" Valier pointed at himself with his thumb. He closed his eyes and replied with a confident expression, "Which one do you want? Tell me." Ladina stood close to him, her face a little red, pointing to the item she was talking about. "Over there." Valier was very focused, seriously looking in the direction Ladina pointed. Hung Ladina is just a purple teddy bear, with 2 horns on his head, 2 small wings on the inside, very cute. Valier thought in his heart, that first prize gift is huge, you need to shoot 10 arrows, 100 points to win, but the outside is still talking loudly, "Okay, let's go." Under the attentive gaze of Ellen and Ladina, Valier raised his bow and stretched the string, looking straight at his back. Valier's attitude changed. He became serious. With sharp eyes he thought, "Let's try some self-suggestion." The sentence appeared in Valier's heart, "I am a centaur." Now in his hand Valier was holding a gift form, and a purple teddy bear the size of his palm. Valier looked at the piece of paper and the bear in his hand speechless. Ladina looked at the thing in Valier's hand in disappointment and dropped her hands. She said boredly, "What's the point of me and you trying?" Valier quickly regained his confidence. He placed his hands on Ellen's shoulders. To Ellen's surprise, he smiled and said to Ladina, "This is just a test, from now on it will be real." Valier's hand firmly placed the bill on the counter again. He said, "I will try again." Ellen glanced at Valier. He excitedly took the bow, smiled happily and said to Ladina, "I said I would get it for you." Valier narrowed his eyes cunningly and said, "Hey Ellen, give it a try." Ellen held the bow with both hands, her eyes darkening somewhat thoughtfully. Elle loaded the arrow into the bow. She straightened her back and focused her eyes on the target. She pulled the arrow back hard, making the bowstring tense, the metal tip of the arrow flashing dangerously. Ellen then used both hands to raise the purple teddy bear with huge horns and wings up to eye level to look closely. Valier crossed his arms and looked at her with admiring eyes. He asked, "Do you know archery?" Ellen caressed the teddy bear in her hand and replied nonchalantly a few times. Weapons such as swords, arrows and a spiked dumbbell appeared in Valier's mind. Suddenly, his face became solemn, his sharp eyes contained a question. He thought to himself, even though weaponry involves talent, the ability of all weapons, no matter how many times you shoot it, you still get maximum points. Isn't this a scam? Ellen glanced to see Ladina secretly looking at the purple teddy bear in her hand. Seeing that Ladina had been discovered, she blushed and turned her eyes away. Suddenly the purple teddy bear flew straight into Ladina's arms. She used both hands to catch the bear, her eyes still wide open in surprise. Ladina hugged the purple teddy bear and her face turned red. She asked Ellen, will you give it to me?" Ellen glanced at Ladina and said coldly, "I don't need it." Hearing those cold words, Ladina was not sad, on the contrary, she was very happy. She opened her eyes wide, her cheeks were pink, she opened her mouth and smiled brightly. Ladina happily held the purple teddy bear in her arms. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Ellen with gratitude. She smiled brightly and said loudly, "Thank you, Junior, you are so cute." Valier saw Ladina thanking Elle. His face lit up. He pointed at himself with a smile and said, "Senior, even though she's archery, I'm the one who paid, so I should say I gave, right?" Ladina looked at him. With frustrated eyes, she sighed and said, "You're the one with the problem." Suddenly Valier grabbed the purple teddy bear under his armpit and turned around while saying, "Leave, go find something to drink." Ellen looked at Ladina with an expressionless face, and Ladina was smiling happily and said to Ellen, "This Junior, so what about that thing?" The bear was stolen by Valier and she turned around and shouted, "Ah, my teddy bear." Ellen stood coldly watching Valier childishly carrying a purple teddy bear on his way, Ladina chasing him and punching him in the back. In the room, Valier and Ellen sat across from Ladina. She placed the purple teddy bear next to her as if she was afraid of being robbed by Valier. On the table were several plates of cakes. Ellen was concentrating on eating the cakes, her mouth bulging like a hamster. Valier held the cup of tea in his hand and was about to bring it to his mouth when a voice rang out in his ear asking, "Is black tea that good?" startling Valier. He closed his eyes while enjoying the cup of tea in his hand and said, "It's okay, because I don't like sweets." Ladina argued with him. She didn't like sweets, so she asked to go for dessert. Ellen was munching on the cake in her hand, her eyes closed. "You always stick to the cake plates on the table," Valier said. "I intend to buy them for you and this girl." Ladina skewered a piece of cake and brought it to her mouth to chew. Valier continued, "Because she and this girl would like it." While chewing, Ladina arrogantly replied, "That's right." Suddenly thinking of something, Ladina frowned, her eyes thoughtful. Suddenly Ladina pointed at Valier and said, "Why have you been talking so blankly all this time?" Valier closed his eyes, sipping the cup of tea in his hand and said indifferently, "Anyway, I want to take this opportunity to say sorry." Valier continued to say, "Normally I don't have time to talk, I did something wrong at that time, I'm sorry." In the teacup appeared the image of Ladina seriously thinking about something. Ladina held the spoon in her mouth, her eyes darkened, she glanced at him and said, "Leave, anyway you won. To be honest, I also hate you, but I hate that senior more." Ellen didn't care about the other two people's stories. She picked up the menu and looked at it intently. Valier leaned on the table with one hand and a cup of tea in the other. He asked Ladina, "Is he that bad?" Ladina replied, "That senior forced me to teach you guys. I don't want to talk about it anymore." Valier raised his eyebrows and asked Ladina, "How old is your senior?" Ladina innocently said, "I am 15 years old." Valier opened his eyes in shock and disbelief and opened his mouth wide to let out a sound, "Ah." Ladina was stirring her glass of strawberry juice. Seeing Valier's expression, she opened her eyes wide in surprise and stared at him with wonder. Valier thought, after studying for more than a year and being 2 years younger than me, he is capable after all. Why jump up to 3 years? Valier crossed his arms and looked at her suspiciously and searchingly. He asked, "What is her major?" Ladina held a fork in her hand. She looked at him in surprise and then asked again, "You don't know?" Valier said sarcastically, "Say, I'll know if you say it." Ladina smiled brightly, her hand emitting a beam of red and yellow light like fireworks. She said, "My specialty is magic." Then Ladina smiled with a bit of pride on her face and demonstrated her strength. She glanced at her right hand, flicked her left finger, and immediately a flame burst out from her palm. Valier's eyes widened in shock. He shouted loudly and asked Ladina, did she have superpowers, like controlling fire with her mind? Ladina let the fire burn on her index finger. She brought the fire closer to her face and smiled, mysteriously speaking, "It's not superpowers but magic." Ladina then continued to show the power of magic to Valier. She said, "Here." Then she pointed her finger and immediately her magic turned into a spoon, then turned into a fork and stuck it into the food. Eating, Ladina continued smiling, and here, Ladina raised her hand to eye level. Around her hand several small lightning bolts appeared. Ladina continued smiling proudly, and here too. Then she opened her hand and a small green tornado appeared in her palm. Ellen was still focused on the menu, not paying attention to the two people next to her. Valier's sweat dropped and opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked, "What magic is this? Multiple superpowers, and also this ability?" At this moment, Ladina raised a pointer to let the magic turn into a cake spoon floating in front of her. She smiled and said, "All of it is magic." Valier opened his eyes wide and thought silently. He thought of the image of an outstretched hand approaching a large open book with a circle full of magic symbols drawn on it. Ladina's voice continued to ring out. In temple it was called, is mindless. Valier thought of the magic users, the red-haired girl and the man with glasses. Both of them without uttering a word just opened their hands straight forward. In their palms, blue magic circles appeared, and in his mind he thought, if it was magic, there was absolutely no need to chant, which meant that in the future this child could use high-level magic without chanting. "Uncle." Suddenly Valier felt unbelievable. He was sweating and frowned, thinking a little worriedly, "What the hell, I've never set up this talent." Valier crossed his arms across his chest, glaring at Ladina. She saw Valier's surprised reaction. She cocked her face a little complacently, put a spoonful of strawberry juice in her mouth, and said arrogantly, "I'm surprised, confused." Ladina stirred the glass of strawberry juice on the table. She smiled, looked straight into his eyes, full of confidence and said, "I am number 1, A1 in second year. In temples, this is called thoughtlessness. It's surprising. I'm A's number 1 in year 2. As she spoke, the two of them listened attentively. Ladina continued to speak. "This is a talent related to magic, but it looks similar to a superpower. In fact, even the temple is not sure about it. However, if I don't have magical power to support me, then it's over. Even if you have an ability, if you don't have magic power to support its use, it has no meaning." Magic is the most powerful and convenient ability, therefore, it needs many corresponding conditions. Must be intelligent, possessing a huge amount of magic power. At the same time knowing how to control it, and having talent related to that area of magic. If one of them is missing, it will be difficult to practice. Ladina uses magic, she must have natural talent, her mind is probably smart, but the amount of magic power seems to be quite small. Ellen continued next to her, just keep practicing and you'll get better, you're still young. She sighed when she heard what Ellen said, everyone said that. As she spoke, she lied down on the table dejectedly, I don't know. Junior now said, let me tell you a funny story. Funny story, will it make me happy? Normally, when someone hears that somewhere out there are people worse off than them, they will think, oh, it turns out they are very lucky, I'm sure. She complained again, but if I feel like that, then aren't I a bit bad? He replied happily, that's just the way people are. In this world there are people who possess a huge amount of magic power, but they do not have the ability to use it. As soon as she heard this, Ladina gasped and exclaimed, what? Born with huge magic power but not capable of using it, he lied, there was no such thing, but he calmly sipped a piece of tea and said, in this world there are always difficult things, believe it. Those words seem absurd, like saying a person is born strong but doesn't have any muscles, they can't use their strength. Ellen saw that she was so shocked that she said, he was talking about Kavioden in our class, hearing that made her even more shocked, really. So what should he do? I don't know, after all, the senior is still luckier than him. That's right. So, after listening to it, do you feel less sad? Do you think you're lucky you're not like that? Ladina raised her eyebrows, she was so angry at Junior that she was shaking. This. You bastard, you're an evil person. At this time, the sky was gradually getting late, all three also left the shop. Looking at everything around, Ladina spoke up, I really like it, it's the first time I've seen a temple so quiet, he said with an expressionless face, it's probably due to the influence of that incident, thinking to himself, to be precise, was caused by me. Ladina's eyes suddenly flashed with confusion, wondering if the Demon King had resurrected to take revenge on us. Responding to that insecurity was Junior's cold face, who knew? Seeing him keep wandering around, she angrily said, if it's true, then she knows what to do. What to do? Artorius has died, who can resist the Demon King? There is no hero as strong as Artorius, there is no one who can even compare to him. Even Artorius had lost his life, after all who would? Saying this, he gently looked at Ellen. Then say, everyone will die, there is no way. The Demon King is dead, but there is still a prince of the demon race who doesn't want to become the Demon King. Artorius is dead, but that hero's sister doesn't want to become a hero. Once again, a truth that I wanted to forget emerged, no matter what I did, I would still end up becoming Charlotte and Ellen's enemy. They are the two people I am closest to at the temple, it feels like something is oppressing me. At this time, Ladina also arrived, she held the pink teddy bear in her hand and happily said goodbye to the two of them, thank you, Junior, I will cherish this teddy bear. After she left, I told Ellen, let's go back to the dormitory. He said as he walked up the stairs, it's getting dark really quickly. But when I looked back I saw her still standing there dumbfounded. Junior is a bit confused, Reinhardt, what's wrong? I only saw her hesitantly say, if the Demon King revives, then you. One day I will fight the Demon King. Junior didn't react at all, his eyes were filled with confusion, it was hard to say anything. The hero had to fight the Demon King, everyone thought it was natural, including Redina. Ellen knew that she had superior qualities to Artorius. So if the Demon King revived and war broke out again, if it was revealed that Ellen was Artorius' sister, people would naturally think that Ellen had to fight the Demon King. She wasn't ready yet, but one day Ellen would defeat the Demon King, they were all sure of it. Ellen has no intention of risking her life to save the world. But she knew she had to do it herself, that's why she asked me that question. It took a while for him to say, do you think the same as Redina? I hope that won't happen, why? If it weren't for you, I'd have to eat alone, Ellen frowned, I'm serious. I'm serious too. As he spoke, he sat down on the steps, I have no intention of eating with you for the rest of my life. But I don't want to be unable to eat with you for the rest of my life. I don't want her to die. So you mean you don't want me to die for your own needs? Hearing what she said, he immediately replied, there are many people who want others to die for them, don't they have the right to ask others not to die for them? Suddenly, the corner of Ellen's mouth smiled slightly. Also, please think about the feelings of the poor Demon King who will have to fight you. You're overestimating me. No, I'm serious, he'll be punched to pieces. The two of them talked happily for several hours. So the vacation at the temple ended. It seemed like everyday life went by as normal as I had hoped. The events that I caused began to create changes that were not in the original work. The story's progress was being derailed by the variable called me, so right now I am. The image moved to another place. Now Junior was standing and blocking Adelia. You are Adelia, right? As soon as you heard that, you were scared. It was me. What are you doing to me? And right now he is running around to solve that problem. The next morning, Eppenhauser was lecturing in class. The teacher asked everyone if they knew roughly what had happened recently. The safety of the temple can be equal to that of the Imperial city, so as long as the children do not leave the temple on their own, they will be safe. The temple knows the concerns of parents about what has happened recently. So if you feel it's dangerous, you can apply for leave. As soon as Junior heard this, his eyes widened. He thought to himself, what, take leave? At this time, a courageous student raised her hand and asked, what would happen if I asked for a leave of absence? Could I come back next semester? He shook his head and said, no, if you miss class, you have to repeat this semester. We cannot allow students who have not passed the first semester's classes to move on to the second semester's classes. He thought to himself, damn it, that's it. The future is a bit confusing. Currently things are very normal, but what will happen if the students who play an important role in the matter are retained for a semester? The situation seems difficult. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by rescuing prisoners of war? Just a few days ago, Ludwig was originally going to help Scarlet, who was being harassed by her due to her hair color. Charlotte took over that role. Charlotte scolded Berus for that incident, saying that she had to manage her people and not let the Empire's honor affect her. Even the two of them facing each other seemed to be aware of the situation, clearly able to see a different development from the story I had finished writing. Anyway, the main character almost disappeared, so I'm very worried. If this continues, the plan will be interrupted. The teacher now asked Harriet, number 4, you want to take a leave of absence? She said a little hesitantly, oh that, your parents said it was too dangerous. Grants on this side raised his hand and said, teacher, I also want advice. Okay, then you two come see me later. He thought to himself, I have to stop this absence from school. Then he went to Adelia's place. When she saw him, she said in surprise, Reinhardt, why are you here? He stepped forward and said, a 7 Adelia, right, that's right. Where did you go? When you heard that, you felt a little guilty. Why are you so stupid? That's right, you're close to her. Where's your head? That's what led to the current situation. He stopped her and continued to ask, yes, where did she go? Adelia's eyes showed fear. That's it. Then there was silence. Her mind was confused. What should she do? If she answered here, wouldn't she admit that Harriet was very stubborn? But she didn't answer, so she felt scared. Finally, at times like this, what should I do? Seeing her keep talking, Junior angrily said, I asked where the idiot had gone, but she avoided his eyes and said the reason was, he had something to contact, so he went to the magic tools room. Hearing that, he turned around and walked away, muttering, could it be that he was contacting his parents? That place is not far away, he will probably be back soon. The girl right behind is still tormented, I accidentally answered. But he refused to give up and called back, hey, talk to me a bit, huh, with me, if not you then who? After that, the two of them sat down on the chair and he began to interrogate him, thinking about magic. It seemed like that. If she quits, what will you do? Adelia replied a little regretfully, I don't know, if I don't need it then that's fine. That's right. So why don't you convince her to stay? Why, I, Harriet, am a noble of high status. You can say it, but I'm afraid. What can I do about Grand Duke Saint Toan's decision? I can't help. But you don't like Harriet missing school, he calmly replied, yes. I don't want to. As soon as these words came out, Adelia couldn't help but get excited and exclaimed, isn't their relationship very bad? Could it be that you like him? Perhaps, that's why you've been bothering Harriet until now. Junior thought again, why don't you say it directly? This is the first child whose eyes you can read everything you want to say. He told her, whatever. At the same time a voice rang out, Adelia, I'm home. The person who spoke was Harriet. He turned his head to look, here he is. I came here because I have something to tell you, it's really good. As soon as I saw Junior, Harriet paused for a few seconds, why are you here? What caught her eye was the messy furniture in the room, papers scattered everywhere, not to mention there was also a dress on the table. Then howl, what? She screamed, go away. Then she immediately chased him away. Junior grimaced when he saw that. No, this room is not rented by you guys, don't tell me I have to go out. Harriet was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She screamed, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. He angrily scolded, hey kid, I know how much this shirt costs and yet she pulled it like this, but she still fiercely chased him away at all costs and quickly left. He waved his hand and didn't pay any attention to her. If I said it was dirty, I wouldn't say anything. Why are you so mad? Harriet shouted again, shutting her mouth. So he had to go outside. As soon as he sat down at the table, Junior felt a bit annoyed. It was fine to talk in the room. Why did he have to come out here? He didn't like it. He didn't want to. Then he asked to the point, so are you planning to quit? Harriet said calmly, if so, what are you planning to do? It's good, don't have to look at a beggar for a year, don't go. Hearing him say that, she was a bit surprised. He continued talking, don't stop. Her expression was a bit confused. Suddenly my cheeks turned red. What are you talking about? Seeing her shy appearance, he was speechless. In his heart, he thought to himself, it's not because I like you, my God, I overreacted. She spoke up, why should I listen to your words? I don't know how you think, if you quit school, you have to retake it next year. Then you will become my junior. Harriet frowned, how could this be possible, it was only 1 year. He started to use a sarcastic tone again and said, besides, next year I will teach my juniors. Hearing that, she said angrily, that's impossible, you yourself said you hated it. I don't like being taught, but not the other way around. Do 100 push-ups, hopscotches, or prepare a general exercise. At this point, her tears fell freely. What do you know about me to dare to do that? I actually don't want to quit. At this point she was sobbing, I really didn't want to but my parents kept forcing me to rest. She wiped away her tears and continued, in the sensitive situation of having to leave school, Charlotte and Berus both leaving Temple, the image of the royal family would be affected. That's right. Harriet said nervously, so what should I do? Then I've caused a big problem, isn't that right? No, dumbass, it's not like that, you should convince your father. What if you panic? What will Berus do to you? She said worriedly, yes. Junior advised her, please say that in this situation, the level of protection has been increased, it can be said that it is much safer than before, the prince and princess are always hanging around there, how can they manage? It's okay to loosely explain it. If you keep saying it like that, it will definitely be more effective. If the situation is just like that, there's nothing to be afraid of. Harriet was shocked, couldn't believe her eyes. Who are you? Are you really a child? He sighed and said, if you've ever experienced that, it's the same. What? At this time another person appeared. As soon as he saw her, he spoke, here I come. The person who just arrived is Ellen. You came just in time for dinner. Oh my God, by the way, you can eat too, I'll cook. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly stood up. Harriet was surprised to hear that. What are you eating? He looked at Ellen and said, Ellen, find a comfortable place to sit. Hey, where are you going? I'll choose the food and make it for you. The two women sat together but neither said a word nor looked at the other. She saw such an oppressive atmosphere and whispered, so embarrassed, first time sitting across from each other like this. He sat there, wondering what to say. After waiting forever, he finally finished, great. Then he brought the food to the table. Harriet said doubtfully, you know how to cook. Instead of saying you know, you could also say you can eat it, don't look down on it. Ellen, don't eat so much, eat slowly, Ellen replied while eating. Yes, seeing that, I complain, dare you to eat it all by yourself. Looking at the two of them, Harriet was a little curious, how could the two of them be so close? Hearing that, he looked at her and asked how they could get along, so just say it. But all he got in response was Ellen's eyes. He puzzled and asked why. Why are you staring at me like that? Hey, why are you? Ellen exclaimed, he wrote a letter to me. As soon as he heard the two words of the letter, he quickly covered her mouth tightly, stopped. Harriet sitting opposite was surprised and bewildered. What, a letter? Junior stood in front of her, quickly waved his hand and explained, we were in swordsmanship class together. For the match he helped me practice, right, Ellen? You also agreed? Yes, yes. Anyway, tomorrow you say well, tell me what happens, understand? Harriet frowned, why do I have to report that to you? Yes I know. Hey, don't say anything right now, Ellen continued next to me, I was going to say that you were attracted to me from the first time, please forgive me. I wrote a love letter and was beaten by my classmate. I didn't expect that because of those 200 points, I would end up on this path. I was blinded by those 200 points. If I knew I could earn 6,000 later, I wouldn't have done it. Thinking so, he sighed sadly. At this moment Ellen exclaimed, he lied. He looked over at her, mouth moving, yes. It seemed like that, seeing that he quickly said, sorry, but she answered lightly, okay. The next day, I don't know if Berus read my mind or not, but he helped ease my anxiety. Berus persuaded Harriet and Rihanna, who initially wanted to drop out of school, not to drop out, which was more coercion than persuasion. Of course, Berus is the best choice if I want to prevent dropping out of school, even if I have to go into debt. Berus is my trump card to do that, but even though I haven't asked yet, why did Berus prevent it, before? Anyway, no one knows what he's thinking. He's deep in thought when Charlotte comes to you. Reinhardt, are you here? If you're free, let's go out together for a bit. Hearing that, he immediately said, it's not impossible, but the ban hasn't been lifted yet. Charlotte smiled and then winked. There are some exceptions that apply. Carefully follow me. He followed her, thinking to himself, telling him to go together but not listening to my opinion. This is the princess's power. It's really scary. He continued to say, but going out at this hour, aren't you scared? She leisurely replied, there's nothing to worry about. In fact, no matter what happens, I have countermeasures. It might sound funny to ask now, but where are you going? Oh, I haven't said anything yet. We will go to Oligar District Shopping Street. Listening to her, he thought again, going to the place where Valier was last ambushed. Suddenly he had a headache. Damn it. This time Bertus's people weren't watching. Instead of being afraid of being discovered, I was more afraid of turning into a bat and being chased and beaten. He spoke up and told her, I don't know why you went there, but I felt like I was walking on a tightrope. Charlotte smiled, I know what you're worried about. From what I see, Berus seems to like you a lot. Did I guess wrong? I don't know what Berus thinks, but it's not a bad relationship. She continued, as you know, at the temple you have to take an exam before calculating the score, right? And there are not only individual tests. There are general tests and there are also group tests, but those are all in the assessment category. So if you cause harm to the class or have a bad relationship with someone in the class, frankly speaking, if he handled it, wouldn't it be very disadvantageous for him? Junior said without a word, why do you have to explain that to me? If his grades dropped, it would become detrimental and affect his performance, she immediately said. Besides, their relationship wasn't bad. I mean, if it wasn't disadvantageous for him, he would still peaceful. Are achievements that important? I don't see Berus being obsessed with achievements. Well, before it wasn't, but now it is. Now we are betting our lives on each other. She continued, as you know, if anything happens to us, the remaining person will be deprived of the right to the throne. Reinhardt replied, I remember. The Emperor sent the royal class at the temple on the first day after we entered school. It was given directly to Charlotte and Berus, but the content was for everyone. That edict warned them and their factions not to do anything stupid, at least that was the intention of the letter. She continued, surely the Emperor knew Berus was trying to assassinate me and right now he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but... She hesitantly said, he did not want bloodshed between brothers of the same family. That's why we try our best to protect each other. If some personal problem interferes, it will be quite a headache. While walking, he said suspiciously, if the two of us accidentally encounter something, wouldn't the third party become the Emperor? Reinhardt replied with a naive attitude, well, that's right. Charlotte asked again, now think carefully, do you still think our review at the temple is important? Reinhardt looked silent for a moment and then replied, not really, but I can understand how much it affects everything. Yes, she added, moreover, we usually earn points through group activities, or in other words, just one person disappearing will cause huge damage. He continued saying, I understand why Berus advised everyone not to leave or be absent. Then the two of them went together and arrived at the place they wanted to search for. Okay, here it is. When he got there, he looked around and Charlotte said, this is where he was last seen. He hesitantly replied, I guess I'll just go take a look. She proactively started talking to people around her to seek more information, but received an evasive attitude and did not want to answer. She sadly lowered her head to drink water to regain her spirits. I know it won't be easy, but there are many people who don't even want to talk to me anymore. Reinhardt looked at her and replied, yes, then thought back to how he had just encountered a rude person and considered the two of them to be liars. If they knew that he had just been rude to the princess, they would probably bite their tongues. She looked down and answered with disappointment, but what I heard was very different from what I knew. He said with a skeptical attitude in his heart. What about the fake scroll that the princess mentioned just now? I will pretend not to know. Charlotte continued sadly, it would be a bit difficult to elaborate further, but that person had separated himself from me. She thought about what happened and told him that if he wanted to live, that was the only way he could do it. But what can a person without any memories or knowledge do? He ran away thoughtlessly. The road ahead was certainly very unclear. Thinking back, she thought more and more, but he still had the scrolls he got from the castle. I thought he would try to make some money by selling them, but that would cause a problem. The structure of scrolls made by humans and those made by demons are very different. Merchants who knew nothing about magic would think he was just joking. They might even think he was scamming them. She thought with a sigh. I heard he stole a fireball scroll from one of the shops after that time. There were a few witnesses who saw it, but at that time no one bought back his evil scroll. When he got there, the clue was interrupted. Reinhardt suddenly thought to himself, the last place I visited after that incident was Alaris's store, so does that mean Alaris lied? After that, Charlotte stood up and continued, anyway, I want to check that place myself. Go to the shop that sells fireball scrolls. Arriving at the store they sought news from Borden. He replied, what, who are you talking about? Charlotte shyly wanted to ask, sorry, but this is quite important, I'm looking for someone, can you tell me again what happened that day? Borden started telling everything. I was told that I would be able to make a lot of money. I mean, you know how expensive a fireball scroll is, right? So, about a few months ago, a scoundrel came to me with a scroll and tried to sell it to me. It turned out to be a fake scroll, so I asked him why he lied and made him disappear. Out of here, I later saw that he tried to steal a roll of fireballs that cost 50 coins. He tried to smell it to distinguish it, but that didn't work. Reinhardt was extremely upset when he heard it and silently said, is this bastard writing a novel, or is he just talking nonsense? He voluntarily gave it to me. Borden didn't seem to care. I also don't know his name or whereabouts. Do you guys have enough clues? Charlotte smiled lightly and replied, oh okay. He continued, really, I don't think what I said is important. She continued, of course, I have understood a few things. Put the scroll down on the table. Yes, I will sell you this scroll for 1/4 of the normal price. He was suddenly startled. What? She said again, look, it's not fake. In his heart, he felt uneasy. This is the magic of lightning. This is the real thing. Charlotte's eyes looked sternly at him. It was up to him whether he wanted to buy it or not. Hesitantly, he took the pile of coins and put them on the table. I have no reason to refuse the normal price of 1 gold coin, so I'll give you 25 silver coins, right? Here you go. Finished, he thought to himself how lucky he suddenly was. Charlotte was silent for a moment, then asked a question, telling me when I would have a chance to steal your scrolls from that cabinet. Borden is confused, huh? She asked more questions at the same time. It seemed like he didn't have many appraisal machines, so that meant he could distinguish between fake and fake goods just with the naked eye. He said he kicked him out right away, when you saw the scroll he gave you, right? If that's the case, how could he just steal a scroll from the cupboard behind him? Do you really think I would believe that you could go there and come back out without knowing anything? Surely that can't happen. What are you hiding, right? Borden got mad and shouted, what are you talking about? I said stealing is stealing. After a while, Valier spoke up, hey, be careful with your mouth. If you don't want bloodshed, then speak kindly. Don't talk nonsense. He gritted his teeth. What? Reinhardt asked again, trying to tell me how he ate. If he couldn't, then he was probably hiding something. Don't you understand? This is not normal. You will be responsible for obstruction of justice if you give false information. Borden broke out in a cold sweat and had a grim expression on his face. Reinhardt shouted angrily, wondering if he was going to tell the truth. Continuing angrily, he wanted to be forced to confess after being dragged into an alley and beaten to a pulp. Charlotte also angrily shouted, what's wrong with these people? Seriously, how can you lie without blinking like that? She shook Reinhardt's body and continued shouting, I look so stupid, huh? Do you think I would believe that lie? He even said that everything he just said was nonsense. Reinhardt thought to himself, she's angry, it's hard, she's disappointed. She continued, how can people be so stupid? He was skeptical, that's why you're angry. She growled, the Empire needed to immediately implement universal education. All of this happened because of their lack of education. If we do this, everyone won't be so stupid anymore, right? I can't stand these idiots brazenly lying in the Empire. As she spoke, she held Reinhardt's hand. Did he agree? Reinhardt confusedly replied, I understand. Can you calm down a bit? Charlotte still held his hand shyly and said sorry. Charlotte and Reinhardt walked with food in their hands. Suddenly Reinhardt said, "I'm very grateful that you bought me food, but why did you buy street food when you are a princess?" Charlotte hesitantly talked about her miserable days. "I used to be a picky eater, but thinking back to the time I had to chew my leather shoes in hell, I no longer complained about being able to eat. Besides, we will probably never forget the feeling of happiness when eating that piece of cookie, that's all." Reinhardt looked at her and said, "Isn't that a bit too negative?" She was silent for a moment, then continued, "Do you know what scares me more than demons?" She remembered, there were people who were so hungry that they had to eat each other. I feared them more than any demon. After that, some were too shocked by what happened before their eyes. But go crazy and die. Compared to them, aren't we still better? Reinhardt's eyes were full of doubt. "I don't think you should say that to me. You didn't mean to say something like if you know too much now you'll die," she said again. "You're so smart, you can die now." Then she laughed and shrugged Reinhardt's shoulder. "It was just a joke. Anyway, coming here with our own eyes helps us discover many new things," Reinhardt asked, "as in?" Charlotte added, "We can see a lot of things when we come here, like how the stores we go to give testimony are decorated." She pointed as if she discovered something new. Coming to a new conclusion was only natural. "I have found his way." Turning to talk to Reinhardt, the boy came from the other direction and visited all the scroll shops he had seen at least once. "The shops we received testimony from witnesses were all in this area. And the store we just left is the last place to report back what we know. We don't have to go there to know the whereabouts of the boy who suddenly ended up here. Because we know he didn't steal or scroll, from that we can deduce that he has no reason to run away. With that data, we have to guess what he will have to do after that consecutive failure to be able to sell the demon scroll." With eyes full of doubt, Reinhardt replied, "Then," she continued, "he would have to try again, right? Furthermore, there is a shop here that specializes in handling scrolls." She pointed to the store. Reinhardt looked at Charlotte in surprise and whispered in his heart, "She's found it already. She's smarter than I thought. I didn't expect her to be able to deduce it with just that little bit of information." Charlotte fixed the hat from her cloak and said, "Let's go in there." Reinhardt looked at Charlotte and asked, "Well, that doesn't mean the store owner did anything wrong," she replied. "Well, we can't press any charges against them yet. But there were no eyewitness reports at this place. It was the last place he visited. Otherwise, someone must have lied. Someone touched the boy. How could he have disappeared into thin air?" Reinhardt began to worry about her thoughts. Damn it, I couldn't refute her. Her arguments were too sharp. I can't just unreasonably dismiss that conclusion. He suddenly thought about, is Alaris at home? She said she's on Edina Island for a while to help Ari and her group settle down, so she hasn't returned yet, right? That was still enough to discover her identity, but it would be troublesome if she started to suspect Alaris, in which case, it would only be a matter of time until she discovered Alaris was a ghost, vampire. Reinhardt uses his magic hand, but if it doesn't work, he has to go back in time. Suddenly a large screen appeared on which it was written that 10,000 achievement points were needed to cast this reverse spell. Reinhardt was shocked and whispered, "What the heck is 10,000 points? Could it be that Charlotte is so determined to find her that it makes her ignore this as impossible? Damn, that's bad." The two of them stood in front of the scroll shop. Charlotte opened the door, but the door was locked, and the door was locked with no one inside. Reinhardt replied slowly, "Maybe they are closed today, or should we look elsewhere first? Maybe they will return soon." He thought to himself again, damn it. That's the expression of someone who just came up with an idea. The neighbor boy was passing by carrying things on his shoulders and saw them, so he asked, "What are you guys doing here? There's no one in there right now." Hearing that, Charlotte turned around and asked, "The scroll shop is usually closed at this time?" The neighbor replied, "No, they had just gone on a long trip and her shop had been closed for a while." Charlotte asked further, "For how long?" The neighbor thought about it and replied, Since last Monday, probably since the beginning of the festival. She probably went on a trip to relax. She's still young and beautiful, so it's possible." She continued asking, "Do you know when she will return?" He replied, She just left, so I'm not sure." Charlotte decided to ask if anyone else knew anything about her. The neighbor's brother saw this and continued, "Well, she didn't even attend the business meeting, and even though she was very friendly, she wasn't close to anyone. People say she's very kind, but she doesn't even go to lunch with everyone. Her business skills are quite bad. In fact, her personality is not suitable for this profession at all. Anyway, try coming back another time." Reinhardt with a depressed look on his face, "That's it, if there's nothing else left, let's go home." Charlotte lowered her face and suddenly shouted, "I have to break in." Reinhardt was extremely panicked and wanted to stop. "What are you doing?" Charlotte used magic to make the door break into pieces, causing everyone around to pay attention. Reinhardt whispered, "This is crazy." "Then you go in, let's find that fireball scroll." He continued to think to himself, how haunted she was. Charlotte said, "Reinhardt, you go over there and look for it and I'll look in the cabinets over here." The two were about to search, when suddenly Alaris appeared with a surprised attitude and asked, "What is this mess?" "Who are you?" Charlotte said, "Oh, so you're in here." Alaris replied, "Why did you break the door and break in here?" Charlotte took off her hat. With a serious face and introduction, "Hello, my name is Charlotte the Royal Princess. I have a few questions for you." Alaris crossed her arms and looked nervously at Charlotte. Charlotte said seriously, "We need to talk." Charlotte looked at the personal information on Alaris's card. She said, "There are many people looking for a boy around here." "You know a lot already," Alaris replied in a low voice. "Yes, I know, Princess." Hearing that, the princess said, "I heard you prove that you had never seen that child. Are you sure about that?" Alaris still did not change her answer. "Yes, Princess, I have never seen it. By the way, when I was checking your card, I noticed that you are from the Pergia region. Is this Count of Pergia a kind person?" Hearing the princess ask her, Alaris was a bit confused and replied, "Yes, the lord of the region is Bishop Rendry. There is no one who is the ruler of Pergia." "Oh, is that true?" Even the guy behind him was stunned when he heard her ask that. He thought to himself, it was a trap. She asked something that no one would know unless they were from that place. "Charlotte, you know all the details about the Empire's regions," and Alaris, who is always prepared for that kind of question, "They give me goosebumps. They don't intend to reveal any weakness." She walked back and forth, flipping through the scrolls and asking, "Are you a witch?" Alaris frowned and said, "That's not true, Princess. There are some tools here to use with magic." At the same time, she thought to herself, there was no fireball magic scroll here. Charlotte silently observed and then spoke again. "It wasn't strange for a shop that sold magic scrolls to not have any attack spells. They were in high demand." "That's true, but offensive magic can easily be used to commit crimes, so I want to avoid trading this type of scroll." "So what? Okay." She held out her hand and said to Alaris, "Please give me the ledger. I haven't had a chance to entertain you properly yet. Princess, could you wait a moment? I'll go downstairs and make some tea." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly went downstairs. As soon as she left, Charlotte, still filled with doubt, said, "No matter what I think, it's still suspicious." He frowned. "What?" "Attack scrolls are the most common, but she said she doesn't sell them because they could be used for crimes. It means that her motive is not for profit. Well, I guess it's not that important. The ledger I just looked at, it seems like she hasn't been able to pay rent on time for the past 2 years. Normally a store wouldn't be able to operate under these difficulties. Furthermore, she had too few belongings to be able to reside in this place, and her room was empty, so it wouldn't be surprising if she came and disappeared at any time. Although I didn't find out anything more detailed, this place is too suspicious." Junior listened to her sharp argument and froze in place. He felt a little uneasy. If this continued, she would conclude that this should be investigated more thoroughly. If she seriously investigated, she might discover that Alaris was a demon spy. If that happened, Alaris wouldn't be able to stay in the capital anymore. "I have to do something. No matter how much I stir up trouble, I'm not in danger, but Alaris is." She already suspected that the store was a front and that Alaris had another purpose. Charlotte would investigate with everything she could to prove it. If she knew Alaris was a demon. Just thinking about this makes him sweat. "I must." Then he said slowly, "Charlotte, don't get me wrong, but listen." Parallel to his thoughts, it's all or nothing. Gathering all his courage he exclaimed, "We should stop." As soon as she heard that, she frowned and said, "Stop, what do you mean?" As she said, she opened the store for another motive. She did so even when she lost a lot. There's no reason to do that, so that means, they're just kind to the point of being stupid. As we heard before, she has a very good reputation. The boy was definitely here, more or less. The boy had obviously realized that something was wrong with the demon scrolls, so he must have sold the fireball scroll to the next store. What would Elena do if she saw a boy smaller than us, trying to sell something as dangerous as an attack scroll? She would take it, right? It doesn't matter whether she buys it or takes it. I'm sure she would never leave such a thing with the boy. Also, she might have seen the scroll he brought along, right? It's possible. Just pure speculation. She must have looked through the contents of the spell and realized it was a demonic scroll. After all, she seemed knowledgeable about magic. Assuming that she recognized the demon scrolls, she would wonder where the boy got them from. Reinhardt, what are you trying to say? I think she's trying to protect him somehow. What he said made her a little unbelievable. What? He silently thought, this is a bet, even though it's only half true and half false. I will have to tell her the truth one day. Junior continued to say, if she really was a witch, could read demonic scrolls, or was a good person, she would have known the boy was in danger and helped him. Hearing that, she immediately got angry. If he was so sure that he could find the boy through her, then he had to dig even deeper. How could he know that she was trying to protect the boy? You're just speculating, and even if you're right, why should we stop here? All I heard is that she's our only clue. What if finding the boy puts him in danger? If I can find the boy, then Bertus's dogs can too, Charlotte. At this moment, Alaris had also finished making tea. She held up 2 cups of tea and smiled and said, I brought the tea, princess. Charlotte tried to stay calm and said, I won't stop you anymore. I think you have a clear connection to the disappearance of the boy carrying the scroll. But I also know the boy is in a lot of danger. I have a theory. It was like she was hiding and protecting the boy, because she thought someone would threaten him. The boy may believe that giving information about his whereabouts would be dangerous. If he told her to lie to me, that is my conclusion. If you deny it, I will investigate you in every way I can, but, if the boy will be in more danger if you reveal the truth, then I will stop here. Answer me, are you protecting that boy? Alaris turned her head away. She hesitated a bit. Then he spoke up, yes, princess, I am protecting him. I'm sorry for not being able to tell the truth. When she heard this, she immediately turned around and ran away. Seeing that, he called out, Charlotte. The two hurriedly chased after. Hey, princess. She was currently sitting absent-mindedly under the tree. As soon as he saw her, he immediately came and sat down next to her. Charlotte couldn't control her emotions and broke down, sobbing like a child. In the garden, Valier Jr. and Charlotte sat on the steps. He made a sad face, and she sat with her face in her hands and cried. She wiped her tears and thought, so the king did not harm that child, the boy himself said so. He remembered what happened earlier. She was kneeling on the ground, he was standing on her left. Alaris put her left hand on top of her right hand across her waist and said, but because there were too many people keeping an eye on the boy, I couldn't reveal it. It's true, I'm truly sorry. She was still kneeling on the ground in disappointment and sadness. Alaris continued, the boy is still alive very well, but as for where he is and what he wants to do, I believe it would be better not to let people know. She pointed at herself and said, I'm a magician, princess, even though I haven't reached an extraordinary level, I'm still capable of protecting a child. She seriously looked down at Charlotte and spoke, I may make the princess feel worried, but please believe me. Charlotte looked up when she heard her words. Right now there is only one way to exchange information without taking any risks. I think it would be better for the princess to contact him by letter or something similar, on one's own. You and I will stay in the same position, Alaris continued, but it would be very dangerous for the princess to personally deliver the letter. Even if you want to exchange information, it would still be better if you sent someone else, for example, the boy who accompanied you today. Back to the present, Valier remained silent and said nothing. He heard her sigh, so he looked over and saw that she had stopped crying. She looked at him and said, this will not reach Bertrus's ears. Do you understand? He spoke indifferently. Of course I already know that. She smiled gently at him. Seeing him stand up to leave, she suddenly grabbed his hand and said, thank you, Reinhardt. She had just finished crying and her eyes were a little swollen. She spoke up, if it weren't for your ability, I definitely wouldn't have found her. He didn't turn around to look at her and said, how should I put it, I just found it by luck. She still held his hand and said, even so, I still have to thank you, I will never forget today. The two of them held hands and walked side by side. He spoke, my hands are stiff, let's go inside, it's too cold out here. She replied, okay. He frankly thought to himself, from now on Charlotte will try to protect Ellery. In the end everything ended well, but, why do I have the feeling that things are gradually getting worse? Inside the house, he was walking down the hallway with his hands in his pockets, thinking to himself, probably because he was exhausted after a long day of walking outside, that's why he felt so stressed. He looked over and thought to himself, I have to go take a shower and go to sleep soon. Suddenly Harriet stood before him with her hands on her hips. He still calmly put his hands in his pockets. Harriet crossed her arms and angrily asked him, where have you been all day? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Valier looked at her and calmly replied, I just came back from practice, so why are you waiting here for me? He was talking when he suddenly remembered and thought, there he is. He thought to himself, now that I remember, I think I asked her to talk to her family again and let me know the results. At that time, he and she stood talking to each other. He said, remember to tell me the results, after you talk to him. She said coldly, I don't understand why you love me like that. Returning to the present, he asked her if the conversation was going well. She hummed softly. The two stood facing each other. He put his hands in his pockets and spoke. Then, do you still need a vacation? She replied, no. He said rest is not necessary. Prince, no. If Berus said then we can't do anything anymore. He saw that she still had something to say, so he asked, so is everything still okay and where is it? Why are you hesitating like that? If you have something to say, just say it. I have to take a shower and go to sleep. She hesitated a bit, then stammered and said, then. He stood looking at her. She looked away without looking at him and said, my father wants to see you. He suddenly said, what? He looked at her and said, no, I mean, why would someone with such an important position like your father want to meet me? She avoided his eyes and looked away to speak. Then my father, he probably thought I would never say anything like that. A bolt of lightning passed through him when he heard her say, I told him exactly what you said, and he asked me who wrote them down for me. He thought, so that's it. She raised her hand to her temple to make a number 2 and smiled at her father. Father and son looked at each other and smiled, from the perspective of someone who only hears words like Dad, I love you so much, you are wonderful, best of all, buy that for your child. Turning to her, she raised her glasses and said to her father, Father, asking for leave at this time could be seen as challenging Prince Berus's composure. If I insisted on asking for leave during this time, with the current situation, our principality is likely to have both economic and political problems. I can't stop worrying about that bad scenario. Of course, it would be very strange. He leaned closer to her and said, so are you responsible for writing that speech? She then said, no, my father firmly believes that I am not the type of person who can say such things. That statement should be. He turned around, crossed his arms, closed his eyes and said, anyway, it's over, let it go. How are you going to introduce me? She was surprised to hear him say that he came from the streets, was a person with personality problems, and often went around attacking others. He didn't say that. She suddenly turned her face away and didn't look at him. He turned around and said, great. He walked towards her and said, come here, you idiot, let's settle things today. She panicked and said, I'm sorry, misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Outside, the sky was sparkling with starlight, the moon was full, his voice echoed from the castle, I promised to only punch him in the face. She didn't expect him to dare to say that and speak up. Kya, did you really hit me? No, how dare you hit me like that? The next day, the sky was clear, there were voices coming from the castle. Number 11, he received a request to meet from the Grand Duke Saint Ween. He looked ahead without speaking. The room was decorated quite solemnly. He sat opposite the Grand Duke. He said, it's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. He wore a monocle and said solemnly, it turns out you are Reinhardt. I heard you were the person behind my daughter in that incident. He sat upright, politely said, yes, that's right. He asked him, why did you do that? He answered, she didn't want to take leave, so I gave her advice that I felt was capable of doing, her highest potential for success. He asked him, did Harriet personally ask him? He nonchalantly replied, yes, that's right. He picked up his cup of tea and said, well, anyway, that incident was resolved without any further damage. It seems that letting Harriet continue studying at that academy is not bad. When he heard what he said, but don't dream about it, he suddenly said, what's going on? He held the cup of tea and closed his eyes as he said, Harriet once said she would never ask for anything from a commoner with a lowly family background like you. He thought to himself, why are you suddenly acting so hypocritical? He put down the teacup and said, Reinhardt, I didn't mean to offend you. As a child, she always did not interact with commoners, usually she closed her eyes and passed by, so he said, from then until now, Harriet has always tried not to communicate with anyone of lower status than a noble. He made a face, didn't care to hear what he had to say. In other words, considering his family background, Harriet would never talk to him. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed, but Harriet listened to his advice and even accepted to follow it. After he finished speaking, he picked up a cup of tea to drink, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. He looked at him tensely and said, could it be that Harriet likes him or something, or vice versa? He angrily shouted, I don't know how he is, but I don't like him at all. He held a cup of tea and heard him speak like lightning struck his ears. He angrily spoke up, "Don't you like her? Do you think I really believe you? Is there something wrong with your eyes? How can you say such things after seeing a lovely girl? Mine?" He thought angrily, "What the hell, is he that obsessed with his daughter? How stupid." Suddenly, Harriet opened the door strongly, blushing angrily and saying, "Dad, you're saying something." She looked over at him and said, "Reinhardt, you go out first, go out quickly." He stood up and bowed politely and said, "Then I'll go first." He saw that and raised his hand to stop him from speaking. Wait a minute, Reinhardt, let's talk a little more." She blushed and shouted angrily, "That's enough, father, be quiet, Dad." Waiting for him to leave, she said to her father a little loudly, "It's really ridiculous to stand, I'm so embarrassed, why would he suddenly say something like that?" He mumbled, "No, he's just," he thought as he walked away with a cold face, even if he is the strongest magician on the continent, he still has to bow his head in front of his daughter. There were only father and son left in the room. She blushed and said, "Dad, please go home, I told you not to come here." He sat on the chair and looked up at her and said, "No, but this guy is really your father, I need to decide who is worthy of my daughter's affection." She blushed and sighed. He sat in the chair and turned around and said, "Son," she said, "Father." She blushed angrily and said with tears in her eyes, "I really hate Dad." He was a little panicked when he heard his daughter say that. Seeing her turn away, he raised his hand and called out, "Harriet." Outside, he thought as he walked, "I have to get out of here." Black castles interspersed, one castle had a balcony with a bench. Inside, she raised her hand to knock on the door. He opened the door and saw her standing there blushing as if she had just finished crying. He asked her, "What, are you done talking?" The two of them stood in front of the door. She said to him, "Not really, don't you know anything?" He looked at her and said, "I don't know anything, what's going on?" She continued, "My father got it all wrong." He closed the door and left her standing there, speaking loudly, otherwise, why would he be angry as if he had been provoked? His words surprised her. He was inside smiling, she was outside banging on the door and saying, "Hey, Reinhardt, open the door quickly, don't provoke me, open the door quickly." She roared angrily. He imagined her banging on the door and crying, "Please open the door." He raised his hand and rubbed his nose thinking, "You are really interesting." Reinhardt told himself that I could now participate in the inference ability control class. Although the power of self-suggestion is relatively limited, no one in the class can activate superpowers as quickly as me. He wiped his sweat and turned his gaze towards Kono Lint, who was also tired and panting, except for the guy who could activate his ability faster than me. Kono Lint, A8's teleportation jutsu, his activation takes place instantaneously beyond the speed of thought. But along with that, he has to be naked after using the ability. However, having to be naked after teleporting makes this ability completely useless. It's a pity for the guy who always unjustly punished. Anyway, it's his turn to practice. Someone from outside called in. Kono Lint is naked again, and there's one more person to come. That's Liana de Grants. She just talked to someone else but can still use her ability gently. She is a genius in using her powers, possessing the ability to improve even without training. Every time I see her I get jealous. Of course I'm progressing quite quickly, but... Then he looked up at the sky to soothe himself. After all, a flat, rosy life is still better. Now I'm distracted by too many things. The teacher gathered everyone together and ended practice. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's end today's practice here. Next, she laughed and continued, "Everyone, remember to save your energy to prepare for the midterm exam. It's almost here." The group of students below are all depressed. For students, this is an inescapable fate, an event that must be faced in life. So the midterm exam is about to begin. Ellen was about to drink water when Reinhardt called. "Hey Ellen," she replied, "what's wrong?" He wondered, "Aren't you preparing for the midterm exam? Are you planning on staying here swinging that wooden sword forever?" She nonchalantly replied, "Yes." He frowned and thought, his family members are focusing on studying for the midterm exam, but this person doesn't care at all. She just wants to continue practicing martial arts. Even the busy Berus and Charlotte study hard. Then he tilted his head up and asked Ellen, "Are you the type of person who doesn't need to study anything but is still on the list of students with high scores in the whole school?" She looked at him without understanding what he was saying. Reinhardt is confident in his thoughts, because in reality he also established such a phenomenon. He is 100% sure. If we talk about intelligence, B2, Louis Angton is the smartest person. However, no matter how smart he is, he cannot win battles. In other words, based on the total average score of the subjects, Ellen will always hold the top position. Is it really okay for me to practice with someone like this now? At this rate I might be stuck in class. Should I focus on studying for the upcoming exam? If my score is lower than others, I will no longer be confident. He covered his face and lamented, studying is really troublesome. She noticed him, sat close and asked, are you not studying? Reinhardt turned around in surprise. What did you just say? I told myself, you're not as smart as me, why don't you learn quickly, that's what you mean. Then suddenly he shouted, I don't know, let it go, if you don't study, I won't study either. She suddenly said, you have to study with me. He also calmly replied, I don't know, I just don't want to study. The system pops up with the content, the midterm exam score is in the top 10, the reward is 3,000 points, as said. I can't refuse a sweet gamble that suddenly appears before my eyes. Currently I have used 2,000 points to increase my sensitivity to magic, now I only have 4,130 points left, I need another 4,000 points to activate the next skill. In this case, I cannot refuse the achievement point reward. But the top 10 stars, it's true that I'm smarter than those kids, but having to compete with thousands of students, how can I easily get to the top 10 in the whole school? Let's see what other rewards there are. He surfed up, cheated on the midterm exam and got caught, negative reward of 500 points, lowest ranking on the midterm exam, reward of 1,000 points, he was angry and silently cursed, this system, do you really want to be buried? Is this a way for them to look down on me? Okay, let me show you guys. It's just the top 10 in the entire school. Reinhardt was determined to pick up his pen and study. Ellen saw that and immediately asked, Reinhardt, I thought you were going to say you wouldn't study. He replied, humans often do the opposite of what they say. She looked at him studying hard and said, I think you will do well in the exam. He asked curiously, why did you suddenly say that? She replied, because you're smart. That sentence seemed to go straight into his heart, his face turned red, yes, thank you very much. He clenched his fists to reassure himself, he was already so happy just being praised by a high school student, isn't this embarrassing as an adult, should I die? But I guess she's probably much smarter than me. He just realized something, happily stood up and asked Ellen, hey, do you want to study for the exam with me? She is still the same, no. Then he sat down, the two of them did their own thing, okay. Why does the midterm exam feel so similar to the original storyline? In my memory, the story about the midterm exam talked about Ludwig's solid skill performance. He is a typical classic main character, always full of fighting ability, possessing boundless righteous power, and a bit stupid. Ludwig, who always had problems with his grades despite his hard work studying, finally found himself on the brink of failure. Later he started studying with Louis Angton of Class B and fortunately his scores increased dramatically. If we talk about intelligence, that guy is currently the smartest student in the upper royal class, Louis Angton. Of course he is selfish and cunning, but if we study together we will have more chances to get into the top 10 of the school. He put his arm around Louis and said, hey, I have something to ask of you. Louis was quite surprised when it was Reinhardt. He said with a trembling voice, why, what do you want to ask me? He also immediately reassured him and said, oh, this guy, did I hit you? Why are you avoiding people like that? Angton was a bit worried, what's going on, why is this troublesome guy acting like that, but he still pretended to calmly ask, what's wrong? He immediately replied, teach me. Angton seemed shocked by your performance, huh? Ari was surprised to see him appear here, hey Reinhardt, how did you get here, this is the Class B dormitory. He replied that I came here to study. She continued asking, oh, you study with Louis? He calmly replied yes, because he is the smartest person. Louis heard this and rubbed his head, damn it, why am I involved with this troublesome guy? Ari suddenly asked, so what if that's the case then? Would you mind teaching me too? Louis also replied very generously, of course. Reinhardt wondered incredulously, if it were based on the original story, he would definitely be angry and say why do I have to help you guys answer such easy questions, but now everything is completely different from the original story. Suddenly, a voice said, Reinhardt, what are you doing in our dormitory? He turned around suspiciously, could this voice be? Where did Ludwig appear from? I'm so happy to meet you in a place like this. Ari friendly invited Ludwig, it's Ludwig, we're studying together, do you want to join? He whispered to himself, even if he agrees, I won't let him, please stop. Not according to his expectations, Ludwig was even happy to agree immediately, it sounded good. He gritted his teeth, angrily cursed, this brat, this nasty guy is truly a black hole in the universe. Ludwig is very talented at studying, he just doesn't want to study. He is a diligent person, so he always tries very hard in his studies. However, his scores are always just average. My original plan was to study secretly with my tutor, Louis Angton, but adding Charlotte was also acceptable because she is quite smart. Reinhardt thoughtfully placed his hand on his forehead. Ari is dedicatedly teaching Ludwig. Ludwig, based on the context, you can tell that this person is denying his own mistakes, right? Ludwig with his stupid questions. I'm not sure I understand the meaning of the word denial you said. In the writing task this person realized his mistake. She was completely stunned by his question. Yes, that's true, but, even though he admitted his mistake, he still tried to push the blame onto others. He continued to say, is that so? But anyway he admitted that he did wrong. Reinhardt sat next to him, clutching the pen, trembling, looking like an idiot. Even a 3-year-old child sitting there already understood the problem. Why do you keep explaining it over and over again? How can you learn to write with such a chaotic brain? Ludwig laughed loudly and replied, I'm sorry, even though I really wanted to concentrate on studying, my brain just couldn't listen loudly. Ari saw that and yelled back at him, Reinhardt, don't speak so harshly. Seeing that scene, Ludwig smiled and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, thinking that a stupid person like this could be a character. Seriously, it's so irritating to death. Ari turned around and continued pointing at Ludwig. Come on, Ludwig, this is easy. What is the name of the largest state in the north that is often known as the first state in the empire? He quickly replied, K. What K is that? Cairn, Cohernheit, right? Both he and Louis were annoyed. Wow, this guy is really, he must have asked the question more than 10 times. Even the pen in Reinhardt's hand couldn't help but break in half. He stood up and shouted, angrily saying, how could you make the same mistake 10 times like that? Even a 10-year-old child knows that. This question was so easy that no one even bothered to put it in the exam, but he couldn't even remember it. Was it possible? Both she and Ludwig were stunned. Louis stood up as if agreeing with him. She said with a slightly sad expression, Ludwig, I don't know. Have you ever had brain damage or something like that when you were a child? Reinhardt, with an incredulous face, thought, wow, look at the nicest person here saying some sarcastic words. Ludwig still innocently replied, oh, I don't have one. Ari worriedly asked, really, you've never had brain damage before? He thought to himself, that expression, 100% was thinking, no way, how could a normal person be that stupid? She put her hand to her mouth and spoke her own thoughts. Perhaps the empire should enact a public education system. Ludwig, it's not your fault, it's all the empire's failure to provide basic education for all its people. She looked up at him with a look full of pity. I still can't believe it. Charlotte, you really don't hate Ludwig. He replied calmly, yes, that's lucky. Ari immediately agreed, yes, in the future, the average education level of people will definitely increase. She raised her hand with eyes full of determination. We can't let sad situations like this happen again. He smiled happily. Charlotte, thank you so much. Seeing such a happy scene made Reinhardt happy too. I couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell am I watching? Does he even know how to thank me? Let's just worry about yourself first. Then he turned to ask Louis, hey, what question do you think the teacher will put on the test? Louis, when watching that scene, still hasn't had time to figure out how to answer his question. The next morning at school, quickly come over here and take pictures, starting with the group on the right first. You should have eaten with Class A. He replied with a careless look, no one prescribed that. Louis also awkwardly replied, yes, that's right, it's not that it's not allowed. A fiddle sounded. The young man with the hat shouted loudly, come on everyone, I'll play a song while you're eating. Everyone around was very happy. Some even asked, I just mentioned why haven't you appeared yet? The artist continued, please listen to the immortal song of Lanyan Cesar. Everyone clapped. Reinhardt was very surprised by the scenery here. Ari looked at him and smiled affectionately. Isn't that great? The atmosphere here must be very different from Class A. He replied that yes. Even though Class B is rated worse, everyone still enjoys their study time. It's not that I hate Class A's life or anything, but everyone only focuses on developing themselves, so they only focus on training and participating in training sessions. Sometimes I forget, we're not just existing, we're supposed to enjoy life. You see everyone here happy and your heart flutters a bit. It's been a long time. I just want to let go of thinking and enjoy as much as possible. Since then, besides practicing in the morning, I have spent all my remaining time studying. Charlotte and Louis, who were always supervising me, were also surprised to see that I was quite good at absorbing lessons, so I gritted my teeth and tried not to give up. Because besides my age, my brain is actually much worse, I absolutely don't want others to find out about this. My goal is to get a high score in the combined exams. Usually about 100 people get a perfect score. If I get one question wrong, my overall score will drop a lot, so I study very hard. Yet in the end, I got one question wrong again in the combination test. It's truly a pity. And not long after, the average rankings of specialized subjects as well as comprehensive exams were posted on the blackboard. Everyone was shocked at the top 5, even he was shocked when he found out he was the first place in this exam. Valier Jr. is at the front of the leaderboard, although my entire academy's score only ranks 734, if each royal class is counted, my score is first. The reason is also simple. To make it easier to understand, I got an A+ in all the combined subjects in the midterm exam. The assessment criteria focus on progress rather than skills, so of course I will get a high score. Actually, both Ellen and I were among the top students with high scores in the combination exam, but Ellen got 2 questions wrong. So I obviously became the top one. The system board appeared, announcing that the task of scoring in the top 10 for the midterm exam had failed. Although I did not make it into the top 10 in the whole school, I still ranked first in the class, but I just did not meet the requirements of the task, so do not receive bonus points. The incident about my test scores also caused chaos in the academy for a long time. And finally, May has come. The worries of studying have gradually turned to green grass and bright flowers, but still, a lot of things have happened. Harriet absolutely refused to talk to her father. Every time I teased her, her face would turn red and she would be so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl to the ground. As for Berus, I thought he was a troublemaker, but surprisingly he turned out to be a skilled martial artist. More importantly, while measuring my physical strength, my recently upgraded magic perception ability was discovered. Suddenly having another talent in such a short period of time made me become the center of attention of many people. After the bans were lifted, I went to Alaris's store to discuss the situation. Now I don't need to follow the princess anymore, my current main duty is as a postman. Alaris must have decided to keep the current situation. I also heard about Ari choosing the port city of Risal in the kingdom of Edina as a place to settle. It seems like she adapts quite quickly and lives quite comfortably here. If there is any trouble, Alaris will immediately check and help, and as soon as I return to the academy. Charlotte was very anxious to receive the letter from that child. I personally gave that letter to her. In the letter, I apologize for leaving without saying a word. I'm being protected very well right now, and I hope you're safe too. She was very touched, because I went out, and brought back the letter she had been waiting for right after the ban was lifted. Charlotte smiled brightly and thanked me profusely. But when I see that smile, my heart. At the end of the flashback, Valier lay on the ground, breathing tiredly after training. His body was so sore. He sat up. Seriously, he couldn't even hit a single shot. He had only rested a little to study for the midterm exam, but his body was already stiff. For some reason, I feel like I'm easier to defeat than before, but that's not true. Ellen explained, it was because my skills increased a bit. Is that so? So Ellen had to use more strength to defeat me, which also means I've improved myself. I felt very happy, but also very curious. He glanced at her. Aren't you paying too much attention to me? Ellen wandered away. Then she raised the wooden sword high. There was me. She pointed the tip of the sword at the ground again, and there he was. What you want is just the ceiling or the sky. If I use my superpower, will you get hurt the same way? You always practice with me so you don't know how good you are. I know you don't like to brag, but you're really talented. Don't feel embarrassed praising people like that, I'm just telling the truth. Valier began to compare. In fact, not only did I improve rapidly, but Ellen's skills also increased dramatically. The only difference was the growth rate of the two. To me, Ellen is a solid wall that I cannot overcome. From the last swordsmanship test, I realized it. The more I pretended not to know, the more clearly I saw my own slowness and clumsiness when compared to others. After awakening the ability of self-suggestion, I was able to distinguish my level of progress based on the speed of skill activation as well as the desired effect. During the process of strengthening my body with the ability of self-suggestion when practicing swordplay, I can know exactly that each time my strength increases, it will be 2 or 3 levels higher than when I first awakened. Otherwise my magical ability seems to have doubled. Furthermore, practicing the sword every day with Ellen also made my swordsmanship improve. Now I can easily defeat others, even without using self-suggestion. I can still defeat them. With the abilities I currently possess, if I practice swordsmanship more seriously, will my skills improve significantly? Ellen stood up. She reminded him, "Stand up, break time is over." He also stood up. "Yes, I have to stand up to be your punching bag again." Just then, his screams echoed, "Ah!" After finishing training with Ellen, Valier turned to jogging. He met Adriana. She greeted him. "Met his junior again. I heard you just got first place." "I know my image isn't very good, but everyone reacting like that makes me a little sad. To be honest, you don't look like a smart person at all." "Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Arguable. Anyway, the exam is over. Do you plan on trying the first group mission, or go over to the bench over there to rest for a bit?" "That sounds good." Adriana sat down on the chair. "I think the first task will probably be something like survival. The question is the same every year. I guess that's it. If it's a survival mission, you'll probably get through it easily. It sounds like you have high hopes for my ability to survive because I'm from the province." She smiled. "I won't deny it. It's good after all. Noble kids often give up on these survival missions, just like I thought. Children born into rich families do not have the strength to endure a wandering life." Director Eppenhauser only said that the theme of this week's mission was a team survival challenge. Other than that, there was no further explanation. Everyone would know the location by then, but I knew it clearly because I was the person who wrote this. Valier showed an unconcerned face. He finally arrived at the mission location. It was a bright sunny day, with a golden sand and beach. A few other students wearing backpacks were walking ahead. The location for this survival mission was. The other practitioners were sweating, walking and breathing heavily, like a tropical desert island. One person exclaimed, "Ah, it's too hot here." Grant scolded, "You idiot, why are you suddenly screaming?" Valier looked back. "Why did I write this part?" He walked under the harsh sunlight. "Damn it." The students gathered around the homeroom. This was one of the pristine islands located in the territory of the Kamsenzi Kingdom of the Empire. It was about 3 times larger than the academy. Everyone would have to stay here until they finished. Become a task. The time for the survival challenge is 5 days. On Thursday evening everyone will be picked up, while here, everyone can do whatever they want. As long as one can survive with the supplies provided. One student complained, "What a dangerous mission." A female student timidly spoke up, "Is it safe?" "Yes, it's impossible to freely survive like this. Since it's not a mandatory task, anyone can quit at any time, but they will receive a failing grade." The students were a little scared when they heard that. After all, they were members of the royal class. Once you are in the academy's special class, you should also prove that you are more special than other students. This is just the beginning of that journey. He held out a yellow coin. "Anyone who feels they cannot complete this task can use it. As soon as they are eliminated, everyone will be moved straight to a safe area. In case the special request is completed, everyone's quest will also end. Classes completed early will receive bonus points. You're gone, that's the whole rule. Now good luck to all." Valier and Harriet were on the sand, looking out to sea. Harriet felt extremely scared. She sat hugging her pillow. She started to cry. "What is it? Why do we have to be here? Is it really okay? What should we do now? I want to go home." Valier bent down and opened his backpack. He took out his personal belongings from his backpack. "They prepared more things for us than us." He looked at Ellen. "Ellen, you'll play to the end, right?" "Yes, I won't give up." "Berus, what about you?" "Ah, well." Valier picked up a knife. "Ellen will come with me. You stay and watch the children while I'm not here." "Ellen, come here, we can go together." "Okay." Seeing this, Berus exclaimed, "Wait, are you two going to go in there right now? We have to quickly find the necessities to survive. What if it's dangerous? We don't know what's in there." "Where?" Valier is still moving forward. "So do you really want to die here?" "Oh, no, I'll keep watch here." "Does he want to come in with me?" "But achievement points also depend on this too." In the original story, somehow, Class A with countless noble children made it through the first day. However, on the last night, not many people could endure staying behind. Except for Ellen, everyone voluntarily gave up. On the contrary, Class B under Ludwig's direction excellently completed the mission. This was the original storyline before Charlotte's participation. Now that the original work has been changed, I can't predict Class B's situation, so there's no way I can sit still. Furthermore, Berus probably doesn't want to get involved in any trouble, so it would be better to let him take care of the children. Quickly, Ellen and Valier came across a coconut tree. Suddenly I thought of a saying that, in a group, the minority can still win over the majority. He smiled and said to her, "Great, we have completed the task of finding enough drinking water. At least it is completely true for me in Ellen's current situation." Both of them brought the coconut chamber back to the original gathering place. Berus exclaimed. He couldn't believe it. In such a short period of time the two of you found this thing. Who knows, if we unfortunately lack water, we can only drink it. Berus looked at Valier. It seemed like he wanted to say something to him. "Reinhardt, let's talk a little. Have you ever experienced something like this before? Instead of worrying about whether I have experienced this situation or not, I prefer to act on my own rather than just sit still and wait. Sitting in one place will only cause my energy to be lost." Berus took a breath. "Hey. No matter how bad the current situation is, we still need a place to sleep. There must be a place to shelter from the sun and rain. Can you really do what you just said? There are a lot of tree trunks, vines, and mic palm leaves here. I think I just need to combine them together. Sounds like that, just leaves. No need to think too much, there are experts here for that." Hearing Valier's opinion, Adriana was a bit shaken. "Even if I knew how to do it, we don't have enough ingredients and tools to make it here." Berus said, "You can use wood to make pillars and palm leaves to make the roof. What do you think? Can you think of any ideas, Adriana? If it's built in a hut, it'll probably be fine, but I don't know if I'll be able to sleep. If you want to do this quest to the end, you can just sleep there." Berus then walked over to another group of students. "Okay, everyone stand up. I know everyone has the right to choose to give up, but isn't it better to try first? Kino, Kair, quickly collect as many leaves as you can and come here. We need a lot of leaves and tree trunks to make that camp. Harriet, will you help them use magic to cut down a tree? What tree? If it's the other sentences, then it's okay. Remember to be careful where you get hurt. Ellen and Cliffman will help build the campsite according to Adelia's instructions." Looking at the way Berus divided the work, Valier silently assessed and controlled the situation well, calmly demonstrated his understanding, knew how to motivate people as well as possess good leadership skills. Whether he's a villain or something, he's a born leader. "Okay, I should do my own thing. Berus, can I talk to those two alone?" "Huh, who?" Valier pointed at Heinrich and Liana. "I think those two are the most important keys among us." "What?" The three of them went somewhere else to talk privately. "In the end, whatever you want to say, please say it briefly." Seeing the unfriendly attitude coming from the two people, Valier thought, the two of them are wary of me. Heinrich doesn't like me, and I've never had contact with Liana. "Heinrich, from now on, whenever people need you, just light a fire. Now we have to find clean water first." "Is the water clean?" "Yes, you must have clean water to survive." "Then ask Adriana how to make a simple water filter, then help me filter clean water." Heinrich got angry. "Hey, you think of me as a lighter, what's with that petty attitude?" Valier walked away. "It's better to just think of him as a lighter." "What a bother, I'll just log out of here." He said, "It's the same if you listen to what I say or what Berus says. If you don't do what I say, within 2 days we will all turn into dried fish. Forget all the old stories and cooperate together, we are now in the same boat." Even though Heinrich was so angry that his face was red, he still agreed to compromise. "Shut up, I'm doing it for the common good, not because of what you said. Remember that carefully. Okay, whatever." Valier turned to Liana, and "Liana, you will be in charge of hunting and hunting." Valier pointed toward the sea. Liana also turned to face his hand. "To be more precise, it's fishing. The clear blue sky with flying birds makes the atmosphere here more peaceful than ever. Grants is trying to use his force to go into the cool water to catch fish under the witness of Valier Jr. But as a result, he didn't catch any fish." Grants put his hands on his hips and said, "As you can see, my pulling power is not that strong yet." Valier Jr. immediately replied, "Yes, it will be quite difficult to use it to catch fish." She raised her hand and gently rotated her wrist and said, "I know what you want, I will have to get close to the fish to use it." As soon as he heard Grant say, "But you probably know I can't swim," he felt even more thoughtful. "You can't swim, huh?" Then he came up with a plan. "What if I carried you on my shoulders and swam into the water?" This idea of his made Grant stand still, extremely confused. But then thinking back, Valier Jr. said, "If that was the case, I would be electrocuted." Looking at him thinking about Grants, there was doubt in his heart. How did he get to the top? At this time, she began to stretch and said, "It's okay, there must be fish in the shallow waters, I'll electrocute them when they swim to me." Suddenly she stopped as if she realized something. She turned her head to look at Valier Jr. and said, "Now that I think about it, I can't touch the fish, you're also helpless." Suddenly, a scream rang out from Harriet de Saint Owen's position. Her face was frightened, her hands hugged her trembling body tightly, her voice gradually became weak. Some fell from the tree. Ka was carrying the tree and saw her screaming in panic and wondered, why. She looked panicked when she was the one who cut down the trees. Berus observed for a while and then told everyone, "This should be enough, now let's deal with them and set up a tent." He began to give instructions. "Lint and Ka put the leaves here. Birch and Cliffman are stronger so they will help carry the pile of wood. When we have enough leaves we also need vines to tie it all up." When everyone went to work, Berus was looking intently to the left. In his heart, he silently asked the question, "What is Class B doing? It seems like the other side also has a plan." He looked into the distance. I still didn't know what the special conditions were for completing the mission. At this moment, a voice rang out saying we've brought home today's food. Harriet became so frightened that tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She screamed, "Gia, what the hell?" Valier held a large shrimp in his hand and said incomprehensibly, "There was nothing surprising about the food. Liana used lightning to catch this lobster." The lobster was super big. Valier also had to speak up. "I have to say this is the first time I've seen one this big. It must look delicious like this." Ka and Kono Lint sat down together to watch the big shrimp crawling on the sand. Ka gently poked its back and said, "I think we should check to see if it's edible or not." Kono innocently said, "No, you just need to cook it thoroughly, right?" When he heard him say that, he immediately replied, "What if it's poisonous?" Valier heard their conversation and immediately added, "The teachers are probably watching from somewhere. They will surely warn us if there is a danger to our lives." He even conveniently said the sentence, "I think just one is not enough," making Grance's face turn pale. She coldly turned around and walked away. Her voice was gloomy and I almost turned back. Valier heard that and thought to himself that it was tsundere. As soon as he turned around, he discovered that Kono was preparing to drink water and immediately said, "Oh yes, you will regret it if you don't save water." Hearing him say that, Kono said it's okay to pick more coconuts. Valier was angry when he heard him say that, turned around with a murderous look in his eyes and said in a harsh voice, "Do you think climbing the coconut tree is easy? This idiot wants to do it himself." Kono immediately shrank from his anger. Coming soon quickly waved his hand. "No, this." Suddenly a thought flashed through Valier's head. "Wait, it must be me who picked the pain. He can teleport instantly." With that in mind, he said, "Now that I think about it, I think you should be the one to pick." Kono was still confused. Valier sighed at that expression. "Wow, is this kid trying to get busy? From now on he will take on the task of picking coconuts. We still need another source of clean water. We cannot use coconut water to wash wounds or bathe." Valier walked into the forest and thought that if what he wrote was true, there would be a source of clean water nearby. After walking for a while, he gradually became tired and panted next to a tree, not expecting that one day what he wrote would come true on himself. "Even if Class A doesn't win, I'll still get points as long as I last until Friday, which is why I don't care about winning or losing in this group mission." Valier lazily sat with his back against the tree. He groaned in frustration, but why did he still have to work so hard? At this moment, he wanted to punch himself out so much. While he was lost in thought, a loud sound came from not far away. A slim figure is moving at a very fast speed. An animal with a huge body quickly ran away as if being chased. Behind it is a girl with long hair, her whole body covering her face. She is raising her bow and aiming at its head. The girl who succeeded in her goal stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. She caught it. But this pig was so big that she encountered a new obstacle. She didn't know how to carry it back. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Hey Delphine, eyes dry." Valier appeared and said, it seemed like she was having trouble. Seeing him she immediately said, "Ah, it's you, Reinhardt, right?" Valier looked at the wild boar and asked, "How did you hunt it?" Delphine replied, "Yes, but I don't know how to move it." Valier heard that and immediately suggested that if he couldn't bring it himself, I could use it. Delphine was immediately happy to hear that. That would be great. In front of the little girl's talent, Valier also had to praise her. Her archery is really great. She has a lot of experience hunting. Delphine replied, "Yes, I'm from Talprad. Most people there know how to hunt." Receiving this answer, Valier also said with ease, "No wonder." In fact, Valier already knew that. Delphine Isdra counts from the mountains of the Northern Empire and she is a member of the Talprad Rangers. Talprad is famous for the fact that every citizen knows how to use a bow. Among them, Delphine is considered a prodigy. Although she currently only knows how to use archery, she will later possess a special ability called spirit power. In fact, he remembered writing that Talprad's hunters were actually of elven blood, a long-extinct species, and that Delphine had inherited much of their power so she could use elven magic, sacred. But that was a long time ago, but now Valier was helping Delphine take the wild boar back to her classroom. Seeing her classmate Delphine waving, "Charlotte, we're back," the girl was bewildered. Delphine's words, aren't you going alone?" When seeing Valier appear here, Charlotte was extremely surprised. "What's going on, Reinhardt, why are you here?" Delphine happily said, "Well, we met in the forest, he helped me carry this thing, if it wasn't for him I wouldn't have been able to bring the prey home." After hearing this, Charlotte's eyes saw pink all around the two of them. Then she called out, "Mr. Reinhardt." When Valier turned to look at Charlotte, she said, "This is a cooperation mission but still a competition, why is he so easily helping his opponent?" Valier started smiling and demanding, "She was really planning on sending me away without giving anything in return, just a leg." When Charlotte heard this, she suddenly became a little dumbfounded. Then she burst out laughing. As expected, she had another purpose. Then she said, "After all, Delphine was the one who hunted it, so she would be the one to decide." At this time, Delphine pointed forward and said generously, "No problem, we can give you a leg, look over there." A shirtless man is standing near the beach. The cool water is splashing. The face of a young man named Ludwig gradually appeared, holding a stick in his hand and poking it in the belly of a large fish. There was still a bit of sweat on his face. Valier looked without blinking, still not understanding what was going on. Ludwig opened his eyes wide, revealing cute pink pupils, and called out, "Everyone, I caught more." Delphine said there was an idiot who foraged for a week's worth of food in one day. Delphine turned to look at Valier and said, "It will take a while to finish processing this pile of meat, I will give it to you when the sun sets." He also agreed with her proposal. After Ludwig got ashore, he enthusiastically said, "Reinhardt, you're already here, do you want to take some fish back with you?" He just glanced at where his friends were grilling fish and said, "Honestly, I think we have a bit of extra food, so we can give it to you." Valier had nothing to deny when the fat rose to the cat's mouth. He held out his hand to shake hands with Ludwig and replied, "Thank you, we will definitely eat deliciously." Hearing that, Ludwig said generously, "If it's not enough, just say so, me." Witnessing the strong handshake between the two, Charlotte next to her said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "It seemed like everyone had forgotten that this was a competition." Valier didn't pay much attention to her words as she hugged the fish and left. Delphine waved goodbye and added, "Come back later to get the meat." Returning to Class A's area, after seeing Valier bring back a few fish, Berus wondered where he got them. Valier replied because they said they had too many. Berus continued to ask questions. "Then how did you get into someone's campsite?" Valier said while holding a big fish in his hand. "Delphine caught a wild boar, it looked heavy so I helped her carry it. When I got home, she also said she would give me some meat later." At this time, the young man with orange hair, green eyes, and a worried expression said, "Is there even a wild boar?" He was worried about his life, which was shown through his words, which also meant that there could be other dangerous animals as well. What if we were attacked at night? Valier was depressed. "I thought to myself, aren't wild boars already quite dangerous?" Berus felt that what his friend said was right, so he said, "It seems we will have to be more careful." He began to praise Valier. "First of all, good job, Reinhardt. At this time it would be better to have more food." Valier looked at Harriet, who was struggling with a large log. He said, "Anyway, the huts look almost done, right?" Berus happily replied, "Then somehow we managed." Valier continued, "To be honest, I was quite surprised at the way you set them up." The girl with light brown hair and glasses said with a worried expression, "I'm afraid the roof will leak if it rains." Valier immediately said, "We'll take care of that. However, if we do something like flooring with wood, we can at least avoid sitting on the wet ground. It would be quite difficult though." At this moment Valier's eyes landed on Harriet, who was using magic. After that everyone continued to work haphazardly. It was as if they were completely immersed in their work. With that intense concentration, time passed quickly. Night gradually covered the place, and the group of people from Class A also started grilling fish to prepare for dinner. Sitting in front of the fire, everyone's face looked tired and sad. Harriet said boredly, "We don't have a fork or knife." Valier immediately said that even the plate is made from leaves, so what else do you expect? At this time, Class B's side was extremely bustling. They kept making sounds, creating a bustling atmosphere that was completely different from the atmosphere here. Harriet seemed annoyed at this noise. She wondered what they were doing. What was there to be happy about? Everyone in Class A had a sad look on their face, as if they were worried about something. Berus stood up to stir up the atmosphere. Everyone, I know you are suffering. I know you feel very uncomfortable having to sleep in a strange place and eat strange food. He put on a bright face to reassure everyone, but remember, this is our first cooperation mission. Who knows what challenging missions we will face in the future, but at least we shouldn't give up before this first mission, right? To the surprise of his friends, Berus boldly picked up a fish that was just cooked, then without saying a word, take a bite. It seemed that all eyes were directed towards him with worried expressions. As soon as he swallowed, Berus immediately expressed his feelings. Yeah, this is quite delicious. Maybe everyone is very hungry, so let's eat. Since Berus was the one to try it first, they were less afraid to accept the portion and try it. Some people agreed that it was true. It wasn't as bad as I thought. Some even said it would taste better if we had a little more salt or soy sauce here. Joining everyone in satisfying her hungry stomach, Harriet also put a piece in her mouth and started chewing. Valyer still looked at her without taking his eyes off, and when she had eaten one piece, she raised her hand to take the second piece and said, "This is the first time I have eaten shrimp like this, but it's too bad it's still very delicious." Valyer didn't eat a single bite from beginning to end, just staring intently at Harriet. Then he called out to her. Then he gently gave her a piece of fish and said softly, "I'll go." Taking it from Valyer's hand, she wondered why he suddenly gave it to me. He avoided her eyes and said, "Stop complaining, just eat, I don't have the strength to argue anymore." Harriet stared blankly at the piece of fish and suddenly froze a bit. The two of them sat on a cliff looking at the bright moon tonight. Berus over here secretly glanced at the girl sitting next to him. Suddenly she stood up and ran towards the sea. Berus was very shocked and quickly called back as a natural reflex, "Wait, Ellen, that's the sea." Grant saw her strange actions and wondered what he was doing. Kono next to him replied, "I don't know." He suddenly grabbed a knife and jumped into the sea. A moment later Ellen also returned to everyone's confusion. She was still taciturn and didn't say a word, and everyone outside was paying attention to what was stuck in the harpoon. Looking closely, they were large red lobsters like the ones Valyer brought home this morning. Kono looked shyly as Ellen's back passed her. She came in front of the fire and said, "Let's grill this group too." It turns out she simply went down to the sea to get more food for everyone to eat. After eating and drinking, they gathered together to listen to Bertus's reminder. "Okay, thank you everyone for working so hard today. Note that if you don't go into the forest, it will be very difficult, it's dangerous. Those who want to sleep early should go to bed first. About how we will divide the nights." After the meeting ended, everyone did their own work. At this time, Valyer and Berus also sat next to each other and talked. Berus spoke first. "Reinhardt, I owe you a lot today." Valyer heard that and said, "I don't even know what I have done." Berus laughed. "If it weren't for him and Ellen suddenly entering the forest, we would have given up a long time ago." The situation of the people in Class A right now is gloomy, and the other side played until late into the night as if they were on vacation. Berus, unlike them, had a sad look in his eyes but a slight smile on his lips. He felt this more clearly than anyone. He suddenly put his hand on his face and said, "I don't belong to either side." Valyer's facial expression on the outside made others think he was indifferent to those confessions, but in reality he was thinking, "We almost can't be together anymore," but others are enjoying it, very complete, without needing to see the results to know clearly who the winner is. Seeing Berus sad and tired, he also thought, "He looks much weaker than usual as I thought, he is under a lot of pressure." Suddenly Berus called this Reinhardt. Then he continued, "I'm so glad to have you here." The conversation also ended. A very long yawn came from Valyer. A long night gradually ended. Dawn began to rise. Valyer's face was haggard from having to stay up all night and he constantly reassured himself, "Dawn will soon dawn and I can go back soon. I can't imagine that after counting all these years, I still have to keep watch at night." He was wondering, how the hell was he able to do this in 2 years while still in the army, when at this moment a noise caught his attention. Seeing that it was Grant's, Valyer curiously asked her, "It's not dawn yet, are you not sleeping anymore?" Her face was pale, clearly showing her discomfort. She just coldly replied without a word. Then he stood up and walked towards the forest. Valyer quickly called out, "Go in that direction." Seeing that she didn't bother to respond, he stood up to stop her. It was still dark. "You're not familiar with what Berus told you, right?" But she still didn't respond to him. Her face just darkened as if she was angry, and Valyer still said, "Didn't you listen? Why did you try to go into the forest right when you woke up?" Then he grabbed Grant's wrist to stop him. "Hey," when someone else was talking. Before she could finish her sentence, she coldly pulled Valyer's hand away. He was stunned and didn't understand what he did wrong. He saw Grance's face when she turned around and wondered. He looked very uncomfortable. What is that? What is this? Grance frowned slightly and shyly said, I want to go to the bathroom. Is that satisfactory to you? Valier finally understood Grance's strange actions. The fire burned extremely loudly. Valier Jr. sat next to him and thought, what should I do? He went into the forest for 20 minutes, but still hasn't come out. He pondered, did something happen, or was he just constipated? If anything happens, I will save him, but what if I end up humiliating him? He continued thinking, that would be like leaving a permanent scar on a young girl's soul, where... Suddenly Valier realized something and exclaimed, wait, could it be? Then he entered the forest. He shouted loudly, if you're okay, shoot 1 spark, if you're in trouble, shoot 2. Valier added, if you don't do anything, I'll go in there. However, there was no movement. Then 2 rays of blue light began to flash. He thought, so what's really going on? He continued, take a shot if you need a cleaning pad. Just wipe away with the pile of leaves nearby. Do you expect me to find something else for you to clean here? Suddenly there were many rays of light directed towards him. Valier asked, do you at least need me to help you get seawater to wash it? No one answered. A moment later the light rose again. Valier began to sit on a log near the fire to wait for her. Grant slowly walked towards him with a pan in hand. Her eyes were filled with a lot of fatigue. Her face was extremely pale, causing Valier to look at her. Afterwards, Grant went out to the beach alone. She placed a pan full of water on the table. Then said, I give up. Valier was dumbfounded and thought, after witnessing what he had been through, who would dare to advise him? He told himself, don't give up, after all she is just a 17-year-old girl, her whole life has been cared for and pampered like a princess by her family. Valier spoke up, well, don't you think giving up now is a bit of a waste, given how hard you've struggled to get this far, right? Grance replied, is that so? He smiled wryly and replied, yeah, that's true, it would be very unfair if you gave up after enduring so much, isn't that right? Hearing that, she was speechless and didn't know what to say. Grance continued, yeah, I guess I've been through terrible things before. Valier was extremely surprised, huh? Then she crawled into the base, leaving him standing alone. She went inside and disappeared from Valier's sight. But then someone's voice caught his attention again. He thought helplessly, who else is this now? Harriet de Saint-Ouen suddenly ran over in panic and called his name, Reinhardt. Her face looked extremely scared. What should I do? Valier looked at her and thought, he looks really awkward. He thought I could definitely help him. He closed his eyes tightly and continued thinking, well, it's cute, but it's also hard to stand and look at her like that. Then Valier gave Harriet the pan from before. She was very surprised. This is. He spoke up, making her not understand what was going on, so take the water with her. Valier Jr. told himself about his long journey. After that, we managed and completed the base camp to sleep. Harriet has more free time because he has collected enough materials to set up camp, so he can help us collect more food thanks to his underwater breathing magic. Human greed is bottomless. Others reinforce the camp to make it more solid. Ellen and I went into the forest to find a source of water. Eleanor Torius asked him if there really was water here. As the two of them walked and talked to each other, Valier replied, there are wild animals around here, so somewhere there must be a place to provide water for them. In other words, there must be a source of clean, drinkable water somewhere. Is a river or small lake? Ellen immediately replied, yes. Drinking water is important, but clean water is essential for hygiene purposes. Wearing sweaty clothes all the time makes people more and more stressed, so a clean water source will solve both the drinking and washing problems. Valier speculated that if this continued, there was a high possibility that those kids would all give up because they couldn't stand the feeling of being dirty. Even though I really hated them whining, it was better to just endure it, than. I'm exhausted, he thought as he sat breathing heavily, with Ellen next to him. Valier turned to look at her and thought, Ellen is sure as hell, we can't just explore this entire island. He closed his eyes, if so. I heard the sound of water. Valier tried to feel the sound of a nearby stream. He suddenly pointed his finger over there. Then the two of them went there together. There really is a green stream here as predicted by Valier Jr. Suddenly Ellen stopped to think. Then she quickly jumped into the lake. making the calm lake become constantly fluctuating. Valier admired her, from the way he jumped into the water from such a height. It seemed like Ellen was struggling really hard. He sat on a large rock and thought to himself, even if those kids knew about this stream, would they have gone all the way here? If they finished bathing and washing their clothes here, they would still sweat on the way back to camp. But everyone will obey whatever Berus decides anyway, he was thinking when suddenly Ellen came in front of him. She asked Valier to go away. He wondered why suddenly like that. She immediately replied, "I'm about to take off my clothes, right?" Hearing that, he suddenly woke up and exclaimed, "Ah!" Then he took off his shirt and thought, well, she probably wants to do laundry too, maybe I should too. According to the original story, Delphine also went looking for this stream, just maybe not today. Of course, because the variable Charlotte has been added to the group, things may have changed. Suddenly a voice rang out. Reinhardt and Valier turned around. He asked Ellen, "Why did you come back so early? Is there something wrong? If you're hungry, wait a moment." But Ellen said, "I don't think we should be here. When I looked around just now, I saw animal bones scattered everywhere." She continued, "Besides, someone set a fire here. If it was a teacher, they wouldn't have left any traces. I guess this is one of those special situations." Valier exclaimed, "Meaning, there is someone else on this island?" After Ellen and Valier returned to the base, everyone talked to each other. "You found a stream, so we can finally bathe. I feel like I'm about to be dirty to death, so lucky." Suddenly Valier Jr. spoke up, "But we also saw a newly lit campfire. I think besides us in Class B, there are other people on the island." The other two were extremely surprised. Kono Lin asked, "What do you mean?" Adelia also wondered, "Me, what should I do? Am I a cannibal?" Bertus de Gardius thought for a while and replied, "Don't worry, the fact that this island is not a deserted island is probably part of the mission. I think the people living on the island are related to special conditions." K.A. Voyden continued to ask in panic, "Meaning the mission will end when we find them, right?" Bertus immediately replied, "I hope so, but I'm not sure." Seeing that, Harriet de Saint-Ouen happily spoke up, "So, then we just need to find them." He said, "I don't know about that, but whoever it is, we have to find them. There's a high possibility that even if they don't directly complete the mission, they can still help us." "Everyone is ready to go," Kono said. "Let's go look around." Heinrich von Schwartz also continued, Finish the mission as soon as possible." Bertus answered them, It seems is the right choice but..." Then he turned to Valier Jr. and asked, "Reinhardt, what do you think?" He was stunned for a long time, Then pointed at myself, "I don't know, or should we all go to that stream first?" Then everyone went there together. But playing happily. Everyone played and laughed. Only Valier sat in a corner. He spoke up, "Yes, children are supposed to be like this." Then suddenly he saw a gecko skeleton. Bertus walked up to him and asked, "There must be something here. Would it be too risky to change the campsite?" He replied, "There are two sides to everything. It would be easier to find people, but wild animals will also appear more often. And we still have to leave behind the tent we have set up." Bertus quickly sat next to me. "Let's discuss that with everyone later." After a while, Valier gathered everyone together to talk. "Okay, it seems our spirits are very excited." He continued, "Everyone thinks this place is suitable for setting up camp, right? Let's think carefully about whether we should set up a new tent here, or return to the old place." Harriet happily replied, "I think I'd rather stay here. It's easy to shower and wash, and there's drinking water." But Grants immediately countered, "I don't think it's okay." As soon as I saw the snake, she pointed behind her and saw Ellen impaling a dead snake. Seeing such a scary thing, Harriet and Adelia immediately changed their minds. Bertus said, "Okay, then let's retreat." Returning to the base, everyone carried a few buckets of water together. Bertus de Gardius said that we could get more water tomorrow afternoon. "That's it for today," he added. "I've already reinforced the tent halfway, and there's still meat I got from Class B." Valier Jr. replied, "But just finish your work and rest." Immediately everyone started whispering about him. He was helpless to refute. "No, I thought we should finish what was unfinished. There wasn't much left." Hearing that, the two of them turned around and said, Okay, let's finish." "I thought I could finally rest," Valier thought. "These kids, tomorrow you will have to bow your heads, just thank me." According to the original novel, there will be a storm tomorrow. Even though the children didn't know, they still listened to me and reinforced the hut. Surely not long after, thunderstorms will come. Just as he predicted, a rainstorm really appeared. Konolint was extremely surprised. Huh, suddenly it's raining again. Berus demanded that everyone go inside. Adelia said, wait, the tent is about to blow away. Valyer quickly continued, if the tent collapsed, go to another tent immediately. Suddenly, while Harriet was sitting in the room, it collapsed. A loud scream rang out. Berus grasped the situation and shouted loudly, Saint Awan, are you okay? Harriet was being left down there crying. The tent had collapsed. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see anything but felt like I was about to be blown away. A voice rang out, Saint Awan, quickly run to another tent. Harriet's whole body trembled and said, no, I can't see anything, it's too dark. Her mind was filled with random thoughts, so scared, someone please. Suddenly an arm came to save her. That was Valyer Jr., he quickly helped her to another tent. After settling inside, she asked in fear, who is it? Valyer immediately replied, are you injured, you idiot? Harriet was extremely surprised, Reinhardt. Then he shouted, Berus, Harriet is with me, he replied, well done Reinhardt. Valyer then reassured Harriet, calm down, it's just rain. It will be better tomorrow, so if you hear that, you'll be less worried, yeah. He continued, you use magic or something to warm you up, then it will be okay. Harriet replied, I know. Valyer complimented her saying, very good, that's right. Harriet creates a glowing golden sphere that can both light and warm. Suddenly many other spheres appeared. Adelia also received one. Heinrich is the same. Valyer turned to ask her, do you work for someone else too? Harriet replied, shouldn't be. He smiled and thought, Harriet in the novel only cares about herself, at most adding Berus. He patted her shoulder, no, you're great, keep going. It's still raining quite heavily. Rain everywhere. Berus saw Valyer and said, Reinhardt, are you here? He replied, I saw we needed more food so we went out, the rain stopped, but this place is truly a battlefield. Berus continued, finding food is important but there is a bigger problem. Valyer wondered, what's the problem? If you want to go to the bathroom, go quickly. He seriously replied, I'm not in the mood to joke. I went around the tents to check the number of troops, and discovered something. He paused for a moment then spoke. Ka is gone. In the novel, all the students of Class A, except Ellen, have now abandoned their mission. What Class B experienced in the novel is now happening to Class A. People are starting to disappear. Berus and Reinhardt stood and talked in the forest to find the reason. Berus said, Eric said that when changing shifts with Ka, he must have woken Ka up, and said that as soon as Ka got into position, he immediately closed his eyes and fell asleep. Recalling the image of Ka, Berus continued, because Ka suddenly disappeared during the night watch, and if there was danger, we should have heard the cry for help. Reinhardt offered another hypothesis, the possibility that Ka panicked and decided to give up. He probably ran into the forest and got lost. This was probably also part of the mission. Berus said, perhaps in this situation, I find the latter more reasonable. Reinhardt simply replied, yes. Berus just came up with another theory. I guess there are three possibilities. Firstly, Ka went into the forest in the middle of the night for some reason. Secondly, someone on the island kidnapped and harmed him. Pretty scary. Tuesday. Class B kidnaps Ka. Reinhardt asked in shock, why Class B? Berus was silent for a moment and then continued to speculate that the condition for completing the mission was to survive until Sunday, but that was not the only way to win. In other words, there was a way to end the mission quickly. That's forcing others to give up, so they only need to hold out until the 6th to win easily. Thoughts appeared in Reinhardt's head. Every time I talked to him I had this feeling, but he's really good. He found the conditions to pass the test that even authors like me miss. Berus hesitated for a moment and then said, Reinhardt, can you help me with something? Reinhardt agreed and went deep into the forest alone even though it was raining. He wanted me to explore Class B, because I was the only one who regularly contacted them. My appearance would not make them suspicious. The rest is up to your discretion. The scene before his eyes made him stunned. This place was completely destroyed. Had Class B evacuated? Reinhardt called out loudly, Delphine, Ludwig, Charlotte, are you okay? Where are you? A voice suddenly answered from behind, Reinhardt. Reinhardt looked back and asked, are you okay? Reinhardt was then led to where Class B was sheltering from the rain under a tree, but they all looked very tired. Charlotte looked up at Reinhardt and asked, what are you doing in Reinhardt's place, being a spy? Reinhardt sat down next to Charlotte and said, "Well, the situation isn't looking too good." She hesitantly said, "Well, it's similar to, no actually, exactly like the thunder and lightning that suddenly appeared yesterday." She continued asking, "How is Class A? Some of our tents were also destroyed. The damage was not as serious as yours, but we are still struggling." Reinhardt looked and hesitantly asked, "Oh well. Looks like you guys are missing someone." "Louis Acton, he's also missing," Charlotte asked again with a serious expression. "Ah, so you guys also have people missing, huh?" Reinhardt was extremely surprised. Both sides had people disappearing, meaning that the possibility of Class B kidnapping KA that Berus mentioned could be eliminated. He continued to tell Charlotte, "We also lost a few people. I can't reveal more because this is a competition, but," she replied with a look of sadness in her eyes, "I see." Then he said and pointed to the other side, "If you go that way you will see a stream. There is drinking water there." Charlotte asked in surprise, "Drinking water?" He replied, "Yes, you can drink it too." She turned to look at him. "But it's time for you to go home," Reinhardt said. "Charlotte, I have to go home." She looked at him and said, "Take care, Reinhardt." He thanked him and the two waved goodbye. After investigating, Reinhardt reported back to Berus and decided that the right course of action was to search for the people on this island. Maybe it was the special condition to end the mission early that Mr. Eppenhauser mentioned, but first we had to find food. Finally, the 5 most skilled people are tasked with finding food and mysterious people. 5 people paired up and split up to find food, in which Ellen wanted to be alone because she was strong enough. They divided into small groups and began to act. Reinhardt and Liana went deep into the forest, but Liana's face looked extremely tired. Reinhardt looked back at Liana. Then he thought to himself, "Is she weak because she doesn't move often?" Because of the cold, his endurance also decreased rapidly. He raised his voice and asked, "It seems like you're not very well. Let's go back." Even though Liana was not feeling well, she still wanted to continue. She stood huddled for a moment. "I can't continue like this, let's rest for a while." After speaking, the two of them sat down under a tree to rest. Liana gasped and said, "Give me the sword." Reinhardt pulled out his sword and gave it to her and asked, "This?" She hugged the sword tightly as if for warmth. "I finally feel life returning. I really want to burn this whole island down." He turned to look at her with a rather surprised expression and thought, "Did she use electricity to heat up the sword? I didn't expect she knew how to use her power." Liana picked up the sword and invited Reinhardt to try it too. "Come here and try it too," he hummed in agreement. The two of them used the sword to warm Liana and felt satisfied, while Reinhardt thought, "If it's good then it's good." Liana looked into the distance and said, "Where can you find animals to hunt in this heavy rain?" Suddenly I heard some noise. "Huh, what is it?" She stood up to look and saw a deer eating grass in the distance. About 15 meters away. Too far from Liana, Reinhardt thought. "I have a sword but I'm not very good at throwing it, and if I don't hit it, it will run away, so what should I do?" Then suddenly Reinhardt seemed to think of something. Turned to Liana and asked, "Can you transmit electricity to this sword like a spell?" She replied, "Sure." Then she used electricity to transmit it to the sword. Electricity entered the sword, making Reinhardt startled. Only then did he realize that the knife was electrified due to contact with water. "But the person holding it was me, so I got electrocuted." The deer heard screaming and strange noises, so it also ran away. Reinhardt fell down on the ground and said, "Hey, even if I asked you to use electricity, you should have known what was going on." He shouted angrily, "How could he be at the top of the class with that head?" Liana frowned, "Are you saying I'm stupid?" "Well, it's good that you shouldn't have been electrocuted. You have a brain in your head, so it conducts electricity so well," Reinhardt replied. "Who is the one causing trouble now?" The two of them were arguing, and in his heart Reinhardt thought, "This is the difference between Liana and Harriet. She is not the one who will lose in a battle of wits or a battle of words." With an annoyed attitude, he said, "Okay, I lost, let's not argue anymore," and she agreed to let it go. Next, the two of them worked together to find the deer from earlier, but Leon thought it had run away. Suddenly the two heard a strange noise. "Come along to see." A terrifying scene appeared. A leopard had eaten the deer earlier. The deer had been bitten partly in the abdomen with all the bones sticking out. The leopard with its mouth full of blood looked up at the two people. The two of them were extremely panicked. What was going on? Why did something that shouldn't appear here appear? Reinhardt said in shock, "Damn it. How the hell did it appear on a deserted island?" Valier then said in a low voice, I can lure it away somehow and kill it, or ignore it and retreat. Grants asked in surprise, huh, do you really think so? He had to come up with another solution. We can use an electric spear to chase it away. Grants angrily cursed, Head, did you forget you were just shocked by electricity? He quickly objected, you threw it, not me. Valier started blaming with a grimace, if he could hit the puddle and then send electricity into it, he should be able to chase it away, right? She immediately questioned, what if it avoids, will it attack us? No, he confidently replied, if it comes, I will handle it. Grants was frustrated and said, can you just leave, what can you do about it? But he still persisted, just try. She had to reluctantly rush forward. Grants slashed hard at his opponent and then shouted loudly, out of nowhere. The leopard immediately started bleeding but it still stood there. She immediately exclaimed in panic, really? Then the leopard suddenly screamed in a terrifying way. It raised its sharp claws and prepared to rush towards them. Valier hurriedly shouted, transmit to me, quickly, but she was still hesitant and afraid, then you. He immediately shouted, okay, just do it. Grants had to follow suit, okay. Valier was immediately electrocuted to the point of shaking, but he was still conscious enough to think, his body being an example. I can't defeat that leopard in one hit with a normal attack, I have to hit its dangerous spot with an electric attack. He bravely shouted at the leopard, come here. A moment later. Finally, that ferocious leopard was defeated. Grants rushed over to ask if he was okay. Valier suddenly gave a smirk and happily said, sometimes you need to get a little electric shock to feel better. She asked in surprise, what the hell are you talking about? Cliffman also came over and asked curiously, did you just beat a leopard to bring it back? He leisurely replied, I almost died before killing it. Harriet tearfully asked, were you hurt? But Valier nonchalantly replied, I was electrocuted, but it's okay. She continued to ask worriedly, electric shock, why? She suddenly turned her head to look at Grants. Just then Berus suddenly appeared and excitedly said, what's going on? You just hunted a deer. Valier replied annoyed, Berus, you're back too. He immediately panicked when he saw the items he was holding in his hand. What? Why did you hunt so many? He answered with an arrogant expression, hunting was a hobby for the nobility, and there were only a few edible animals in this place. Berus then looked around frantically looking for someone. Ellen hasn't returned yet. Valier nonchalantly replied, yes. He continued asking curiously, now that I remember, I didn't see Eric anywhere either. One of the boys suddenly spoke up and said, Eric, he said he would find Ka and then go into the forest. I didn't even have time to stop him, everything happened so fast, sorry, Berus. Waiting for the two of them to come back. The campfire kept burning gradually over time. Valor immediately thought to himself, they definitely won't be able to come back, it's been too long, I'm not too worried about Ellen but Eric might be in trouble. Berus suddenly spoke up and said, Leanna had to rest because she was exhausted, so it was just me, Cliffman and Reinhardt, let's split up and find them, it's late, I'll go alone so don't go too deep into the forest. Hearing that, Valier silently blamed him, one guy wanted to do it on his own, so now all three of them have to suffer. The low-level trio of Class A, commonly known as the Three Arrogant Brothers, K.A. Voyden, Eric de Laferry, and Kono Lint, are close friends. Those idiots who only believe in their talent and don't try hard because of their stupid egos. Eric, you're too good after all. Actually, I wanted to let Class B win but I still pretended to go look for him. At that moment, I suddenly heard a loud scream, stay away. It turned out that the owner of that voice was Eric. He was trying to argue with a girl. Are you challenging me? You're so bold now, arguing with me and everyone else. I said avoid it already. Don't make fun of me anymore. When I'm still kind, you should quietly go away. Valier stood from afar observing everything and then silently thought, what is that? Is he trying to steal the animal Scarlet hunted? I thought he was looking for his friend. Why did he cause trouble with her? He then muttered, this brat is really cool. Suddenly the girl threw a punch straight into Eric's face. Then he raised his foot and stomped on it, causing him to groan in pain. Scarlet shouted angrily, you know what, the princess told me this, no matter what I do to you, she will protect me. He forcefully replied, you bastard. The girl said in a low voice, the reason I don't want to push things too far is because I don't want to be like you. After that, Scarlet turned around and left. Eric angrily shouted, are you crazy? She quickly warned, be careful, you don't know what will happen if you lose your temper. He was still shouting wildly, hey, stop. Eric suddenly turned to Valier. Did you see? That girl hit me. That girl with cursed eyes finally showed her true face, but he didn't reply at all. Valier then angrily shouted, "Oh, shut up." He immediately cursed Eric. "You seem so proud of doing these things, you bastard. Why don't you just sit still? Why do you have to go beyond the limit? You better worry about yourself. Let's see what Berus says." Eric doesn't seem to understand what he just said. A moment later, they went to the gathering place together. Berus immediately insulted him, saying it's okay to be useless, it's normal, in a group there is always someone like that. There is a difference, though, between a useless person and a superfluous person. He was not strong enough to scout around, nor did he know how to use supernatural powers or the law. When he acted on his own, he exposed the whole team to unnecessary risks. Berus became more and more angry and shouted, "Eric, do you want to be considered redundant?" Eric immediately looked pitiful. "No, I'm sorry, Berus," he said in a low voice. "Very good, because you made a big mistake, I will punish you. You keep watch tonight." At that moment Berus suddenly shouted in panic, "Ellen." Then he asked curiously, "Where did you go? Why are you just now coming back? Is there another leopard?" She calmly replied, "I just picked it up on the way." Valier suddenly spoke up with an indifferent face, "It was I killed it." Berus quickly said his thoughts. Ellen had worked hard to drag it here, but leopard meat was quite tough, perhaps because it was a predator. "I think if you peel off the skin, it will be quite good. Reinhardt and Grants caught it, and Ellen brought it here, or the reward will be divided between the three of them." But Grants coldly replied, "Leave it alone." Valier asked in surprise, "Even if I wanted to sell leopard skins, how could I skin it?" Berus answered with a regretful expression, What a pity, this place must have cost 20 gold coins. Even if the skin isn't that good, it's still half good." Valier's jaw dropped when he heard its true value. 10 gold coins equaled 10 million won. He immediately confidently said, "Leave it to me." Berus also agreed, "Yes." Valier silently thought, "I will ask Delphine to take the skin for me and give her a portion." At that moment Ellen suddenly spoke up and said, "I discovered an important clue." Berus asked in surprise, "What clue?" She began to narrate, "I found another campsite in the forest. There are human bones scattered everywhere, probably traces left by people on the island. As time passed, we gathered more clues about the natives, and with the events we encountered, we were able to conclude that." They all listened attentively to what she said. The scene was truly terrible. First, the natives attacked our campsite in the middle of the night. Second, they also had campsites around the island. And third, they attack and even kill people. Whether they only have one person or a group of people is unclear. Everyone knows that capturing people living on the island is a special condition. So as soon as it was dawn we went to look for them. All but Eric went to bed immediately after arranging an extra night watchman and placing warning magic around the campsite. Valier suddenly jumped and drops of sweat continued to fall down his face. Berus also shouted in panic, "What's going on? What's going on?" At that moment, there was a sudden scream, "Please help me." Harriet anxiously asked, "What should we do?" Berus worriedly said, "It seems Eric and Adelia have been captured." Cliffman quickly gave his opinion, "Arresting both of them like that, they won't be able to move easily. If we chase them right away we'll still be able to make it." Valier asked worriedly, "What if we were ambushed in the dark?" Everyone suddenly looked in one direction. Harriet spoke up confidently, "I can use light magic." The atmosphere at that time suddenly became unusually tense. Berus breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's lucky." He looked at the traces on the ground and spoke, "There were still footprints." Valier immediately made speculations, "I couldn't see very clearly, but the size of the feet was really big." Berus seemed to have realized something. He exclaimed, "So just follow this trail." He suddenly encountered a girl. Berus quickly asked, "You guys are also looking for 2 missing people over there, right?" Charlotte immediately replied, "2 people from your class were also kidnapped. My class had Lannian and Christina taken away." Berus speculated in his voice, meaning there must be more than one person. Ludwig also panicked and said that he was right. He had just noticed that the path split into 2 different directions. Berus immediately divided the tasks among everyone. "Good, each class will go in one direction. Of the 2 paths, one path leads deep into the island, and the other path leads to the opposite shore." Berus decided to go deep into the forest, and Charlotte also agreed to take the path leading to the sea. Berus suddenly exclaimed, "It seemed they had crossed the river." Grants asked in surprise, "Was it okay to go through?" Adelia nonchalantly replied, "According to the tracks, they were probably over there." Harriet also grimaced and said, "It's too dangerous to go through here without equipment." Kono Lint immediately raised his voice and asked, "Can I use it if I bring a rope?" Berus suddenly became excited. "Oh yes, very good. If we tie one end to the other tree trunk, I think we can get there, somehow." He suddenly widened his eyes. Kono Lint saw that look and suddenly asked, "Hey guys, why are you looking at me like that?" Then suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. Berus cheerfully said, "We believe in you, Lint." A moment later, he flew over the other side of the cliff. Kono Lint suddenly tearfully asked, "What does this mean?" Valier excitedly praised, "There's nothing you can't do. If you can hold on to the rope, crossing the river is no problem. Everyone has passed through those gates one after another." Kono Lint suddenly exclaimed in panic, "Wait, what is that?" Valier asked in surprise, "Huh, what's wrong?" Berus, standing on the other side of the cliff, asked curiously why the people over there were so strange. Harriet also replied, "Yes, it feels like they are trying to say something to us but it's too far away. There must be something urgent." He saw the expressions on everyone's faces and wondered with a grimace, why did they have that expression? She shook her head and replied, "I don't know." Valier shouted in panic and ran away, "You idiot." Berus turned his head to look and hesitated, "Running, what do you mean?" A giant beast suddenly appeared behind them. Berus exclaimed in fear, "So you mean, it's not human?" Harriet shouted in panic, "Why did orcs appear here?" The beast immediately screamed in a terrifying manner. It suddenly hit the floor hard, causing them all to jump up at the same time. Cliffman suddenly fell into the abyss. The remaining people immediately shouted in panic, "Cliffman!" Berus quickly shouted, "Damn everyone, run away, take care of yourselves." Kono Lint exclaimed in fear, "What the hell, are they okay?" Orcs, they are monsters that often appear in medieval fantasy stories. I often add them to my novels, but when I saw them with my own eyes I got goosebumps. Orcs aren't just normal herd monsters in my novels. Why is a race much stronger than humans considered normal monsters? I'm not one to emphasize much on historical accuracy, but when it comes to such matters I am strangely stubborn, which is why we are now in this situation. Valier raised his voice and cursed, "What nonsense!" Kono Lint immediately screamed, "Cliffman!" He still calmly replied, "He must have escaped, the teacher will save him." The round button-shaped object that we were initially given was used in situations where we wanted to give up, but it was also a tool that could be used to use a recall charm in an emergency. It seemed that Cliffman's life was in danger, so he was summoned to the teacher. The mission would never be life-threatening, at most it would only be close to that. One of them suddenly came up with an idea, "If we kill that thing, the mission will end, right?" Kono Lint worriedly asked again, "Could we do it?" Ellen replied nonchalantly, "Not sure." She suddenly frowned. Then she loudly declared, "Try it and you'll know." "First of all, Lint," he said in surprise, "Huh?" Ellen continued in a low voice, went back across the river and reconnected the wire. A set of clothes suddenly appeared on the ground. And the beast is still chasing them. Berus ran as fast as he could, trying to ask, "Saint Awan, can you use magic to attack?" Harriet hesitantly replied, "Maybe, but I don't think I can use it right now." He immediately blamed himself. He was too complacent. How could humans calmly coexist with wild animals? Come to think of it, the footprints were ridiculously large. If I thought more about it I would immediately realize something was wrong. Harriet can use attack magic, but it's difficult to concentrate at the moment. Grants can activate the lightning skill quickly, but it is not strong enough to kill the orc, and in the end, I have the best chance to fight it. Berus then shouted loudly, "Grants, I will stop it. In the meantime let's see if we can hit it with lightning." He quickly ordered, although it was a bit difficult for Saint Awan, "Try to concentrate on casting attack magic. Try your best to concentrate." She nodded in agreement, "Okay, I will try." He suddenly shouted loudly, "Climbed up the tree, it was trying to attack you. In the end, it's all for nothing. Failure does not mean death. If in this situation someone gives up, then in a real emergency they will be even more useless." This task was probably set to determine whether people give up when faced with adversity, extreme or not. I've only seen this monster in books. A large number of them were killed after the war in the demon world, and later they weakened and became one of the common monsters. Humans always win in the battle with these animals. As a person who wants to improve his position and always want to become strong, I should not be afraid of something like an orc, Berus loudly declared. "Come, monster." Valier standing on the other side also spoke up enthusiastically, "It's not okay, it seems like they are fighting. Hey, are you guys okay?" And the beast is still growling. A deep wound suddenly appeared on its body. It turned out it was Berus. He is bravely fighting the beast. The beast's tail suddenly hit his leg. Berus exclaimed in pain, "Oh no, my leg." He suddenly widened his eyes. At that moment there was a loud scream, "Berus!" Grant saw the beast staring at him and immediately thought, "Oh, next it will aim at me. That's right, just keep calm, I'll just use magic to push it away every time, it can come within close range of me." Sure enough, the beast immediately rushed towards her. However, Grant did not move at all and stood there stunned. A loud scream rang out again, "Liana!" Harriet at the top of the tree also spoke out in fear as the beast was approaching. No. It quickly threw the axe at her. Harriet immediately widened her eyes. A light source suddenly flashed. Ellen suddenly appeared with a sword in her hand. She quickly unleashed a slash. Causes orcs to immediately erupt in blood. Valier stood from afar observing everything and then silently thought, "There are two things that I have noticed on this deserted island. 1. The students of Class A are quite difficult to cooperate with because most of them are too useless. The students of Class B, although not as talented, have quite high motivation and practicality. I tried to prove that Class B is still good. It's true that there's an aspect that's even better than Class A. And number 2, in the novel Ellen Artosius is the only person in Class A who doesn't give up. Ellen showed how strong she is compared to her classmates. Ellen fought fiercely against the orcs alone. The wounds on its body gradually appeared more and more. She decided to hit it hard, causing it to be instantly stunned. At that time, suddenly there was a loud shout, "I did it!" Valier was still standing and observing with a worried face. It turned out that the owner of the scream just now was Harriet. She had probably completed her mission. She has regained her confidence. Orc had suffered an injury to one eye. Harriet shouted loudly. Everyone quickly got out of the way. Orcs were still trying to rush up, and then it was engulfed in flames. The sky was suddenly obscured in fog. The fire burned brighter and brighter. The sky was suddenly obscured in fog. Harriet suddenly slipped and fell down. But she grabbed a small tree branch. Valier saw that and immediately worried. If she fell from there, she would die, and she was too far away to catch it. He suddenly spoke up and said, "Hey Lint, quickly help him." Kono Lint asked in surprise, "What?" Valier shouted angrily, "Harriet is about to fall, use teleport and save her, you idiot." He immediately gritted his teeth in bitterness. Harriet suddenly fell down again. Suddenly a hand caught her. She silently wondered, "What was it? Didn't I fall, and who saved me?" Harriet immediately spoke up, thanking her. It turned out that it was Kono Lint who saved her, but this appearance was also strange. He shyly said, "I don't want that either." Valier hurriedly ran over and worriedly asked, "Hey bastard, are you okay?" It seems like he is very concerned about Harriet. Is everything okay? She crouched and sat up. Harriet quickly rushed to hug him and said coyly, "Wow, I was so scared." Valier immediately comforted him, Okay, it's okay." But inside he was still secretly thinking, Kono Lint was the one who saved you, why do you keep clinging to me like that? He must be very angry. Valier saw that she was crying, so he was surprised and asked, "Why are you so scared? You have done very well." In the original, Ellen killed the orc. But changing to Harriet, someone who had given up from the beginning, his performance was excellent. Valier immediately became awkward, but, what should I do now? I feel like I've given them too many hints. He suddenly left Harriet's arms. Kono Lint suddenly spoke up and said, "Shouldn't the mission be over? We've already killed the orc." Valier also spoke out his speculations, "There must still be another one." He asked again in surprise, "What do you mean we have to go out and hunt one more orc?" But Valier nonchalantly replied, "If Class B killed the orc they were tracking, the mission would be over." His face became more and more tense. Class B actually doesn't have the ability to deal with orcs. According to the original, Ellen was the one who took down the remaining orc. And Ellen is now sitting next to me looking at the sky and the stars. What to do? Valier exclaimed in surprise. Kono Lint was equally panicked. It suddenly glowed. Why suddenly, with this? The mission has ended. The special mission has been completed. The three of them looked bewildered as everything around them suddenly changed strangely. Eppenhauser suddenly walked forward and spoke, "It's over, there are 4 people left in Class A in total and they killed 1 orc. The student who killed the orc was A5, Harriet de Saint-Ouen." The teacher loudly announced the results of the next class. Class B had one person left and killed one orc. The student who killed the orc was B1, Charlotte de Gardias. Everyone panicked when they heard that she killed orcs. How strong is she? The teacher continued, we will announce the final results in the winter tomorrow, so please go back and rest. Valier excitedly shared that our first group mission was so difficult that the whole group almost died, and it was finally over. Now we are being served delicious food, completely different from the strange things that were during the mission. This is a quiet beach, very suitable for swimming. Now that the mission is over, we can rest here for the whole weekend. At that beach, everyone is enjoying the peace here. It was said that those who were eliminated early immediately came here to rest. In a way they enjoyed it. Berus suddenly walked up and happily said, Reinhardt, so you're here, but Valier coldly replied, Ah, Mr. Berus. He just lay down on the chair next to him and smiled and said, if I had known that I would be able to give up a vacation like this, I would have done it a long time ago. Valier also exclaimed in admiration, that's right, this place is just perfect, like heaven. Berus excitedly said, hopefully in the future we won't have to do anything similar to the previous days. He immediately replied, yes, absolutely agree. He held the glass of water in his hand and laughed jokingly, haha, if he spoke to Ellen and Saint Awan like that, they would probably feel a lot of pressure. Valier immediately speculated, it seems like you have suffered a lot. That's a lot, Berus. He turned his head to the other side and asked, are you the same? It turned out that person was Grant's. She picked up her glasses and coldly replied, yes. What can I say? Can I say there was a leap forward when Class A developed friendships during the mission? Harriet suddenly walked over and lamented, her arms and legs were so tired. At that moment, there was a voice asking, oh Harriet, did you sleep well last night? She nodded and replied, yes. As for Valier, she suddenly fell into deep contemplation. She probably remembered what she did now, cried and moaned. It seemed like she would be like this for a while. Harriet suddenly shyly shouted, I'm crazy, so what? Why do you do that? Valier suddenly jumped when someone called his name. A small foot was slowly approaching. That person is Ellen. She held a shrimp in her hand and said, I caught the lobster. Let's cook and eat it. Valier grimaced and asked, another one, aren't you tired? But she calmly replied, I'll go cook it first, come eat with me later. At that moment, someone called Valier. It turned out to be Ludwig. He was happily calling, come down here, it's so fun. Valier immediately wondered, how could they be like that after all the trouble we went through? Were they really that crazy about swimming? Berus laughed and replied, well, it's okay. He hurriedly ran to the sea, shouting happily, there won't be a second chance like this, let's have fun, come here, Reinhardt. This was the first time Berus had seen the ocean. After all, even if he was a member of the royal family, a kid was still just a kid. Furthermore, this was also the boss's mission, so Valier finally agreed to go into the sea. Ha, okay. He trotted down like a small child. And then he jumped down confidently and said, let me show you how to play with water. A pretty girl suddenly walked over, oh how fun, let's play with them. They immediately agreed, okay come here. So let's play. Valier immediately splashed water on the girl's face and arrogantly said, ha, what are you looking at? They usually play like that. I don't know, it's just a joke sister, I'm sure you're not angry, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a water fight broke out. Charlotte suddenly picked up her stick and said, hey, how about a friendly game of watermelon smashing? Valier saw that and was secretly annoyed. Ah, look at her face, how does she know how to smash watermelons? Berus quickly walked over and said, sister, you're going to hit yourself anyway, so wipe that broad forehead first. He then whispered loudly, oh, it's coming, it's coming. She was blindfolded so she couldn't see anything. Is she here? He suddenly shouted in panic, hey, this game is about smashing watermelons, not breaking heads. A moment later, Charlotte suddenly asked in a low voice, so, what do you want to say? Are you trying to get back at my joke? Berus started to explain, no, I just called you here to give you some advice. Sister, it seems like you approached Reinhardt with a personal matter, a while ago. I won't ask what the reason is, but remember, the person who is precious to my beloved sister, is also very precious to me. I don't know if Reinhardt will be on your side or mine in the future, so don't be making hasty judgments based on my personal feelings. I don't want to have to kill Reinhardt. The teacher stood in front of the class and announced that both Class A and Class B met the conditions. Everyone listened seriously. Class B only had one survivor, so that meant Class A had 4 survivors. After considering the relevant factors, the result was Eppenhauser announced the final result. This mission ended with class A winning. Valier felt a bit guilty. Here, indeed, the winner would have belonged to Class B, but because he intervened in this round, in the end Class A won. The students in the class who win will get extra points, and each student will also get extra points in the individual assessment. Hearing this, Harriet was surprised. In addition, those who made important contributions to the last mission, or held important positions, will receive additional rewards. At this point, the camera angle shifts to the two Guardias brothers. Finally, we will choose the best player of each class. Please write down the name of the classmate you think is worthy of being the best player in this group competition. Each person competes to put their ballot in the box. In hand is a ballot with Reinhardt's name on it. Teachers will begin announcing the results. The best player is Charlotte de Guardias and Harriet de Saint Ouen. Everyone was surprised to hear this result. A happy look appeared on Harriet's face. The teacher with a serious face said, "Congratulations to the two of you." She still couldn't absorb the information and asked why you? Everyone around also clapped and congratulated. "Oh, you deserve it, no, it must be, She turned towards Valier as if to say that the worthy person should have been him. She frowned reluctantly. At night, everyone gathered around the campfire to sing and play. In the distance, Valier and Harriet are sitting next to each other. It's true that introverts are different, sitting huddled in one place. Aren't they tired yet? I don't think they are tired yet. Her eyes were full of affection as she looked at the boy next to her. He also looked back at her. If you have something to say to me, just say it. But she still kept her mouth shut and acted cold. What? I don't have anything to say to you. Well, if you don't have anything to say to me, then that's it. She was silent, wanted to speak, then stopped. Thank you. The atmosphere became a bit silent. She sat sullenly without saying anything, looking a bit sorry for herself. Seeing that, he smirked. Really, why are you laughing? Thank you for what, and how much to thank me, and how to thank me? Seeing his scoundrel appearance, she suddenly didn't know how to react. What? You said thank you, so tell me how you thank me. Why, how are you going to thank me? Tell me. Being forced to the limit, her face turned red. Arg. Too embarrassed to be angry, she shouted, "I hate you the most," then struggled to leave. Okay, then why do you want to thank me? Go away. In the morning, the sun rises. The sound of the waves is like a melodious song blending with the vibrant green of the coconut trees. This vacation is quite long, so I don't know what to do except eat, drink and lie in the sun. Charlotte changes into comfortable clothes. When I return to the temple, I have to go back to that repetitive training routine again. Days like these are a long way off, so I have to rest well. Okay. Are you a mollusk? She was bored when she saw him lying down. In a lazy voice, he asked, Why? No, it's just, from yesterday until now, he's only been lying down. Just stay still. When I return to the academy, I will train hard again, so now I'm trying to rest as much as possible. Haha, it's funny. Charlotte also sat leisurely drinking orange juice. Valier glanced over. By the way, the princess killed the orcs herself. I won't tell you how I killed the orcs, but it's true that I did. But why are you suddenly asking me that? Not really, it's just that you don't seem really happy about it. Hearing that, she started to explain. Well, it's because I don't want to depend on my own superpowers. Is that so? Does that mean she can't talk more about it? She possesses superpowers but hates them. I wonder what superpowers she possesses. She didn't say anything more about that superpower. After that, this mission was completely over. As soon as I returned to the temple, I quickly returned to my usual routine. The surrounding streets were crowded, casting passers-by. I started exercising every morning with Adriana again, and exercising with Elle, or rather, being beaten by Elle. At the same time, Berus sold some animal skins that I had forgotten about, and I also made a lot of money from that. Even though the buyer was Bertus's grandfather, the man who tried to kill me, well, he was a rude person. I decided to be satisfied with this unexpected amount of money first. I also gave Ellen and Delphine 30 gold coins from the leather money as promised. With that amount of money, Ellen and I ate a full meal at a luxury restaurant, a place only frequented by aristocrats, and a place I normally couldn't afford. Of course, I was also quite upset because I had to pay more than expected. He was upset because Adriana's eating habits caused him to get cystitis. Anyway, I'm back to my normal routine. I'm studying and practicing like crazy. The only thing that's changed is that my fitness is gradually improving and he was happy. My swordsmanship had finally increased to F level. I can do it. I've achieved it, and moreover, auto-suggestion has also increased to level D. In your mind you imagine yourself running up the stairs. So my fighting ability has also increased to level D+. I finally reached level D+. He ran to the place, knelt down to celebrate in front of the victory bell. Finally her efforts paid off. Adriana found this scene speechless and incomprehensible. Then he turned around and thanked her profusely. Thanking you, it was all thanks to you, but received her coldness in return. Are you sick? Of course, I'm also a little sad when I've done so many things and my rating only increased to D+, but life is still long, I still have a lot of time to practice hard, so many. So that means I have to continue studying and practicing for that uncertain future. Realizing this, his mood immediately became gloomy. I want to give up everything. As I continue my usual lifestyle and enjoy the fun of checking the increasing stats, come on, go there with me and try, Junior. If you don't like it after going there, then next time you don't have to go there anymore, just go this time. I'm sure you'll like going there too, Junior. Nah, after school, he only went there once. Hearing her tempting words, he had a blank face and didn't care. The sister in this church is actively evangelizing me. In the end he had to compromise. Okay, just this once. She immediately grabbed his hand. Yes, Junior, that's okay, I bet you'll like it there too. She smiled a sunny smile. Definitely. Valier was a bit shaken. Of course, the temple also has extracurricular clubs. This is the main feature of school novels. These clubs mainly focus on entertainment topics, others focus on unspecified topics. Looking at the illustration, we can see that the club is related to religion, writing. Senior is leading me. Go to a religious club that worships the 5 gods, which includes Toan, the god of virtue. Don't cause trouble here, Junior. Yes, Grace. Adriana opens the door. Hey, guys, I'm here. This is a club where most of the members are members of the aristocracy. Everyone looks towards him. Everyone has a dignified aristocratic demeanor. But surprisingly, not only did they not discriminate against him, but they were also very open and happy to meet him. Reinhardt, he is Egerton, a 4th-year student. Everyone is so enthusiastic that it's a bit awkward for Valier. Have you eaten anything? You must be hungry too. If you're hungry, there are snacks in the cupboard over there. Just eat as you please. Why are there such carefree people here? Are they crazy or something? Reinhardt just came here to visit. She hasn't joined the club yet. He was dumbfounded. From the beginning until now he still thought she was dragging him into the cult, so he wondered, not yet. Okay, there are plenty of people who have come here to play with us but still haven't signed up to participate. Just see this as an opportunity to get to know the seniors. I hate bad people, but I soften when I meet people who seem kind. In the distance are girls glowing with the halo of angels. Valier can only turn away because he's awkward. I'm sure I'm used to dealing with knowledgeable people like Berus. A voice broke the atmosphere. You are the famous freshman, Reinhardt. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl with an arrogant appearance appeared. She introduced herself. I am Ceres Van Owen, a 5th-year student. I am also the vice president of this club. Haven't seen you in a while. This is the first time we've met after the opening ceremony. Looks like everyone's here. Let's get started. Is the chairman absent again? The chairman said she wanted to rest a bit, it seems. Everyone sat down at the table. The ceremony began. Okay, then let's begin. Ceres prayed, praying to bless the 5 gods. Runes appeared, they glowed. The others also clasped their hands and closed their eyes. Does divine power also affect me? All the fatigue in my body disappeared. I felt very comfortable. Maybe she doesn't necessarily have to bring me to convert. But this place is really different from what I thought of a religious club. After that, based on Ceres' instructions, everyone was divided into volunteer work. Many seniors surrounded me to ask about our first group mission, and just like that, the club's daily activities gradually ended. When I was about to leave, Adriana caught me. Now I'm sitting here pretending to be forced to eat snacks. Reinhardt, you don't follow any religion, right? Well, not really. If there was a place where I could confide my faith, it wouldn't be bad. Just think carefully. Depending on the level of trust we have in God, God will give us many blessings. You sound a bit confused. Even though you are the true creator of this world, how can the creator pray to the world they created? Everyone is still worried about the president's absence. Will the president really never come again? I don't know. The vice president said she was trying to convince the president. However, I heard that the demon cult is about to reappear. The demon cult? Well, there are rumors that the demon world still exists, right? So it seems they have started spreading the faith again. Hey, this is a big deal. Hearing that name, he began to be wary of the demonic religion. They are a group of people, including humans, who worship demons. The demons they worship have ideas that are completely opposite to the official gods. After the demon world was completely overthrown, naturally, they also faded away, leaving only a few followers. However, through the process of rescuing their prisoners, it seemed they mistakenly believed that the demon world had not yet completely collapsed and believed that there was actually a giant force waiting to counterattack. That is why demonology, which was already fading, now has a glimmer of hope and continues to maintain faith. I'm not completely sure about this. I heard that there seem to be some people in our school who are religious, etc., unreasonable. Ceres couldn't stand this negative atmosphere anymore and spoke up, "Stop it. I understand what you mean, but spreading these unreasonable suspicions isn't good, but isn't this very dangerous? I just finished talking to the student council president, and he assured me that that church can't reappear. They're just a few kids, so talking can easily cause misunderstandings." The gnaw-haired boy was still a bit worried, but still. If rumors spread, innocent children could be arrested by investigators. Hearing this, everyone reacted strongly. She seriously asked, "Do you know how you will be treated if you are arrested by investigators?" I'm sorry. No matter where you go, people are talking about the return of the demon religion, and it seems like it's spread throughout the temple, so let's not talk about it anymore. Yes, I understand, she. Seeing her serious appearance, he couldn't help but silently admire her, perhaps because she was the vice president of the club, so she radiated an extremely powerful aura. A notice board appeared. Mission: search for followers of the demon god cult inside the temple. There are rumors that inside the temple there are people worshipping the demon god cult. Goal: expose the truth behind the rumors. Reward: 300 points. That rumor has already triggered a small quest. You don't need to register to participate, just come here whenever you're bored. If you have any trouble, you can share it with them. They can help you make decisions about career or education. After all, Adriana is even more excited to introduce kind seniors like her to spread her beliefs to herself. They are willing to help others when needed, even if they and the person they help do not have the same faith. Yes, sometimes you will come. I laugh freely. That's a good idea, Junior. But I have something to ask. People say that in the temple there are people worshipping ghosts and gods. What is it like? Her expression immediately changed and she was momentarily silent when she heard his question. Valier Jr. said coldly, "What do people say about people worshipping demons and gods in the temple?" After a while she said, she thought the student union president and a few seniors knew something, but this probably wasn't important. In general it was because Senior Darissa worried too much. Valier Jr. thought, "It seems like she still doesn't know anything about this," he said, "So what's wrong with the club president?" He continued, "Everyone was talking about that." Adriana hesitantly said, "Well that." She was silent and said nothing. A moment later, she said, "Do you know who the president of this club is?" Valier Jr. replied, No, I don't know." Adriana continued, "Junior, you really don't care much about the seniors' affairs, right? She's very famous. She's the daughter of Riverier Lanza, the commander of the Templar Order, Olivia Lanza. An order consisting of knights and bishops from the 5 Orthodox churches, the Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights Temple. They acted according to the directives of the 5 popes. But in the end, the commander of the Templar Knight Order is still the person with the greatest power. Sects operate independently of the state, so even the king must be humble when confronting the commanding guild of the Templar Order. Olivia Lanza is the daughter of Riverier Lanza, commander of the Templar Order. Nicknamed the Iridian Saint, she not only actively participates in volunteer activities but is also an exceptionally gifted student. Adriana said, "Honestly, I wish I was like her." She announced that she wanted to join the Templar Order after graduating. She continued, "For some reason, she hasn't been coming to meetings lately, and people say she hasn't gone to school either." Adriana said, "I don't know what happened, because she is a senior in the upper class, and the teachers are also very worried about this." Junior thought, could it be that the saint had been corrupted? Adriana said, "Actually, I was a little uncomfortable in my heart. I was frustrated because I didn't know what was going on. I was actually very worried." Valier Jr. looked at her and said, "Don't you come and ask her directly?" Adriana said, What?" Junior continued, "She doesn't go to school, but she's definitely still in the temple, right?" Adriana replied, Yeah, you're right, she's a very noble senior." Junior said, "Are you just going to wait until those thoughts make your head explode? It would be better if you just went to her and asked her directly." Adriana replied, okay, I'll go. The president said she wanted to give up. Junior continued, does she want to give up the club? Adriana said, no, not the club, she wants to give up studying at the temple, that's not all, she also said she wants to give up her faith of yourself anymore. Junior asked, why would she want that? Adriana replied, I don't know, no matter how I asked, she wouldn't answer, she didn't want to tell me. Junior thought, this is so strange, a famous saint would throw away her faith and her studies at the Temple Academy. Adriana said, Junior, do you think it would be rude of me to try to find out what happened to the president? Junior replied, that's too rude. Adriana said, I also think so. Junior continued, so let me find out about this for Senior. Adriana was startled. She said, Junior. Junior replied, I'm an expert at being rude. I won't get any extra points for finding out about Olivia Lanza or something like that, my relationship with her is not close anymore. However, no matter how rude or naughty I normally act, Adriana always cares for me and takes care of me. To me, she's like Alaris in Temple Academy. Up until now, she also recommended this club to me, she never stops helping me, so I also want to repay her somewhat. Even though when Adriana is disappointed, she looks a lot cuter, but I still wish she was happier like before. Berus de Guardia said, oh Reinhardt, what's the matter with you, why are you proactively coming to see me now? Junior replied, do you know a senior named Olivia Lanza? Berus de Guardia said, Olivia Lanza. He continued, I've met the commander of the Templar Order several times, but I've never met her, she doesn't have any position or title yet. He said, what do the people call her? The Irradiant Saintess, I heard the people call her that, but why do you ask that? Junior replied, it seemed like she wanted to drop out of temple and give up her faith, I was curious as to why. Berus de Guardia said, does she want to give up? To which Junior replied, yes, I heard everyone say so. Berus de Guardia continued, it's strange, even though I don't understand her very well, she's still a celebrity in her own way. Junior said, a celebrity. Because she's still a student at Temple, she can't participate in the World War, but even so, I've heard she's participated in actual combat before, so she knows she can't participate in combat yet, so she asked to take a leave of absence from school or something for a year to get free medical support from the battlefield. She used her divine power to save many people, which is why she was nicknamed the Irradiant Saint. Junior said, she's such a wonderful person. Berus continued, sure, if she joined the Templar Order she could become the next commander, if she joined the Order Toan, she will become the next pope. Berus said, even so, she suddenly wants to give up everything, this is trouble. Junior said, trouble, what do you mean? Berus continued, nothing, I just wanted her to become the next commander of the Templar Order. Junior asked, why? Berus smiled and said, it's good to have someone suitable to sit in such positions, this will be beneficial in many different ways, isn't it? Junior thought, no, that's not what he meant. The Templar Knight Order is a huge obstacle to the royal family, if a kind and virtuous person were to be the commander, they would not dare to dream of anything dangerous, that is why, he wanted her to hold that position. The Templar Order also has servants of the devil, and during the rescue mission, they even tried to take away the devil. It is understandable that Berus has a negative view of the Templar Order, Saint. Berus continued, I think there are one of two reasons that could make her decide like that. Junior remained silent and said nothing. Berus said as she drank her tea, perhaps she was disappointed to discover that the Templar Order was different from what she had always imagined. He laughed loudly and continued, the second thing could be that she had found the love of her life. Junior was stunned. No matter what, the people who cause the most trouble are actually idiots, Berus continued. He continued, I think we should meet Olivia Lanza. That afternoon, Berus came back from talking to Olivia Lanza. He just shook his head sadly and said her condition was as bad as he thought, she was really an idiot who couldn't communicate. She told him she gave up everything, because she discovered the secret of the Templar Order. Because I don't want to make Adriana worry anymore. So I went and found Olivia Lanza myself. I feel quite nervous because this is the first time I meet her. Junior said, my name is Reinhardt, a freshman, I'm coming in. Junior was suddenly surprised. Olivia looked at him and smiled and said, lately there have been a lot of people coming to see me, what's wrong with you, Junior thou? Junior thought, as soon as he saw Olivia he was sure. The fact that she was called the Irradiant Saint and her goddess-like appearance obviously also played a part. How can people be so beautiful? Olivia said with a smile, Berus just came to find me just now. She came closer, rubbed Junior's face and said, "It seems like you're quite worried about me. I don't know why but thank you, Reinhardt, so what's going on?" Junior shyly said, "Well, I heard that you had a conversation with Berus, although I don't know specifically what the two of you talked about. Now I know a little bit." Olivia continued, "So that's it, but before that, you already knew me. I'm really sorry. It's true I've heard of you but this is the first time I've met you, so I just a bit suspicious of your concerns for me." Junior hesitantly replied, "Well, because Senior Adriana is very worried about her, she cautiously thought that asking questions would be rude, so I decided to find out for her." Olivia heard that and replied, "Adriana, so that's it, so I'm making a lot of people worry." Junior continued, "Even though I don't know your senior very well, I know that you are expected by countless people, and I also heard that you are the idol of many people. I know I've exceeded my status, but I just can't change my mind." Olivia said coldly, "If I change my mind, do you mean I'm just going to endure everything like this?" Junior confusedly said, "I didn't mean that. What I meant was that until the senior climbs up to a position where he can change something, you shouldn't act hastily. What do you think?" Olivia replied, "You sound just like a prince." Junior didn't say anything. She continued, "Your name is Reinhardt, right? I understand what you mean. But feelings cannot become the object of compromise." Olivia continued, "After accepting a compromise once, she will compromise again, admitting practical impossibilities. If the scope of compromise keeps getting wider like that, I'll end up giving up a lot of things. I realize I'll become more like what they want to change." She laughed and said, "Maybe she thought I was too principled, but in the end, this was the only compromise, after I had considered it. To save the life of the tree that has been damaged from the roots, if I endure now, I will become one of the two people. To be exactly like the person who wanted me to accept and compromise and do and change, or not to be changed and after that finish and climb to a position where I can change everything, catches a lot of people, sacrifice in the name of changing everything in the right way." Junior suddenly thought, "Isn't this a hasty choice to get caught up in the emotions of the moment? Olivia has ended her chain of worries." Junior bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry for being so rude, it seems I misunderstood." Olivia suddenly hugged Junior, saying, "No, thank you for worrying about me even though you don't know me very well." She continued, "Be happy." The words Olivia whispered to me at that time were like saying goodbye to someone I would never see again. After the conversation that yielded nothing ended like that, the morning still came as usual. Adriana and I ran silently while breathing the heavy air, both in a state of silence, not daring to say a word. Continue like that until the exercise is almost finished. We caught up with Olivia. Adriana said confusedly, "Money, Senior, where are you going?" Olivia looked at the two of them and replied, "Ah, so it's Adriana, plus Reinhardt. Oh, well, it's a pity, but it's like that." Junior suddenly realized something, thinking, "Look at her cheeks, she was beaten." Rivrier Lanza said from behind, "These are the juniors you know." Charlotte replied, "Yes, father." Rivrier said with a serious face, "Let's end the story here, let them train. You two stay healthy. Senior, are you leaving? If I'm not mistaken, it looks like she was crying." If the Templar Knights wanted to storm the temple to take Olivia Lanza away, the temple had the right to deny it, but the students could not prevent parents from coming to find and take their children away. Adriana asked worriedly if something happened. Junior remained silent and said nothing. Junior said, "Actually yesterday I talked to Senior Olivia." Adriana suddenly asked, "Really, really?" Junior calmly replied, "Yes, let's talk for a while." Junior thought, hiding this matter also made me feel sorry for Adriana. They both sat on the chair. Adriana pondered and said, "So that's it, that's what she said, right? I was so confused that I didn't know what to do." It was clear that the commander of the Templar Knights took Olivia away to hide the secret. Perhaps there would be no way for Olivia to return to the temple. Rivrier beat his daughter and forcibly dragged her away. Junior was stunned in thought. "Wait, girl. He said, "I heard that Senior Olivia worships the Toan church. Isn't it true that Toan priests can't get married, but how can they have daughters?" Junior remembered something, said, "Ah, she's an adopted daughter," he thought, "is that so?" The senior possessed talent and holy power, so the commander of the Templar Order adopted her, aiming to train her to become pope or become the next commander of the Templar Order. The child raised like that suddenly wanted to throw everything away, even intending to harm the church and the Temple Knights. Of course the commander of the Temple Knight Order would be angry. Junior remained silent and said nothing. He suddenly said, "Let's chase," Adriana said in shock. "What?" She asked worriedly. So, then if we were discovered, Junior answered, then basically we like Senior Olivia, so when she left we felt very sorry so we chased after her. If they want to touch us, they must be ready to clash with the temple. The commander of the temple knights can take his daughter away but cannot do anything to those who prevent it, which is us. Adriana firmly said, okay, let's go, it will probably be fine. Junior and Adriana stood in a hidden corner and heard Olivia talking to Riverier. Junior used his hearing enhancement ability to listen to the story of the two of them. Riverier said, did you intentionally want to take the difficult path? Olivia replied, I'm sorry Dad. He continued, anyway, I will also submit. Olivia asked sadly, can't you just expel me like that? I'll forget everything I've seen and heard. Riverier replied, that's impossible, I can just change my personality. He continued, but you can't change your qualities, you can't change your innate qualities, you've had everything since birth, your looks, your abilities, you've got it all, because you're like that, just became my daughter. Riverier put the teacup on the table and said, of course no group has a completely pure leader, your destiny is to become a leader and not an individual, this is one of the things you must accept. Olivia hesitantly said, I can't do that, I'm an ugly person who just keeps living in my beauty, Dad, please. Riverier continued, instead of having to suffer both pain and change, it is wise to accept it now. Junior stood nearby and heard that, surprised and thinking, injured, if Olivia doesn't accept this then are they going to use all means to pressure her until she accepts? Olivia continued to plead, perhaps no matter what I encounter, I will not change my mind, Father, please. Riverier said nonchalantly, I don't want to listen anymore. Junior stood next to Adriana and said, although he didn't say it specifically, I heard the word suffering pain. Adriana said sadly, painful. Junior continued, I think they will use some tyrannical method. Adriana eagerly asked, is it an interrogation? Are they planning to do that? Junior replied, it's not impossible. Adriana said sadly, why exactly? She cried and said, what is the reason for doing this, and where is it? Junior heard that and said nothing. In her novel, Olivia Lanza is not mentioned much, that is, Olivia Lanza also does not appear in the scandal. The commander of the Templar Order will fail to change Olivia's mind, and she will be completely disabled or die during this period. The moment the inference becomes solid. Display system, special achievement event, historical inflection point, Olivia Lanza. If you successfully rescue Olivia Lanza, the future is predicted to change greatly. Reward, achieve special achievements, will randomly receive one characteristic. From among Olivia Lanza's characteristics, the historical inflection point that saves the character's life must not exist, and if that character is a character who can exert enormous influence, then there will be a historical inflection point that will turn history upside down. In fact, the main story was changed after Olivia's survival, and became unpredictable. What can be known through this event is that Olivia is also a character who can influence history, that is, if this continues, Olivia will become disabled, or will die. Adriana sobbed and said, this can't be happening. Junior thought, I don't know Olivia Lanza very well, but I don't want her to die or be disabled. If I can save her, I also want to save her. In the end, the reward is secondary, I want to save her life. Such a gentle person was treated unfairly, the fact that she had to be disabled or die made me feel really uncomfortable. But saving Olivia who went into the Temple Knight's temple is impossible for both of us. From the beginning it was clear that there was no reason to go into the temple. If it was Charlotte or Berus, I don't know if they would have any clever moves or not, but they have no reason to save Olivia. No matter what the two of them do, this will become internal interference and lead to diplomatic problems. Adriana cried and said, if more people knew this truth, would anything change? Junior replied, although it would have to change, the moment he admitted that truth, the Templar Knight feared it would be like crossing a river without being able to turn around. No matter what he did he would have to deny that it was true, it's baseless. The so-called religion inherently has the support of many people, that belief cannot be easily broken. Even if rumors are spread, there is no guarantee that Olivia will be safe during that time. Junior thinks, in the end, changing big power is the best way. Big power, big power. Junior suddenly thought of something, yes, great power. He turned to Adriana and said, Senior, listen to me but don't laugh. Adriana quickly replied, do you have any ideas? Junior continued, what do you think about telling the teacher? Adriana asked in bewilderment, telling the teacher? Junior hesitantly said, well, if that happened, I guess. He thought, no, I mean take advantage of Temple's inherent power. Junior said, I will use Temple's power. He continued, although it is an agency under the Empire, it is clear that Temple also has great power over students due to its management, right? Obviously it can't be ignored, Adriana continued, but I don't know if it can or not. Junior raised his finger and said, by the way, we have to involve the student council too, Adriana said bewilderedly, the whole student council. Junior replied, speaking of grace, there is senior series, the student council conference where talented people gather. If there are so many people crowded together, can we just ignore it? Adriana said worriedly, if this is so dangerous, if things don't go well, my juniors and I could be handed over to the Inquisition on charges of slandering the church. In the worst case, we could was taken away by investigators. Junior looked at her and said, we'll do a little acting. Adriana asked, acting? Junior continued, starting with an anonymous letter. Adriana was bewildered. The letter was anonymous. Junior explained, yes, if things happen like that then I would write an anonymous letter and send it. Adriana wondered, but without knowing who sent the letter, would they believe such an anonymous letter? They will believe it, Junior replied, because I will send it to our meeting. He continued, at that time, my senior and I will pretend to believe that letter, you just need to say to check it again. After returning to Temple, I will write an anonymous letter and give it to Adriana immediately. The letter passed through Adriana's hands and was placed in the club room. And when time passes quickly, the weekend will come. Junior sat in the room, looking at the system board, saying, look again, Olivia will safely escape the Templar Order. The notification system and tasks are too abstract and will not be implemented. He thought, surely that can't be done, if so, then we have to come up with a more specific plan. The system says, you're doing too many tasks, 10,000 achievement points are needed to do tasks like this. The system continues to display, let's write a novel, bam, Junior gets angry, says, this bastard. He thought, okay, so what should we do? Preview the future, a function that I have never used until now. Notification system, do you confirm the use of the future preview function? I think, it can only be used in special cases. Okay, this time the display is usable. Junior frowned angrily and thought, even though it was a scam because there was no dominant power, could this be considered luck now? He pressed the button, thinking, but if I check if there are any problems with this function, I can make changes so that future doesn't happen. The display system, the limited use of the future preview function is the function that can see the results of things that will happen in the future. If you use many achievement points, you can grasp the whole flow, but if you already know, you should not do so. Junior thought, you mean previewing the future? The full version is so expensive, so don't even dream about it, but why is this guy so tantalizing today? Notification system, future preview function shows the key future situation of the event you want. Most key situations will usually have many things, so it is divided into details. Of course, each situation has its own clue. Because this is the first time using the function, this time a comprehensive discount applies. The cost may fluctuate from the next use, 1,000 points, 500 points, 200 points, 100 points. Junior worriedly thought, damn, the prices have already been divided. Obviously the more expensive one you choose, the more accurate the suggestion will be. Okay, so let's start with 100 points. When he pressed the system button, what appeared before Junior's eyes was the image of Olivia Lanza with torn clothes and blood all over her body. He said in shock, completely disabled. Her clothes were covered in blood but there were no wounds at all. Around her there were fingernails and toenails falling off, but her body remained the same. If so, Junior gritted his teeth and said, damn it. The Templar Knight Order continuously tortures and restores it to its original state. Imprisoned in a prison-like place in the basement, after continuing to be tortured, Olivia Lanza was completely lost. Junior pressed the 200-point button, thinking, if he follows the plan now, he will fail. At that time, he saw Ceres Van Owen appear and said, I can only see the class leader for a little bit, because the leader is next to me so I can't say a word. There must be something. The delegation leader said that he only respected his daughter's decision to abandon Temple. He also told the teachers first, because it would have to go through the teachers' meeting, which would probably take time. Junior worriedly thought, if the students fail, in the end, the teachers also fail. He got angry and pressed the 800 points button, saying in a harsh voice, this is not the time to save points, here you have to get as many hints as possible. School teachers meeting at around 1700 hours on June 3, 323. The teacher shouted in panic, I'm sure Olivia is suffering from something. Wasn't she certain at the time of refusing the request for a personal interview? She shouted, if there was nothing, why did she refuse to meet? They said something must be going on with Olivia because her face didn't look well. The teacher coldly said, Mr. Sarvana, the decision of the General Association was accepted quickly, now Temple can do nothing more. The following is the area of investigation, however, without any evidence, it is still unclear whether the leader of the Holy Knight Order can be investigated. The teacher cried and said, just one more day, really just one more day, just a little more work. Mr. Eppenhauser frowned and said, it's a pity that Olivia Ranche is no longer a student at Temple, so we can't do it anymore. Junior thought, now the pieces of the puzzle come together. Remembering Olivia, he thought, Olivia dropped out of school yesterday, so they lost all reason to object to Olivia's privacy. He thought, 800 points cannot be used arbitrarily, thanks to that I now grasp what the problem is. Serene met with Olivia but she couldn't say anything. It could also be a warning about Leverrier but also the ability to use magic to manipulate her so she couldn't speak. After that, she asked help from the temple, but because there was not enough evidence, it was impossible to rush to request the temple knights. After deciding to act according to Temple, Olivia is no longer a student at Temple, and the investigation agency will not take any action. In the end, the Templar Knights brainwashed Olivia's original purpose. It seemed like they all failed to subdue. If it kept like this then everything would collapse. Junior sat thoughtfully on the bed. Damn it, how can I fix the future? Adriana suddenly opened the door and entered the room, saying, Junior, as expected, he is in the room. Junior replied, ah, Senior. Adriana continued, let's go to the club meeting room. Junior hesitantly said, then that. Adriana continued, class president. It seems like she has already confirmed the anonymous letter. After dark, the meeting began after Grace members gathered in the club room. Ceres looked at me and made a hesitant expression. Ceres knew that I had gone looking for Olivia, and was worried about her, so we were able to sit together. Ceres picked up the letter, frowned and said, this letter could also be a joke, but no matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like it's a joke. She continued, in fact, early this morning, someone saw the commander taking the chairman away, and above all, there were traces of violence. There were also quite a few witnesses who said that the chairman looked like he was being stabbed, forcibly dragged away. She clutched the piece of paper tightly and said, in addition, it also stated that the commander of the Templar Knight Order might do something unforgivable, which would be like torture to the president. A female student spoke up, what did you say that sounded so absurd? Egerton continued, yes, that's right, isn't that a joke too much? Another student said confused, even so, but this. Ceres slammed his hand on the table, loudly, of course this could also be secretly the pathetic commander of the Templar Order, but, there are witnesses and I think it is necessary to confirm whether the president is safe or not. She continued, tomorrow after I personally confirm, I will tell everyone what it is. Before then, everyone should control their words. Junior thought to himself, this is the planned path to the future. He thought worriedly, Adriana and I won't say anything now. If we keep going like this we will definitely fail. Tomorrow it will be possible to meet Olivia, but after that it will be difficult to meet. That is, the opportunity only comes once tomorrow. He thought, if that's the case, then he raised his hand and said, Vice President, we probably have to think about the worst case that something happens. I heard that the chairman seems to be very afraid of the commander. Wouldn't it be true that if you went to find her in this situation, no matter what you asked, she wouldn't be able to tell the truth? It's clear that the chairman is afraid of talking about her father. Junior continued, but if he asked the commander to let the two of us talk privately, he would probably be able to hear the specific story. He thought, no, Riverier Lanza will absolutely not allow this. There. Not sure, maybe it would be better to have a backup. Hearing that, Ceres asked, backup, how? Junior explained, it would be better if you brought another person. Ceres continued, Reinhardt, you also want to go with me? Junior replied, no, not me, there is someone more suitable than me. A student suddenly exclaimed in panic, ah. Junior said, there was a student at the same level named Avia in Class B in Year 1, and that girl had psychic powers. He continued to affirm that she would definitely be helpful during this meeting. At the meeting, Ceres was comforting Avia. Avia was trembling, like, I'm so insecure. Ceres patted her shoulder, it's okay Avia, there's nothing to worry too much about. Avia asked, can I do well? Ceres comforted me, nothing will happen. She smiled and continued, she thought this was just a situation where she had to use her ability to ask a few questions. Avia stammered, yes. The two turned around and saw that Riverier and Olivia had arrived. Olivia appeared with a sad face. When Ceres heard that he was sitting at the table, he said, "It's an honor to meet you, Commander." She introduced me. "My name is Ceres, President of the Royal Class Student Council." Rivrier replied, "Nice to meet you too, I am Rivrier Lanza, Commander of the Templar Order." He continued, "That's right, I heard that because my daughter suddenly disappeared from Temple, she was very worried." Ceres smiled and replied, "Yes, because the owner disappeared so suddenly. Luckily she was here. I thought something big happened last night." Rivrier asked again, "Students know that entering and leaving Temple during the weekend is free?" Ceres replied, "Yes, that's right, but it was too sudden." The two talked for a long time. The conversation continued without any connection. This was also not an atmosphere where the commander of the Templar Order would not allow a private conversation with the president. If the president has been tortured or is about to be tortured, please use your telepathy to help me find out her current situation. Avia worriedly thought, if so, then it's my turn to get involved. Avia began to close her eyes and use her telepathic powers. She communicates with Olivia using her ability. Olivia is worried that the conversation with Avia will be heard. Avia, calm down, Senior, don't be surprised, I am a person with telepathic abilities. This conversation no one can predict it, so don't worry, Seniors. She continued, Senior is in a situation where he can't say anything. If so, then Senior should twiddle his hair. Hearing that, Olivia followed Avia's words and twirled her hair. Avia's face suddenly darkened. She said, if it's a ghost situation, Seniors need help right now. Then hold my shoulder. Hearing that, Olivia immediately reached out and grabbed my shoulder. Avia continued to ask if the senior was being tortured. Olivia immediately nodded with a sad and scared expression. Avia pursed her lips, afraid. Rivrier suddenly said to Avia, but why is this student so tense? Avia just remained silent and said nothing. Ceres immediately responded, after all, it was probably because this was the first time she met the commander of the Templar Order that she was so nervous. Perhaps she was not familiar with this place. Rivrier replied, well, it could be like that. It seemed like the misunderstanding had been cleared up, so the conversation ended here. In the club meeting room, a student spoke up, stating that the content of the anonymous letter was all true. Although it was impossible to know what tricks he used to turn the chairman into a mute, she was definitely tortured or was already being tortured, and the chairman was asking for help. Ceres slammed his hand on the table and spoke up, this was not an area that students could handle. Let's convey this incident to everyone right away. On Sunday night, Temple staff took action in unison. The teachers accompanied the armed forces that Temple operated. Start heading towards the sanctuary of the Temple Knights. The situation seems quite complicated. Even though I'm not following them, it can be determined that events will be resolved in a completely different direction than expected. Berus smiled and said to Junior, Reinhardt, you make things interesting. Junior worriedly said, I don't understand what you're talking about. Berus replied, why are you pretending to be stupid? I saw you digging around here and there to rescue that senior. He continued, you are indeed smart, Reinhardt, a first-year kid. Use some tricks to make the whole temple take action. Last night, for the first time we saw temple move on a large scale, that range. Junior replied, I didn't do anything. Berus smiled and said, you didn't do anything. He continued, I heard that you asked Ceres to take Avia along in case the testimony was not secure. Just looking at it is enough to know that the person who wrote the anonymous letter was probably also you. Did you do it all alone, Reinhardt? Junior pondered, did he know that already? Maybe this was an inference, but it was so close to the exact answer that it gave me goosebumps. Berus picked up the cup, smiled and said, relax your face, there's nothing to be afraid of, whatever the reason. Now I find this situation very interesting. Junior asked worriedly, isn't that what you expected? Do you want Olivia to be eliminated? Berus replied, that's not important anymore anyway. Thanks to you, the Templar Order will probably disband. Junior was stunned. What? Berus glared, his voice serious, and said, now it's no longer important. Junior asked in shock, heard that the Templar Knights would be disbanded, is this a serious matter? Berus calmly replied, well, it depends on the situation. Berus said with a smile, but the Emperor would not let this end lightly. He had an excuse and was going to crush them. He continued, however, the religious community and the Temple Knight Order would not accept it easily. In the worst-case scenario, the Templar Knights could become enemies of the Empire. Berus continued, congratulations, Reinhardt. He caused a war just to save one person. Junior was stunned and silent without saying anything. He thought with fear, could that really happen? All I did was follow up a bit and provoke an anonymous letter. Could the actions of someone like me really develop into such a big event? Junior worriedly thought, how could that happen? As if understanding Junior's insecurity, Berus said, do you want me to stop it, that fight? Junior asked, stop it. Berus continued, yes, you seem so awkward, do you want me to stop it? Junior eagerly said, yes, please. Berus smiled, holding a cup of tea, saying, okay, got it, just wait. The truth about the temple knights torturing his daughter has not yet been revealed. To be precise, Olivia was at the stage of being verbally persuaded. And she knew that if she persisted, she would be tortured in the name of interrogation. Temple intervened first, but when Virtue got involved, it seemed like the royal family had the initiative in the matter. Anticipating a reaction, the royal family narrowed the incident down to a personal scandal of the captain of the Templar Order and not of the order as a whole. Upon entering, the royal family requested the dismissal of the captain of the Templar Knights, and the appointment of someone close to the Empire as the new captain. While the behind-the-scenes negotiations were going on, Temple received custody of Olivia Lanza and kept quiet. In fact, Olivia has not been tortured, so it is difficult to make a big deal out of it. And on Monday, Olivia returned to Temple. She decided to abandon both the Temple and the faith, but in the end, the reason she was able to return safely was because she was still a Temple student. Display system, special achievement achieved, history change point, Olivia Lanza, an important character who should not have existed in the original timeline has survived. The future has changed significantly. You get 1000 achievement points. You got Olivia Lanza's Divine Spirit characteristics. Divine Spirit description. Olivia Lanza was born with an innate strong spirit, so she also have great resistance to mental control magic. When sharing this characteristic, you will also gain strong spirit, and your resistance to mental interference will increase significantly. Junior marveled, wow, and I received a much bigger reward than I thought. Finally, that night, Olivia came to me. She said, apologizing for suddenly coming to the dormitory at night, Reinhardt, can we talk for a bit? Two people walking in the quiet night. Olivia said, I heard you played a big role. Berus said nonchalantly, it's nothing, it was actually Avia who did that. Olivia heard that, smiled and said, I also thank that girl. She continued, I think giving up on Temple and faith is enough. I just want to live peacefully without hurting anyone. I think there will be no problem if I do that. Olivia laughed loudly and said, maybe I was too naive. Junior thought, during those days of detention, what words she had to hear. Olivia's first impression was of a gentle and kind person, but after just a few days, she became someone who seemed lonely somewhere. While walking, Junior asked, what are you planning to do with Temple? Olivia replied, now leaving Temple will become dangerous. Junior said, is that so? Olivia replied, yes, because I already know too many things that I shouldn't know. She suggested, let's sit down for a bit. Junior asked, as for faith, will you give it up? Olivia replied, yes. Junior continued, you don't have to belong to a congregation to live with faith, right? Olivia replied, Reinhardt, I know what you're going to say. She continued, do you want to see this? Olivia held out her hand and above her hand was a blue light floating. She said, this is the power of Toan, the god of virtue. Junior said, well, probably. Olivia continued, but why can impure people use this power? There are priests and paladins in the Templar Order, they openly violate the teachings and commit countless terrible crimes. But they are still not judged or punished, but also possess extremely powerful divine powers. Olivia continued, why, even though I have decided not to serve Toan anymore, I can still use this power. Divine power is not proportional to the level of faith, and can be used without living according to the doctrine. The gods lend us their power, but don't care what we do with it, which is probably why the Templar Order still exists even though she should have disappeared long ago. So what is the meaning of all these prayers and hymns for those who do not care about us? Olivia closed her eyes and said softly, well, who knows, maybe only the main gods are like that. Junior was surprised. Olivia continued, nothing. She said, get TNA Reinhardt, why do you want to help me? I heard that anonymous letter was written by you and Adriana. Junior admitted, what do you know? Suddenly Olivia approached Junior and asked if it was because Adriana asked him. Junior blushed shyly, thinking, so this is what it feels like your heart is about to explode. Such an overwhelming beauty made me feel like I was in shock. Olivia continued, or maybe you fell in love with me at first sight. Junior was stunned and shyly said, "Huh, what are you talking about?" Olivia laughed loudly and said, "I'm just kidding, why are you so surprised?" Olivia leaned close to Junior's ear and whispered, "I don't need to be bound by doctrine and be alone anymore." She continued, "Of course, Reinhardt is still too young right now, so he will need to grow up a bit, maybe from his 4th year." Junior was startled and moved aside, his face turned red, screaming, "Oh, why are you like that?" Olivia smiled, saying, "I heard that being modest in cases like this is even more uncomfortable, so it's good to be honest." She put her hand on her chest and said, "I'm quite beautiful, aren't I?" Junior blushed, thinking, "Yes, I admit it, honestly, if someone said I was the most beautiful person in school, I wouldn't have anything to refute. It would be even more annoying if such a normal person said, 'I'm normal, oh my god, I'm nothing.' But she's not that type of person. Has she become evil? Can she spread her beauty like this? This is also a kind of disaster, isn't it?" Olivia suddenly kissed Junior's cheek and said, "Thank you." She continued, "We will do other things when you are more mature." Junior blushed with embarrassment and put his hand on his cheek. I stood still in that position for a while, unable to do anything. The saint who once believed in the god of virtue has now fallen and become evil. She has now become a master flirt, openly seducing a first-year student. Adriana ran and said, breathing heavily, "Senior." Valier Jr. saw that and immediately responded, "It seems like she wants to live a free life now." Hearing him say that, Adriana smiled, "Well, this is a bit embarrassing to ask, but you like it, right, Junior?" She continued, "He was finally kissed by the Iridian saint, and he liked it very much." Feeling like he was being teased, Junior replied hoarsely and frowned, "I know she was just teasing me yesterday. I still don't know what to do when I meet her in the future." Adriana only asked a few probing questions, but Junior accidentally said all his feelings and thoughts. Adriana smiled. She replied, "Ah, why, then, isn't that a good thing?" Then right after that, Adriana stood still as if she had just realized something. She continued, "Ah, that reminds me." Adriana turned to look at Junior. "She once said she wanted to invite us to a meal, to thank us." Junior heard that and was a bit confused. He glanced at her and remained silent without answering. Then the two continued running. Junior refused. "Can I go?" Adriana insisted. "No." The scene changes to another place. Here the men are glancing at Charlotte de Guardias and the Guardias don't care. She smiled shyly and said, "I'll let you two wait." It turned out that she came to meet Junior and Adriana. Adriana quickly replied, "We just arrived, Senior." Seeing you say that, Guardias became less awkward and smiled, which is lucky. Having said that, Guardias ran over and grabbed someone's hand or body. She dragged them away while the two of them still couldn't figure out the problem. Guardias said loudly, "Okay, let's go eat now." As soon as he finished speaking, Junior stopped and said, "Wait, why do you have to hold my hand like that?" Guardias was not surprised to hear that. She replied immediately, "Why do you ask? Do you not like it or something?" Junior stammered, "No, it's not that I don't like it." Having said that, he didn't dare to say what was in his head. He glanced at the group of young men behind him and thought, "But there are you who are upset. I can feel the uncomfortable looks of the jealous guys behind." Seeing that there was nothing wrong, Guardias continued, her eyes lit up, "If there is no problem with you, let's just hold hands like this and go." Having already had feelings for Guardias before, her actions made Junior think, it could be the final stage of overthinking. He thought with eyes wide open, she did it on purpose, it was definitely intentional. Go to the restaurant. First, the three of them sat down to enjoy tea and talk about a few things. Adriana spoke, "I don't want to join the Knights Templar anymore." Hearing that, Guardias was embarrassed. "I'm sorry I made you misunderstand." "I'm sorry, Adriana." Continuing her words, Adriana quickly waved her hand. "I've been through worse things, Senior." Trying to change the subject, Guardias turned to ask Junior, "Oh yes, I heard you gained a superpower, Reinhardt." Junior was surprised. "Huh, that's right." Guardias continued, "What kind of superpower do you have?" "Well, it's called autosuggestion." "It sounds quite strange." Guardias kept asking him questions. "Autosuggestion, is it the same as self-hypnosis?" Hearing her ask that, Junior already knew that she didn't have any understanding of this superpower. He quickly explained, "This superpower is a bit vague, but if I suggest something to myself then it will automatically work. My body will become stronger, something like that." At this point, it seems like it can only be explained briefly, but maybe Guardias is not very clear about it. Miss him. He continued, anyway, if I believe I can run very fast, then I will actually run faster. That is also the biggest limitation of this superpower. Having said that, what is in Junior's mind? Looking uncomfortable with Guardia's naivety but trying to show understanding, he turned away and thought to himself, I already feel embarrassed just explaining. It's like I'm saying my ability will help me win. If I keep thinking that I will definitely win. Relieving Junior, Adriana interrupted him. Reinhardt's ability is very useful in your case, Senior. Guardias replied with a cold face. Oh, is that so? Adriana continued, yes, he used his ability on the ship. Thanks to that we were able to determine your situation at that time. It seemed that at this point, Guardias had realized many things. She held her chin and whispered, I understand. Then she laughed and said, thank you again, Reinhardt. Having finished speaking, Guardias crossed her arms and looked down silently. Well, it seemed she had no other choice. Junior had just finished sipping the glass of water to his mouth when he stopped. Guardias put her hand on her chin, her eyes sparkling. She flirted with him. Waiting for you to graduate from the temple, then you have to marry me. As soon as she put a sip of tea in her mouth, Junior and Adriana were so surprised that she spat out the tea. He stammered and asked, what are you talking about? Guardias still maintained that state and calmly replied, you have helped me a lot, so of course I have to repay you, regardless of dogmas, beliefs and beliefs, that virtue. Junior still stared at her. He thought to himself, her beauty is really a fraud. Can't I just look straight at her and repay her for my help? Having said that, Guardias tightly grasped Junior's hand and begged, Reinhardt, you saved my life, so I must repay you with something of similar value. That's only fair. Hearing that, even though Junior really liked it, he still tried to stay calm and pushed her hand away. He panicked. There was no way. What do you think? Seriously, you graduated from the temple, you have to forget all about juniors like me. You know, no matter what you say, Guardias will always be of the same mind. I won't. She quickly continued, regardless of whether Junior sprayed glue or froze. Anyway, I had already planned to attend the Temple Academy's graduation ceremony, so I will stay at the academy until he graduates too. I will come see you often. Junior's mind was now confused. He calmly rearranged the story. Initially, she planned to join the Night Temple after graduating from the academy, but now she has decided to stay at the temple. She isn't going to wait until I graduate from the academy. Seeing that Junior was silent, Guardias continued asking, do you like anyone else? For example, Adriana. Hearing that, Adriana was also startled. She was embarrassed. Senior, I was serving. Before Adriana could finish speaking, Guardias immediately interrupted. What's wrong? Then just give up. Adriana, give up your faith and just live comfortably like this, sister. The more Adriana spoke, the more she saw that Guardias was inciting her. She was still alert enough to respond. Her sister couldn't do that. Just like that, Adriana, laughing, became Olivia's two accessories. Dusk gradually fell and it was time to say goodbye. The Guardias said goodbye to the two of them and then returned. I'll be happy to see you both at the club later today. Hearing that, both of you answered in unison, yes, yes, be careful when you come back. One tiring session, Junior said tiredly, I feel like a toy. Here Adriana is no better than that. I've never seen her act like that before. Senior, how can you endure so long? Junior silently thought of Harriet de Saint Juan. Harriet, do you really feel like that? Don't joke with me, he thought. If this feeling is true, then I will die. The dispute between the Templar Order and the royal family is still being resolved, but Olivia is safe now. In the end, I didn't join Grace. I received trust from the club members without taking credit for helping Olivia. So even though I'm not an official member, every time I come, they welcome me very warmly, especially Olivia, who just keeps teasing me for fun. Whenever she sees me, she starts pretending. It's so troublesome. She kept doing things like suddenly running up and hugging me, or stroking my hair. Even kissing my cheek has become a daily occurrence for her. She just treats me as if I were her toy or pet. It's not like she only acts like that in private. It seems like she doesn't care about other people's looks when she acts like that anymore. That's why. The students around him don't like him. They say bad things about him. They say he's a bastard. On the outside he doesn't seem to care about anyone, but he flirts with every girl he meets. Why? Why is he so close to every girl? He's even close to his seniors. His personality is so rotten. He's only nice to girls. He's never been with us eldest son. He thought for a long time. The people who knew me, mainly the boys in Class A, started whispering about me. I also want to explain a few things, but I really can't refute any of their words. At first glance, everything they said is correct. Then suddenly, behind Junior someone approached and called him, Hey Reinhardt. The blue-haired guy is dumbfounded. Huh? Junior continued, what secret do you have? Putting those rumors aside, why did he suddenly ask me about my secret? Valier asked Kono Lint in confusion, what's the secret? When he saw you asking, he said, secretly let you get close to those girls. Hearing that, his face darkened a bit. I told him, secretly, to get close to the girls. It seemed like he really wanted to know what my secret was. He turned to answer, to be honest, I couldn't help it. Hearing that, he inexplicably shouted, huh, what? With Harriet, I made her cry the first time we met. As for Ellen, she and I were in the same class. To be honest, we were close after eating together the day before. We were the only ones sitting and gnawing on our forks in the middle of the meal. As for Charlotte, her first intention was to threaten me. Then things gradually became more complicated, and I became something of a protector for her. Even Adriana's first impression of me was not good. In her eyes, I seemed quite immature, so she wanted to stop me. Olivia's case is the most special, but I was able to continue that relationship thanks to Adriana, so I don't really know what I did. Speaking of this, he started to think, really, I have no intention of getting close to them at all. He stood to the side and shouted feverishly, everything is so great, just tell me a little, come on, but... At this time, he leisurely asked him, who did you target? Hearing this question, he was a little surprised and stammered, He turned his face to the side and beat a blank. It's not like I care about anyone. Well, I'm just asking for fun. He looked at him and thought to himself, this guy, he's really going to do that, with anyone as long as it's a woman. He remembered that moment and thought to himself, I'm really not a flower girl. In fact, I'll still be single until death. This idiot is looking for the wrong person. In his mind, those girls are just children. I see those people are just a bunch of kids, so there's nothing to worry about. Right now he was thinking about Olivia, but in front of Olivia he didn't dare do anything. He was suddenly surprised by something in his mind. In what world could women and high school students be the same? He opened his mouth in surprise. A line of thoughts appeared, is that it? At this time he spoke up and told him, couldn't he talk more comfortably with them? He said a little tremblingly, comfortably. He started talking, of course, dude, do you think your intentions don't show when you approach them? You have to clear your mind to talk to them. Hearing him say that, you wondered, empty your mind. He continued to explain, well, it was more like, I'm so hungry, let's go eat together, let's observe, don't talk like an idiot, just say what needs to be said. The two-handed boy said again, oh, I see, he continued, just do it like that, and even if it has it's not a big deal, people can't suddenly avoid you just because you might be a bit unsuccessful really. Having said that, he gingerly turned around and walked away. As he walked, he said, thank you very much, Reinhardt, I will try it. Seeing him leave, he stood there dumbfounded and thought to himself, I feel like I said something I shouldn't have said. At this time, there was a call in the classroom. Hey, Grants, she slowly responded, what's that? Konolint walked up to her and asked, do you want to go eat after school? There's a great new restaurant on the main street. Hearing him say that, she turned away and sighed. He stood behind and saw this scene and thought, what the hell, that's not what I meant, this is no different than him openly flirting with her. Then she looked up and asked him, oh, why did it have to be me? Hearing the question, he stopped dead in his tracks. He awkwardly said, she waved her hands in annoyance and said, I just finished gym class, it will be very tiring if I have to go back and forth to the restaurant again. Hearing her say that made him feel enlightened. Oh yes, thinking about it, it's true, I didn't think of that, so next time let's eat together. As soon as he turned around, he bumped into him. Then he sat next to his friend, looking comfortable. But actually his whole body was trembling with excitement. He stood to one side and thought sadly, there's nothing left to describe this guy, I can't watch it anymore. The same question he asked many people. First Ellen, she said, dinner, no, don't want to. Next, Harriet also rejected you, I don't like it, why should I go out to eat with you? Then Adelia also rejected him. Sorry, I have another appointment. None of the people he asked agreed to have dinner with, making him seem to collapse. He sat on the table gritting his teeth and said to him, is this really the correct method? Just normally tell them to go eat with him. He stood to the side and thought sadly, this guy, he won't, I'm stuck with this situation, I'm really sorry. At this time he called him, hey, Reinhardt, why don't you prove it to me first? At this time he stammered in surprise, what are you talking about? Having said that, he knelt down and hugged my brother's legs. Het Sloans, go, just show me once, I beg you, I'm scared by this situation, is he crazy, am I right, where's Casanova? He felt uncomfortable thinking about those hateful faces. No, don't you guys hate me, Kono Lint, he'll make you think he's a traitor, I don't have that skill. The boy continued to beg him, let's go. Out of annoyance, he kicked him. First, get away from me. He beat me to a pulp and then sat on the ground listening to Valier say, okay, I'll show you, we are no different. He stood in front of her and thought to himself, if he sees me flirting and being rejected right in front of him, then he can't call me a playboy who only goes with women anymore. At this moment, he walked up to her and said, hey. She turned around uncomfortably and said, something, I'm very tired after gym class. He suddenly asked her if she wanted to go get something to eat after class. She wondered why he asked like that. He stood in front of her with sweat on his face and thought, I won't do anything else, she looks uncomfortable, she'll just reject me. But maybe it's not what you want, she said, I'm not very hungry, but maybe a little cool food wouldn't be bad. He seemed very surprised and said, oh, okay. But actually inside he was thinking, what, this is not what I want, why did I agree, Liana, are you kidding me? At this time outside, he hurriedly ran to ask me, hey, how's that going? He shyly said, oh well. Then he said it all in one go. She said she wasn't very hungry, but she wanted to eat some cool food with me. Hearing him say it was like a thunderbolt, extremely shocked. He shouted loudly, came closer to him and grabbed his collar. No way, did he do anything else? At this moment suddenly a voice asked, are you two still talking about this case? Berus stood behind and said, I was observing everyone, it looked like it didn't stop there, even Reinhardt didn't know what was going on. He stammered with a scared face and said, Berus. He said leisurely, both of you, follow me. In one room, Lint, you were curious, weren't you? You wanted to know why Reinhardt was so popular with the girls, you honestly said, that's true. He picked up the cup of tea while sipping and talking. He was wondering if Reinhardt had this skill or method. He stammered and said, wow. At this moment, he sat aside and thought, what, he knows a secret that even I don't know. Does he know why I attract girls? He looked straight into his eyes and said, Lint, I will tell you the difference between you and Reinhardt directly, don't be sad, just listen. Hearing him say that, his face looked a bit urgent and said, okay, I won't be disappointed. Then he calmly said, Reinhardt is handsome. Hearing him say that made his face blank. He continued leisurely, that's why. The answer left him speechless, even he didn't know what to say. Seeing his expression a bit unsightly, Berus comforted him. Well, Lint, I'm not saying you're ugly, it's just that Reinhardt is actually more handsome. The more he explained, the more dumbfounded he became. He sat next to him. I also thought to myself, I didn't notice that, when I refined my identity, according to Enough, this is also good. He sat on one side, his head bowed and said, Reinhardt, hearing the call, turned to look with a questioning expression. At this moment, he raised his face to look at him. His face was angry and he gritted his teeth and said, he will be someone's enemy from now on. After saying that, he rushed out, crying as he ran, shouting loudly. No wonder those girls refused to talk to him even though his personality was so unsightly. In the end it's just that you're more handsome, you hateful guy. Running to the door, he shouted back at me, I will never let you go. After that day, the three idiot brothers' challenge towards me became stronger than before. In a certain room, there's someone clasping their hands together as if thinking about doing something evil. No matter how you look at it, it looks suspicious. Olivia Lance's recent actions, and the name next to her. Why are you? I dare follow her like that. Another person spoke up. You're right, there must be something. The other person pressed his hand on Reinhardt's photo, showing anger and loudly declaring that no one is without secrets. If you find anything suspicious from him, broadcast it. Show him the power of news. So they interviewed the students in the school. The first person they interviewed was Berus de Gadias, first year Royal Class 4-1. Please excuse me for a moment, can I interview you? They next asked what you thought about the student named Reinhardt. Gadias responded with goodwill, Reinhardt, he is very hardworking. But with that question, Kono Lint, first year Royal Class A8, was not like that. His face was full of anger and he replied, people say he is very handsome but I don't know anymore. The interviewer's comment is very true to this guy's current situation. It sounds like jealousy. Coming to Ellen, first year Royal Class A2, she replied very calmly, is he handsome? I don't know. The interviewer asked her again, what kind of person do you think he is? She also replied very nonchalantly, I don't know. But when it came to Harriet de Saint-Ouen, first year Royal Class A4, her attitude was completely opposite. She was too excited, feeling extremely indignant. He was a bad person. I even hated her. I don't think anything of him. He always calls himself a bastard and it's so annoying. He always annoys me. The interviewer asked again, "Oh, how is he bothering you?" But with this question, she was no longer as enthusiastic as before but was very shy. "Huh. What do you mean? Why did you ask?" The interviewer replied, "I am a member of the Royal Class newspaper. We are preparing to write an article about your classmate, Reinhardt." Now Harriet asked in panic, "So are you going to add everything I said?" as if expecting the interviewer to answer. "Yeah, anyway, why do you think Reinhardt is a bad person?" At this moment, she was speechless and became shy. Well, I don't think he's that bad. He helped me a lot, so that's not it." Before he could finish his sentence, the other side asked again, "Do you think he's handsome?" This question seemed to go deep into Harriet's little heart. She blushed deeply, became hesitant to speak. "What? How can that poor guy be handsome? He is not handsome at all." But for Leanita Grant's first-year Royal Class, A3, this question is very normal, so the answer is also very normal. Is he handsome? Probably yes. He has a lot of influence, big in the last group mission. His personality seems a bit strange, but who doesn't like hard-working people? After all, I'm not very close to him, so I don't know. Cliffman also answered the same as her. His personality is a bit strange. He is sincere but also very courageous. K.A. Voyden was very angry and raised his voice, but luckily he stopped in time. "That bastard Reinhardt, hey, you were going to release this. Is this newspaper?" As for Louis, he's very straightforward. "I thought he was a bully, but it turns out he was." Scarlett very shyly replied that I was often jealous of him because he had many things I didn't have. I wanted to spend more time with him. Ludwig is very cheerful and generous when talking about him. He is kind, smart and can use his abilities well. After the interview, the press association could not draw any conclusions about him, whether his reputation was good or bad. The other person asserted that, "Isn't his reputation very good?" And given a series of evidence, even the princess wholeheartedly praised him, saying he was friendly, sweet and helpful to others, and she also said that he even ranked first in the midterm exam. Next time he helped everyone on the last group mission. They just mentioned that he has a hot temper. But the guy in the guild still insisted on his inner belief, gritted his teeth and looked at Reinhardt's photo, so he was a real villain. His classmates were afraid of him. This guy is not an ordinary bully, but his fellow members don't agree with him. Don't more people like him than hate him? However, he didn't listen and raised his pen as a way to show his strong will. Who cares? We are journalists, after all. Then our words are what people will remember. He smiled sinisterly, his pen sharper than his knife. At the same time Reinhardt received the news. What a newspaper. Ellen told him everything. "Yes, they asked me about your personality." He wondered, "Why did you ask that?" She didn't know. "I didn't know." But he had already guessed their purpose. Could it be that those seniors whose names I didn't know wanted to write about my personal life in the newspaper? My head was about to explode from their looks. "Sorry, real?" Reinhardt asked Ellen what she said, and she replied, "I couldn't answer." He was stunned and suddenly thought, she can't say anything even though we interact so much. But she asked him a difficult question, "What kind of person are you?" He suddenly didn't know how to answer her. She thought he didn't listen, so she reminded him, "Reinhardt, what kind of person are you?" He silently pondered but in the end could not answer. He touched the back of his neck and replied, "Now that I remember, I don't know." He looked at himself in the mirror with his hands holding the sword. He questioned himself, "I don't know how to describe myself properly." Ellen probably thought so too. He continued, "Just leave it alone." But in his mind, they may be very rude, but if you keep messing with them, you'll only get into trouble. So time passed. And it is now the beginning of June. On that table was a newspaper about Reinhardt written with the title, a hot exclusive that exposed the truth, who Reinhardt, the new student who was making waves in the Royal Academy, really was. The newspaper continued with content defaming him. He was a beggar of unknown origin. He entered the academy with limited abilities and awakened as a superpower user. There are many students who praise him, but there are also many who fear him. The anonymous newspaper was clearly portraying Reinhardt as a thug. Reinhardt read these words and was so angry that he couldn't believe it. "Well, I can understand. Many of my actions look similar. In the end, I concluded that I'm still a bad person." The next lines talk about how he was praised by female students for a reason. Women appreciated him, so he was a prostitute who only interacted with women. Reinhardt read it but didn't know what to say. "I guess they didn't think I was close to Olivia." His hand clutching the newspaper was burning fiercely, otherwise they wouldn't have done this. He got angry and shouted, causing everyone to run away, "You bastards, if you look at me like that, it's like the newspaper is right." When everyone had run away, he lowered his voice and said, "Damn it. Some girl came out and said that's why you're being criticized, you idiot. It's Harriet, she said sarcastically, I knew this would happen. He looked at her and questioned, did you tell them I was a thug? She immediately tried to justify, this isn't me, I didn't do anything. But he firmly affirmed that it was definitely her. Her face turned red and she shouted loudly explaining, no, it wasn't me, you idiot, I was trying to help you. You don't know anything. Reinhardt was very surprised by her reaction, then she got upset and left. I feel a bit guilty, I have to apologize, I definitely have to apologize for that. She and he sat at the table and talked, she was still angry at him, he was really mean, he gently said, I'm sorry, so what did you say to them? At this moment her face turned red again, she immediately turned away, I didn't say anything. He looked at her with a suspicious expression, instead of saying bad things, she certainly complimented him. Putting that aside, Harriet asked him, what are you going to do? He didn't understand what she meant, so he asked again, what did she mean? She guessed that you were going to let this go, weren't you going to grow up like you usually do? Listening to her say that made him understand me somewhat, did everyone really think I was like this? She continued, if this continues, the other seniors will also think you're a delinquent. Unlike what she thought, he calmly accepted that, yes, those things were partly true. She hugged herself in surprise and asked in fear, so do you really like doing perverted things with women? He immediately denied that it wasn't that. She continued, yes, you're always friends with women, there's no one other than Berus who's a guy to hang out with you, you just have to keep quiet, I can't argue because you're so right. Harriet also suddenly thought of it, wait, it seems like the female predecessors also, but Reinhardt interrupted again, hey no, I don't have any meaning to women. He held his head and cursed, oh God, if it wasn't for that damn article, I wouldn't have to worry about these little things. Thinking back, I couldn't have stopped something from happening. Prince Valier of the demon world will probably be patient and endure this. Suddenly he let out a long breath. His face looked disgusted and said, I will come to deal with them but this thug Reinhardt will not.